Hello, everyone. I'm back. 2 days ago, I said that I may need a vacation for coming back from a vacation. Tonight, I'm very happy to tell you that I don't need one. The reason? Well, my team produced actually two beautiful songs, two beautiful vacation songs while I was gone, while I was on vacation. And they were so beautiful and energetic. So I'm I'm back 100%, and I'll play the songs for you at the end. And they're great. All right, one of my biggest challenges uh, for doing the live stream is picking a topic. Today's top China story is the life sentence handed to Evergrande founder, the Xu Jiaying or Hui Ka-yan in English. His two sons and more than 50 executives connected to the company were also sentenced. Yesterday, the biggest story was the claim that hackers had obtained around 400 gigabytes of medical records, allegedly including Xi Jinping's. And before that, a big China related story was Xi Jinping's upcoming trip to the United States and his unusually short itinerary. But while mainstream media are focused on those stories, overseas Chinese communities are debating something more explosive, a claim that Xi Jinping wants to quit. If you're new to my channel, this channel is dedicated to bringing you China analysis and political insights that you normally do not get from mainstream media. CCP politics operates like a black box. Every day, rumors, whispers, leaks, and speculations come from all directions. My job is to sort them out, sort through that noise, connect the dots, and figure out what actually matters. So tonight, I want to take a close look at that extraordinary claim that Xi Jinping has had enough and he may be preparing to step down. Let's start with his upcoming US trip, because this is what got my attention in the first place. Let me share a picture, which wasn't from this year because it hasn't happened yet. This was from, I think,
Our month-end close was disjointed, I would say. Getting our consolidated financials at the end of the month had been a huge pain. That process used to take me a few hours a month just to populate an Excel document. And now that it's all happening behind the scenes, my data is being analyzed through Relit, from transactional banking detail all the way up to financial statements, running reports and generating reports so that I can do more analysis on the numbers. We were able to go from hundreds of accounts to now we have dozens, and it just makes cleaner financials. Going through the setup of this ERP is accelerated where we're going to go.
Hey, we're art storefronts, and we're not a marketplace. When fine artists and photographers are first looking to move their art
last year in South Korea. But, anyways, on September the 24th, Xi Jinping is expected to arrive at the White House for a highly anticipated summit with, to us, to me, he is important, but most people in the West probably don't know him. So on August the 18th, the official website of the Chinese Academy of Engineering quietly dropped his name from its list of top scientists. Zhao was a member of the, or is, I don't know if he still is or not. He is or was a member of the 20th CCP Central Committee. That means he is among the 200 plus top leaders within the party. He has the rank of vice admiral in the PLA Navy. He was the former director of the Central Military Commission's Science and Technology Commission. He is an academician of the Chinese Academy of Engineering. And after his name disappeared from the Academy's official list, his biography there was also removed. His alma mater, Dalian University of Technology, quietly cleared his name from its website as well. What does that mean? This man is in big trouble. Um, but he was not an ordinary military officer. He was one of the key technical brains behind the PLA's modern naval command system. He specializes in command and control information systems. In other words, he worked on the software, networks, and decision making architecture that make modern naval warfare possible. Over the course of his career, he helped establish engineering systems for the PLA's independently developed combat software. He also worked on new command structures for surface warships. Most importantly, he played a major role in developing a three-level decision support system for modern naval operations. In modern warfare, the nerve system connecting the radar, the missiles, the warships, and the commander is critical. And at the center of that nerve system is the software brain. It's the software, which is the brain, that helps the PLA make decisions in battle. Now, the man responsible for that brain is removed. If Beijing ever wanted to fight a truly modern multi-domain war over Taiwan, the kind of systems Zhao Xiaozhe worked on would be among its most important assets. So his disappearance is not simply another personnel story. It potentially reaches directly into the technological foundation of the PLA's ability to fight the kind of war Xi Jinping has spent years preparing for. So, what does I shouldn't say so, I should say, but what does the reality look like? Uh, the reality is Zhao is far from the only one. This year, China's top engineering and military research establishment has gone through what can only be described as a major collapse. Let me tell you. Okay, so this is Zhao Xiangen, a nuclear weapons expert and former vice president of the Chinese Academy of Engineering, had his official biography removed as well. And then Wu Manqing, one of China's leading radar and electronic information experts and the former general manager of China Electronics Technology Group, was removed from the academy. And then this is Wei Yiying, a missile guidance expert from China Aerospace Science and Industry Corporation, was also removed. And then you have Xiaolong Xu, a missile expert from the PLA Rocket Force Research System, was removed as well. And then even this man, Yang Wei, the chief designer of China's J-20 stealth fighter, has also quietly disappeared. I made a video about his story in my other channel, Lay's Looking Glass. You can check it out. The link is provided in the description below. And there may be more. These are just ones that people have noticed. Then add what has happened over the past years inside the military itself. From the Navy to the Air Force, from the Rocket Force to the theater commands, a remarkable number of senior officers have disappeared, purged, or even died. So ask yourself, how does the military fight one of the most difficult amphibious wars imaginable while its joint command system, weapons development chain, technical leadership, and senior command structure are all going through political turmoil at the same time? And if forcibly taking Taiwan becomes militarily too dangerous, while politically remaining tied to Xi Jinping's personal legacy, then moving the timeline toward 2049 suddenly becomes very useful. It gives Xi Jinping a way to remove the Taiwan deadline from his own political calendar. And if he really is considering leaving before the 21st Party Congress, that would also give him a possible way to protect his own legacy. Which now brings us to the key question. If Xi Jinping has decided to quit, who takes over this mess? According to Mr. Jiang, he has chosen one successor. Okay, that's this man, his premier, Li Qiang. In my July 30th program, I told you that Li Qiang is one of the three possible candidates to succeed Xi. You can watch it to get more information on Li Qiang. I did a complete analysis of him against two other possible candidates. Actually, three other, including Xi Jinping himself. Xi Jinping may still succeed himself. But Li Qiang is not known as a powerful political operator. He has no obvious independent base inside the military. He's not linked to any particular faction, except that his political career is closely tied to Xi Jinping. So to a departing Xi Jinping, that kind of successor may look much safer. And also in my July 30th program, I said Li Qiang is not an overly ambitious man. He is easy to work with. So he may be the candidate that other factions can tolerate. So overall, Li Qiang may be the least threatening one to Xi Jinping. Someone who might preserve the outgoing leader's people, policies, and political legacy. Okay, with all that said, again, a rumor is still a rumor. And when we analyze Chinese politics, we cannot rely only on whispers from overseas social media. We still do not know whether the details are true. We do not know whether Xi Jinping has actually decided to step down. We do not know whether Li Qiang has really been selected. And we certainly do not know whether any transition would happen smoothly. But the deeper logic behind the rumor touches several very real pressures inside Xi Jinping's system. A political order built around extreme centralization of power, which could be very brittle, fragile and brittle. A personality cult that's crumbling. An increasingly ambitious, I should say no, I should say a military under deep internal stress, a slowing economy, uh, and an ever-growing ambitious, I shouldn't say ambitious, I should say ambiguous, uh, an increasingly ambiguous foreign policy, because Chinese um, foreign policies have been in the past couple of months a little bit all over the places. So you wonder who's really driving what policy. And eventually, there is the biggest limit of all, age and the human body. Um, so if the political system really is beginning to prepare for Xi Jinping's departure, then the most important signals may not come from the official state media or some dramatic announcement saying Xi Jinping is leaving. You'll never hear that. This is not how CCP actually works. The signs will probably appear much earlier. A carefully shortened foreign trip, a sudden revival of the language of voluntary retirement, a Taiwan timetable quietly stretched into the distant future, a possible successor gradually given more responsibility. By the way, I do think that uh, Li Qiang will come to UN in place of Xi Jinping, or maybe the foreign minister. Yeah, maybe Foreign Minister Wang Yi. No, I don't think Li Qiang will come. I think Wang Yi will go to New York to attend the General Assembly. Anyway, so one piece by itself proves very little. But if these pieces continue moving in the same direction, then something much larger may be happening behind the walls of Zhongnanhai. With all that said, there's another possibility. Maybe this information was released by Xi Jinping's own camp to test the waters, to see how people react, who supports him, and where everyone's loyalty really lies. or simply to cause confusion. There are always people who believe that all that talk of Xi Jinping losing power, Xi Jinping is about to stepping down, is just a camouflage to hide the real ambition behind a Taiwan conflict. There are always people who believe that. And that's certainly possible. My job here is not to tell you that Xi Jinping is definitely stepping down. It is to gather the signals, sort through the rumors and facts, and give you the information you need to make your own assessment. For now, we don't know whether he wants to quit, but there are enough unusual developments that I don't think we should simply dismiss or dismiss the possibility. Um, so that's what I have gathered for you. It's a lot of information, but what piqued my interest was the report on Xi Jinping's shortened itinerary in Washington, D.C. And then the next thing I saw was the rumor that he wants to step down. And when you look deeper, um, there are other dots that need to be connected. All right. What do you think? Well, now let me do something that will put a smile on your face. While I was gone, my team, particularly Chris, produced a song about vacation, about summer vacation. And they came up with a couple of versions, and we nailed them down to two. And they're very different. I mean, the lyrics is the same. The music and the style, the music and the style is very different. One rendition was sung by a man, and the other was sung by a woman. And our team, or I have a hard time choosing one, so I just want to share the song with you because they're such happy songs. We have produced some very heavy songs to remember several historic moments, like the June 4th anniversary, and then the 250th birthday of the founding of the United States of America. And those are very, how to say, big topics, music production or rendition. And now we feel like we just want to produce something about everyday life, about summer vacation, about happiness. And Chris did exactly that. I'm extremely touched by I didn't tell them much about my vacation. I just told them that I'm going to going away. I'll be on a cruise. I'll be going with friends and family. And here he is writing me these two beautiful songs. And I'm very, very happy. I'm very grateful. So I want to share that with you. Okay, the first one is this one. Let me remove this. Let's remove Li Qiang. Let's add Chris's song. Here we go. Can you guys see? I don't know. Oh, is it loading up? Can you guys see? Can someone tell me? Can you actually see the video? Why is my screen frozen? Oh, here we go. Okay, let's play this song.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Sunshine pouring through the windows, music playing, voices loud. Bags are packed and hearts are open. We're just happy to be out. Left or right, we don't really care. There's adventure everywhere. Every road becomes a story. When we're all together, we passed along. But we'll remember all the laughter, all the nights we sang our songs. Life goes fast, the seasons change, so let's enjoy this time. The best part of the journey is having you by our side. Oh, anywhere with you feels like somewhere new. Oh, we don't need a perfect destination. We've already found the view. Windows down, summer sky, making memories as we drive. Wherever life may take us tomorrow, anywhere with you feels right. Anywhere with you, anywhere feels right. Anywhere with you, oh, anywhere feels right. Yeah, friends and family under the summer sky. Anywhere with you, we'll make memories tonight. Oh yeah.
All right, this is version 1 and we have version 2. Version 1 wants to make one dance. All right, here's version 2. This one is sung by a woman. Anywhere with you. Okay. Oh, this was already at the end. And tell me which one you like better, okay, at the end. So you already heard version 1. Here's version 2. This is a woman's rendition of the song.
Hello, everybody. It's 10:09 p.m. Central Time on the 20th of August, 2026. It's Thursday night here in the USA, and I hope you are doing well. I do have an update for you. We are going to record this, and as immediately as I'm done here on Twitch Live, we are going to upload this over to YouTube, where I was live earlier when this earthquake occurred. You see on the screen here right now, a large earthquake struck down in South America in our warned area. Let me get a display capture turned on. We're going to go deep dive into this. There it is, 6.7, even could be even possibly larger if you go check the station list. Down at the border of Peru and Chile. And on the origin page, I'll just quickly show you the magnitude list, the one that's being provided to us. And we throw out the low ends and we throw out the high ends and the upper, mid sevens. And what are we left with? 6.7, 6.8, 6.9 is what we are left with on this. And the location of it, just so you know where we are along the plate boundary down here in South America. Do you see South America there on the screen? Hopefully you can see that. Down here, the USGS plate boundary map subduction zone. So I need to take everybody back just a little bit of time because we have to go back 5 days. And while I've got you on here, let's just quickly jump over to my YouTube channel, of all things. We're going to go over there and look back 5 days ago. There's my video from the 15th. And in my video from the 15th, we'll just pause it and bring it forward here. We're talking about watching the antipode of this 6.9 and 7.7 that you see on the screen here from the 15th. Has been struck. And I tell everybody to watch on the antipode on the opposite side of the planet from the 6.9 and 7.7, which we're going to do that right now. Actually, now that you've seen the video from the 15th here, you can go look it up and listen to me talk about this from 5 days ago. But what were we watching and why were we watching? Let me show you. Go back to the earthquake program. And we go across all the way over here where the two large earthquakes were. We can get those on the screen now. Let's do that. So let's go back 5 days. There's our 6.9. There's our 7.7. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to click on the 6.9 and get the information. You'll see we're at Western Indonesia, over there next to Sumatra, over next to Toba supervolcano. We're going to go back to the earthquake program. I'm going to scroll down here. This is an option for you guys on your version of the earthquake program as well, the antipode mode. You click on the earthquake and you click this, and it takes you through to the opposite side of the planet. And that brings us out on the coast of Ecuador, prompting me and one other researcher on the whole in the whole planet. Out of 8 billion people, as far as I know, there's 2 people that issued a warning for this. Myself, Stephen Burns. Big ups on Stephen Burns for doing that, putting himself out there like that, for issuing a warning. But this is something so basic. Its studies have already proved this. It's not even up for debate. The professionals even have committed to this, that there's antipode earthquakes within 30 degrees on the off antipode. And this is like 15 degrees off from the antipode. So the antipode is here, prompting me to issue the warning for the area from Ecuador down to the coast of Chile and up to the coast of Venezuela, as far north. Same with Stephen Burns. He issued the same warning, independent of me. As a matter of fact, it was so ironic the way it happened. He issued his warning as I was issuing my warning, almost simultaneously, maybe within 10 minutes of each other. And we didn't know. I don't know the guy. He doesn't know me. He wasn't listening to me. I wasn't listening to him. But we both saw that these earthquakes here, when you go back through the planet, bring you out over here. And the antipode thing is proved already with a study of 5,000 or more different 6.0 or greater earthquakes. So to see it happen again, well, this has already happened 3 other times, the back and forth. It's been 6 different large earthquakes back and forth in the past few weeks, going back maybe 2 months at the most. And that's huge. Right at the end of June, you remember, end of June, start of July, we had our earthquake season. And we went back and forth through July. Now here we are, halfway through August, and we keep going. So the warnings that myself and Stephen Burns issued were based upon the antipode studies that have been released by the Oregon State University. And now there's been studies on the studies, in case you guys want to go look those up. But we're not here to quote professional studies. We were talking about this long before the professionals confirmed it in 2018. Starting in 2011, for me in particular, showing people the back and forth. And at the time when I showed people back in 2011, we're not going to go on a rant on this or anything. But at the time, in 2011, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, it happened so many times, the back and forth, and I made videos on all of these. I came under attack by professionals who said there was no relation between earthquakes across the distance. And just quickly, so you know this happened before this back and forth. An example is April of 2016. Kyushu earthquake here in South Japan, 7 plus, broke a good part of the island in half. There was a giant surface fissure fracture that formed. I want to say it was like April 15th or the 14th. Anyway, the next day, the 15th or the 16th, Ecuador got a 7.8. Now, when those 2 earthquakes happened back to back, people online in 2016 started to ask, is there a relation? I made a video saying there was. This top professor showed up in the media along with multiple mainstream media outlets denying a relation. The independent co.uk even did a story on it, disinformation outlet from the UK that's a official mainstream media outlet. But they put out all these articles saying there's no relation between the Japan earthquake and the Ecuador earthquake in 2016. And then I made my video saying there was a relation and that we're going to see another back and forth because these are 2 huge earthquakes. And their articles came out saying there was no relation. Guess what happened the next day? Another 7.0 struck over here at the Solomon Islands. I made another video. I go, guys, the mainstream media came out yesterday, look like fools now, saying there's no relation between earthquakes across distance. The top professor, who was in the articles, came out and said it was just chance. But then guess what happened the next day? Over off the coast of Mexico and near 7.0, 6.5 to 6.9 struck. So it started with Japan, then it went over to Ecuador, then it went back to Solomon Islands, then it went back over to Mexico. That was 2016, and they said there was no relation. Now, they looked like buffoons at that point because everybody in the world was like, what? Are you seeing Dutchinson's videos? You know, the professor who was in those articles was publicly attacking me at the time from the Pacific Northwest Seismic Network. And I'm not going to go off on him at all, just to say he was a main pusher of this there's no relation thing. But then in 2018, the Oregon State University and a whole bunch of students did a huge study of 5,000 or more different 6.0 and greater earthquakes and found that in something like 3/4 of the time, when there's a 6.0 or greater on one side of the planet, within a few days, within a week or less, usually 3 days, there is a similar sized earthquake on the opposite side of the planet. This one took 4 days, 4.5. Now, so the people down here in South Peru, you had a 4 to 5 day warning from at least 2 researchers online, me and Stephen Burns, who are willing to take the heat to issue the warnings. I'd rather have, look, if the earthquake didn't hit for some reason, I mean, scientifically, when you're doing forecasting, there could be something that gets in the way that interferes with the flow across back and forth. It could go somewhere else. It's possible, but it's like a wave tank. There's, other ways the wave could go, but you have to introduce some other kind of force to make it go that way. Otherwise, it's going to go back and forth the way you should. So, but to put yourself out there like that at a time where everybody's denying that there's a relation between it, even though the studies have now proved it. This is something where, again, you take a risk when you put this stuff out there. I'm not trying to get all preachy on you or anything, but I'm letting you know that people tried to stop this. So it makes you wonder, why didn't they issue a warning? The professionals. The big sevens hit here, and you can look through the planet and see the antipode is here, and the study says within 30 degrees, which would put us down as far as the coast of Chile, like central Chile, and as far north as Central America, like off the coast of Mexico. That's their studies say 30 degrees. I say it's much less. Usually on the antipode thing, it's usually more like 10 degrees to 15 degrees at the most off on the other side. So it's not the exact antipode that gets hit usually. It's usually within 10 degrees of that. So that's definitely the opposite side of the planet. Back and forth we go in a tennis match, denying it's, well, foolish. Not only foolish, if anybody got hurt in this earthquake because they didn't get a warning, and they didn't get the warning, even though it was put out 4 or 5 days ago by 2 different channels with big followings. Meanwhile, the professionals are denying their own studies. I don't get it. Like, are we supposed to listen to white papers? Or are we supposed to listen to Oregon State University? Or are we supposed to listen to Professor John so-and-so who said that it couldn't happen, and Professor Lucy so-and-so who says there's no relation between earthquakes? I mean, again, we're talking about egos taking precedent over actual science that's been done by teams of researchers at this point, and lives are at stake. So when Japan happened, or when Philippines happened, and the back and forth was happening, there should have been warnings issued for Colombia as well. I issued warnings. Burns issued warnings. The only 2. The reason being, I think, is, well, everybody else in the professional world, I guess, we're not professionals, or at least I'm not. I'm more of an expert, I guess. Do you know the difference between an expert and a professional? Well, there's somebody that can go to school to learn about cars, right? Or trains or something. And then you have your expert on trains. Guess who the professionals consult when they can't figure something out? They consult the expert, who's not a professional, who's not getting a paycheck to do it from an institution. Right? Like, would you rather take it to the dealer, or would you rather take it to an expert mechanic? It depends on if the mechanic's a legit one or not, right? You know what I mean, though. So I'm going to use that analogy a few more times probably in the future, but let's get back to it. So 6.7 is struck here on the coast of South America. There is not much damage being reported out of the area. However, to verify that, we would have to maybe go over to social media and do a search for South Peru. I'm going to get the coordinates on this. We're going to go look it up. We're going to see if there's anything there nearby in Peru that makes sense. Otherwise, it's a plate boundary earthquake on the antipode as expected with no interference. But if we zoom in and we find a weird facility or something there, that'll change the game. So let's go find out what's there. I have not looked up the earthquake, even though it happened way earlier today. What do we have going on out here? Some kind of farming, okay? Farming and ranching, you would expect that down there. Let's go ahead and back this out ever slightly. Oh, wait, hold on. We've got ourselves an actual volcano, a series of volcanoes. Look, there's one right here that doesn't have a mark on it, but this one does. Cerro Aquahuato. When was the last time this one erupted? This looks super old. Oh, of course, it's not going to open. Let's go look at the eruptive history. No known eruptions in the Holocene, in the modern era at all, for the last 12,000 years. Okay, so an ancient volcano that's never erupted in modern era. How many miles are we from it? I always look 40 miles to see if there's anything nearby volcanically, because it's usually, if we are next to a volcano like this, you can get shifting in the plate where the magma chamber will be actually far away from where it used to have a fracture in the underneath. Yeah, look, 40 miles, 36 miles away. I set the 40-mile limit back in 2012 to look within 40 miles because I just did a rough calculation of how far an area could move in thousands of years if the professionals are not lying to us about the way the plates move. So in about a few thousand years, you can get about, well, in many thousands of years, like hundreds of thousands of years, like this volcano here, for instance, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of years, you could get 40 miles of movement from the magma chamber down below. While the surface might not look as much disturbed, down below, you can't, especially along a plate boundary like this. Like 40 miles of movement could happen in 10,000 years along here as each slip happens and a few feet pass each year when a slip happens, right? Just by rough calculation. So that's why I look 40 miles. And so we're 36 miles away from these ancient volcanoes again. It's been so many times. I would keep watching the volcanoes down there just in case. I don't forecast volcanoes in any way. But with this kind of activity, I'm not shocked. An ancient break down in the plate as this wave is bouncing back and forth in the planet itself, going through the core and coming back out the other side, like that animation I showed you in my previous video. So what are we going to watch for? Now that we have this, I'm going to look for this to do two things. One, to go back over here, and we should have a new earthquake in between our deep earthquakes, which are raised high off the planet here. The deep earthquakes like bunny ears or pincushions. And over here on the right, or the east, is a 5.4, deep 5. Over here on the west is a deep 4.9. Now those deep earthquakes are happening, let me get this so you can see it, on our letter Ds. Our letter Ds are forecast areas where we watch for new deep earthquakes to take place. So we have a letter D here, and a letter D here. We only have a few on the planet. These are spots where we watch for the deep earthquakes to take place off the coast of Japan, Kamchatka, right over at the plate tip boundary of the Indo-Australian, at Afghanistan, and all the way over here where our letter D is at the Chile-Bolivia border. But here, two sets of deep earthquakes raised high off the planet like bunny ears or antennas. In between them is where we watch for our new large earthquake to strike. Not just anywhere in between them, the middle in between the two deep earthquakes. Now look what's in the middle. A 5.1 and a 4.9. Two of the same sized earthquakes, basically. Now, over here on the west side, there are some volcanoes, such as Katovar volcano that suddenly blew a few years ago. There's a story on that. I'll tell you some other time. And the other volcanoes, Lengila and so forth, over here on the eastern side of Papua New Guinea, right there in the middle is where we're going to watch. Where both overlap perfectly in the middle. Now, do you understand standing waves at all? I've explained it in previous videos, but two waves, and then in the middle, in between the two waves, a new wave pops up. If you pump energy into a closed tank, you've got two waves going. You push more wave energy into the tank, compress the sides, or take a raft and jump up and down even, and you put more energy into the pool, and a new wave pops up in between the other two that are already formed. And it bounces up here, and then a new wave forms between the other two waves, and it bounces up here at the halfway point. That's a standing wave, like in a tank. But we're talking about a standing wave contained down below in the plate. Let me go back over to the USGS map here and show it to you again. Coming up from down below the West Pacific over here, we have two sets of deep earthquakes. One right at the bend in the plate of the Indo-Australian meeting up to the north, and over to the east, over at Fiji, Tonga area on the edge of the Indo-Australian here. Two different sets of deep earthquakes. In between them, right here in the middle, we already have two fives. We further zoom in, and that takes us into the spot where the new wave should come up. And the new wave, I think, over the next 7 days or less, should be greater than where we were already this week. And over here, we were already dealing with the 7.7 a couple days back. 7 and a 6.9. I think we're going to take the next step up this week. We're pumping more energy into the tank. We're already at 7s. The 7s are bouncing back and forth because it's not escaping out and going over towards Europe yet. So the energy is still contained here. It has nowhere to go. If it can't go west, it can't go east, it can't go north, and it can't go south because it's blocked, where's it going to go? Through. Back out the other side. And it does. And it hits over here. And then it bounces around, tries to escape out. If it can't escape out or it's too much energy trapped in, goes back through, back to the other side. That's what I think is going on here. It's a very low frequency, ultra low frequency actually, wave, thousands of miles between peaks, and that's why we're getting equidistantly spaced earthquakes, spaced out across vast distances in a short period of time. So we're going to watch here in the middle for something potentially greater than what hit this week already. We already had a big earthquake in Japan, broke apart Kyushu. We had a big earthquake in Philippines, broke apart South Philippines with near 8.0 level activity. We then had a 7.7 here and a 6.9 here, back to back, 2 days apart. That was just a few days ago. Stands to reason the area next to it should break. What area next to it? Let me show it to you one more time. This is the Indo-Australian plate. We just broke it Japan, Philippines, Indonesia twice. That means we're going to break here, and the second spot to watch is New Zealand. Let's go down and look at New Zealand. I've got the warning still going for New Zealand. We're high and dry with no significant earthquake activity at all in New Zealand. But for my New Zealand viewers, behold on the screen now a miracle of modern technology thanks to Grok, building this into the program on my last version. We now have the GeoNet New Zealand. We can populate up the earthquakes there, and then you'll see it. We got a 4.9. And then a trail of earthquakes that goes down to the south. And see how these are raised high off the planet? Here, maybe I need to turn this over to the side slightly. Let's see if I can do this. This is upside down, of course, because we're looking down at the underside of the world there, right? But you see it? Do you see the angle on that? Do you see the different depths? So up to the north, we've got our, isn't that cool? Yeah, this is a great feature of the new program. You can also go inside the earth and see it, the inside. Do you know that? We're going to be using this later. We're going to be putting something inside of the earth for an animation. But all right, so deep earthquakes coming up like stair steps from down below. We go 5, 4, 3s, 2s, 1s up to the surface, and then smack in the middle of it, a deep 4. This is along the plate boundary next to Kaikoura, to the west of Kaikoura. So what it looks like is going on right now is we're building into something to happen between these sets of deep earthquakes, which puts North New Zealand right off the north coast of New Zealand in mix. But I warned down here, south of New Zealand, down off the south coast of New Zealand. Here, hold on. I'll get that back on screen proper. There we go. So I warned down here in South New Zealand, down south of the actual island, for a potential extremely large earthquake to strike. We're in like day 5 of a 7 to 10 day watch. Really 7 days because I don't like watching more than 7. So we're watching. We're on like the second to last day of the watch, and this one hits over here in the East Pacific. So we're going back over this way. I think we're going to be talking about a new large earthquake here at the Solomon Islands, Papua New Guinea, and I think we're going to be talking about large activity just south of New Zealand still. All the deep earthquakes are pointing right to it. You have to turn on the New Zealand feed to see it because the USGS is only showing us one up here. And again, let me turn off the New Zealand feed and watch them all go away. See that? Why is the USGS withholding the 4.9 there? Because it tells you something's going on. And look what they are choosing to report. A 5.0 down on our X. Now look at the undersea fracture zone. Do you see where it goes? It goes up, connects to the west, and goes right over to Kaikoura. So something is coming in already. It's going down to Point Nemo down here at the South Pacific in the middle of nowhere. Point Nemo is like the furthest point from land anywhere on the ocean. Like there's islands out here, but down here, this is the furthest point where there's no land anywhere for the furthest distance on the ocean on the planet. Like no islands or anything. They crash space debris down here on purpose, like satellites and so forth. They'll deorbit down there. Pretty wild, right? What else is going on? So now that you know what to look for, again, we're just going to watch on the West Pacific for our large earthquake activity right now, but we're not done yet. A 6.9 struck over here in Indonesia, followed by a 5.9 in China, and now a 5.2. So downstream, we should see activity pick up all the way over towards Europe. And I mean, it already is. It's a stepping stone path like garden steps, again, somewhat equidistantly spaced, going all the way out to Norway, out to the North Arctic Circle. But you got to remember, just a day ago, or if you missed it, well, there it is. 4.8 struck up here all the way at near the North Pole, very close to it. Let me get this recentered here. There we go. We're near the North Pole, and that struck first. So Norway, this gets into my viewers asking me what's going on in Norway. Well, we could talk about Norway because of the ISCAT, EISCAT, if you want to go look it up. It's the European version of what we would call HARP. They have at least 5 facilities planned, and I think 3 of them have been built, and they interact with each other. They shoot high frequency radio waves, FM to be specific, frequency modulated, high frequency, well, ultra high frequency, UHF, and they use it to do polar heating experiments. They heat the North Pole to create plasma in the atmosphere. 50, 100 kilometers wide area of glow in the upper ionosphere, up above the atmosphere. And as they complain about global warming over there, they're doing polar heating experiments. I'm not joking. Go look it up. And they're more powerful than HARP. And there's 5 of them. They're intended to cross their beams up in the sky. Now, when you cross the beams, this is like Ghostbusters. You get a scalar that'll form. Go look up Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Bearden and Scalar if you want to find out about the crossed beams and what happens there. If you're listening and you really want to go look it up, you're going to be mind blown if you haven't ever heard of it. So a 4.8 up at the North Pole, a 4.4 off the coast of Norway, 4.9 down here, rare on the coast of Spain. All 3 sets of earthquakes, this one and this one for sure, 4.8 and 4.9. They're 2 of the same sized earthquakes. The energy is spreading to the North Pole, and it's spreading out across South Spain. But why? Let's go look. Look what's there. The plate boundary. So South Spain, right there, subduction zone, goes right out here to the T intersection out at the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. Now, what's up at the North Pole, though? Notice the USGS doesn't have anything there, do they? But if you go back and look at the earthquake map, we sure have something right here. We have a series of arrows. And that's where the earthquake struck over the last week, going around the outside edge of Europe. You don't see the one to the north, but look at the stepping stone path of earthquakes. Like I told you, equidistantly spaced. These are all from the USGS over the last week. Again, like a garden stepping stone path that goes right up to North Italy and back down to Spain. The one that's missing is the 4.9 that struck right at the end of last week right out here at Romania. And that 4.9 makes sense because 4.8 and 4.9 down here. So, in other words, a 4.9 went around the outside edge of Europe, a 4.9 went around the outside edge of South Europe and Africa, and a 4.8 to 4.9 shows up at the trail end out here. In between, we get filled in with 4s all the way along the way, all the same size. Trace it all the way back to where it came from, where our deep earthquakes are. This is the last 7 days. You see how many different deep earthquakes are there over at Fiji? We were hammering away with energy on the underside of the plate, which then led us to our large earthquake activity. So over in Europe, what are we going to look for? I would look for the next magnitude up. I think we're going to be talking about 5s in Europe this week, and we have to find our halfway points between our current earthquakes to determine where to look next. Italy, smack in the middle. And if you go up and around the bend of the plate, hopefully you guys can see all this. If you go up and around the bend of the plate and back down this way, what would you say the halfway point is between this 4.3 and this 4.9? If you do that, if you go up, back down, and around, wouldn't you say that would put us exactly at here to here? So on one side, you've got, what is that, Algeria? Oh, man, I need to learn my countries. What? Libya. Well, no, it's okay. It's Algeria, Tunisia, Libya. It technically is Libya. I'm talking about this area right here. So we watch from South Italy right back at Campi Flegrei all the way across to the other side, basically the same distance. See how Naples is about that far? What is that? 100 to 250 miles north, and we watch 250 miles south, with the center being Sicily itself. But come on, we already had our earthquakes off the coast of Campi Flegrei. I think we're going to take the next magnitude step up. I think it's going to be 5s. So if you're in Italy, get ready. You already got a 4.9 to your east. You got a 4.3 to your, or you got a 4.3 to your east. You got a 4.9 to your west, and you're sandwiched in between it along this plate boundary. A letter J shape right there. So we have the Ionian Sea west of Greece going north, and I would watch on the inside portion of the J shape here. This is the Tyrrhenian Sea, and the reason the volcano there. It's already been hit multiple times. It's a weak point in the plate. There's uplift happening at Campi Flegrei itself that caused surface fissure fracturing and evacuations. I'm not saying it's going to erupt. I'm saying keep an eye out for the seismic to go up there. Let's do a forecast for the United States, talk about the U.S. Central America and South America too, on what to look for. Now, I think this coming week, we're going to take a step up in Alaska. What happened to Alaska? Everybody else broke. I mean, the United States is waiting too, but I mean, come on. Central America broke off the coast of Mexico, here at Guatemala. South America broke like 3 times. Colombia, Venezuela, and now Peru. Over in the West Pacific, it's just a slam dunk. We've had so much, like I said, Philippines, Indonesia, Japan all breaking. This is all recent in the past few weeks. So then it would lead you to ask, okay, New Zealand, and let's go north of New Zealand. Look where we go. Due north of New Zealand. The 2 spots that haven't broke yet. So I would think this coming week, on top of what we're already looking for down in New Zealand from this past week and what I've already done with this forecast for this antipode thing that's going on, that we're probably going to be talking about Alaska showing back up right in the middle of the Aleutian Island chain. Let me take you over to the plate boundary map and explain why I would have worn here, of all places. Hasn't been hit in a long time, obviously, with anything huge, but let's just go over it again. South Japan broke. South Philippines broke. Indonesia broke here first with a 7.7, then over here with a 6.9. I'm looking for a huge earthquake to strike here at Solomon Islands, and I'm looking for a large earthquake to strike south of New Zealand. That's pretty much at least half of the Indo-Australian plate plus the adjacent plate to the north to Japan. So all this is already broken. Then we go across. Same thing. We broke at Venezuela right here in between these 2 red lines, the 2 plate boundaries. We broke here on Colombia, and now we broke down here down in South Peru. So, who else is left to break? New Zealand at the very south side, and Alaska at the very north. And of course, the United States has been having an increase in activity, but we have not had any huge activity. Wouldn't you say Alaska and the United States are tied to the same plate? So there's only really one spot in the North Pacific that should break next. That would be up in the north with a big earthquake. Just because the other sides have all broken all the way around, we're waiting for 2 spots. And they happen to be parallel to each other across an uneven mass of a huge plate. I think that's not chance either. That the middle of the plate is like the last to break, while both sides break much easier. Then after Alaska, then we talk about the U.S. So what size should it be for up in Alaska? Well, let's see. We're already flirting with 6.7 and 6.9, bouncing back and forth. Now we go up and across, we lose a little energy. Most likely it's going to be in the mid-range 6 level, so it shouldn't be, I would think, a magnitude less than what's on all sides. Down south of New Zealand, I think it could be 7.0, just like what's going on over here already. But to the north, it should dissipate just a little, half magnitude to a magnitude less, 6.5. Middle of the Aleutians, next 7 days. Coast of the United States. Let's get all the smaller earthquakes on here, and let me actually turn down my hexagon transparency slightly. Oh, wait, I did the wrong slider there. Let's turn down the earthquakes and get all the small ones on there. And we can also change the hexagon size somewhere in here. I've got too many controls. I'm still learning my heads-up display. I've only been using this a couple weeks. So in the Pacific Northwest, we're looking at 2.5 days worth of earthquakes. Even the untrained eye should be able to see there's a line of earthquakes or a ring of them going around Seattle, starting up at the border with some quarry blast, going down through what are called explosions for some reason. They could be explosions, people doing mining and all that. But once we get down here, look where we are. 17 kilometers southwest of Nile, Washington. Have you ever seen a location listed from Nile, Washington? N-I-L-E? Let's go look it up. All the way to the north. Let me get a sip of my coffee. It's 10 o'clock at night. I'm drinking coffee. There's our earthquake epicenter. Now look where we really are. We're east of Mount Rainier, right next to Hydroelectric Power Generation Station, Tumac Mountain and Spiral Butte Volcano. But we are literally right next to the power lines. Now this gets into humans generating power, power being very low frequency. Very low frequency being in the power lines and at the stations, and earthquakes being precipitated next to them. Mineral, Virginia on the East Coast. Biggest earthquake in the last 20 years for the whole East Coast. 5.9 to 6. Struck in 2011. Next to the Lake Anna nuclear power plant. We get earthquakes next to the hydroelectric plants. Doesn't matter what kind of power plant it is. Geothermal, solar, wind, even along the power lines going from them, we tend to see earthquakes break out. So I'm not shocked. Now, no pun intended, right? The power line's not shocked. But when we start talking about the earthquakes going across there, why? Well, I think Mother Nature is generating a low frequency in the plate that's electric in nature. Humans are doing it at the surface. Where the two electromagnetic fields collide somewhere in the plate, there's a scalar which forms, an area. The scalar is an area between the two waves where they combine and cross, like Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Bearden says, and they build in power, like a standing wave. And you can break. So it's like pumping too much energy into a swimming pool, above ground swimming pool, and the sides give way. Right? Too many people splashing in it, make a big standing wave, sides give way. But if it happens in the plate breaks. That's what I think's going on. Now look at the line of earthquakes going down the edge of the craton, down right into Yellowstone and beyond, right down to southeast Idaho, where we're lit up there. But we go right through the park, we're in a diagonal line of earthquakes again. So we got one line of earthquakes going down the coast, and a diagonal line of earthquakes going down through at least down into Wyoming. Now I'm going to take it back several days. Watch this. Do you see how it makes like an S shape and then goes out and connects into Colorado there? That's the definitive inside edge of the craton where the energy is then escaping out over into Colorado, right here, and then jumping down through New Mexico, going through Texas, and back up the East Coast to the New Madrid seismic zone. And we've progressed over to the New Madrid so far. Nothing on the East Coast. Now, I think we're building on the West Coast. So I'll go ahead and issue a warning now. Looking at this, and we see a big line of earthquakes, and the number of earthquakes is going up in the Northwest. I think off the coast of the Pacific Northwest, we're going to be talking about a significant earthquake in the next week. So I've got a 7-day forecast going now. That's going to expire in a few days. In a few days, I'm going to have to get back on and do a forecast for this. But I just want to tell you right now, it's shaping up to be that we're probably this coming week, if nothing changes, we're going to be talking about a 6 or greater, most likely much greater, like a magnitude higher probably. So first Alaska though. So first things first, we watch Alaska, then I keep an eye on here. I already see that we have a frequency increase, the number of earthquakes going up. The line of earthquakes going down and over into Colorado, down to Texas, over to the New Madrid, but nothing on the East Coast means the wave's trapped in here. Normally the wave goes around and up the East Coast and escapes out. If it reflects back into itself, it's just like a wave reflecting back into itself in a pool. If you do another wave, that's going to pump more energy into it. And that's what's going on. Now, why do we jump out over to Colorado to the edge of the craton? Why don't we just like go down to New Mexico in a diagonal line? Well, there are things here along the way that are interfering with the flow of this seismic wave. For instance, what's in Colorado? What's in New Mexico? What's down in Texas all the way across into Oklahoma? All the earthquakes that I just mentioned there. From Utah, right here, east, south, and east, all of these are drill points for oil and gas. Every single earthquake takes us in next to a drill point. There are a few volcanoes, but majorly drilled all the way across here. I'll prove it to you. I'll just grab an earthquake from each location. We'll go look it up and just kind of scan around the area to show you if you're a new viewer. I've showed these 1,000 times. The Utah pumping operation is massive, but a picture speaks 1,000 words. So come along with me on a voyage of discovery where we're going to learn new things, such as how many drill points are there and why earthquakes are striking there. Did you know that professionals denied that there was a relation between drill points and earthquake? 2011, when I came along, they denied it. Now look, there's the earthquake. And look at this. What are these? We're going to start seeing a lot of these. These are roundish, oval-shaped pads that my imagery won't load on for some reason. There should be no reason for a connection issue, guys. We're on fiber optic tonight. So if this is cut, it's cut from Google. There we go, right? Yeah, cut on fiber optic. Yeah, cut them off, right? Anyway, these are oil and gas pumping operations. I'm on a fiber connection right now, and Google has just dropped and cut. Let's go ahead and shut it down and bring it back and open it back up. They just shut down Google. I'm not kidding. You think I'm kidding? I'm not. Somebody sits there and does that. They run cover for their oil companies. They're big sponsors of the Google operation. They're big investors in that. So here we go. I'm not dogging the oil companies. I'm just showing you our earthquake epicenter is right here, and the nearest drill point is right here. We're just going to block. Oh, look at that. Just going to block it, are we? We're really going to do this? Okay, all right. Well, okay, this is proof of a conspiracy. Well, I mean, come on. So, hiding oil pumping operations has been a thing for a while. Let's go up to the north and see if it blocks it. Well, look at this. Oh, isn't that wonderful? Google just shuts it all down. All of a sudden, the whole thing crashes again. There we go. Are we allowed to show the pumping operations? We should be allowed. It makes them look bad to not show it. I've showed these 1,000 times. It shouldn't be that big of a deal. Why hide it? All right, well, we're just going to move on. Those are all pumping operations. And the reason I'm showing them to you is because they act like VLF antennas down in the ground that accept a vibration coming in. And in this case, it's a very low frequency electrical wave, but it does the same thing as vibrating. Let's go down into New Mexico. Maybe that's just a problem with the images, right? Like it's just a server problem of the images in Colorado, right? Right. Because again, I'm on fiber optic. There we go. Down to New Mexico we go. I'll tell you what. Okay, so, oh, what's this? Looks like a large airport is nearby. Aerial Survey Airport. I mentioned the volcanoes here, did I not? Now, the oil pumping operations are far enough away I wouldn't think they're directly related when we're right next to a volcano like Mesa Redonda. New Mexico, all of this is drilled from here south down to the border with Texas. So starting up here, going down to here, and I'm not joking when I tell you it's all drilled. So let me just show you. They look like towns at this level, but when you really understand what we're looking at little squares that won't load because Google's blocking them. Guys, I've showed this for 10 years, 15 years in my updates. To get it blocked now is a little late, don't you think? It's not my internet connection. No, look, I've got all here. Let's hit refresh. Yeah, no, I'm not going to do a speed test. No, I'm able to open up anything. No, it's not my internet connection. Here, let's go to my live stream over on Twitch. Yeah, no, it's not my internet connection. No, they're blocking it. They're shutting it down. I can't believe it. That's just wild that they just did that. Okay, so somebody's listening to Google and they're shutting it down. Most likely they're getting paid to shut it down. I would think they're not just doing it on their own. It's not like who loves the oil companies. So Texas, you're just going to have to take my word for it since I can't show you and I've been blocked on Google now. Can you believe that just happened? I can't believe. Is this really happening here? Hold on. Are we really doing this now? Are we really blocking? It's magic. It's magic. It works again. It's back. It's magic. It's amazing. Let's go put the coordinates in before they take it away again. I can't believe it. Yeah, here, now all of a sudden we're back, right? You're back online, Dutch. Yeah. All right, we've got to connect. Anyway, there's the volcano, and I was showing you New Mexico, and just showing you that all of this, starting there and going to the south, is all drilled, and it's at this level you don't even know what to look for, quite frankly. But when you zoom in and you start seeing them, how many there are, the reason the earthquake is striking there, it's a weak point in the plate. That's why there are volcanoes there. The edge of the craton comes down. makes a bend down through South Big Bend, Texas, and then goes back up this way up to Dallas, Fort Worth, the edge of the craton. It makes a giant hook shape here. The mountains come down, go over, and at the bend from here up to here are nothing but volcanoes. Thousands of volcanoes. So what I think used to happen a long time ago, this isn't even a marked volcanic field. You see it there? That's in Texas. All of this is volcanic all the way up, and then it's connected to the ones that are marked up here. But I think the wave used to come down and hit these weak points in the plate, regardless of whether or not the oil pumping operations would be there. So now that the oil pumping operations are there, tens of thousands of them, tens of thousands of drill points like this, all these white specks on the ground are different drill points, that I think that they are interfering with the flow that would normally have gone to the volcanoes. And then the flow goes down across South Texas and back up into Oklahoma. And look what the earthquakes do. Down through South Texas, even makes a bend through South Texas down here. And down in Southeast Texas, what's down at Nixon, Texas? Boy, it's great having Google back, isn't it? Don't take it away. It just makes everybody look worse. I'm not blaming the oil companies. Again, they would have hit the volcanoes there. What do we want, a volcano eruption? I'd rather have the oil pumping operations hit. Like if I was in charge and I had to choose, like, well, this could hit the volcanoes, or we can drill a bunch and get a bunch of oil, make a bunch of money, and we might break some of our wells. It'd be like, well, if volcanic eruption happens, we're screwed, so let's just go ahead and drill. Anyway, you see how many different drill points there are? It's in a line like this. So why are the earthquakes going in a line like that, do you think? And then we get up into Oklahoma, and the whole state's lit up. The entire state of Oklahoma lit up from one side to the other. We went from nothing to 60. This is like punching the pedal on an electric car. You take off super fast. Look at it, guys. We go, this is just 2 days worth of earthquakes. No, this is 7 days worth of earthquakes. Hold on. 2 days worth of earthquakes, 3 at the most, really fills it up. So in the last 3 days, before that, it was just a little handful. But now in the last 3 days, the whole center of the plate has gone just nuts at the pumping operations in Oklahoma. I'm going to grab an earthquake from in the middle of this, and then we're going to do the same thing we did down in Texas, which is to just go look up the whole location and zoom around it. But we're pulling the earthquake from in the middle. So we're going from one pumping operation down in Texas up the edge of the craton to, survey says, another pumping operation. Tanks, pumps, jacks, and pipelines. There's even a truck out there either dropping off fluid or picking it up. And you get the picture. Oklahoma has done a whole bunch of drilling, about 1 million different drill points now across the state, up from 500,000 in 2011. And let's show you that edge of the craton now. I'm going to turn off everything on Google Earth. There's the earthquake epicenter. And do you see these mountains here? See their funky shape? Like folds on folds or nested dolls inside of each other or something? It goes down to the south, the edge of the craton now. This is Arkansas. It goes a hard bend to the south through the center of Dallas-Fort Worth. Splits the actual city in part. Then it goes down to the south. This is not a river. This is a bulge. This is a huge bulge full of oil, actually. And this is a 1,000-foot rise from right here to right here, all the way along it. So this is like foothills. It rises in like a dome. Anyway, that's the south edge of the craton. It goes back up through New Mexico, Colorado, back up through Yellowstone, and then it goes, it's easily seen at this point, goes up the mountain ranges and goes back up this way in the interior part of the plate. This is the interior edge of the craton. The earthquakes follow this, like a wave guide. The wave gets trapped in here and goes down through Texas, over through Arkansas, and once it gets to the New Madrid seismic zone, it has a choice, or makes a choice, naturally speaking. It is a two-way thing that can happen here. One, it reflects back into itself. Two, it goes around the bend of the plate and up the East Coast, like we want it to, and drop off earthquakes along the way as it does so. Now, for the last week and a half, there has been hardly any earthquake activity up the East Coast. Instead, we've been getting 4s and 5s out here on the West Coast, down in the Arizona border at Mexico and so forth. And the activity's been going over to the New Madrid and then going back down here and reflecting into itself. And each time it's gotten a large earthquake. The last one was a 5 that just hit 2 weeks ago. near record breaking, not the biggest, but almost the biggest, 5.0. I think the biggest was 5.1 or 5.2 in Texas ever. So it was a 5, it was huge. It was in north central Texas right at the pumping operations. It was 2 weeks ago, reflected into itself, instead of going up the East Coast. Then we had a mystery blast off the East Coast. They said it was an experimental blast. Again, second one, 4.0, 3.9. Then it went away. And I'm talking about the earthquakes going up the East Coast. It's been 2 weeks now, and we haven't seen hardly anything happen. Instead, it's been reflecting to itself and breaking back as it reflects over and over again. So I think over on the West Coast, up here, we're getting ready to break with a new push that's coming in from the West Pacific. And then we have to watch across the whole plate. This means going down through Colorado, for instance. People, we would probably start to swarm first up at Yellowstone, for instance, like a swarm at Yellowstone, which is different than the earthquakes that happen every day. Well, actually, they're not earthquakes. They're tremors. There's hundreds of tremors every day at Yellowstone, but very few earthquakes reported. And in this case, I would think we would see hundreds of earthquakes get reported out of Yellowstone. Then Colorado should break. And it should be southern Colorado, most likely right along the pumping operations at Trinidad again. Magnitude on this should be in the 4.5 to 4.9 range, so it'll be enough to get your attention for sure in Colorado. Anytime above 4, it's enough to knock facades off houses, stone facades and stone chimneys that you have on your cabins in the mountains and so forth. That's what happened when the 4.2 hit a few years ago. Doesn't happen often, only happens when there's a big push that's going across the plate. I'd also watch for Oklahoma, and I would normally warn Texas, but we already had a 5 in Texas. So now it looks like Oklahoma's getting ready to break, and I'd guess it would, and this is guess because I don't have anything to base this on magnitude-wise yet, that it would be similar to what struck in Texas last week or 2 weeks ago. So a 5. And if you think back to 2011, the 5s that happened in Arkansas, Oklahoma, Texas, and Kansas all happened about 2 weeks to 4 weeks apart from each other. Just to remember that. Now let's jump all the way over to the New Madrid seismic zone really quick and just take a look at this one lone earthquake here in the middle of the New Madrid. Now, I live in St. Louis, in case you don't know, west of St. Louis by about an hour. I live on the edge of the New Madrid. And it is Madrid, it's not Madrid. You can go talk to the people down there, they'll tell you. But let's put the coordinates in. Let's go see what's next to the town of New Madrid, Missouri. Is there anything of significance nearby? Well, an airport. Looks like a community airport of some kind is where the earthquake struck below. Now, if we have any kind of military here, I'll rate. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, yep. There we go, guys. Yet once again, I go stepping in it. You know how many times I've looked up earthquakes and we come in next to a military place, and it's not like they're everywhere. It really isn't. Look at that. Wow. Isn't that wonderful? What's this? What is this place? Paducah Gaseous Diffusion Plant. What? Why would you build a gaseous diffusive plant on the middle of the New Madrid seismic zone? What the hell is gaseous diffusion? What is gaseous diffusion? It doesn't sound safe. I don't know. Inquiring minds want to know. Let's go find out. What does it do? Oh, it's got a wiki. The Paducah Gaseous Diffusion Plant, the PGDP, is a facility located in McCracken County, Kentucky, near Paducah, Kentucky. Oh my God! Ah, shit! No! No! I'm falling, guys. I'm falling. I just ran in. You've delved too deep, Dutch. You've now ran into the Balrog. You and the Balrog are going to be falling down to the pits of doom. I'm going to fight him for 10,000 years and come back as Dutch the White, because here we are at the McCracken County Enriched Uranium Plant. Oh, it's formerly enriched uranium. Yeah. That's why all the stuff's there right now, right? Yeah. That's why the army's there, huh? Ah. They call this stepping in it real deep, class. Look, it's better I go on the list than you, right? You gotta be kidding me, man. Why would you build the gaseous diffusion uranium plant in the middle of the New Madrid seismic zone? I had no idea that was there. That is insane to put that there. I can't believe it. Yes, there's still stuff there. I guarantee you there is. It's probably a super fun cleanup site to top it all off. Jeez. I wonder why the earthquake's striking there. See the power going into that place? Remember what I told you about very low frequency? What would you do if I told you there's a connection between earthquakes and movement of enriched uranium? This is not my take on it. I just got a ringing in my ears when I said that. I'm not kidding. One of those high frequency pitch rings just came into my ear as I said that. But I'm going to show you something over here on my YouTube page. This update's really gone off the rails. Now, we're going to go search Bearden, the guy I told you about, Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Bearden on my YouTube channel. You got to do this on my YouTube channel to get this. And the video you want right here is Secret Super Weapons That Drive Disarmament Negotiations by Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Bearden. This DVD was sent to me. Thomas Bearden died a few years ago. And because of who I am and my research, Mr. Bearden knew who I was. And I was kind of like a name that they knew at his company, which was Chenier.org, where he's a missile command expert from the U.S. Army who lectured on scalar and directed energy weapons, earthquakes, and HARP, and radar, and so forth. He lectured in the 1980s and 1990s. He was an old man at this point when he found out about me. So I ordered some stuff from his site and stayed in touch with him, so to speak, and the people at the company. And Mr. Bearden died a few years ago. And I got an email from them at the company inviting me to come to either the funeral or to sign the guest book. And so they gave me a link to this private guest book for the thing, and I left him a nice note and told the family much love and wishes. A few weeks later, at the most, I get something in the mail from Chenier.org. And it's a disc, 2 discs, from Bearden. One of them is this, Secret Super Weapons That Drive Disarmament Negotiations. It's got a handwritten sticker on the front of the thing, and it says, Dutch, I didn't know if you had seen this one of Tom's before, Terry. And Terry was apparently the one who ran the operation for shipping out videos and stuff. And the company shut down, closed doors that day that they mailed it to me. Well, I went to go to their site, and it's all deactivated. It's all taken down. He didn't have a backup for it. So anyway, they sent me this video. And in this video, about halfway through, he's lecturing this is how the video starts out like this, or the DVD. So he's got HARP in here. He remastered this in 2010, his lecture from 1988. So in 1988, he gave this lecture at the World Trade Center.
Electromagnetic force and energy into gravitational force and energy and vice versa. Electrogravitation.
Okay, so he's lecturing on scalar and converting energy from one to the other, and you make earthquakes and convert weather. And the Russians, he said, in 1988, were doing it to us. So he remasters this in 2010. And in 2010, when he remasters this, he puts in modern examples in 2010. So he gets a clip from NBC News of them moving radioactive debris or highly enriched uranium out of Chile. They had nuclear reactors down there. And the U.S. military went down to go pick it up and move it. And when they picked it up and moved it, an 8.1 earthquake struck down in Chile. And they dismissed it on NBC News as chance. And this is Maddow on here.
Worked through the night to find a new escape route. They decided to use a port 50.
So while they were moving the material, the earthquake struck. And where did they bring it? They brought it to North America for refinement. That's what they did. But this is Bearden talking about the moving of nuclear material causing earthquake activity. So now we get the earthquake next to the Paducah gaseous diffusion plant. I can't ignore that there's a connection. Go watch this video from Bearden. You'll blow your mind. You'll see HARP rings at the very end. Radar pulse HARP rings before I ever even came around. Lieutenant Colonel Thomas Bearden from the U.S. Missile Command, not only researching it, putting it in at the end of his video from 2010. I started my videos at the end of 2010. I didn't know who Bearden was. But there he is documenting the radar pulse heart rings. And guess what the media used to say they were at the time? When I came around, they said it was a switch between clear air mode and it was a glitch on the radar. But at his time, when he was noticing it 10 years before, they tried to say it was birds, bugs, and bats. And then the skeptics from the skeptic community tried to say it was birds, bugs, and bats for me. Pretty weird, huh? Anyway, this earthquake connection has to be relevant at this point. We have to pay attention to this. We get earthquakes next to places like that, of all the spots to build it in the middle of the New Madrid. That's why the earthquake struck there. It could have struck anywhere on the New Madrid, but the reason it struck there is because of precipitated energy up on the surface, electron cascade going down into the plate. Okay, let's sum it all up. We're watching for, are you mind numb now, right? Like Bearden, electromagnetics, nuclear power plants, earthquakes? Wow, I cannot believe the uranium. Again, I step into deep, man. I go on every list in the world when you find that kind of stuff. I'm not taking this out. We're leaving it in uncut. So a 4.9 to 5.1 earthquake striking here. In the middle is where we're watching for our large one. We're also still watching for New Zealand to go south of New Zealand. It could get big. Could go up above 7.0, but it might not matter if it's down in the middle of nowhere. Where it will matter is overseas. So, for instance, off the coast of the United States in Alaska, or the fours or near fives that should go over towards Oklahoma. That'll matter. Back here, back over here at our big earthquake location, if we're bouncing back and forth, well, if we're going to bounce over here next, my next forecast will be talking about watching back over here again. But that puts Central America into the mix. So if you live in Panama, if you live in Nicaragua, if you live as far north as Costa Rica and El Salvador, or if you live as far south as the coast of Colombia again, but I would look right in here. I'm already going to tell you right now, I think we're going to see another break on the East Pacific on top of everything else that I'm issuing the warnings for right now. Just to keep your eye on it right now. Might as well just get a warning out now. We're bouncing back and forth. We're going to go over here most likely with a big quake, which means we should bounce back again. Because I don't want to guess. Go to antipode. Okay, so we're just east of there. We're on the mid-Atlantic ridge, which if a big earthquake strikes out here, it doesn't matter unless there's uplift. If it's side-by-side movement out on the mid-Atlantic, it's just an earthquake out in the Atlantic. It doesn't cause a huge wave. If it goes up and down, we've got ourselves a wave out there that's rare. But I think it'll strike first. Before it gets over here, I think the wave will come back across, go through, and come up here, where we already have a whole bunch of breaking going on. Since Colombia and Venezuela already broke, and Peru already broke, stands to reason up here we should already break. South Chile, we get down to South Chile, I don't think that's going to get out of the mix either next week either. Like I said 4 days ago, I think it's going to be a back and forth between New Zealand and Chile, but first New Zealand. Down south is moving, so down south should move down here, east of the Dutch Sense logo. There's the Dutch Sense logo, east of there, and we're already moving at Point Nemo. Europe, we're going to watch for a 5 in Italy, South Italy, right down by Campi Flegrei again. And if we get a 5 in there, if it strikes out in the ocean, no big deal. If it strikes on land, we're talking about actual damage. If it goes down into Africa, same thing. If we go down here into, what was that? Was that Algeria? Damn. I'm still trying to learn my countries over there, guys. Sorry. Yeah, I got it right. Libya and Algeria. So right down in here, well, Tunisia's in between the two. But, I mean, it's a matter of a few hundred miles. This is 100, let's see, 51, 52, 53. This is 300 miles across total. So, man, I think we're getting ready to go through it. I hope I'm wrong. And if any other locations get hit, or if I have to update the forecast, I'll be back on at a moment's notice. This update has really gone on a long time, but let me just drive home the point here. The reason I'm doing this, it's been a long process of me doing this 15 to 16 years of publicly researching a topic that was a faux pas. It would get you shut down. It would get you arrested. They called for my arrest. They tried to blow up your house. For real. Like, bad stuff happened. They tried to stop this for a long time because I think they thought there was no way to do it. But the method is out there. There's no excuse for anybody. Now that you know, you can start to prepare based upon knowing like a flood. if somebody gets on, if I don't expect you guys to do your own forecasting, really, quite frankly, even though I put it out there and I know everybody has access to it. It's like the weather. Do you want to go do your own weather forecasting, or do you go get it from the person you trust the most on the weather? I get it. So I'm here to do this for you and tell you, but if you want to do it yourself, you can. It's about being prepared. So when you're going to be prepared, you need to have an emergency kit. You need to know what to do when an earthquake strikes. And I'm not trying to be condescending or talk down to you about any of this stuff. You know, most of us are grown adults, and even those of us who aren't, you know what I mean. You need to have a plan and be prepared. Don't wait for someone else to come and take care of you. The U.S. government won't do it, I'll tell you that right now. Just look at all of our disasters, the hurricanes, any of those other events. It's all the same. No matter what party's in charge, it's always the same. The government's incompetent, and they can't even build a website to provide you something that should be free. So you should be self-sufficient. You should have a plan and be prepared for earthquakes. That involves having an emergency kit, also some food, and a way to actually have water of some kind, purification system of some kind, or actual water on hand. These are just the basics I'm reminding you because sometimes you get desensitized. A lot of times I get desensitized. We all get desensitized when you're watching a bunch of videos on YouTube and people are talking about pole shifts in Nibiru and but this is a time where even the mainstream media has admitted, which is really kind of weird, that there's an increase in 7.0 plus activity right now. So why not dust off your emergency kit? Make sure it's all up to date, that you have seasonal specific clothes in there, change of clothes, set of shoes, flashlight, batteries. I tell you every single time. And you'll be way better off than the people who aren't prepared. Don't be a liability to others because you just refuse to prepare yourself. And it's just a matter of a kit. You don't have to go overkill on it. It would be to get you through a couple days during a disaster. Now, the long-term stuff, after a couple days, what do you do? If it's a huge disaster, you're going to be cut off for weeks in some locations. So you might want to prepare for that kind of stuff. And if you never have to use it, that's fine. You'll end up using it for something else. Your emergency kit, I'll already tell you, I've already broken into my emergency kit over the years several times, either just to get a pocket knife or some kind of thing out there, a tool, a little multi-tool to use, or to get an extra set of car keys out when I lost my car keys. Oh, that's a good thing to have in your emergency kit, by the way. An extra set of keys. So that way you don't have to run around your house if there's a big earthquake happening and try and find your keys. Right? What if you have to leave the house or go get in your car or start it or something and it's buried under rubble? You would have it in your emergency kit. And if you lose your keys, no, they're in the emergency kit. An extra set. A set of shoes by the side of your bed will also do a world of wonder for any disaster. It's such a simple preparation tip that most people forget. Hard bottom slippers or shoes. If an earthquake hits in the middle of the night and it's dark, power's out, broken things across the floor, and you've got to move. You're either going to be moving real slow, trying not to step on glass, or you should have your hard bottom slippers or shoes next to your bed, and then you can walk across it. Think of the movie Die Hard with Bruce Willis walking across a bed of glass. Don't let that be you in an earthquake. Have a plan. Don't be scared. Be prepared. I'm going to end the video now, and we're going to upload it over to YouTube. I'll be back after we're done uploading. Peace out.
closed. Keep the door closed. Whoa! Whoa!
Yo, I'm going to pick my wife up from the train with an umbrella.
Imagine the people that are. When the whole. We gotta listen. Come on, we gotta.
You're so kidding.
Move.
Oh my god.
Oh,
again.
oh no.
Again.
Oh, it's like glass, you guys. Oh god. Oh, look, that's full. That's full. That's full.
This is crazy, dude. This is so scary. It's basically like a swimming pool. And there's a ladder floating in the pool of water in my basement.
So keep leaning away from the pole, looking at that top wrist, and you can readjust the hand.
All right, we got to think about getting out of here because this is going to be. James, you all right, man?
What do we do here, dude? Sorry, Dad.
I should have known.
The door closed. Keep the door closed. Whoa! Whoa!
On August 9, 2026, a large-scale protest broke out at the construction site of the Baltic Gas Chemical Complex in King Itsep District, Leningrad region, Russia. More than 1,000 Chinese workers surrounded Russian police vehicles, preventing armed officers from arresting a Chinese worker who was demanding unpaid wages. According to media reports, the workers had been owed wages for an extended period and had repeatedly failed to recover his pay. After drinking, he got into a dispute with Chinese company managers and verbally insulted them. Project management then called Russian police. Shortly afterward, armed Russian police arrived at the scene, forced their way into the workers' dormitory, arrested the man, and took him into a police vehicle. At that moment, a person suspected of being a site manager shouted in Chinese, "The police are enforcing the law. Don't film, don't film." Instead of calming the situation, the remark further angered the thousands of Chinese workers present. Videos from the scene showed large numbers of Chinese workers wearing uniforms, helmets, and reflective vests gathered around the police vehicles. Some held up their phones to record the incident, while others shouted slogans and linked arms to form a human barrier. Under pressure from over 1,000 Chinese workers, Russian police eventually backed down and released the detained worker at the scene. The incident has sparked widespread discussion among overseas Chinese workers. Many Chinese netizens commented, "It seems easier to defend your rights in Russia than in China. It's rare to see Chinese people unite like this. If people in China could stand together this way, life would not be so difficult." Others pointed to the deeper issue. It's not enough to bully your own people overseas, they even ask foreigners to help suppress them. The criticism focused on the most troubling detail of the incident. Those who called the police were not outsiders, but managers from the Chinese company itself. This was not the first time the Baltic Gas Chemical Complex project made headlines over labor issues. This employer had pushed thousands of workers to take such drastic action was not some unknown subcontracting outfit. The company's full name is China National Chemical Engineering Number 7 Construction Co. Limited, also known as CC7, a wholly owned subsidiary of the Chinese state-owned enterprise China National Chemical Engineering Group Corporation Limited. Along the Baltic coastline, CC7 holds two major contracts that have drawn global attention in the chemical industry. The first is the Baltic Gas Chemical Complex project, signed in 2019 with a contract value of up to 12 billion euros. It is the world's largest integrated ethanol project. The second is the Baltic Gas to Methanol Chemical Complex project, signed in 2023 with a contract value of about 8.4 billion euros. It has been promoted as the world's largest single unit methanol project. Together, the two contracts are worth more than 20 billion euros. In the Chinese Communist Party (CCP's) official narrative, they represent a proud milestone showcasing China's infrastructure capabilities. However, mega projects require a huge number of skilled workers. With Russia facing a serious shortage of local labor and low work efficiency, the state owned company turned to China to recruit unemployed migrant workers. Within just a few years, the site had become a massive and isolated Chinese labor city surrounded by layers of security with around 20,000 workers. Recruitment advertisement promised welders can earn 780 yuan per day, general workers 380 yuan, working 10 hours a day. Wages are withheld for 3 months and then paid monthly. Each batch recruits 206 workers. A large number of workers are needed. Hiring is ongoing. But before leaving China, workers are required to pay thousands or even more than 10,000 yuan to third party agents as departure fees, visa processing fees, or deposits. When they reached the stage of signing contracts overseas, many discovered that the actual contracting party was not CC7, the main contractor, but various little known labor companies registered overseas through multiple layers of subcontracting. The salary terms in these contracts also turned very vague. Fixed monthly wages were replaced with piece rate or hourly pay system with strict performance requirements. Some contracts even stated that wages would be settled after the project is completed. Wages were repeatedly reduced through layers of deductions, leaving workers with far less money than expected. It's not that we don't pay your wages, it's because one worker among you has a Chinese bank account classified as Type 2 account. Type 2 accounts have strict daily limits on incoming payments. Because as one person opened the wrong type of account, the system cannot process the payment, so everyone's wages have to be temporarily delayed. The hard earned wages of over 10,000 workers were suspended indefinitely simply because one person used a Type 2 account. A reason that even a low level shell company would struggle to come up with was openly given by a manager from a major CCP state owned enterprise, leaving many stunned. In recent years, large scale projects undertaken by Chinese companies in Russia have repeatedly faced labor disputes and reports of long delayed wage payments, triggering multiple worker protests. On August 2nd, 2026, hundreds of Chinese workers at the NFP methanol project in Nakhoda, Russia's Far East, protested after going unpaid for 6 months. During the incident, workers clashed with managers from China National Chemical Engineering Number 11 Construction Co. Limited. The project is part of the Nakhoda Mineral Fertilizer Plant, with China National Chemical Engineering Number 11 Construction Co. Limited serving as the contractor. On April 12, 2026, over 1,000 Chinese workers wearing work uniforms took to the streets in Komsomolsk-on-Amur, Russia's Far East, protesting unpaid wages at a Russian oil refinery. Wearing safety helmets, they held Chinese-Russian banners that read, "Putin, please help us," "Section, save us," and "No money." The workers marched from a construction camp near Rosneft Komsomolsk-on-Amur refinery through the city streets. The scene was peaceful, but filled with frustration and helplessness. This was not a political protest, but a desperate attempt to recover unpaid wages. They had gone 5 months without receiving pay, with no work available and no way to maintain a normal life. The workers mainly came from Petro Hehua LLC, a subsidiary of Beijing Haihua Industrial Group. The company was contracted to carry out the hydrocracking unit modernization project at Rosneft Komsomolsk-on-Amur refinery. The project was a major China-Russia Energy Corporation initiative involving civil construction, pipelines, steel structures, and electrical instrumentation. At its peak, more than 1,500 workers were on site. When the project reached about 90% completion, Rosneft reportedly terminated its contract with Petro Hehua, citing poor quality and delays. Petro Hehua was forced off the site and did not receive the remaining project payments, triggering a cash flow crisis at Haihua Group. As Haihua argued with its Russian partner, it was ultimately the lowest level Chinese workers who suffered the consequences. Local Russian authorities pointed to problems within the contracting chain. The regional government and the refinery subsidiary said Rosneft had already paid the full project amount to the contractor, and that Russia was not responsible for the unpaid wages. The dispute shifted from Russia withholding payments to financial problems within the Chinese contractor. Local officials said the reason for the contract termination included construction quality issues and serious delays. Once the main contract was cut off, the wage payment chain for downstream workers collapsed immediately. The Chinese company's person in charge was reportedly overseas and failed to appear to help resolve the dispute for a long time. This further deepened workers' sense of abandonment and intensified tensions. The worker situation was especially difficult. They had left their hometowns and traveled to Russia far east to work. Living conditions at the camp were basic, food was limited, and winter temperatures often dropped to several dozen degrees below zero. Yet they continued to endure the hardship holding on for the wages they had been promised. The protest continued from April 12th to 13th, 2026. Workers first marched in organized lines, then some sat on sidewalks along First Builder Avenue and on park lawns. Surprisingly, Russian police and National Guard did use force to disperse them. Instead, they monitored the situation throughout and blocked off parts of the road. These protests expose how CCP state owned enterprises exported domestic practices of layered subcontracting and long term wage arrears overseas, severely harming the basic rights of overseas workers. The collective actions of Chinese workers abroad have highlighted problems within the CCP state owned enterprise system, including the exploitation of low level workers and serious failures in management. The rights protests by Chinese construction workers overseas are showing a trend toward larger scale and more confrontational methods. This doesn't mean workers have simply become more organized, rather, it reflects the worsening systemic problems. When normal channels of resolving disputes fail completely, collective action becomes the only option left. In July 2025, the GCC project was already the site of a widely reported confrontation. Chinese workers complained that food supplies at the construction site were controlled by Russian workers and sold at extremely high prices. They began selling cheaper food themselves to make ends meet, which led to complaints from Russian workers and a physical confrontation. In November 2025, another large scale strike broke out at the site. Hundreds of Chinese workers took to the streets after suffering months of unpaid wages. Videos from the scene showed a line of workers stretching dozens of meters, holding banners and shouting, "Pay back our money." A man suspected of being a foreman repeatedly tried to stop them but failed. Russian law enforcement officers later moved towards the crowd with batons, causing chaos. But the situation didn't escalate further after people intervened. One worker told the camera, "We came overseas to work to support our families. Our wages have been withheld for months. We can't even survive." The death toll has been more alarming. In November 2025, a 35-year-old welder was killed after being crushed by a suspended platform while working at height, prompting a criminal investigation by Russian authorities. On the day of Ukrainian drone attack in August, a scaffold collapsed, injured three Chinese workers. Some sources stated that as many as 10 Chinese workers died in 2025 alone. Incidents involving drone explosions, trench collapses, machinery accidents, and traffic crashes. CC7 has never publicly responded to these reported deaths, leaving the lives of Chinese workers sacrificed for other projects. Beyond the threat of their lives, daily medical support at the construction site was almost non existent. Workers complained that when they became sick, neither the project management team nor the labor contractor provided proper assistance. Under intense physical labor in temperatures below -4 Fahrenheit, which is -20 degrees Celsius, illness such as colds, fevers, severe lower back injuries, and frostbite became common. Workers didn't have local medical insurance. The on site clinic often had only a few basic painkillers and cold medicine. Some workers said they were forced to continue working even with fevers as high as 102 Fahrenheit. Those who refused to work could face extremely high absence penalties. More ironically, before leaving China, workers were promoted as bringing honor to the country. But once they arrive at the construction site, they found themselves trapped, with passports withheld, unclear contracts, and no effective way to defend their rights. The difficulties faced by Chinese workers overseas are also closely linked to Russia's own labor environment. A more direct threat comes from Russia's domestic wage arrears. According to data from the Russian Federal State Statistics Service, as of January 1st, 2025, overdue wage debts in Russia totaled 507.9 million rubles, about 6 million USD, an increase of 160.9 million rubles, about 1.9 million USD, from the same period in 2024, a rise of 46.4%. In a country where domestic wage arrears are worsening sharply, the protection of foreign workers' rights is easy to imagine. Taken together, these incidents reveal deeper structural risk in China Russia labor cooperation. Under pressure from China's slowing economy, overseas construction projects often face delayed payments. Smaller companies have the fragile cash flow, while layers of subcontracting further amplify risk. Chinese companies have also exposed problems including unclear contracts and inadequate risk management. Meanwhile, Russian partners have emphasized quality and deadlines. Once they determine standards are not met, they can abruptly terminate cooperation and shift responsibility down the contracting chain. The deeper issue is that Russian authorities and Chinese companies have developed a tacit arrangement of mutual interest, together squeezing the value of Chinese workers' labor. This has become more apparent as Russia's finance come under growing pressure. In reality, Chinese workers have long been treated as a source of cheap labor to fill shortages in Russia's Far East and other regions. From the expansion of the Moscow metro to the Krasnoyarsk metro project and the construction of venues for the Sochi Winter Olympics, Chinese workers could be seen almost everywhere in Russia. Experts in Russia's construction industry even openly acknowledge that Chinese workers are hardworking and willing to endure harsh conditions. They eat less, live in poorer conditions, demand lower wages, yet work faster and put in longer hours than many local workers. Because of this, Chinese companies have become frequent participants in Russian infrastructure projects. Under the narrative of the Belt and Road Initiative, China Russia Energy Corporation has been promoted as a model of mutual benefit. However, once that narrative reaches the construction sites, workers often face repeated wage disputes and labor conflicts. Across Russia's vast territory, the problem of unpaid wages is growing. Behind it lies a broader systemic crisis affecting wage payments throughout Russia's construction, energy, and even defense industries. Much of this is closely linked to the enormous financial strain caused by 4 years of war. After 4 years of attritional warfare, Russia's finances have been severely drained, with the impact spreading into every part of society. Energy and infrastructure projects promoted by China Russia as examples of mutual benefit have, under layers of financial and political pressure, ultimately turned into a system that consumes cheap labor. For Chinese workers, these projects were once presented as overseas opportunities with promise of stable incomes, but the reality is that they have endured harsh living conditions, extremely long working hours, and continued wage payment problems. Chinese workers have paid the heaviest price in the new era of China Russia friendship narrative.
This is Aeon Gnostic Radio. For those who have felt the bars, not metal bars, not prison walls, something older, something deeper, something built into the architecture of the world itself. The Black Iron Prison is made of fear, obedience, certainty, distraction, and forgetting. It teaches us to mistake the cage for reality. It trains the soul to stop asking for the sky. But the spark remains, buried under systems, stories, wounds, and lies. Something in us still refuses to die. Something remembers fire. Here, we don't offer easy salvation. We offer dangerous conversation, weird, intelligent, rebellious, and alive. For the misfits, the seekers, the heretics, and the shining crazy diamond still burning in the dark. The prison is real, so is the spark. And happy heresies in. Welcome to the desert of the real. Heresy shouldn't be this much fun, but it is. It just is, especially when you come to the virtual Alexandria to Aeon Byte. It's all fun and games until someone loses a third eye, and then it's just gnosis. And you are here for the gnosis. You are here for the unique Gnostic takes and guess and angles that you will find nowhere else on the internets or in the twisted mind of AI and the rulers of this age. As always, my name is Miguel Connor. I am your Pompatus of Gnosis, and I am always so grateful to see you because you are a shining, crazy diamond that can do so much wonder. Light the universe with your imagination and your sacred purpose. Indeed, indeed. And tonight, I am outside. It's again, I want to enjoy the Midwest while summer is here because the summers are short. Where I am, the cicadas are just having a huge symphony. Thank God the microphone is cutting them off, but I can hear them all around me. It's like something out of a H.P. Lovecraft novel, the sound of the insects out in the nature driving you crazy. But tonight, yeah, I hope you lose your mind and come to your senses, as I often say. And I always hope you're writing your own gospel and living your own myth. Not much else for the show notes. I actually got quite a few show notes, but we will deal with those later on. This is an open podcast. However, for all patrons and AB Prime members who listen on audio, you will get an audio bonus to extend your what will be a very fascinating topic tonight. And tonight, I am very excited to be joined by Joseph St. Clair to discuss his book, The Architecture of Gold, Qualia, AI, Paradox, and the Future of Civilization. Joe, thank you very much for coming on the show.
Thank, thank you for having me. Pleasure to speak with you and look forward to the conversation. It should be pretty interesting. Hopefully.
Oh, oh, it will. It will. Your book is something this world needs and will help. That's for sure. We need some. We need more of that dope that you have. And with us too, we've got the Moondog Vance. Vance, how are you doing?
Oh, a little frazzled after a crazy day at work, but I'm here and I'm ready to hear this interesting exposition.
Indeed. Well, Joe, where should we start? We should start with you, but on a very interesting note, you dedicate this book to Dave Thomas, the founder of Wendy's.
Wendy's.
That's an unusual dedication. Tell us about that. That came out of left field.
That is a very old inside joke from when I worked at a restaurant as a teenager called Zaxby's, and the crew there would just try to trick each other into asking who, and then the answer is always Dave Thomas, the founder of Wendy's. So it's an ode to uh, a long-running joke between me and my friends, and then I've kind of carried it through my entire life. And any opportunity I get to use it, I use it. And I kind of also like. I think the book is a very serious topic, and I think starting with brevity and making sure you're not feeding into
Yeah.
ego and taking yourself too seriously. I take that approach to life.
Well, yeah, why not? Why not? Yeah, why not him? I remember the commercials of him in the restaurant and all that, and we
Scare
all
patties,
remember.
always.
Yes, yes, we all remember "Where's the Beef" joke commercial that went viral in those days, and so forth. Yeah, well, Wendy's has fallen. Shitty
Yeah.
service. Every time I go there, they're just not the same. But anyway, we're not here to talk about fast food. We're here to talk about fast gnosis. Tell
I
us a
wasn't
little bit
expecting that
about.
question.
Yeah, or let's make the whole show about Wendy's and our fast food preferences.
Yeah,
But
that'd be funny.
tell us a little bit about yourself. You have led an interesting life, and why you decided this book. You're a lawyer. You've been in military intelligence. Who is? Yeah, tell us more about Joe St. Clair.
Yeah, I grew up in a military family, 34 years old. Right out of high school, I enlisted in the Air Force as a translator linguist. I did 10 years in the Air Force, and a lot of what is in the book is synthesized from that experience because I truthfully believe that the military employs a lot of esoteric traditions, and it might be intentional or it might be unintentional, but There's a lot of ritualistic, symbolic meaning behind many of the exercises and training in the military, and it's rife with it. So, especially in intelligence. Yeah, but I did 10 years as a translator. My last 3 years I taught at the language school. Uh, Funny fact, my dad actually went to the language school 20 years before I did. And then from there, I studied at Berkeley law, and that was right when COVID hit. So it was kind of very, very interesting
Yeah.
experience. I would not recommend going to law school right now if anybody's thinking about it, because not, I would say, especially if you are of the body, like mind, body, soul, this sort of topic, the legal field is very, I would say, almost sociopathic, very dark. Um, from there, I graduated law school, and then I was living and traveling in South America, having some wild experiences, getting to know some of the culture there, and doing like Kundalini rituals. Um, and I think there's been a lot of veterans who've done psychedelics down there. I did the same, and that was a great experience. And then I was actually I was wrongfully detained for 6 months in Venezuela as well. So
Oh wow.
that was a big topic. And I would say I had a lot of opportunity to meditate there and think and truthfully be alone with my thoughts. And I would say kind of this practical philosophy, the architecture of gold, comes from that set of experiences because I saw why I was there. Some people fell into their shadow, both prisoners who were just sitting there ready to waste away, as well as guards who were, they were kind of getting possessed by what I would call the collective ego, or an ego where you're given a uniform, you're given a new identity, and therefore you can commit you know some seriously harmful acts. Yeah, and that's on the military side too, and that's on the legal side too. So you'll see that pattern recur throughout the book, where you think you've beaten your ego, but then you fall back into shadow. You know, the moment you say I've made it and I'm right, like you once again have fallen back into ego. So yeah.
Uh, Wise words, because that's something I've learned this year is the more I integrate my shadow, the more shadow I have. It's endless, and like you said, it'll just swallow you up because it wants to be at the table, and there are things behind it that want to eat, and they love your attention. So you're 100% right. So give us the thesis of your book. You said it was inspired by being in prison and all that. What is the thesis?
Yeah, so the thesis is essentially it's how to participate in reality in a more fruitful way, more, I guess, I don't want to say, the start of the thesis deals with placeholders, right? Viewing everything
Right.
as a symbol. Because when I'm communicating to you, there's no perfect transmission, because my ego is altering it, your ego is altering it, and we see that with recurring patterns with religion, where they're communicating the same thing and they're using different words, and they trip over themselves and they want to fight because they think everyone it's a form of possession, a form of idolatry. So it basically says that there are three levels of operating in this world, and it's not uh, hierarchical. The levels I use are bronze, silver, gold, which obviously that relays back to alchemical traditions with the esoteric philosophies. And then I would say bronze is your lower level ego, where you're operating out of survival instincts or selfishness. So you see that in children and animals. I want this. I need this. I'll get this. And unfortunately, we see that a lot in our country right now. And I think that's an interesting kind of like fact, is that sometimes in these collective systems like Rome, where you had decapitation, they became collectively sociopathic, and they ritualized their sociopathy. But then you go and find out, hey, they had lead in their pipes. So you're talking about AI, you're talking about tech right now. That's pushing people towards narcissism. It has an effect on the brain. So
Hmm.
that's another element of the book, is just connecting these different modes, science, neuroscience, and trying to find a symbolic language for them all to communicate. Um, so oftentimes people overcome that first level ego and they think they've transcended it. And you see this a lot with people who do psychedelics, and they might be a little bit narcissistic and they have that Christ, almost, they believe that they are the sole God and they have this Christ like experience. But we, like, you know, um, we're all part of God. So we're all, a fractal of that energy soul of God.
Right.
So the people who enter into the second level, I would say, kind of like the silver ego, they're either adopting a role or they're adopting kind of like a collective ego. So that's your military members who, they're taken through a form of ritualistic ego death. And the people in the training in the military know exactly what they're doing. They're destroying the old sense of self and then they're introducing a new ego. And or the parent. Once you become a parent, you realize, hey, if I act selfishly, this is going to harm my child. But at the same time, the parent that dotes on their child too much creates narcissism in the child. So, you have to have a balance. And that goes with the integration. And that will be the third level coming later on. Um, but it's all about intention. Because a selfish parent operating from bronze, they see the child do something wrong, they punish out of ego.
Mm.
The parent who is operating at the second level, they think, I'm the parent, I love my child, I need to let them do whatever they want. That's wrong as well. But somebody operating at a third level, which we call gold, they're going to do the same action. They're going to hit their child. It's almost as if the intention and like energy behind it changes that transmutation of energy between parent and child, and it's actually the right thing to do. So it's not advocating anyone to necessarily do one thing or another. Um, you know, make one a superlative over the other. It's saying that conscious action, which that's why we're here, right? To think and you know be co-creators ourselves. That creates I would say, a more integrated ego. That's how I would phrase it. Um, and I know that's a long thesis, but there's a lot that goes into it. And I could kind of go into the backstory of how I came across some of these concepts too.
Yeah, yeah, we'll break it down for sure. So you would say that there's no, is there no authentic self? We just, I mean, Jung would say that, the Buddhists would say that, the Gnostics would say that. We're just different
I,
level. We're universes within ourselves, and maybe the ego, that's the tip of the iceberg that has to deal with, paying bills and picking up chicks and going to the store and all that. That's it. But the rest of us is just this galaxy of stuff, right?
I tend to agree with that. And my dad used to have a saying, perception is reality. But
Hmm.
in my experience, it's almost as if perspective is reality. It's what you choose to adopt. So in the moment, I'm ultimately a wave of energy. You have the ship, take one plank of wood out, replace it. Is it the same ship? Am I the same person today after the set of experiences that I had that I was 20 years ago? And even the physical material of my body changes. I'm constantly changing. So in 1 second, there is no continuous self, but it is that spectrum of self that is, authentic and stable. So I can adopt either perspective depending on what suits me in the moment. Because sometimes I need to, embrace my ego to survive, and sometimes I need to use my ego in order to accomplish, something that I normally would not want to do, but might be better for the good of myself and the good of all. So yeah, I tend to lean towards that tradition. Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. I almost think, we used to live in the age of the collective. That didn't work. And now we moved in the Enlightenment, the age of the individual, or with the Greeks. And I'm saying we got to get rid of that. It hasn't worked out. Like you said, everybody's on TikTok being a narcissist. Me. You know, that's the era we live in. Everybody's arguing. Everybody's got the right answer. We need to move away and toward an inward where, again, we see that you said we are like I put that quote by Graham. We are a multitude. It includes our past, our ancestors, our trauma, the different parts of ourself. And actually, to help, and please let me know if this helps. I did do a little diagram because people dig it and it's always easier. And I'll put it here right now. Can you see it there? Does this help, Joe?
Wow,
And you
that's
want to
cool.
explain this?
Well done. Yeah.
So we got the
So
three egos
you
if
see
you
the
want to
three.
go through.
Yeah, and I like that you put them side by side because once again they're not hierarchical. So it's not to say that um, one is better than the other. But yeah, you see it there. Bronze rule by impulse, silver rule by system, and that's what I'm referring to when I'm referring to the collective ego. And then gold is ordered integration. So um, Yeah. I, I wish you would have sent this to me beforehand.
I know.
um,
Sometimes it's like I'm getting ready for a show and I'm like, this would work, you know. But
yeah. So
yeah, if there's anything you want to explain or expand, but at least the audience who's watching on Rumble or YouTube can sort of see these.
yeah, one thing I'll get into is one of the ways I stumbled across this kind of thinking in these terms. While I was in the military, I was assigned to read a book for intelligence, and it was called the Starfish and the Spider. The topic of this was created by Berkeley Business School, I guess, professors, and they basically posited that organizations can be centrally controlled or they can be, you know, so like a spider where there's a center and then there's, you know,
Right.
legs operate that are controlled by the center, and that again that's ego. But then there's the starfish, which essentially decentralized structures. But I really like that concept of collective groups of human beings having these, you know, shared uh, egos. Because if you look at things
Mm,
like tribe, group identity, you could break it down any way you want to. Religion, the priest has permission to do X, Y, Z. The king has permission to do X, Y, Z. But once they're in that position, they become enslaved to that position, right? So if the king is a tyrant, he can remain in power so long as he continues with that brutal force. It's only when he lets up his hand and he essentially becomes the good king that people rise up and destroy him. So you mentioned TikTok earlier. I think that's a great example of kind of a system where it could be used for good or bad, but it's a perfect example of how they commodified our attention. And
mm,
they've tried to they they want to turn us into numbers. They want to serialize us, and they want to serialize our activities down to the digits. And they do that in the military where they take your name away, they give you a, you know, a MOS or code and a rank. You know, you're not Joe, you're Sergeant so and so. So TikTok, you know, essentially commodifying attention is they've allowed people to adopt that collective identity because they've made the dollar the idol, and that's what people live. They feel as though they're God when they have that object, even though it's not. It's a false. It's a false transition of ego. It's a false integration of ego. Um, Going back to that book, the military is very consciously aware of how these two organizations operate. They realize if you have a spider going against a starfish, the centralized network will always fall to the decentralized network. So I kind of started digging down that road and thinking more metaphysically about groups of people and realizing that even in religion, when you have these experiences where you momentarily transcend the ego, you know, the moment that you celebrated yourself and you think that you the part, are the all, you know, you're a fractal of God's energy, then you fall back into the ego. So it's a
right.
system of traps, right? And it's almost cyclical to get caught up in. The the other thing that kind of pushed me down this path is the notion of synchronicity, because I've had a lot of experiences in my life where it's almost like the truth is being nodded at me. And my discovery of Gnosticism, my discovery of esoteric philosophy came about because I had a dream. This is going to sound really weird, but I had a dream that I was with my older brother and we were at a shopping mall, and a series of ghost-like figures kept popping up and they were carrying a purple balloon. And
Oh,
everywhere I went, this group of people was following me around. And I went to a hotel and there was a concierge, but it wasn't a concierge. It was a psychologist. It was a priest. It was a mentor, an advice giver. And I was like, hey, I keep seeing this purple balloon. What is the purpose of this balloon? And it's like the purple represents masculine, feminine energy. You need to master both to like go on to the next step. And it's like it's called sexual transmutation. So, you know, that's what got me down this line. I started going deep into all these different forms of esoteric philosophy. Manly P. Hall, um, too many to name. And this is kind of a synthesis of them all, including natural law. So, yeah, kind of
mm,
an interesting experience. And I could name several other synchronicities I've had in my life, but that ultimately altered the trajectory of my life because at the time I was in law school and I was thinking I was going to be a corporate lawyer, and just that alone, I switched my class
Talking about selling
and
your soul.
I started I hope not. Yeah, I think that's another element of it too. Is that often when you join a group or a body that promises you secret information, a lot of the time it is like selling your soul and feeding into the idea that somehow the eyes that are ready to see will see, the ears that are ready to hear will hear. But if you allow yourself to be captured in any one of those levels, then it's just so hard to escape. Other than when outside intervention, which I view that dream as doing. So, um, yeah.
Fascinating. Vince, what do you think? Does this make sense to you? Or
Well, it's complicated. I've been caught myself into various, you know, group think activities and so forth. And I got thrown out of a couple of places by disagreeing with the group. There was one meeting where I was sitting there and they, oh, how are we going to get more sales? And how are we going to do? And somebody was writing at the board all these different things, but the person that was leading the meeting only wrote down the things that they wanted that aligned with the leadership, right?
of
And
course.
so at the end, oh, who agrees with all these things? And everybody raised their hand but me. I said, get off it, ants, you know. And so I got thrown out of the organization temporarily until the guy at the very top heard what went on, and they had to actually invite me back and apologize. But I think what it is there's the thing about the collective, um, the gold orientation, I think, is really a form of the 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 silver, except that instead of being centralized and doing, having a bunch of slaves and a very small centralized thing, each element of an organization actually thinks and spreads their mind across all the other ones, and they act in concert. They have to have a common goal and, common, purposes, but everybody knows their function, and the functions can change. They're not rigid. So that's like the starfish, you're kind of, or an octopus. You know how they say octopi have, different brains, one brain for each leg, that type of thing. Well, we're all, the leg of the octopus, but we act together, and that's the way I envision what you're describing as gold.
Yeah, I like that. And I like the metaphor you use because that's perfect. Because, I described us as waves of energy earlier. I can describe us as octopus. Like these, again, are placeholders. And what you're describing is, yes, we're moving into gold, but as a collective, but it's not about us as the collective. And another metaphor I like to use, or parable I like to use, is like what I'm doing by spreading this message. I'm planting seeds, and I've sent this to many people, many professors, many academics across many disciplines, and I've gotten a lot of great responses, and it's gotten into several libraries at Ivy League schools. So my mind is that, hey, the people that can approach this and hear something good from it and get something out of it and use it, great. If not, then that's okay too. It's not about the outcome. It's about having the right intention behind your action,
Right.
and
You have to be
you
that
know
way.
that rhythm, that spread. Yeah.
Well,
Another
look
thing
at
too is that,
politics.
again, I
Y-
said that's a great example, perfect, because
Yeah,
politics
I
is the
mean,
externalization
there's
of
so
fear.
much
Yeah.
groupthink, and like you got rah 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 that, like, in the two sides hate each other, and like all these people are in lockstep. They're definitely in the silver mode, where they're just there's very few people at the top pulling all the strings. That's you can't get anywhere that way.
Yeah, politics is a great example where both groups tend to think that it's us versus them, black versus white, zero versus one,
Right.
you or me, right? Winner takes all. And we see that division. And again, I think that's emblematic of the narcissism that's taking place, which if you adopt this practical philosophy, then things like tech will not have that effect on you, right? You may remain balanced. And that diagram in each part kind of showed mind, body, soul. And again, that could you could call it anything you want. Those are just placeholders. It's discussing the Trinity, discussing balance, discussing the dialectic. The other thing too is that within yourself you have different drives. We all know this. um, I could be gold in one area, I could be gold in where I work, and good with those people, and then when I'm dealing with my family, I could be a tyrant. And I think we all met people like that. So this is a continual action, and I'll tell you, when I'm in pain, I've had an ACL surgery. When I was in pain, I've never been more rude to my family. So,
Mhm.
like, as as um, developed and integrated as you can get, the body's a vessel, and when it gets damaged, you're only as strong as you can be. Again, that goes back to us.
Yeah.
The self ever changing. You're not yourself. You are a deeper energy soul than yourself. So, you know,
Exactly. Yes, and if anybody has any super chats, please send them. Or if you are a member, we will get to them. As always, please support AM Bite in any way you can. You get, yes, full presentation, full shows for private streams, free ebooks, and all that. And it helps keep this Red Pill Cafeteria growing. If you have any voiceover projects, keep me in mind. And yeah, we got some great shows coming up next week. We've got a show on conspiracy theories and the paranormal in rock and roll. It's going to be wild. You're going to find out were the Beatles manufactured? Is Paul dead? I know Vance is probably shaking right now about this, but we will find out next week. And then we will be joined by Jason Reza Georgiani, who will be talking about his new book, Occult Horizons. And we are also going to get into some very intense subjects as always. So, Joe, you also talk about the Gilded Cage. Tell the audience about that. I mean, we call it here sometimes Plato's Cave, and as my friend Kevin Can says, the walls of Plato's cave are built with words, and I think that's a wise thing. But tell the audience what's your idea of the Gilded Cage.
yeah, that's just, again, that goes back to that um, positional, uh, capture, where instead of overcoming ego, you fall back into it because you've reached a certain level of, I guess, status or rank, even. The Like, this world, every human system is a hierarchy, and you have the pyramid. I can see it on my screen. I don't know if anyone else can see it on their screen. You have the pyramid right there, and that's reflective of every human organization, right? Where you have one person up top on our dollar bill. It has an eyeball. That's the matrix. That's the reality. The person at the top is setting the matrix in reality, and
Right.
people delude themselves by thinking the higher they climb the pyramid, the more they've made it, or somehow the more enlightened they are. And it's that false trap of believing that you're enlightened that actually keeps you contained into that system. And then falling back into that, going back into politics, it's like you get these recurring patterns, cycles, rhythms where people realize they're trapped in the system and they say, how can we get out? And they fall into the material, they fall farther into the material. And I would say that this book also is kind of a rebuke against, you know, I'll just name three systems. Well, four
Mm.
actually. Materialism, which includes communism and capitalism, anything based in measuring human, measuring the value of a human and the solely material, which again I view as a placeholder. And then as well as stakeholder capitalism, which is very popular in the legal community, law schools now, where they essentially, it's the philosopher kings, it's the from Plato's philosophy. We know better than you. We know what you need, and it's the enlightened monarchy, right? Divine monarchy,
Yeah,
mandated to have
today
peace.
it's the technocrats like Elon Musk or what Curtis Yarvin want. Yeah, the kind of
And the scary
smart
thing about
people.
some of those guys is they talk this language, right? They know some of this stuff, like uh, Peter Thiel. Like,
Oh my God, yeah, yeah, perfect example.
yeah. So it is interesting because I mean, you can use this stuff for bad too, right? And I think a lot of people that are higher up in that, I just don't view things hierarchical. I try not to. I think that's with the exactly one of the comments is anything that's ism is bad, right? Or sticky, nasty, gross. Yeah, I agree with that. But you see these people who, because out of fear of pain, where they've been harmed, and I saw in your graphic you had that earlier, out of fear of pain, they've been harmed, and they think the only way that I can be safe is by controlling everything around me, right? By
Mm-hmm.
externalizing politics, um, forcing other people to see, to agree. In a religious sense, it's forcing other people to have the exact same perspective on reality that I have. In a relationship, it's you say what I want you to say, otherwise I'm not going to talk to you. Um, and it comes in many forms: narcissism, sociopathy, just those
Mm-hmm.
darker forces. But they try to externalize the world and they view that pyramid structure and they try to flip it on its head, right? But all they do is rotate it and maybe they rise to the top of that pyramid, but they're fundamentally stuck in a cycle between bronze and silver, bronze and silver, right? And they just get trapped repeating that. And a lot of people fall into those feedback loops. I'm sure everyone here knows somebody that acts the same way that they did at 18 as they do at 50 or 60. And like these are the people mentoring younger people. Like these are the adults in people's lives. And I think for anybody who's on a path, like a different path, it's easy to get deceived and sidetracked by those who say, hey, I'm enlightened. Hey, I've got the answer. And it's just so much easier to accept that than actually go through, you know, the furnace, the fire, the pressure of life, which, you know, that is what causes the spiritual alchemy. That's what brings out the divine in all of us. And yeah.
For sure, yeah, and you also talk about institutions, and probably why Vance and I just don't belong to them anymore, because it's kind of like the
Me
old
neither.
what did Eric Hoffer famously say? Every great cause starts as a movement, turns into a business, and degenerates into a racket. It almost seems inevitable. Religion, politics. Why does this happen? And what's your answer to that, Joe?
I think it happens because most of us start life on autopilot. We start completely possessed by our ego and the forces of this world. And it becomes
Mhm.
very difficult to escape that. You do enter those feedback loops. The, the question of the institution, when I was in Venezuela in prison, I saw I saw Chavistas. I saw socialists who were true believers and had truly good intentions and truly did want to share the wealth, and they were in prison by Maduro and his
The
people,
true,
because
yeah.
in any hierarchy, it's the people who sometimes the most intelligent, but also sometimes the most devious and dark that rise to the top ultimately, and it's just so
Well, plus
easy to be
it's the
deceived.
old formula, like what communists do and socialists. You get rid of the true believers, and then you just replace them with yes men, and then you're in power. So you don't have to worry about it. So happens over and over and over again, right?
Yeah, and I think too, like many religions do the same thing. Many, as we said before, isms do the same thing. It's like it's a true description of how to be. Like I could find enlightenment, like truly be balanced and enlightened, Zen, Holy Spirit, whatever term we want to call it across disciplines. I could be there, but the moment that I try to take that quality out of myself and inject it into you, it's been morphed into something else. It's become a collective instrument. The only way I could write a book on how to fly an airplane, I could describe the sensations, I could tell you every single detail, and you could imagine it. And that's one essence. That quality is true for you.
Hmm.
Or I could play a video game where I'm doing it, right? One of my I wish I was alive where I could ride a horse and charge into battle. That would have been great. But I could do it on the game. I can't do it now. But the only way for people to reach those higher levels is by experiencing it themselves. However, you know, I refer to a lot of concepts as a mirror, right? You have the inward and outward, and the two individuals influence the institutions, institutions influence the individuals, the outward influences the inward influences the outer. You have like this recurring sense of mirror. Language, you know, I start off in language. language is a mirror of the self, but and it can impact the way you think. Like Afghans only have the word, uh, they have one word for blue and green because they live in a very brown environment. So even when they
Mm.
come to the United States and learn English, they can't differentiate between those two colors. So,
Wow.
you know, the outer world influences the inner world influences the outer world. And a lot of times, like if I'm trying to change the outer world, I'm really not in control and I'm negatively harming the inner world. But when I want to change the outer world by instead of externalizing, focusing on myself and my intention every moment, that's what actually changes the outer world. And if enough people do it, then you have that aggregate effect of kind of that wave of energy, kind of what Vance referred to earlier, where it's collective but not collective in the sense that you're possessed by it. An example I'll use for that is if I want to get stronger, I'm not so in control of my cells that I can consciously command my cells to build muscles. Not yet. Maybe one day. Probably not. But what I can do is I can, conduct ritualistic routine. I can wake up at the right time, eat the right food, do the right movement, and somehow the aggregate effect is my muscle growing. So a lot of time it's the cosmic joke. What you focus on, you will not get. If you want to find love, you're going to come off desperate. If you want to get money, get it. You're not going to have any time to spend it. Right? The
Of course.
empty parking lot, driving your car, there's one sign in the parking lot. People naturally drift towards it, look towards the object they're not trying to hit. So, it's just accepting life moment by moment and not getting possessed by institutions. I think that's the kind of novel piece because it is a synthesis of several different disciplines and philosophies. Yeah.
No, it makes sense. And how do you what's your advice on policing yourself? Because of course you're talking about, yes, sometimes we have to give away our individuality. If suddenly, the Terminators came over the border, Vance, Joe, and Miguel would have to give up our individuality to fight these guys for John Connor, right? And we would have to almost work in a hive mind. But at the same time, this hive mind can get out, and that's where we commit atrocities. The old Nazi guard. I was just following orders. Or there was another Nazi, again from Eric Hoffer, who said, well, why did you join the Nazi party? I wanted to be free from freedom because living is hard, thinking is hard, making decisions is hard. And when somebody has all the answers, like, hey, let's get together and fight the Terminators, then life is a lot easier because we're just out there shooting and, oh my God, you're human, you're working for the Terminators, I'll shoot you, damn you, or throw you in jail. How do we keep a balance between getting into that collectivism where we commit atrocities in the name of an ideal,
Well,
and from the others where we're just completely antisocial and we don't help society at all. We're just ugh, which is not good either.
a lot of this, a lot of the practical philosophy is engaging in what you call like iterative correction, where you constantly observe what you're doing, look at the outcome, and then change. When you do land navigation, most people are right-footed. They will go into circles, circling in the right. You have to look at an object, go to the right, go to the left, go to the right, go to the left. That's how you stay on the right course. And I'm going to go back to Vance's example earlier. Oil and water don't mix. If you are entering with the right intentions, then an institution or organization like that is going to spit you out as fast as it can. But
Hmm.
the insidious thing is they try to tiptoe you there, right? The frog stays in the boiling water because the temperature's turned up ever so slightly. But if you're doing it every moment and you're not tolerating it at all, then you don't find yourself faced with decisions. And another thing too is that I refer to the Trinity, or a collection of three things. I've talked about kind of a dialectic two things. I think that in this world, heaven and hell are concurrent in every lifetime, every moment of reality. Both exist concurrently, and some people are living in hell, some people are living in heaven, and that goes back to perspective is reality. Because when I was in a Venezuela prison, I was working out every day. I was telling jokes. I was trying to teach myself new Spanish. I was teaching other people English, and I used a time where it wasn't wasted. However, other people sobbed at night. They laid in their bed,
No.
and it's a sad thing to see, but They made it harder on themselves. They made it harder on other people. But even even the guards there were tortured and possessed. They didn't want to be doing what they're doing. Nobody wants to see that.
Really?
Or very few. There are some people who want to see that, and there was one guy there that liked it. I would say, but the majority of human beings have empathy, and majority of us have functioning prefrontal cortexes. And I don't know if you guys are familiar with Robert Sapolsky. He kind of dips into he's a neuropsychologist at Stanford, but he kind of goes back and forth between determinism or whether or not do we have free will or do we not? And he says, oh, your decisions are made chemically 0.04 seconds
They
before you
are,
know it.
yeah.
Oh
They've
yeah,
done
I've heard that.
they've divided the brain up, and left versus right brain. One side will do something because they hear it, and then ask the other side to justify why'd you do it. Once that connection is broken, it'll come up with whatever. So, again, perception is reality. I didn't choose who I am. I didn't choose what capabilities I have, but I'm enjoying the ride, and I think that as long as you maintain that intention, and there are certainly dark forces out there, you don't have to be part of them. You don't have to be possessed by them, and there is a different path to tread. I'm not saying it's going to be easy. I'm not saying a good life is an easy life. I think it will be very hard, but again, that pressure of life, that furnace, actually standing up and embodying however you want to call it, the higher level of man, uh, like uh, transcension of ego, ascension, nirvana, what, whatever spiritual philosophy you choose to embrace. I think that's how you do it, and that's if you're the kind of person that when you see somebody being bullied, like I was in a Taco Bell. I hate to admit I eat Taco Bell. It's terrible for you, but there's this smaller white guy, like his 40s, at the counter, and I had to order through him because the computer wasn't working. But I already noticed he wasn't answering me, and then there's another African American individual to my left, and he had paid in cash, and the white guy didn't give him the right cash, and you know I was watching this happen, and the guy said, "Excuse me, you get the right cash," and the cashier like looked at him, dismissed him, and I suspect this was racism because the guy said, "Hey, you didn't give me my money." And he looks at him like as though he had addressed him. He's like, "I'll be with you when I'm done." And he like looked at me like, "Yeah, man, agree with me." And I was like, "Whoa!" I was like, "You
Oh,
should not talk to him that way, right?" And that's a little act, and I'm not doing it to like put him in a certain place, but I'm just not tolerant of that negative energy at all. And it doesn't mean I distance myself from it. Somebody typed earlier, be in the world, not of the world. Yeah, you need to be, you have no choice. You are in this world. So when you observe, it's smallest things, but you don't end up falling prey to those systems. You don't end up being in the gilded cage where, you have so much subconscious action behind something that you have that sunken cost fallacy, right? That momentum or inertia, however you want to
uh,
view it, like carrying you to the next step, it's not there. So it's an everyday act. It's the same as brushing your teeth in the morning, right? And a lot of times we don't transform overnight. We change one thing at a time. And again, you could be gold in one area and not another area. So
well said indeed. What do you think, Vance? Do you have a question or anything from the audience?
Yeah, yeah. Don't see anything in the audience here. I've been watching, but
I
on
like
the free
What did Graham say? Taco Bell, where the border runs
water
through
runs
you.
through you.
Hey, I'm not gonna laugh. Tomorrow's my daughter's birthday, Ellie. So she gets to pick the restaurant. She picks Taco Bell. The border will run through this family, guys.
Good luck. Get your toilets in
Yeah,
shape.
it's
take the
addictive.
lettuce out of the tacos. Yeah.
But yeah, I was going to say about the free will thing. Yeah, maybe our brains, if they do the studies, and like your brain already decided what you're going to say before you say it. But here's the thing: when we go through life, it's like planting seeds in a garden. So the things that we choose from in our minds, that our brains choosing, we've we've put there by our prior actions and thoughts and so forth. So it's if you decide to be a drug lord someplace, you're only going to have certain things to choose from later in life, and if you're going to be a not drug lord, you're going to have other things to choose from in life. So I think this kind of uh, you know I think in that sense we have free will. Well, I think we have a general choice of direction and things we expose ourselves. So otherwise, why are we even talking on this show, right? If it doesn't make any difference, I think it's got to make a difference.
I would say it's made a difference in my life, 1000%. But I don't want to feed into my ego and look like, oh, this is what I've accomplished in my life. How great am I? Because
Mm.
that's not what it is. I think there is free will, and I think there is. I think both exist simultaneously because you have you, we see it modeled in. I'm a millennial. I'm a digital native. I like to use metaphors that refer back to that. But a video game character like Mario, 3D, the classic Super Mario, you can go left, right, up, down. You have free will in the game and in the level, and you're going to reach the end. But it's a predetermined course within that set of actions, within that running of events. You have certain actions you could take. But Mario is not going to step outside of that reality into this world. I hope not. Maybe one day. um,
If
it's
it is,
like
share those drugs,
something
man.
culminates. I'm sure they'll come out with one day.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, one day.
the yeah, the one thing you really can't choose is to not exist, right? You're here. You're here. So I can I can through my sets of actions manifest a better reality, right? That's true. That's absolutely true. Um, I could choose to sit on my sit at home and eat all day as well, but I don't know to the point that I'm so again. I'm not saying it's not possible. I'm open minded to anything, but I don't think I'm at the point where I can sit here and believe that my muscle is going to grow and just will it to grow, as cool as that would be. So, yeah, I have free will, but not in an infinite manner, right? You have, again, these dialectics that occur over and over again, the finite, the infinite, and it's kind of the tension between those that uh, this reality operates in.
Another thing I was going to say is that all of us that are sitting here, working on ourselves, trying to improve ourselves, trying to claw our way up to the gold status of not falling prey to the other two levels. Uh, I don't think we're the problem because if we're doing that already, we're not inclined to take advantage of people and be the bad guy and so forth because maybe we're not perfect, but we work on it. We have kind of a spread out awareness, without saying well we're the greatest or anything, but it's the people that don't care. The people that say, nah, look at these suckers down there. They're working on themselves. And while they're busy working on themselves, we're going to grab their money and scam them and do all these things. And we don't care. I mean, those are the people that really need to, address themselves. So it's like, then you get into the thing where us people that work on themselves try to work on the people that we think have to address themselves and aren't. And then we're the elite, and then we're back to the Plato philosophers thing. So it's a big cycle. I don't know. It has to come within everybody. It's like we have to have a big event or something that wakes people up, like some sort of weird thing in the sky that vibrates and tells everybody, get your act together, something that transcends humanity. That's where I think religion, tried to come in, or at least, religious philosophy, Gnosticism, whatever it is. It tries to be that thing in the sky that transcends humanity and gives us the message outside of anybody's individual ego.
Yeah, and I don't know if you guys have ever heard it called the true philosophy, right? But it's kind of the idea that there is a certain truth that does transcend humanity, and it's tried to be delivered to us many, many times, and repeatedly it's been corrupted into different forms of religion. The, the other the other thought I kind of had when you're talking was the I fall back to my experiences and what I've seen, and if you are trying to make yourself a better place or the world a better place, then that's when those darker forces will come at you extremely, extremely hard. You know, when you want to live a life that is more in balance with like in harmony with nature, with that whatever you want to call it, the essence of your soul, divinity, then that's when those darker forces come into play, and you might be in I've seen it. There's an organization that my parents are part of. It's called, sorry, 12 Steps. Have you heard of 12 Steps? It's an
Oh
addiction,
yeah.
and it uses
Yeah, I go to meetings. Yeah.
okay, okay. It uses Jungian philosophy and like
Hmm.
some symbolism too. Um, and I recognize it. My parents have the books, but the joke that they have is that there's a 13th step. Have you guys heard of this?
Oh yeah, yeah. Of
And
course, of course.
it's like the funny thing is that once these philosophies are corrupted, they're a magnet for people with these darker triad personality traits, narcissism, and all of it is idolatry of the self, idolatry of anything. But they come into this organization and I don't, it's not just religious leaders. It's, of course it's, you see it in Catholicism with the priests, and I'm
No.
not going to say what they do. um, but you see it across the board, and I'm telling you right now, very very great people in the military. There are people who join for the right reasons, and there's people who join for the wrong reason. And any organization with that much power behind it attracts the wrong forces. So
Mm.
Right. Right.
the other thing that I thought of too is like when you have centralization and the collection of everybody under a collective, right? Mass gathered in mass, gravity wealth accumulates, power accumulates, empires constructed, and it absorbs everybody under one system. Both science and Plato kind of gave us a good system to go by that puts us in balance. In scientific terms, it's called the Dunbar number. It's 120 to 200 people that you can know intimately. And
Right.
when you don't know them intimately and you hear about the train crash where 100 people die, you aren't capable of having, even if for whatever reason it is. And Plato proposed a system of polises, right? Of typically a community of about the same size. And when you look at, you know, the kind of collective human structures that have worked the best, Republican systems, where there have been the least amount of suffering. And I'm not promising utopia. I'm not promising,
Right.
you're going to make $1 million. You're going to, everything's going to be great in your life. Like life is going to be hard still, but if you're living in balance, then Plato had a perfect construction of a balanced kind of system where you surround yourself with 100 to 200 people who have the same values and mindset that you have. And as bad as every tech is a Pandora's box, it brings good and brings bad. And to the deeper extent that it accelerates human interaction or transaction of energy, the greater it exaggerates that. The aggregate effect is exaggerated. We see that in technology. But what I like about your podcast is that you guys are essentially utilizing what many people use to celebrate their ego, but you guys are using it for a pure purpose and message. And I think this is a great example. Just having the conversation, putting the energy out there, spreading the idea like a virus, however you want to view it. It's easier to sit down and shut up. But if you keep doing the right thing, speaking up at the right time, spreading the message that you're not going to be able to give the person the experience of flying the airplane, but they're going to do a better job of flying the airplane if they've heard your experience beforehand.
Beautifully said. I would agree. Yeah, that's it. Spread those dangerous ideas. That's what gets us through. And speaking of two, I wanted to share with the audience again a little housekeeping here. Yeah, there's his thing. But I was thinking of, again, my novel Stargazer, which again has just been haunting me, especially getting over these health issues and loss of friends and all those. And it's very similar because in this one, the vampires take over, they become the ruling class. But of course, you have to control the vampires because they're the ruling class, so they can commit atrocities and be in line. So you've got a super vampire, a demiurge who controls the vampires and memory wipes them, gives them their own religion, and teaches them all these falsehoods. And of course, there's one vampire who wakes up. So, on an interesting note, I have found a somebody who wants to help with a graphic novel. You guys let me know if you'd be interested in a Stargazer graphic novel in the future. But again, as I say, this is the most Gnostic tale you could ever think for. I say it's better than The Matrix or Dark City because it really gets into the heart of gnosis and society and social engineering and all that. And it's a very cool cyberpunk futuristic type of novel. So Just thought I would share that with the audience real quick. And um, so what advice your book? What advice do you have people for not to be able to be mind controlled? What are some signs that we're being mind controlled or that we're in the wrong direction, Joe?
I mean, for a lot of people are too far gone. I'm assuming your audience is not, if they're listening to this. So, uh, I was again in military intelligence, and part of that is the influence operations, psychological warfare, and I would say first of all, anything that's not decentralized, like put in front of you. I referenced my dream earlier. I
Hmm.
referenced synchronicity. When I was in prison, kidnapped in Venezuela, there's a guy. My name is Joseph Gabriel. He had the name Jose Gabriel tattooed on him. So the universe kind of has a way of winking and nodding and guiding you along the right path if you're looking for it. But anything that's centralized, being spoon fed to you, anything that is coming, like I hate to say it, out of your TV, out of the computer, those algorithms is designed to mislead you, designed to
Right.
lead you away from a deeper truth.
100%.
And there's so many fractals you can go down, so many paths that are false paths, right? That will suck you in. The the answer comes from within, right? Again, that we go. Religion's just the best example of it because, you know, I grew up Christian. I've read Buddhist philosophy. I've looked into Taoism, and you have this notion that when Christ first came, it was the message of, the kingdom of God is within you, right?
Right.
And then it got converted into, you know, you have to go to a priest, you have to go to a pastor. They're going to relay the information to you. So anything that's promising you the truth, anything that's promising that it's the sole answer, anyone who is telling you, basically to do something against your inner desire, inner intention, when you know you're in harmony and you're doing right with what you feel is right, that is mind control. That's your brainwash. And a lot of times, the way they trick you is by taking away your identity, right, and giving you a new identity, a new ego to live under.
Mm.
And that could be, you're the corporate attorney, you're the partner, you're XY, you're the general. Um,
Yeah, yeah. We're
so
not a
so
company,
many.
we're a family. That's my favorite one. Until we lay you off.
Yeah, and I'm Joe when I'm talking to you guys, but when I'm talking to Pashtuns, I'm Boswell. In South America, I'm Jose, right? I'm
Right.
all of those people, and every person that meets me has a different version of me in their heads, and I'm all of those too, but I'm none of them. So yeah, I'd say anytime that you're anything that one of the things the books is that if you're operating in gold, like truthfully operating in gold, then reality, so many more possibilities. It doesn't close doors, it opens doors, right? When you're doing things with the right intention, opportunity comes to you. You get put in those positions where the universe winks and nods at you and leads you down a freer, more true, autonomous path, if you want to call it that. But when you don't, then you fall victim and you fall trap, and you willingly enslave yourself in these, we call them contracts, rituals, exchanges of energy that capture you. So that's kind of what I would say.
No, that that makes perfect sense for sure. And
Yeah.
as Gordon White used to wisely say, tyranny can only exist in centralization. That's the
Yes.
only way tyranny. If something is decentralized, it cannot thrive or survive for long.
Yeah.
So that's why.
In fact, that reminds me of some of the things that I go by. Number one, I recommend to everybody to take a course on propaganda techniques, learn how they put it together. All the different techniques, the bandwagon technique, red herrings, all
Mhm.
these type of things. I can't think of all that, rattle them off right
Scarcity.
now.
Yeah, there's so many.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is when there's a big picture of a big leader all the time, and you see this face at you all the time. That's like you see in a lot of countries, third world countries that are that are fascist dictators and communist dictators, whoever they are. That's another good sign. Um, usually things that come at you and promise you something for nothing. There you go. They're really trying to get something for nothing. And there's so many, but propaganda techniques. And then you sit in front of the television and ask yourself questions like, do you ever watch those drug ads on TV? The huge expensive drug ads they put up with all the
Hmm.
little fine print. Well, you ask yourself, why are they putting those on there? I mean, it's not like you're going to run out to the drugstore and get a flab, right? You don't even know what it is. They don't tell you what it does. What is it for? They're programming somebody, and they're trying to reach out to somebody, and it's there's when you look at it carefully, there's no information there. It's encoded, and so there's another, and of course, all ads, study television ads, because television ads are full of propaganda techniques. And so when you recognize that, then you can recognize when people are, how mind control actually works.
I'd say too, a lot of that is they start off with a small lie. They build on a small false premise, a small false foundation, and then they extend the architecture from there. And I've noticed a lot of systems of propaganda. I don't know if anyone's ever played chess, but that's what you call a meta level game where the higher level skill you get, the more you understand what level another player's at, and the more you get into these advanced strategies. And sometimes newer players get lucky and they beat older players because they do something the older player doesn't expect outside the meta, right? But
Right.
a lot of these propaganda techniques, they don't want you to know. They throw you into the middle of the river. They start throwing you in the middle of the information stream. And
Mm.
we see it in education today. I was partially homeschooled. I'm a fan of Montessori. But sorry, I apologize.
Oh, that's okay. We
A
have pets.
bark on. I have a
Or
bark on.
um, but if you look at education today, there's no teaching of the classics. They don't teach philosophy. They don't want you to read Plato. They don't want you to read Aristotle, and yet they will introduce advanced ideologies and isms, down one of the fractals of those ideas. But God forbid they actually teach students, the foundation. So I mean, our education system's heavily propagandized, right? It's a proxy for indoctrination into a collective ego. I
it
we
is. It is.
in order to
Oh, the
defeat
old
Germany.
Prussian system.
Exactly. That's where I was going. Yeah. We adopted the German system in order to beat the German system. Because expansion and systems only die by expansion systems. So,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's the old Philip K. Dick quote about World War II is we defeated the Germans, but the Nazis won. So, and then I liked about your 13th stepping. What's the 11th commandment? Thou shalt not get caught. That's the other one too. That we
I have not heard that. That's hilarious.
That's good.
Yeah, yeah, it is,
See,
and also, but language too. As I tell people, you want a solution. Sometimes people come up to you, well, what is some Gnostic practice? I said, well, it's simple. Know thyself. There's no list. The Gnostic said, there's a variety of shit. You figure it out, and people hate that because everybody wants like this system. I get that way too. When I need some, well, can't you give me the steps? No. And ask, well, how
yeah,
do I know myself? Well, why don't you sit alone with yourself for 15 minutes? You are in a complete state of self knowledge. You're just sitting there with yourself, doing nothing. Miguel's with Miguel, Joe's with Joe. That, and for a lot of people, that's painful. That I think with millennials will start going into physical pain if you leave them alone without their device or anything, because you are there with just yourself. And we're not taught just watch your thoughts, see what comes through, find something new about yourself or what's bothering you that day. So it's yeah, know thyself is the key.
yeah, and those institutions, like I said, everything is a Pandora's box, good and bad. You have your shadow, right? Good and bad comes with all. So the 12 steps, it does serve a purpose. It brings people out of bronze, right? Bronze addiction, where all they can get is their next vice or their next drink hit, whatever it is, and it takes them to silver. Religion does the same thing.
Hmm.
Military training does the same. Rites of initiation. One of the craziest things I can tell you right now is that you talk about I don't know if you've studied any mystery schools in Egypt, but they had a 3-day ritual where they would drag the acolyte out, put him in a dark cave let him starve, and then you know make noises all around him. And that isolation, not just isolation, but sensory deprivation, causes you to hallucinate, and it kind of lets you see that it's your mind and your thoughts that are manifesting reality, because you'll be in complete darkness and you'll see something in front
Right.
of you your mind is producing. And the military does that same thing to this day in various programs. And it's, I don't know if they realize they're doing it, but it's just interesting the parallels you'll see if you're paying attention. And
Oh yeah, it's very. I mean, even was it Chris Knowles who noticed the Spartans, who were the greatest warriors for 500 years, and that he of taking children away from their mothers, putting them in their all this stress. That's exactly what the British and the Americans did later on. You know, get the child away from the mother, get them to kindergarten. You know, in a school where they'll have their first experience of fights and violence, and the teacher can swat them and all that. And what it creates is a militaristically very powerful society, but yeah, the individual soul is crushed because of that. So they do that all
it's,
the time, indeed.
it's almost, that and that mantle of empire started as far back as we could see, like maybe with the Egyptian Hittites. But it's like
Mm,
that pyramid once constructed, it changes hands, and a new elite set is brought in, but it's been spread. It's gone from the Roman to the Holy Roman Empire to the British, now the Americans, and then obviously they want to create a new world government, a new world order, right? A one world government at some point. But you know, as power centralizes, and you know, it's centralized. There's also like overextension and collapse later, because everything has its cycle of life and death. So it's in those moments that the human soul rises back up. But I would say even in the darkest of times, right, the darkest darkness, the flame burns the brightest, even the smallest flame. And that human will, that human spirit's never going to die out. I have faith. I I am an eternal optimist. I think that's one of the messages of the book is, and I was in a Venezuela prison, so I've been faced with life and death, and I can tell you right now that you only die when you accept death in the moment, right? And okay. I'm not saying you're gonna be immortal, but like sometimes a shorter life is a better life, right? Living
hmm
true good purpose is better than living as a slave for 100 years.
hmm Yep, that is very true. That is very true. As we get to the end, any last questions from you, Vance?
Not really. Um, I think we've covered a lot of ground, and I'm still wondering, what it is that can we ever? Well, here's the question. Um, what about the idea, that's pretty central to Gnostic thinking, that um, the world is pretty much just a place that you have to go through, but it's really, you can't hope to really reform it, but you just have to transcend it, and that's why Gnostics and other groups look forward to whatever is past this life, as opposed to trying to fix this world.
Yeah, I think that's true too, and I would kind of call back to that. What I said earlier is that in this reality, it's kind of between where you have both heaven and you can have hell, and you're never going to have a life free of suffering or negative energy. That is the world we live in, and you are not your body, but you are in your body for at least this period of time. So no, I don't think you. This is not something that's going to fundamentally usher in utopia. This is not anything that is going to transform the nature of this world. And if it did, then I think that would be a false. That would be feeding back into the ego, right? That would be me telling you, I've got all the right answers. Like, listen to me. Like, I've created a false path, and I don't want to do that. So I would say I agree with that. I think that fundamentally the laws of nature are the laws of nature, and what you focus your mind on is kind of what you ascend or descend into, and you could descend into materialism, denser matter, whatever you want to call it, or you could you know focus on higher level values. And I'm saying that as a placeholder because I think there's many forms of it. expressed in many different philosophies. And I kind of view this life as, again, a furnace, right? To, to the pressure brings out the divinity. So it's not about changing the world necessarily. I think the world does change on superficial levels, right? Again, going back to Mario, I can go from start to finish,
Right.
or I can go on my Xbox and load a new game. But if I'm stuck in that operating system, I'm stuck in that operating system. So I can have different manifestations of this reality, but I'm still in this set of laws. So yeah, I think you can improve reality superficially, but I don't think you can change the nature of reality.
Yeah, maybe Douglas Adams was telling us that when he had the gal sitting in the restaurant, all of a sudden coming to the realization, I have it. I have the solution to life, the universe, and everything. And then the Vogons destroy the planet.
Earth was a computer, right, or
That would
something
be
like that.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
I have a last question, which of course is relevant today. AI. What do you see? How do you deal with AI in your book?
Yeah, so I think AI, the danger in AI is that it does accelerate those transactions of energy very, very quickly. And it can propagandize people more. It can influence people more. I see a lot of people who use AI and it, they brainwash themselves with AI because it tells them what they want to hear, right?
Right.
And
Yeah.
at the bronze level, using bronze ego, it's going to delude themselves into thinking they've invented a new system of math, which I've seen that online. I'm like, come on, man. At the same time, higher level institutions are solving mathematical theorems that have not been solved yet, and they're finding solutions. So that's an example of AI being used for something good. And again, we might make progress materially, but it's not changing the nature or laws of reality that we exist in. So AI is like anything; it can be used for good or for bad. And if you're not consciously aware of how you're using it and consciously kind of channeling your inner energy, it can capture you, it can possess you, you can possess it, and certainly on a societal level, it can be very, very dangerous, right? AI used to systematize, financialize, digitize every single thing we do to the point that we no longer even if we have free will, we no longer have effective free will because we're captured in the system and there's no escaping it. There's nowhere on earth you can go and live off the land anymore due to the misuse of AI. But at the same
Mm.
time, if we're focused in intention, uh, you know, we can use AI as a decentralizing force, right? We could use AI as a mechanism to spur on certain. I used AI and doing my media outreach. I think that's an effective use.
Right.
I think there's musicians who have used AI to produce their tracks, and they produce good music. And there's people who think they're creating AI music that's awful. But the right true use of AI, along with any technologies, if it increases your autonomy and your ability to become a creator in this world, and manipulate and manifest a reality that's more in harmony with who you are. Yeah. So AI is definitely a form of Pandora's box. I think that fear of AI, fear of anything, is possessive and a dark path to go down. Like if you fear death, that's going to capture you moment to moment. So
Mm.
ultimately, fear of AI comes from a fear of death. So uh, if AI is misused and they create this one world collective oppressive system, then our role is to resist that moment to moment and understand that even in the darkest times, the human soul will rise up again. So yeah, I I I would say even with AI, if you kind of try to adopt this architecture of gold, then you can resist some of those darker manifestations, aggregation of of you know the feedback pool of AI.
Makes sense. Well, we are at the end. Great conversation on Joe's book, The Architecture of Gold, Qualia AI, Paradox, and the Future of Civilization. You'll get those red pills and red pill suppositories to help you out in these very strange times, these Gnostic times, this Philip K. Dick world. Do you have a website, Joe?
I don't. I need to
Okay.
get one. I since contacting you guys, I've had a few articles published, so I definitely need to get an author's page. Um, but unfortunately, I yeah, just the Amazon link. That's all. Yeah.
I have that on the show notes, so check it out. Awesome, awesome. Well, yeah, we are at the end. First, Vance, thanks for keeping us company.
Oh, sure. I'm going to go for the gold and maybe I'll even get up to platinum someday.
Earn your points.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, Joe, yes, we really appreciate you coming here again. For those who listen, you will get the bonus extra audio bonus. Well, you will get more on Joe's, yeah, his fascinating ideas and how to navigate this world. But for now, we're at the end. Joe, thank you very much for coming on the show. Really appreciate your time and the work you've done.
Pleasure chatting with you. Take care.
Likewise, and for everybody else, you also take care. And yeah, keep dreaming. And join Patreon, AV Prime, or YouTube membership for all complete episodes and other Aeonic rewards, including monthly Q&As, a private RSS feed, exclusive Gnostic blogs, articles, ebooks, and
Architects of Fate by Orison Swett Marden. Preface. The demand for more than a dozen editions of Pushing to the Front has encouraged the author to publish this companion volume of similar scope and purpose. Inspiration to character building and worthy achievement is the keynote of the present volume, its object, to arouse to honorable exertion youth who are drifting without aim, to encourage and stimulate to higher resolve those who are setting out to make their own way, with perhaps neither friendship nor capital other than a determination to get on in the world. Nothing is so fascinating to a youth with high purpose, life, and energy throbbing in his young blood as stories of men and women who have brought great things to pass. The author teaches that there are bread and success for every youth under the American flag who has the grit to seize his chance and work his way to his own loaf. That poverty has rocked the cradle of the giants who have wrung civilization from barbarism and have led the world up from savagery to the Gladstones, the Lincolns, and the Grants. The book shows that it is the man with the one unwavering aim who cuts his way through opposition and forges to the front, that what are stumbling blocks and defeats to the weak and vacillating are but stepping stones and victories to the strong and determined. He has tried to touch the higher springs of the youth's aspiration, to teach him that the hand can never safely reach higher than does the heart. The author's aim has been largely through concrete illustrations, which have pith, point, and purpose, to be more suggestive than dogmatic. Chapter 1. Wanted a Man. Wanted men, not systs fit and wise, not faiths with rigid eyes, not wealth in mountain piles, not power with gracious smiles, not even the potent pen, wanted men. Run ye to and fro through the streets of Jerusalem, and see now, and know, and seek in the broad places thereof, if ye can find a man. Jeremiah. Diogenes sought with a lantern at noontide in ancient Athens for a perfectly honest man, and sought in vain. In the marketplace he once cried aloud, "Hear me, O men!" And when a crowd collected around him, he said scornfully, "I called for men, not pygmies." The world has a standing advertisement over the door of every profession, every occupation, every calling. Wanted a man. Wanted a man who will not lose his individuality in a crowd. A man who has the courage of his convictions, who is not afraid to say no, though all the world say yes. Wanted a man who, though he is dominated by a mighty purpose, will not permit one great faculty to dwarf, cripple, warp, or mutilate his manhood. Wanted a man who is larger than his calling, who considers it a low estimate of his occupation to value it merely as a means of getting a living. Wanted a man who sees self-development, education and culture, discipline and drill, character and manhood in his occupation. Wanted a man who is symmetrical and not one-sided in his development, who has not sent all the energies of his being into one narrow specialty and allowed all the other branches of his life to wither and die. Wanted a man who mixes common sense with his theories, who prefers substance to show, who regards his good name as a priceless treasure. God calls a man to be upright and pure and generous, but he also calls him to be intelligent and skillful and strong and brave. As Emerson says, Talleyrand's question is ever the main one. Not, is he rich? But is he anybody? Does he stand for something? He must be good of his kind. When Garfield was asked as a young boy what he meant to be, he answered, first of all, I must make myself a man. If I do not succeed in that, I can succeed in nothing. Montaigne says our work is not to train a soul by itself alone, nor a body by itself alone, but to train a man. One great need of the world today is for men and women who are good animals, to endure the strain of our concentrated civilization. The coming man and woman must have an excess of animal spirits, a robustness of health. Mere absence of disease is not health. It is the overflowing fountain, not the one half full, that gives life and beauty to the valley below. Only he is healthy who exults in mere animal existence, who feels a bounding pulse throughout his body, as dogs do when scouring over the field. It is a sad sight to see thousands of students graduated every year from our grand institutions whose object is to make stalwart, independent, self-supporting men, turned out into the world's saplings instead of stalwart oaks, sickly instead of robust, weak instead of strong. So many promising youths, and never a finished man. The character sympathizes with and unconsciously takes on the nature of the body. A peevish, snarling, ailing man cannot develop the vigor and strength of character, which is possible to a healthy, robust, jolly man. The giant's strength with the imbecile's brain will not be characteristic of the coming man. Man has been a dwarf of himself, but a higher type of manhood stands at the door of this age knocking for admission. Apelles hunted over Greece for many years, studying the fairest points of beautiful women, getting here an eye, there a forehead, and there a nose, here a grace, and there a turn of beauty, for his famous portrait of a perfect woman which enchanted the world. So the coming man will be a composite, many in one. He will absorb into himself not the weakness, not the follies, and the virtues of other types of men. He will be self-centered, equipoised, and ever master of himself. The first requisite of all education and discipline should be man timber. Tough timber must come from well-grown, sturdy trees. Such wood can be turned into a mast, can be fashioned into a piano or an exquisite carving. But it must become timber first. So, through discipline, education, experience, the sapling child is developed into hardy mental, moral, physical timber. What an aid to character building would be the determination of the young man in starting out in life to consider himself his own bank, that his notes will be accepted as good or bad, and will pass current everywhere or be worthless, according to his reputation for honor and veracity. That if he lets a note go to protest, his bank of character will be suspected. That if they continue to go to protest, his reputation will be lost and confidence in him ruined. If the youth should start out with the fixed determination that every statement he makes shall be the exit truth, that every promise he makes shall be redeemed to the letter, that every appointment shall be kept with the strictest faithfulness, if he should hold his reputation as a priceless treasure and take such a stand at the outset, he would, like George Peabody, come to have almost unlimited credit and the confidence of all. What are palaces and equipages? What though a man could cover a continent with his title deeds, compared with conscious rectitude, with a face that never turns pale at the accuser's voice, with a heart that might be turned inside out and disclose no stain of dishonor? To have done no man a wrong, to walk and live unseduced within arm's length of what is not your own, with nothing between your desire and its gratification but the invisible law of rectitude, this is to be a man. Man is the only great thing in the universe. All the ages have been trying to produce a perfect model. Only one complete man has yet been evolved. The best of us are but prophecies of what is to come. God, give us men. A time like this demands strong minds, great hearts, true faith, and ready hands, men whom the lust of office does not kill, men whom the spoils of office cannot buy. Tall men, sun-crowned, who live above the fog in public duty and in private thinking. Anon. Chapter 2. Dare. What's brave? What's noble? Let's do it after the high Roman fashion and make death proud to take us. Shakespeare. No great deed is done by falterers who ask for certainty. George Eliot. To stand with a smile upon your face against a stake from which you cannot get away, that, no doubt, is heroic. But the true glory is resignation to the inevitable, to stand unchained, with perfect liberty to go away, held only by the higher claims of duty, and let the fire creep up to the heart. This is heroism. F. W. Robertson. When the assembled Senate of Rome begged Regulus not to return to Carthage to fulfill an illegal promise, he calmly replied, "Have you resolved to dishonor me? Torture and death are awaiting me, but what are these to the shame of an infamous act, or the wounds of a guilty mind? Slave as I am to Carthage, I still have the spirit of a Roman. I have sworn to return. It is my duty. Let the gods take care of the rest." A woman's piercing shriek suddenly startled a party of surveyors at dinner in a forest of northern Virginia on a calm, sunny day in 1750. "Oh, sir!" exclaimed the woman, as she caught sight of a youth of 18, but a man in stature and bearing. "You will surely do something for me. My boy, my poor boy is drowning, and they will not let me go." "It would be madness. She will jump into the river," said one of the men who was holding her, "and the rapids would dash her to pieces in a moment." Throwing on his coat, the youth sprang to the edge of the bank, scanned for a moment the rocks and whirling currents, and then, at sight of part of the boy's dress, plunged into the roaring rapids. All eyes were bent upon the youth struggling with strong heart and hope amid the dizzy sweep of the whirling currents far below. Twice the boy went out of sight, but he had reappeared the second time, although frightfully near the most dangerous part of the river. 3 times the youth was about to grasp the child when some stronger eddy would toss it from him. One final effort he makes. The child is held aloft by his strong right arm, but a cry of horror bursts from the lips of every spectator as boy and man shoot over the falls and vanish in the seething waters below. They emerged unharmed from the boiling vortex, and in a few minutes reached a low place in the bank and were drawn up by their friends, the boy senseless but still alive, and the youth almost exhausted. God will give you a reward, solemnly spoke the grateful woman. He will do great things for you in return for this day's work. The youth was George Washington. Your Grace has not the organ of animal courage largely developed, said a phrenologist who was examining Wellington's head. You're right, replied the Iron Duke, and but for my sense of duty, I should have retreated in my first fight. That first fight on an Indian field was one of the most terrible on record. When General Jackson was a judge and was holding court in a small settlement, a border ruffian, a murderer, and desperado came into the courtroom with brutal violence and interrupted the court. The officers shrank from arresting him. Call me then, said Jackson. This court is adjourned for 5 minutes. He walked straight up to the man, and with his eagle eye actually cowed the ruffian, who dropped his weapons, afterward saying, there was something in his eye I could not resist. After the Battle of Fort Donelson, the wounded were hauled down the hill in rough board wagons, and most of them died before they reached St. Louis. One blue-eyed boy of 19, with both arms and both legs shattered, had lain a long time and was neglected. He said, why, you see, they couldn't stop to bother with us because they had to take the fort. When they took it, we all forgot our sufferings and shouted for joy, even to the dying. Pyrrhus marched to Sparta to reinstate the deposed Cleonymus and quietly pitched his tents before Laconia, not anticipating resistance. In consternation, the Spartans in council decided to send their women to Crete for safety. But the women met and asked Queen Archidamia to remonstrate. She went to the council, sword in hand, and told the men that their wives did not care to live after Sparta was destroyed. We are brave men's mothers and brave men's wives. We are ready to do and dare. We are ready to man your walls with our lives and string your bows with our hair. They hurried to the walls and worked all night, aiding the men in digging trenches. When Pyrrhus attacked the city next day, his repulse was so emphatic that he withdrew from Laconia. It was the heroic devotion of an Indian girl that saved the life of Captain John Smith when the powerful King Powhatan had decreed his death. When the consul shouted that the bridge was tottering, Lartius and Herminius sought safety in flight. But Horatius strode still nearer the foe, the single champion of his country and liberty, and dared the 90,000 to come on. Dead stillness fell upon the Tuscans. So astonished were they at the audacity of the Roman. Not until his words were drowned by the loud crash of fiercely disrupturing timbers did his enemies hurl their showers of arrows and javelins. Then, dexterously warding off the missiles with his shield, he plunged into the Tiber, although stabbed in the hip by a Tuscan spear which lamed him for life. He swam in safety to Rome. May 10th, 17 Napoleon carried the bridge at Lodi in the face of the Austrian batteries. 14 cannon were trained upon the French end of the structure, with 6,000 troops behind them. Napoleon massed 4,000 grenadiers at the head of the bridge with a battalion of 300 carbineers in front. At the tap of the drum, the foremost assailants wheeled under a terrible hail of grape and canister, and the front ranks went down like stalks of grain before a reaper. The column staggered and reeled backward, and the valiant grenadiers were appalled by the task before them. Without a word or a look of reproach, Napoleon placed himself at their head. Forward again over heaps of dead that choked the passage, and a quick run carried the column across 200 yards of clear space. So sudden and so miraculous was it all that the Austrian artillerists abandoned their guns instantly, and their supports fled in a panic instead of meeting the French onslaught. The contrast between Napoleon's slight figure and the massive grenadiers suggested the nickname Little Corporal. The great secret of the success of Joan of Arc was the boldness of her attacks. When Stephen of Colonna fell into the hands of base assailants, and they asked him in derision, "Where is now your fortress?" "Here," was his bold reply, placing his hand upon his heart. It was after the Mexican War, when General McClellan was employed as a topographical engineer, surveying the Pacific coast. One evening he received word that the chiefs of the Columbia River tribes desired to confer with him, and from the messenger's manner he suspected that the Indians meant mischief. Mounting his horse, he rode boldly into the Indian village, where about 30 chiefs were holding council. 2 Indians had been captured by a party of white pioneers and hanged for theft, and the chiefs, after pondering long, decreed that McClellan should immediately be put to death in retaliation. McClellan had sat motionless throughout, apparently indifferent to his fate, and by his listlessness had thrown his captors off their guard. When the sentence was passed, he acted like a flash. Flinging his left arm around the neck of Saltese, he whipped out his revolver and held it close to the chief's temple. "Revoke that sentence, or I shall kill you this instant," he cried. "I revoke it," exclaimed Saltese. "You have the word of Saltese," was the quick response. McClellan strode out of the tent with his revolver in his hand, mounted his horse, and rode to his camp. He owed his life to his quickness of perception and to his accurate knowledge of Indian character. Many distinguished foreign and American statesmen were present at a fashionable dinner party where wine was freely poured, but Schuyler Colfax, then Vice President of the United States, declined to drink from a proffered cup. "Colfax dares not drink," sneered a senator who had already taken too much. "You're right," said the Vice President. "I dare not." "There are many cardinals and bishops at Worms," said a friend to Luther, "and they will burn your body to ashes as they did that of John Huss." Luther replied, "Although they should make a fire that should reach from Worms to Wittenberg, and that should flame up to heaven, in the Lord's name I would pass through it and appear before them. Here I stand, I cannot do otherwise, God help me," exclaimed Luther at the Diet of Worms, facing his foes. It took great courage for the commercial Quaker John Bright to espouse a cause which called down upon his head the derision and scorn and hatred of the Parliament. For years he rested under a cloud of obloquy, but Bright was made of stern stuff. To a man who boasted that his ancestors came over with the conquerors, he replied, "I never heard that they did anything else." when a resolute young fella steps up to the great bully, the world, and takes him boldly by the beard, says Holmes, he is often surprised to find it come off in his hand, and that it was only tied on to scare away timid adventurers. It takes courage for a young man to stand firmly erect while others are bowing and fawning for praise and power. It takes courage to wear threadbare clothes while your comrades dress in broadcloth. It takes courage to say no squarely when those around you say yes. It takes courage to unmask your true self, to show your blemishes to a condemning world, and to pass for what you really are. We live ridiculously for fear of being thought ridiculous. They are slaves who dare not be in the right with two or three. How we shrink from an act of our own. We live as others live. Custom or fashion dictates, and who dares conduct his household or business affairs in his own way and snap his fingers at Dame Grundy? Many a man has marched up to the cannon's mouth in battle who dared not face public opinion or oppose Mrs. Grundy. It takes courage for a public man not to bend the knee to popular prejudice, to refuse to follow custom when it is injurious to his health and morals. Yet fear is really the only thing to fear. As the strongest man has a weakness somewhere, so the greatest hero is a coward somewhere. Peter was courageous enough to draw his sword to defend his master, but he could not stand the ridicule and the finger of scorn of the maidens in the high priest's hall, and he actually denied even the acquaintance of the master he had declared he would die for. "I will take the responsibility," said Andrew Jackson on a memorable occasion, and his words have become proverbial. If a man would accomplish anything in this world, he must not be afraid of assuming responsibilities. Of course, it takes courage to run the risk of failure, to be subjected to criticism for an unpopular cause, to expose oneself to the shafts of everybody's ridicule. But the man who is not true to himself, who cannot carry out the sealed orders placed in his hands at his birth, regardless of the world's yes or no, of its approval or disapproval, the man who has not the courage to trace the pattern of his own destiny, which no other soul knows but his own, can never rise to the true dignity of manhood. "I should have thought fear would have kept you from going so far," said a relative who found the little boy Nelson wandering a long distance from home. "Fear," said the future admiral, "I don't know him." That simple shepherd lad, David, fresh from his flocks, marching unattended and unarmed, save with his shepherd's staff and sling, to confront the colossal Goliath with his massive armor, is the sublimest audacity the world has ever seen. At the Battle of Copenhagen, as Nelson walked the deck, slippery with blood and covered with the dead, he said, "This is warm work, and this day may be the last to any of us in a moment. But mark me, I would not be elsewhere for thousands." At the Battle of Trafalgar, when Nelson was shot and was being carried below, he covered his face, that those fighting might not know their chief had fallen. Execute your resolutions immediately. Thoughts are but dreams till their effects be tried. Combat difficulty manfully. Sustain misfortune bravely. Endure poverty nobly. Encounter disappointment courageously. Every day sends to the grave obscure men, who have only remained in obscurity because their timidity has prevented them from making a first effort, and who, if they could have been induced to begin, would, in all probability, have gone great lengths in the career of usefulness and fame. No great deed is done, says George Eliot, by falterers who ask for certainty. The brave, cheerful man will survive his blighted hopes and disappointments and will march boldly and cheerfully forward in the battle of life. He is the true hero. Our doubts are traitors and make us lose the good we oft might win by fearing to attempt. Shakespeare. After the great inward struggle was over, and he had determined to remain loyal to his principles, Thomas More walked cheerfully to the block. His wife called him a fool for staying in a dark, damp, filthy prison when he might have his liberty by merely renouncing his doctrines, as some of the bishops had done. But he preferred death to dishonor. His daughter allowed the power of love to drive away fear. She remained true to her father when all others, even her mother, had forsaken him. After his head had been cut off and exhibited on a pole on London Bridge, the poor girl begged it of the authorities and requested that it be buried in the coffin with her. When Sir Walter Raleigh came to the scaffold, he was very faint, and began his speech to the crowd by saying that during the last 2 days he had been visited by 2 ague fits. If, therefore, you perceive any weakness in me, I beseech you ascribe it to my sickness rather than to myself. He took the axe and kissed the blade, and said to the sheriff, "'Tis a sharp medicine, but a sound cure for all diseases. Don't waste time dreaming of obstacles you may never encounter, or in crossing bridges you have not reached. Don't fool with the nettle. Grasp with firmness if you would rob it of its sting." Abraham Lincoln's boyhood was one long struggle with poverty, with little education, and no influential friends. When at last he had begun the practice of law, it required no little daring to cast his fortune with the weaker side in politics, and thus imperil what small reputation he had gained. Only the most sublime moral courage could have sustained him as president to hold his ground against hostile criticism and a long train of disaster, to issue the Emancipation Proclamation, to support Grant and Stanton against the clamor of the politicians and the press, and through it all to do the right as God gave him to see the right. Lincoln never shrank from espousing an unpopular cause when he believed it to be right. At the time when it almost cost a young lawyer his bread and butter to defend the fugitive slave, and when other lawyers had refused, Lincoln would always plead the cause of the unfortunate whenever an opportunity presented. "Go to Lincoln," people would say, when these hounded fugitives were seeking protection. "He's not afraid of any cause if it's right." As Salmon P. Chase left the courtroom after making an impassioned plea for the runaway slave girl Matilda, a man looked at him in surprise and said, "There goes a fine young fellow who has just ruined himself." But in thus ruining himself, Chase had taken the first important step in a career in which he became governor of Ohio. United States Senator from Ohio, Secretary of the United States Treasury, and Chief Justice of the United States Supreme Court. At the trial of William Penn for having spoken at a Quaker meeting, the recorder, not satisfied with the first verdict, said to the jury, "We will have a verdict by the help of God, or you shall starve for it." "You are Englishmen," said Penn. "Mind your privileges. Give not away your right." At last the jury, after 2 days and 2 nights without food, returned a verdict of not guilty. The recorder fined them 40 marks apiece for their independence. What cared Christ for the jeers of the crowd? The palsied hand moved, the blind saw, the leper was made whole, the dead spake. Despite the ridicule and scoffs of the spectators, what cared Wendell Phillips for rotten eggs, derisive scorn, and hisses? In him the scornful world had met its match. Did Anna Dickinson leave the platform when the pistol bullets of the Molly Maguires flew about her head? She silenced those pistols by her courage and her arguments. "Our enemies are before us," exclaimed the Spartans at Thermopylae, "and we are before them," was the cool reply of Leonidas. "Deliver your arms," came the message from Xerxes. "Come and take them," was the answer Leonidas sent back. A Persian soldier said, "You will not be able to see the sun for flying javelins and arrows." "Then we will fight in the shade," replied a Lacedaemonian. "It is impossible," said a staff officer, when Napoleon gave directions for a daring plan. "Impossible!" thundered the great commander. "Impossible is the adjective of fools." Napoleon went to the edge of his possibility. Grant never knew when he was beaten. When told that he was surrounded by the enemy at Belmont, he quietly replied, "Well, then we must cut our way out." "The hero," says Emerson, "is the man who is immovably centered." A mouse that dwelt near the abode of a great magician was kept in such constant distress by its fear of a cat that the magician, taking pity on it, turned it into a cat itself. Immediately it began to suffer from its fear of a dog, so the magician turned it into a dog. Then it began to suffer from fear of a tiger, and the magician turned it into a tiger. Then it began to suffer from fear of hunters, and the magician said in disgust, "Be a mouse again. As you have only the heart of a mouse, it is impossible to help you by giving you the body of a nobler animal." Men who have dared have moved the world often before reaching the prime of life. It is astonishing what daring to begin and perseverance have enabled even youths to achieve. Alexander, who ascended the throne at 20, had conquered the known world before dying at 33. Julius Caesar captured 800 cities, conquered 300 nations, and defeated 3 million men, became a great orator and one of the greatest statesmen known, and still was a young man. Washington was appointed adjutant general at 19, was sent at 21 as an ambassador to treat with the French, and won his first battle as a colonel at 22. Napoleon was only 27 when, on the plains of Italy, he outgeneraled and defeated one after another the veteran marshals of Austria. Many a bright youth has accomplished nothing of worth simply because he did not dare to commence. For man's great actions are performed in minor struggles. There are obstinate and unknown braves who defend themselves inch by inch in the shadows against the fatal invasion of want and turpitude. There are noble and mysterious triumphs which no eye sees, no renown rewards, and no flourish of trumpet salutes. Life, misfortune, isolation, abandonment, and poverty are battlefields which have their heroes. Victor Hugo, "Quit yourselves like men," 1 Samuel chapter 4, verse 9. Chapter 3, The Will and the Way. I will find a way or make one. Nothing is impossible to the man who can will. Mirabeau. As well can the Prince of Orange pluck the stars from the sky as bring the ocean to the wall of Leyden for your relief, was the derisive shout of the Spanish soldiers when told that the Dutch fleet would raise that terrible 4-month siege of 15, but from the parched lips of William, tossing on his bed of fever at Rotterdam, had issued the command, break down the dikes, give Holland back to ocean. And the people had replied, better a drowned land than a lost land. They began to demolish dike after dike of the strong lines ranged one within another for 15 miles to their city of the interior. On the 1st and 2nd of October, a violent equinoctial gale rolled the ocean inland and swept the fleet on the rising waters almost to the camp of the Spaniards. The next morning, the garrison sallied out to attack their enemies, but the besiegers had fled in terror under cover of the darkness. The next day the wind changed, and a counter-tempest brushed the water with the fleet upon it from the surface of Holland. The outer dikes were replaced at once, leaving the North Sea within its old bounds. When the flowers bloomed the following spring, a joyous procession marched through the streets to found the University of Leyden in commemoration of the wonderful deliverance of the city. At a dinner party given in 1837 at the residence of Chancellor Kent in New York City, some of the most distinguished men in the country were invited, and among them was a young and rather melancholy and reticent Frenchman. Professor Morse was one of the guests, and during the evening he drew the attention of Mr. Gallatin, then a prominent statesman, to the stranger, observing that his forehead indicated great intellect. Yes, replied Mr. Gallatin, touching his own forehead with his finger, there is a great deal in that head of his, but he has a strange fancy. Can you believe it? He has the idea that he will one day be the Emperor of France. Can you conceive anything more absurd? It did seem absurd, for this reserved Frenchman was then a poor adventurer, an exile from his country, without fortune or powerful connections, and yet 14 years later his idea became a fact. His dream of becoming Napoleon III was realized. True, before he accomplished his purpose, there were long, dreary years of imprisonment, exile, disaster, and patient labor and hope, but he gained his ambition at last. He was not scrupulous as to the means employed to accomplish his ends, yet he is a remarkable example of what pluck and energy can do. There is scarcely anything in all biography grander than the saying of young Henry Fawcett, Gladstone's last Postmaster General, to his grief-stricken father, who had put out both his eyes by birdshot during a game hunt. Never mind, father, blindness shall not interfere with my success in life. One of the most pathetic sights in London streets long afterward was Henry Fawcett, M.P., led everywhere by a faithful daughter, who acted as amanuensis, as well as guide to her plucky father. When Grant was a boy, he could not find cant in the dictionary. It is the men who have no cant in their dictionaries that make things move. The true way to conquer circumstances is to be a greater circumstance yourself. Yet, while desiring to impress in the most forcible manner possible the fact that willpower is necessary to success, and that, other things being equal, the greater the willpower, the grander and more complete the success, we cannot endorse the preposterous theory that there is nothing in circumstances or environments, or that any man, simply because he has an indomitable will, may become a Bonaparte, a Pitt, a Webster, a Beecher, a Lincoln. We must temper determination with discretion and support it with knowledge and common sense, or it will only lead us to run our heads against posts. The strong-willed, intelligent, persistent man will find or make a way where, in the nature of things, a way can be found or made. Everyone knows that there is not always a way where there is a will, that labor does not always conquer all things, that there are things impossible even to him that wills, however strongly, that one cannot always make anything of himself he chooses, that there are limitations in our very natures which no amount of willpower or industry can overcome, that no amount of sunt unstaring can ever make an eagle out of a crow. The simple truth is that a will strong enough to keep a man continually striving for things not wholly beyond his powers will carry him in time very far toward his chosen goal. The greatest thing a man can do in this world is to make the most possible out of the stuff that has been given to him. This is success, and there is no other. While it is true that our circumstances or environments do affect us, in most things they do not prevent our growth. The corn that is now ripe, whence comes it, and what is it? Yet its environments cannot make wheat of it, nor can our circumstances alter our nature. It is part of our nature and wholly within our power greatly to change and to take advantage of our circumstances, so that, unlike the corn, we can rise much superior to our natural surroundings simply because we can thus vary and improve the surroundings. In other words, man can usually build the very road on which he is to run his race, while it is true that the willpower cannot perform miracles, yet that it is almost omnipotent, that it can perform wonders. All history goes to prove. As Shakespeare says, men at some time are masters of their fates. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves, that we are underlings. What has chance ever done in the world? Has it built any cities? Has it invented any telephones, any telegraphs? Has it built any steamships, established any universities, any asylums, any hospitals? Was there any chance in Caesar's crossing the Rubicon? What had chance to do with Napoleon's career, with Wellington's, or Grant's, or von Moltke's? Every battle was won before it was begun. What had luck to do with Thermopylae, Trafalgar, Gettysburg? Our successes we ascribe to ourselves, our failures to destiny. The indomitable will, the inflexible purpose, will find a way or make one. There is always room for a man of force. He who has a firm will, says Goethe, molds the world to himself. People do not lack strength, says Victor Hugo. They lack will. No tyranny of circumstances can permanently imprison a determined will. The world always stands aside for the determined man. Will makes a way even through seeming impossibilities. It is the half a neck nearer that shows the blood and wins the race. The 1 march more that wins the campaign. The 5 minutes more of unyielding courage that wins the fight. The general of a large army may be defeated, said Confucius, but you cannot defeat the determined mind of a peasant. Lincoln is probably the most remarkable example on the pages of history, showing the possibilities of our country. From the poverty in which he was born, through the rowdyism of a frontier town, the rudeness of frontier society, the discouragement of early bankruptcy, and the fluctuations of popular politics, he rose to the championship of union and freedom. Lincoln's will made his way. When his friends nominated him as a candidate for the legislature, his enemies made fun of him. When making his campaign speeches, he wore a mixed jean coat so short that he could not sit down on it, flax and tow linen trousers, straw hat, and pot metal boots. He had nothing in the world but character and friends. When his friends suggested law to him, he laughed at the idea of his being a lawyer. He said he hadn't brains enough. He read law barefoot under the trees, his neighbors said, and he sometimes slept on the counter in the store where he worked. He had to borrow money to buy a suit of clothes to make a respectable appearance in the legislature, and walk to take his seat at Vandalia, 100 miles. While he was in the legislature, John F. Ord Stewart, an eminent lawyer of Springfield, told him how Clay had even inferior chances to his, had got all of the education he had in a log schoolhouse without windows or doors, and finally induced Lincoln to study law. Paris was in the hands of a mob. The authorities were panic-stricken, for they did not dare to trust their underlings. In came a man who said, "I know a young officer who has the courage and ability to quell this mob." "Send for him, send for him, send for him," said they. Napoleon was sent for, came, subjugated the mob, subjugated the authorities, ruled France, then conquered Europe. What seemed to be luck followed Stephen Girard all his life. No matter what he did, it always seemed to others to turn to his account. His coming to Philadelphia seemed a lucky accident. A sloop was seen one morning off the mouth of Delaware Bay floating the flag of France and a signal of distress. Young Girard was captain of this sloop and was on his way to a Canadian port with freight from New Orleans. An American skipper, seeing his distress, went to his aid, but told him the American war had broken out and that the British cruisers were all along the American coast and would seize his vessel. He told him his only chance was to make a push for Philadelphia. At the age of 8, he first discovered that he was blind in one eye. His father, evidently thinking that he would never amount to anything, would not help him to an education beyond that of mere reading and writing, but sent his younger brothers to college. The discovery of his blindness, the neglect of his father, and the chagrin of his brother's advancement soured his whole life. Everybody, especially his jealous brother merchants, attributed his great success to his luck. While undoubtedly he was fortunate in happening to be at the right place at the right time, yet he was precision, method, accuracy, energy itself. He left nothing to chance. His plans and schemes were worked out with mathematical care. He used to say that while his captains might save him money by deviating from instructions once, yet they would cause loss in 99 other cases. Once, when a captain returned and had saved him several $1,000s by buying his cargo of cheese in another port than that in which he had been instructed to buy, Girard was so enraged, although he was several $1,000s richer, that he discharged the captain on the spot, notwithstanding the latter had been faithful in his service for many years, and thought he was saving his employer a great deal of money by deviating from his instructions. Girard never lost a ship, and many times what brought financial ruin to many others, as the War of 1812, only increased his wealth. What seemed luck with him was only good judgment and promptness in seizing opportunities, and the greatest care and zeal in improving them to their utmost possibilities. Luck is not God's price for success. That is altogether too cheap, nor does he dicker with men. There is about as much chance of idleness and incapacity, winning real success, or a high position in life, as there would be in producing a paradise lost by shaking up promiscuously the separate words of Webster's dictionary and letting them fall at random on the floor. Fortune smiles upon those who roll up their sleeves and put their shoulders to the wheel, upon men who are not afraid of dreary, dry, irksome drudgery, men of nerve and grit who do not turn aside for dirt and detail. In idle wishes fools supinely stay. Be there a will and wisdom finds a way. How many might have been giants who are only dwarfs? How many a one has died with all his music in him? It is astonishing what men who have come to their senses late in life have accomplished by a sudden resolution. Arkwright was 50 years of age when he began to learn English grammar and improve his writing and spelling. Benjamin Franklin was past 50 before he began the study of science and philosophy. Milton, in his blindness, was past the age of 50 when he sat down to complete his world-known epic. And Scott, at 55, took up his pen to redeem an enormous liability. Yet I am learning, said Michelangelo, when 70 were past, and he had long attained the highest triumphs of his art. Even brains are second in importance to will. The vacillating man is always pushed aside in the race of life. A man with an iron will, with a determination that nothing shall check his career, if he has perseverance and grit, is sure to succeed. Hunger breaks through stone walls. Stern necessity will find a way or make one. Success is also a great physical as well as mental tonic and tends to strengthen the willpower. Dr. Johnson says, resolutions and success reciprocally produce each other. Strong-willed men, as a rule, are successful men, and great success is almost impossible without it. A man who can resolve vigorously upon a course of action and turns neither to the right nor the left, though a paradise tempt him, who keeps his eyes upon the goal, whatever distracts him, is sure of success. Men like Sir James Mackintosh, Coleridge, La Harpe, and many others who have dazzled the world with their brilliancy, but who never accomplished a tithe of what they attempted, have been deficient in willpower. One talent with a will behind it will accomplish more than 10 without it. The great linguist of Bologna mastered 100 languages by taking them singly, as the lion fought the bulls. I wish it were possible to show the youth of America the great part that the will might play in their success in life and in their happiness also. The achievements of willpower are simply beyond computation. Scarcely anything in reason seems impossible to the man who can will strong enough and long enough. It is men like Mirabeau who trample upon impossibilities, like Napoleon, who do not wait for opportunities, but make them, like Grant, who has only unconditional surrender for the enemy, who change the very front of the world. We have but what we make, and every good is locked by nature in a granite hand. Sheer labor must unclench. I can't. It is impossible, said a foiled lieutenant to Alexander. Be gone, shouted the conquering Macedonian. There is nothing impossible to him who will try. were I called upon to express in a word the secret of so many failures among those who started out in life with high hopes, I should say unhesitatingly, they lacked willpower. What is a man without a will? He is like an engine without steam, a mere sport of chance, to be tossed about hither and thither, always at the mercy of those who have wills. I should call the strength of will the test of a young man's possibilities. Can he will strong enough and hold whatever he undertakes with an iron grip? It is the iron grip that takes the strong hold on life. The truest wisdom, said Napoleon, is a resolute determination. An iron will without principle might produce a Napoleon, but with character it would make a Wellington or a Grant, untarnished by ambition or avarice. The undivided will T is that compels the elements and wrings a human music from the indifferent air. Chapter 4. Success under difficulties. Victories that are easy are cheap. Those only are worth having which come as the result of hard fighting. Beecher. I have here 3 teams that I want to get over to Staten Island, said a boy of 12 one day in 1806 to the innkeeper at South Amboy, Nantucket. Joe, if you will put us across, I'll leave with you one of my horses in pawn, and if I don't send you back $6 within 48 hours, you may keep the horse. The innkeeper asked the reason for this novel proposition, and learned that the lad's father had contracted to get the cargo of a vessel stranded near Sandy Hook and take it to New York in lighters. The work accomplished, he had started with only $6 to travel a long distance home over the Jersey sands and reached South Amboy penniless. I'll do it, said the innkeeper, as he looked into the bright, honest eyes of the boy. The horse was soon redeemed. From this small beginning, Cornelius Vanderbilt laid the foundation of a colossal fortune. He early identified himself with the growing railroad interests of the country and became the richest man of his day in America. Barnum began the race of business life barefoot, for at the age of 15 he was obliged to buy on credit the shoes he wore at his father's funeral. There was no keeping him down. Think of a man being ruined at 50 years of age. Yes, worse than ruined, for he was heavily in debt besides. Yet, on the very day of his downfall, he begins to rise again, wringing victory from defeat by his indomitable persistence. Bunyan wrote his Pilgrim's Progress on the untwisted papers used to cork the bottles of milk brought for his meals. Gifford wrote his first copy of a mathematical work, when a cobbler's apprentice, on small scraps of leather, and Rittenhouse, the astronomer, first calculated eclipses on his plow handle. A poor Irish lad, so pitted by smallpox that boys made sport of him, earned his living by writing little ballads for street musicians. At 28, he was penniless in London. He often had to pawn his clothes to keep from starving. Next came the traveler, and the wretched man in a Fleet Street garret found himself famous. His landlady once arrested him for rent, but Dr. Johnson came to his relief, took from his desk the manuscript of the Vicar of Wakefield, and sold it for $300. The world, which so often comes too late with its assistance and laurels, gave to the weak, gentle, loving author of The Vicar of Wakefield a monument in the Poets' Corner of Westminster Abbey. The poor, scrofulous, and almost blind boy, Samuel Johnson, was taken by his mother to receive the touch of Queen Anne, which was supposed to heal the king's evil. He entered Oxford as a servant, while the boys made sport of the bare feet, showing through great holes in his shoes. Someone left a pair of new shoes at his door, but he was too proud to be helped and threw them out of the window. He went to London, where he lived on 9 cents a day. When asked how he felt about his failures, he replied, like a monument, that is, steadfast, immovable. In the evenings of a single week, he wrote Rasselas, a beautiful little story of the search for happiness to get money to pay the funeral expenses of his mother. With 6 assistants, he worked 7 years on his dictionary, which made his fortune. The great universities hastened to bestow their degrees, and King George invited him to the palace. How much do you think Homer got for his Iliad, or Dante for his Paradise? Only bitter bread and salt, and going up and down other people's stairs. In science, the man who discovered the telescope and first saw heaven was paid with a dungeon. The man who invented the microscope and first saw Earth died from starvation, driven from his home. Shakespeare's Hamlet was sold for about $25, but his autograph has sold for $5,000. During the 10 years in which he made his greatest discoveries, Isaac Newton could hardly pay 2 shillings a week to the Royal Society of which he was a member. Some of his friends wanted to get him excused from this payment, but he would not allow them to act. There are no more interesting pages in biography than those which record how Emerson, as a child, was unable to read the second volume of a certain book because his widowed mother could not afford the amount, 5 cents, necessary to obtain it from the circulating library. Linnaeus was so poor when getting his education that he had to mend his shoes with folded paper and often had to beg his meals of his friends. Who in the days of the First Empire cared to recall the fact that Napoleon, emperor and king, was once forced to borrow a louis from Talma when he lived in a garret on the Quai Conti? David Livingstone, at 10 years of age, was put into a cotton factory near Glasgow. Out of his first week's wages, he bought a Latin grammar. He would sit up and study till midnight, notwithstanding he had to be at the factory at 6 in the morning. So eager and thirsty for knowledge was he, that he would place his book before him on the spinning jenny, and amid the deafening roar of machinery would pore over its pages. George Eliot said of the years of close work upon her Romola, "I began it a young woman, I finished it an old woman." All the performances of human art at which we look with praise and wonder, says Johnson, are instances of the resistless force of perseverance. It is by this that the quarry becomes a pyramid. If a man was to compare the effect of a single stroke of the pickaxe with the general design and last result, he would be overwhelmed by the sense of their disproportion. Yet those petty operations, incessantly continued in time, surmount the greatest difficulties, and mountains are leveled and oceans bounded by the slender force of human beings. The Reverend Eliphalet Nott, a pulpit orator, was especially noted for a sermon on the death of Alexander Hamilton. He was at one time so poor after he entered the ministry that he could not buy an overcoat. His wife sheared their only Cosset sheep in January, carded and spun and wove the wool, and made it into an overcoat for him. Great men never wait for opportunities. They make them. Nor do they wait for facilities or favoring circumstances. They seize upon whatever is at hand work out their problem, and master the situation. A Franklin does not require elaborate apparatus. He can bring electricity from the clouds with a common kite. Not in his day of bodily strength and political power, but blind, decrepit, and defeated with his party, Milton composed Paradise Lost. Great men have found no royal road to their triumph. It is always the old route, by way of industry and perseverance. When teaching school, Garfield was very poor. He tore his only blue jean trousers, but concealed the rents by pins until night, when he retired early that his boarding mistress might mend his clothes. "When you get to be a United States Senator," said she, "no one will ask what kind of clothes you wore when teaching school." Although Michelangelo made himself immortal in 3 different occupations, his fame might well rest upon his dome of St. Peter as an architect, upon his Moses as a sculptor, and upon his Last Judgment as a painter. Yet, when he was at work on his colossal bronze statue of Pope Julius II, he was so poor.
Magical journey to a mystical place
I'm Hansel. This is Gretel.
where fairy tale people
Zap me, fat boy!
lead 2 children on a fantastic adventure through an enchanted land.
Kick the bucket, Sandman!
Oh, this is a kids' movie.
Filled fairy
Yes.
tale fantasy for the whole family.
Wow.
Fairy, go fairy!
Hansel and Gretel.
Yeah, Anna, this is a child's movie.
I
Now
know.
Yeah.
I know. I'm telling you, it's the worst version of Hansel and Gretel you can imagine.
No, let's watch
Yeah.
something serious like Weng Wen and For Your Height Only.
I
It's
don't know what
silly.
that
That
is.
looks pretty bad. That looks
No,
pretty
it's
bad.
very bad. We had it on VHS, but I think I made Cecil watch the
What are you
magical
putting
Legend
up
of
here, Anna?
Leprechauns. This might be as bad as it.
What are you putting up, Anna? This is horrible.
Oh, well then
Oh
don't
my
share your
God.
screen. Yub Nubs, thank
Looks
you
like
for the
Bugs in April.
$20. Dubran Reno busted the Skid Row Cecil.
No, Renfro, the kid from this movie, I think he killed himself.
Oh,
Yeah. You want
that's
me to do
very uplifting.
you want me to do an impersonation of him? I don't even know how to do an impersonation of Brad
Do you-
Renfro.
Speaking about self-deleting, did you see that professor over here that killed himself?
Oh my God,
No.
that's the craziest fucking story, man. This guy, literally, Milli Vanilli, they
Listen,
literally every syllable he ever spoke about his life was a complete fabrication, and it was so over the top that the fact that nobody fucking
no, they
questioned
did.
it.
No, Cecil, they did.
Oh, they almost got arrested for questioning it.
Loads of people questioned it. His students were complaining to the university, saying like, basically, we don't think this dude's what he says he is because he's teaching us a whole load of fucking nonsense. And then what they also did was this is Cambridge University. You understand that this is one of the most
Cambridge. Yeah,
prestigious
we had the same
universities
thing at
in the
Harvard,
world.
man. It was the same thing. A black lady who
Yeah, but
fucking.
Caesar, without trying to piss on your back,
Mm.
our universities have been long established way before America. Even do you know what I mean? This is an elite. This is an elite
This is
university. And do you
fucking
know what they did as
Cambridge.
well? You know what else they did?
Yeah, it's Cambridge University. It's laughable how much this fucker lied. He said he ran 30 fucking marathons in
35
30.
marathons, no, 30 marathons in 35 days.
What?
Listen what else he did. Listen, no. Oh, no,
Well, I
listen,
mean, you gotta rest. You gotta rest between sometime, right?
This is
You
like
gotta like
that girl that's
rehydrate.
going
5 days
viral for
off,
hiking.
man.
uh,
He took 5 days off. Give the guy
he
some
said he didn't.
slack.
He couldn't read until he was 18. He didn't speak until he was 10. He was on a TV show. The TV show lie, there's a documentary that follows kids every 7 years, is so easy to bust him on because he's not in the show, but he was telling.
Cecil, he was saying he was doing stuff where he wasn't even born. This
Wouldn't it
is
be
what this,
weird if we were surrounded by a guy on YouTube that chronically lies and we have experience with people like this?
Oh my
like me.
god.
I didn't want to say nothing, but
I was gonna say this sounds very familiar.
But the thing is,
I
this
said
is what,
that, Ethan. I said that just to watch Anna's face.
Oh my god. No,
I
last
just
week,
wanted to see her face
Shane,
roll.
last week, Robot had brought up that person, and I was like, oh dear lord, you're just.
I didn't bring up anybody.
You're
See,
gonna start
I
a
didn't say shit.
6-hour
I didn't say
live
shit. I just
stream.
said I didn't say anybody.
We
you're
all
on about the
know.
Australian.
Nah, I didn't know.
Yeah, but oi, this dude as well, what the university did, Cecil, this is something, by the way, that they've never done in the history of them being there. When they got this fucking DEI hire that ticked literally every box, they gave a press release about it and about him. They've never done this in the history of the university, but for this dude, they did it. This guy makes PTP look like an original fucking dude that makes all original work. That's how bad he is.
This might be the biggest con artist in the world. Literally everything. And now here's a white liberal. This is the woman running fucking Cambridge University. This is her welcoming him. Like, she's so proud.
Let me grab this real fast. Yep, Nubs, thank you for the super chat. There is a Brad Refino bust video that got wiped on San Pedro. Oh, okay. Thank you.
I'll pull it up in a minute. But this is amazing. This is white women. They want him to be real so much. He's the most accomplished. He's accomplished everything in the world. Like, whatever the fuck this guy, and they want it, so they just treat him like it's true. And
they've martyred him as well now.
Yeah.
And now Jason is days away from achieving another ambition.
Hey, so good to see you.
Here's his
Is
new
he a
boss
fad?
at Cambridge.
We do have a lot of work to do, but
not
I
anymore.
feel really optimistic.
There will be those. I think this is a
Oh my god.
What are your thoughts on this?
The board of electors on your interview day were absolutely unanimous. We are so lucky to have you.
Her name is Creeman.
The best in the
Dude, she is creaming in her, but they are so. Oh my God, we are so lucky to have you, dude. Every word of his life is a lie.
Black
in terms of the
gay
research
guy.
that you do.
Anna.
An extraordinary journey, but for Jason, this is not an end. It's
Anna,
a beginning.
look at the group.
Anyway, he got busted that every single thing is a lie, and he killed himself.
Oh, shocking.
He did. He killed himself.
He killed himself this week. Yeah.
Oh no.
Okay, wait, what if that's a lie? Like, what if he faked his
That was the first comment on the fucking when they announced his name. The first comment said, but, he said he killed himself, and then the first comment said, but did he?
Yeah. I mean, that's what I would do. I would lie about it.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
They're doing vigils for him. The fucking
Yeah.
liberals wanted him to be real so much that they are, like you said, they're
Listen,
making a martyr, and they're going after the reporter that busted him.
no, Cecil, no. They're going after the whole right. So they're now trying to claim that mainstream media are far right. They're now trying to claim that it's the media's fault that this dude's dead, and it's like they're trying to compare
They
this
didn't pull the
dude.
trigger.
Yeah, listen, they're trying to compare this dude to Anne Widdecombe, a 78-year-old lady who's 4'11", who got
Who got
bludgeoned to death in
murdered?
her own
Yeah.
home, right? They're trying, and it's like, no. First of all, the first person, the number one person responsible for this guy's death is, guess what? Him. For his stupidity, for his lies, he couldn't take the heat, so he got out of the kitchen by his own fucking means. So first of all, it's
This is
him.
what the Milli Vanilli guy did too.
Second of
He is
all,
Milli Vanilli of fucking Cambridge.
Second of all, it's Cambridge's fault and DEI's fault. Then after that, whatever, but it's DEI, Cambridge, and his fault. He, ironically, he is a victim of the exact thing that Charlie Kirk was talking about with the DEI and the black pilots. He is a victim of that.
This lady killed him right here, fucking Anna. This lady is the one. Oh my God, we're so lucky to have you. We voted you in unanimously. You're gonna be the most honored fucking professor. Dude, the dude didn't even he probably never fucking graduated high school, and they were willing to make him king of Cambridge. They're like, oh my, he's everything. He was he didn't know how to talk. What did he say? He never learned how to talk until he was 8. He didn't read until he was 18. He had everything was this fucking long line. It's like, and they just wanted it to be true. And now he's the most brilliant person in the world. Girl, you know it's true. Look at her, man. She's fucking choke going
She's over the
extreme.
moon. She can't wait to pat herself on the back in front of everyone.
Oh my God, to show him off to all her liberal friends. Look at this fruitcake. He's so fucking accomplished. He's accomplished nothing except fooling you.
Yub Nubs, thank you for the 20. Choke going extreme, and then Mustang 11, thank you for a 20. Really look into each point addressed. I mean, really look at each point. Oh my God, and he sent me a link. Dear Lord. Open at my own risk, I guess.
No, it's on Instagram. It can't be bad.
Oh, you haven't seen the fuck, marry, kill I have pulled up. Oh no. Okay, so this is about this guy. We can watch this right now.
So wait, nobody came in. The 10 minutes ended and nobody came in.
Stage fright.
That's all right. They're still sending you a super chat. Wow, you actually made more since that ended. If
What
she
is
was,
it, Anna?
yeah.
You know,
Sorry.
where's Anna gone? Just kick herself.
She probably kicked herself by accident. Yubnub and 50 Yubnub fucking chucking the money around here. $50 fucking chokeout house, Florida.
I don't know. I don't have to ever go there ever again unless I want to. Oh, yesterday was glorious, Cecil. Yesterday, my ex-wife finally realised and found out that her days of dictating were finished.
Done.
Wow.
Congratulations.
I like she because he in our legal agreement, he's now at the age where he can fly unaccompanied.
Oh wow.
So I get to book the tickets, blah blah blah. So I booked the flight. I'm going to book the flight. So she's trying to dictate which airport. I told her, "Hey, listen, them days are fucking finished. You don't fucking talk to me like that no more. Do you understand?" And she didn't reply. She was just like, "Book whichever flight you want." I thought, "Yeah, that's right, bitch." Fucking right.
Wait, did you reply? That's right, bitch.
Yeah.
You actually wrote that?
Yes. Oh, I've said far worse. I've said far worse, mate. Listen, Shane. I've been in a court in
I
Florida.
just like that you said that. See, most people would say, "Yeah, that's right, bitch," but we actually don't write it back. we think that to ourselves. We don't actually say.
Shane. I've been on a laptop in England, in a court in Florida, in a family court.
Yeah.
And I've told everybody in the courtroom that if I choose to not pay her any money, There's nothing that anyone can do about it. And the judge
Yeah.
very angrily had to concede that I was correct. You know what I mean? I was, yeah, boy, listen, no. But,
dude, choke out, we're like right there with you. Like, it's so close to being done with the Munchkin's psycho mom and her psycho girlfriend. Like, we're like 2 freaking years away from it. It's gonna be glorious. But okay, this is the clip that we were asked to.
Yeah, this guy's good. This is an Irish guy. I don't know what happened.
It wasn't sharing audio. Sorry, let me get this before.
It's this guy's good. So he's gonna go through the Cambridge guys shit.
Okay.
Other was a mental health nurse who holds 5 degrees. Who knows, that might be true. It's been cast into doubt. His problems then, unable to speak from the age of 2 to 11. I spent 10 hours a day in speech therapy 6 or 7 days a week. Now, people are
10 hours a day, 6 or 7 days a week. The people who believe this are the ones.
Oh my God, hold on. Yubnubs, thank you for the $200 super chat over on Rumble. Thank you so much. Her days of dictating are finished for the choke.
God damn. Holy shit, Yubnubs.
Thank you so much, Yubnubs. I wish my soundboard would work. Can you hear that? Is it working?
Nope.
Gosh dang it.
This guy
What do you have on your soundboard? Anything good?
It was like cheering and clapping.
It's just the N-word.
You don't have. Holy shit! Shit! You don't have that? That was good.
I do not have that. I don't have people that go in and clip awesome stuff for me like you do, Ethan.
Oh, well, you can find it. I mean, just look up "holy shit" on the soundboard, and you'll find it real quick. It's really good.
And I have like one of these like free, I don't know, fancy soundboards that have the buttons with all the preset stuff.
Boy, listen, this was the last message because he just moved to buy Orlando, right? And I put, instead of being a confrontational little madam, why don't you just shut up and appreciate the fact that when I'm booking the flights, you want to think yourself lucky I ain't made you have to drive all the way to Miami.
Yeah, you're being nice. Wait, so far, what did this guy say? He couldn't fucking speak? He couldn't...
Yeah, but listen, I need to explain first of all, the
10
dude
hours
above...
a day.
10 hours a day, 6 to 7 days a week.
Yeah, but listen, the dude that's talking, not the Irish guy, the other guy, that's Jeremy Vine. That's the biggest piece of fucking shit. Right?
Yeah, I heard him even saying, oh, that might be true. He has... Yeah, right, okay.
Yeah, Jeremy Vine's a cunt.
Alright, play.
That should be in jail. 10 hours a day. 9 hours later. Duh. You joking? And then the rest of the week, 10 hours a day, 6 or 7 days a week. Oh my God. Okay, here we go.
Gone back and they said where he lived, well, anywhere in the country, the NHS is not going to give you 10 hours a day, 60, 70 hours a week. That can't be true. Doctors said there's nothing in there. Pointed at him, they said there's nothing in there. He is a vegetable. And then a day before my 12th birthday, I said my first word, hello.
Imagine your child is in hospital. The doctor comes out. He's a vegetable.
Oh, doesn't sound true.
Cambridge.
He says he was in the BBC series 7 Up, which followed children growing up. That can't be true. The BBC said he wasn't. Reading and writing, I could not read or write till I was 18. Football and snooker, he played both to a professional level, including a brief appearance for Crystal Palace. Seems untrue. Medical diagnosis, dyslexia, dyscalculia, deaf in one ear, brain tumour removed just before his PhD, a stroke, a broken leg during a marathon.
Oh, wait, he finished the marathon with a broken leg.
Of course he did.
Oh my God.
Dude, these white liberals wanted this to be true so badly, they hired him as a professor.
A professor of what?
Lying. Liology. Of
He
being black
did
again.
30 marathons in 35 days, including, by the way, breaking his leg during one but continuing. 300 miles in 3 days, 600 miles in 6 days, raised more than 5 million. He's now way back from that.
Anna, do you know, listen, I just need to put this into context for Americans. English people will already know this. Do you know how fucking bad it is that this dude, Jeremy Vine, is rinsing this guy?
No, I don't know who these people
Yeah,
are.
this is like CNN. This is like CNN, ABC, MSNBC, all of them all going online together in one studio and talking shit about Biden and the Democrats.
Mm.
This is
This is like the golden boy of the left.
unbelievable that this dude with the yellow shirt on is talking this about this guy. This is unbelievable.
This professor was the golden child of the left. They had him on a pedestal, and it was all fucking fake.
Of course it was.
By the way, you
Yum
got
Nums,
a
thank you for the
50
$50 for the choke and the AC. Well, thank you. Thank you, Yum Nums. You are the MVP of this stream. Thank you so much. We're almost done with this little video, and then we are going to do the F, Marry, Kill segment of the
Can
stream.
you see your super chats from YouTube?
You can see him from space.
Yeah, I have the window pulled up. Why? And if you
Are
go
you
to
get-
activity, it'll show them as well. The YouTube ones have the red, and the Rumble ones have the green. I don't know if you can see that, but it's on my end.
Oh, you mean so these are both combined coming up here?
No, if I highlight it, if you see a green thing next to it, it's Rumble. If you see a red thing, it's
Holy smokes!
Oi, after you've done this, Anna, and the FMK, I want to know about this woman that strangled her 3 kids.
Oh, I have no problem
Yeah.
telling you about it. She's a psychopath. Oh my
Clearly.
goodness! Thank you, Nub Nubs, for another $200 super chat.
Wow.
Thank you so much. I wish I could drink. I feel bad that I can't, but January.
You could just pop a tit in your mouth and drink.
$200 Rumble.
That's not gonna reach. They're not saggy enough, Shane.
Not yet.
I
Just
don't believe it. You know what? That's what
I
somebody
think I
with
can
saggy
like
tits
reach it.
would
Like
say.
I can get it up to like here. That's about it.
Do you know when this is true? If you could pop one in your mouth and cross the desert without dehydrating.
That's really disturbing to think about. What desert?
Any desert, you'll make it all the way across. You don't need water.
It's like a
Yeah,
still
you do, 'cause
suit
you
from
need to
Dune.
make it.
It's like those people in Dune. Yeah. Just like the people in Dune.
No, you need to have water so that way you have enough liquid inside you to make the
No,
milk.
you just keep drinking out of your own body like it's
Oh
yeah.
my god.
You're like recycling. Yeah. It's like try it.
I don't want to. I don't like regular milk, and I'm not trying my own milk. Okay, let's finish
Try
this
it.
video.
He did water charity work by installing water pumps in Brazil for the charity WaterAid. They said, no, he didn't. We never send volunteers overseas. I haven't even come to this bit, which is the key bit, which is the academic work, large sections of which appear to have been copied. But there's accusations of violent threats. He's been threatened with a knife, physically assaulted. This is at Cambridge, and spat on, had rape and death threats and bananas sent through the Cambridge postal system. He then says, we're nearly there, that someone broke his faculty wearing a mask, carrying a knife, and say, if you didn't stand down, I'm going to stab you. He tells the Cambridge authorities, obviously they're very worried, they install CCTV cameras everywhere. Then he says it's happened again. They look on the CCTV, they can't see anything at all. So attacked twice or threatened twice by a masked man with a knife. And his mother's house had a pig's head sent to it. My mother was a mental health nurse who holds 5.
Okay. How much of that do you guys think is bullshit?
Every word was a lie. It's and Cambridge, like as the most probably one of the most prestigious places in the world, hired him because he was black and gay, and
Does he remind you guys of anyone in particular?
Shane?
Yeah, I lie all the time.
No, you mean to say Liam Gray?
No.
There's a lot of parallels in it.
You got another 200. Was that support the Famalam? Is that new?
Yes,
or?
it is. Thank you so much, Yubnubs,
Holy
for another
shit.
$200 Rumble rant. Thank you so much. You can look at Cecil's beautiful face. Yeah, I'm trying to get you full screen, man.
No. I've just sent it to you in the chat again. This is what I'm wearing for Halloween. See what you think.
Okay.
Gonna go on Amazon and get it later.
All right, I got a real question with this story. Before we move on, Do you think he would be alive today if people didn't believe his lies?
Well,
I think he'd get.
Yeah, if they all believed his lies and went along with it, he'd be alive. Like he wanted. This
No,
was the
I'm
first
saying
time.
no. That's not what I'm saying.
Oh, I
If
got you.
people from the get go were like, dude,
Yes,
shut the fuck up, that's
he would have been
bullshit,
alive.
and
Yeah,
they didn't let him build up a mountain of lies to get
yeah.
busted on, like,
If
would he still be alive?
No, it's white liberals that looked past it because they wanted it to be true. They fucking killed him by allowing him to get this far. Clearly lying. Clearly, I mean, anybody like fuck could be like you're lying on every one of those things. You're lying. But they wanted it to be
Right.
true. They pushed him forward, and then he had the whole fucking world watching because he's got this prestigious position at Cambridge as the Golden Boy, with this story beyond fucking the Odyssey. It's like fucking like everything, and it's like okay, now he's fucking like he fucking and they're literally attacking the people that have busted him, the reporters, and they're angry that this guy, got. They're not mad at him for lying. They're mad at the people who caught him lying.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what's going on.
They're racists.
They're racist. They drove him to suicide by busting him.
Yeah.
Well, Yubnubs, thank you again, and then you followed up with the 20 with support without perversion, Shane. What was that in reference to?
Perversion.
Sure.
Why are people being mean to Shane? What did he do wrong?
I think they're just.
Wait,
trolling
I
him.
don't understand the super chat. What is the
I
super
don't
chat?
either. It says support without perversion.
No,
Shane.
perversion.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
No,
Oh,
perversion.
like you're supporting somebody without you're
No,
supporting without any type of I get it, but yeah,
No,
it's like you're just
perversion.
believing them to believe them.
There's just an extra R. It's perversion, Shane.
I thought he was doing like a cat purr kind of thing. I thought that's what
I don't
that
know.
pun was.
I don't know, man.
Yubnubs, thank you for the 10. Today was a big BTC FAMI spread it. What? Yubnubs, I don't know what you're
Bitcoin. He made money on Bitcoin today.
Bitcoin
and
just
he's
got it.
jumped
Oh,
up.
well, thank you.
Wow, look
Thank
at
you.
it.
just made.
Jumped
Yes,
up to
thank you.
75,000.
Yubnub does do this. I've been on the receiving end of a Yubnub good day on the market too, and yeah.
Yes, Yubnubs is a big supporter of the Jack Show, so I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much for the support, and congratulations on the Bitcoin earnings. I remember somebody told me to buy Bitcoin and it was $10, and I didn't listen. I regret it. All right, gentlemen, we are going to do Fuck, Marry, Kill. Are you guys ready? I pulled up these horror shows last week, and we did not get to it. So they've been waiting. They've been marinating.
Holy shit! Another 100 on it.
Oh my goodness. Yubnubs, thank you for $100 Rumble Rant. I'm flushed. Well, thank you. Congratulations on being the flushed. But
Great day. Good
yeah,
for
no
you,
kidding.
man.
Okay, gentlemen, this I would like to introduce you to Bachelorette number 1. If it will play. See, she's got some style, got nice hair.
And she got.
Oh, that's a result of first cousin marriage. That was nearly your future, Anna.
No. So Bachelorette number 1. Are you gentlemen ready for Bachelorette number 2?
He looks like a Who from Whoville.
Oh, kinda, but
It got left next to a fire or something. It melted.
Well, you know what? The important thing is she's getting it fixed, so she's in the process. So this might be an upgrade in a little bit. So
Wait, how do you fix that?
I don't know, but she's trying to, Shane.
I don't know.
She has bone.
I mean, like, come on, like, yeah.
Oh my God.
You know what? She'll never nag you. Well, because you won't hear her.
She's getting a new jaw joint put in.
Yeah.
Okay.
But listen, you'll never have to listen to her.
Yeah, but she's
Can you imagine? Yeah, can you imagine you fall in love with her, right? You really commit. You look past the face and everything, and then she sleeps with your friend.
Aw.
Hang on. Oh my god.
Oh, Bill Cosby puts his dick in her mouth while she's sleeping.
Yeah, it's
Hang
like,
on.
it's like,
Anna. Oh no, no,
Hold
no,
on,
no.
let me finish. Let me get through this. So, and this is Bachelorette number 1. Would you guys like to meet Bachelorette number 2?
Yeah, I like this one
sure.
already. She's the winner. Oh
Except I
God.
dey look for mirror, I
Oh
go
no.
see am. But at the point where I no see am from mirror.
Jesus God Almighty.
That's AI.
No, it
No,
That's
isn't.
not
this
real.
this
No, it
Is
is
isn't.
this
real.
real?
I was mad
That's
at Cecil last week because he pulled
that's
her up, and I was like, "You're spoiling the F Mary kill."
What do you mean
So,
that's AI? That's two eyes, and they're
look, she gets her hair and her nails done. She's taking care of herself. She just has a slight
You need to
issue
get the
yeah,
with her
fucking eye
yeah.
vision.
done.
Anything to distract from her
oh.
face. Yeah, like you know that you got to, right?
Dude, and this is remind me. Anthony Cumia says black women have goldfish brain. They can't think 13 seconds into the future.
Well, I mean,
This
she
girl has
does have those.
Hmm.
goldfish.
Listen,
She
like,
does have.
listen, this ain't real, man. This ain't
Oh my
real.
God,
I'm
they're
not
She,
having
saying
this.
Admiral Akbar's sister.
Listen,
yeah, yeah,
Come
yeah.
that
It's a
ain't
on.
trap.
real. I'm not having that. This
She
ain't
looks like that fucking. She looks like those goldfish choke out that you see with the bulged out eyes.
Blackmore's.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, they're so
It's called a
cute.
Blackmore. A Blackmore.
Ah,
Both it.
All
Listen,
right,
that ain't real. That ain't real, man.
this is real. Well,
That
so this
fuck off.
is Bachelorette number 2. Are you ready to meet Bachelorette number 3?
I think I've got
hmm.
something in my eye.
I would buy her. Yeah, I would buy her like Cyclops glasses, like from X-Men,
Oh,
and bang her.
there you go. Oh, she's a hairdresser. Look at that. She can pay
Oh my
extra
God!
like
You know those things are
attention.
leaking all over your hair.
Eyes like a
Ah.
fucking chameleon.
Wait, Ethan, is this what your style looks like right now?
Yes.
She kind of looks like Pepe the Frog from that angle.
Yeah, listen, man. This is that is fucked up, bro.
Oh,
She
there
looks
she
alright
goes.
with them
Much
on.
better. Yo, go when she's doing
You
the
know,
hairdressing
man,
part.
she looks like she got
There you go.
shocked in
Look
like a
good
Looney
there.
Tunes commercial, like a Looney Tunes thing where the eyes bug out but they
The
never pop
mask.
back in. That's what it
Oh
looks
yeah,
like.
yeah.
She
Yeah,
look.
she looks like
Oi, do
Pepe.
you know what? It looks like she's been sucked out onto Mars. You know, like fucking.
Oh
Uh,
yeah,
Uh,
like in Total Recall. Total Recall. Yeah, 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 man.
uh,
someone put her back in the
but look,
oxygen.
she's having fun with life. Oh my God. All right, so this is
That's it.
Bachelorette number 2. Let's meet
Feels bad, man.
Bachelorette number 3. Now, I
All right.
cannot guarantee that this is a woman, but we're
It
inclusive
don't
here.
matter. I'm going there. That's mine.
All right,
It
gentlemen.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I can
You
look them
have
in the
met
face.
you've met all the
Wait,
bachelorettes.
is
Which
That's a
this
one
her
is
man.
account?
That's a
I don't
dude.
know.
See
That's
if
a
there's
fucking
more
dude.
pictures of her in the daylight.
That's a
Okay, let's
dude.
Yeah, yeah,
Whoa.
I think this might be a man.
This is dude.
Hold on.
Oh, make it stop.
Hold on. Go on. I want to see more.
Wait, that's a dude.
I
Wait,
don't
that
know.
might
Hold
not be an
on. Let me...
Anna. That might not Anna. Go back up. That might not be a
Shane,
nub.
Shane, oi,
That
Shane
might
said
not
I'm
be a
Shane
going
nub.
already said
straight
it's
there.
his. He
Shane
said
said
it.
I'm
Be a
going
nub.
straight there.
Shane
You're going
Shane already
straight.
claimed him. I feel sick.
Oi, Shane couldn't wait to give his answer.
All right, gentlemen.
Oh
Fuck,
God.
Mary kill. All right, gentlemen. Fuck, Mary kill. Bachelorette number 1.
Oh, I'm marrying that
Bachelorette
girl
number
easily.
2. Or
Uh,
Bachelorette.
Shane
This one
couldn't
I'm
say I
leaving.
said. Shane couldn't say it.
This I'm leaving alone, man. Far away.
Shane Pee got the better of him.
Ah,
uh,
what are your choices, gentlemen?
Marry this one, bang bug eyes, and the other one's in the bin.
Okay. Joke out. Oh, he's muted.
Jesus Christ, that one's getting fucking murdered straight off the bat.
Okay.
What? That one. That's the only one, really, isn't it? You got to marry that one.
The only one.
Yeah. do the other one, but she's got to have the glasses
Wait,
on.
we
And
got
then
to
the
see more pictures of number 3. Like we got to
no,
go.
we seen enough, mate. Shane might want to come up.
All right.
Anna,
So you're marrying this one, banging 2 and
Yeah.
killing 3?
Anna, see number 1?
Mm-hmm.
I said to you, I know someone that looks like number 1.
I
And
know.
look,
I
just,
see the picture you sent me. It does.
yeah,
Oh.
I know a dude that looks just like this girl.
Oh. Shane, what's your fuck, marry, kill?
Now remind me on the rules. If I marry them, does that mean I have to have sex with them?
I mean, if you want to, but you're married to them.
We
for
already
life.
know which
Yeah,
one
but I
Shane
don't. That
wants.
mean,
You
that doesn't mean
should.
I have
You
to
have
have sex,
husband.
right?
You have husbandly duties, Shane.
I would probably marry this one, Elf the Bug Eye, and then with the other one. Yeah. Now, if that's a dude, if it's not a dude, if that's a woman, then
Shane's still in denial, like if.
Shane, I'm just gonna tell you, I'm pretty sure that this is a man.
Wait, click on that one, the one in far bottom right. Yeah, let's see.
I'm scared.
Yeah,
That's
that might
I think this
be
is
a
a
dude,
man.
Shane.
That's a guy.
Ethan,
Shane
what's your
could-
order?
Shane
Ethan
couldn't
left.
He couldn't say
Ethan
it.
left before he
That's
could
where I'm at.
answer.
That's where I'm at. Shane Davis, take my money.
Thank you everyone for joining for the fuck, marry, kill. Ethan abandoned us before he could answer because he knew he was coming. I'm sure Ethan would kill all of them in a
His
nice
husbandly
way.
duty would be to push her off a bridge, says the
It'd
blue.
be the most humane thing to do.
He escaped. Yes, he did. Yubnubs, thank you for the 5. No. Dead and dug
Press
up, thank you
answer.
for the Rumble rant. By the way, been second in queue for about 30 minutes. What? How do I? Oh, I'm so sorry.
What?
Oh, I thought that they would appear down below. We've had the caller thing available. And
Anna.
oh my God. Okay. Hello, Vidal.
Fidel?
Fidel. It says Cecil is gay. Hello, can you hear us? It says right there. Hello.
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 This is Kissel.
Allow me to reintroduce myself.
Hello. Hello.
Barely hear you. What's up?
You hear somebody?
Yeah, do you not see on the screen the caller? It says caller right here.
You see it at the bottom there. You can see it.
We can't hear him though. I can see him.
Yeah, he's not talking. That's why. I'm so sorry. I didn't know you were in the queue. I thought that you would pop up on the
Oh
bottom.
my God! Another 200, Anna. You are flying tonight.
Here, can I add more than one person? Yes. Okay.
Anna, you got another $200.
Thank you. I understand. I'm trying to figure this out. Give me 1 second. Yubnubs, thank you for the $200 Rumble rant. I spend G's. Thank you.
I spend G's.
Thank you for the $200. Thank you for Rumble. Dead and Dug Up, you're on. Can you hear us? Hello?
I hear him.
I can barely hear him.
I hope he's not jerking it.
I hope not either. Hello?
Are you echoing?
We're awake.
Okay, you were echoing. Okay.
Wait, you can't hear
We
him.
can barely hear you, man.
Really?
Why is... Okay, maybe I can edit the audio controls. No, you're all the way up.
Hello.
There we go.
Yeah.
What's up?
All right. Question for Cecil. Question for Cecil here.
Question for Cecil. Okay.
Yeah. Hey. What did you do after 9/11?
Oh, I can't hear it.
I can't speak up.
plug your mic in. I feel like your mic is not plugged all the way in, and it's like going in and out.
Really?
Unplug your mic and plug it back in. It's loose.
Chat, can you guys hear him?
No, he cut in and out.
I heard question for Cecil. What?
Is it really? I haven't. Okay. Is that okay now?
It like
Right.
goes in and out.
Yeah, it's like someone's turning his mic on and off.
All right. I'm gonna add.
How's it now?
There you go.
Good, good, good.
Yeah, we good? Okay.
I think
Yeah.
so.
What'd you do after 9/11 happened, man? What was your reaction? What was your reaction?
This is a disaster, and I can't hear him.
He asked
He
you
asked, what did you do? Cecil, he said, what did you do after 9/11? What was your reaction?
Oh my
Can you hear
God.
me, Cecil?
Yeah,
We
well,
can
I
hear
could
you.
hear that.
Apparently,
What did I
Cecil
do
can't.
after 9/11?
I thought
Yeah,
that's what
what
you
was your
said.
reaction? What was your reaction? What did
It
you
was
do after 9/11?
horrifying.
That's
I
what
was
he asked.
like, it was fucking. You mean like the day of? It was terrible. In my just from my high school alone, 29 people were killed. It was fucking lots and lots of people were in our neighborhoods. It was thousands of funerals going. I was fucking awful. I don't know. I wasn't dancing with the Israelis, if that's what you're insinuating. What do you mean? What was I doing?
I'm not insinuating anything.
Oh,
I'm just
okay. Yeah.
He just wanted to know.
Oh
Did
no,
you
it
get?
was it was a bad day. I remember I was listening on the to the radio and it brought and I was on a part of the highway where you could look over your shoulder and see the twin towers. And they said the twin towers had hit and I said, "What the fuck?" And I saw it. I was like, "Holy shit." Got off, turned around, and then right as I got on, a cop car was shutting the fucking highway down. I got on, and it was all emergency service and me. And I got to go back to my house and get off the exit. But we would have been stuck for hours because they shut all the roads down.
I was sleeping at the time,
You were sleeping?
and I worked in Manhattan at the time, but
Yeah,
at,
my
I was doing
roommate was.
I was doing a what do you call it a fusion where I work from home and I go into work every other day, and it was Wednesday, so I didn't go into work. I think it was Wednesday, and my dad woke me up and he gave me a shotgun and some shells. He thought it was like the end of the world, man. It was crazy.
Yeah, we didn't know if like another attack was coming. It was weird.
Yeah.
It was crazy. You didn't know what was coming next. And then yeah, my roommate was in he got out. Uh my two of my friends were in and got out. And my cousin was in building 7, which was not really I don't know how that one, but my roommate and one of my good friends were both working that day, and then a whole bunch of other just people I knew. Like, uh, it was a bad day. Yeah. And no, yeah, it was Tuesday morning, yeah, after Monday Night Football. I don't know if you're talking right now because your mic really.
I can
Anna
see
will
the
never
like.
forget 11-9.
Yeah, 11. Listen, I remember my dad coming home, turning on the TV, and I'm like, "That's fake." And then we saw the second plane
But you
hit,
were a
and
little kid. You were like 5 years old or 6 years
I
old.
wasn't gonna fall for that. Well, I was younger than that, but I was like, the
Yeah,
second
well,
plane hit, and my dad was like, "This is real." And I'm like, "I'm not falling for that, like Santa."
hmm
Kevo,
Why am I on the
Kevo,
big screen?
because it was a question for you. There you go, and it can show the callers. Kevo,
So it was a
1973.
bad day. Yeah, Woden shot. It was bad. It was a bad day. It was terrible.
Kevo, you're
Hey, Cecil.
on.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Cecil, so what's the deal with you moving out of that wretched state you live in? Is it just because Juju doesn't want to leave her family?
Um, Well, right now I'm ready to go. I'm actually in a nice spot, man. I'm in a good spot. My friend owns the building I'm living in. I got a good rent. I'm in a really fucking nice neighborhood, and I like it, but the fucking taxes and everything else is going to shit soon. Uh, I'll be out of here. I would say. Well, I'll probably go upstate first, and then see if I could get Juju to leave. And I think she's ready to go. She seems ready to go too. So
I
I
left I left New England for South Carolina 8 years ago, and I don't have one single regret.
Yeah, South Carolina. A lot of people love it down there, man.
The other
Yeah.
thing, one other thing, while Shane's on here, cash grab too is kind of stalled a little bit. I know you're not pumping it lately, but what about getting a campaign going on Shane's site now to kind of fire it up and then get it out 2027?
I could do that. Well, we're gonna do one more cover. Anna's working on it, and then that's why I'm not pumping it, because I don't want people to feel like, oh, there was a cover coming out and you're pumping it right now, and I bought it and I would have bought that one. You know what I mean? So that's why I've kind of taken a little bit of a
Well,
break with pumping.
but about Back Me Bro, we're only in closed beta right now, which is like by invite only. Like
I did not get
we're
an
gonna do
invite.
that. We're gonna do that. Well, we're right now testing the site. So like I tested the first 30-day the other night to see how the counter worked. So right now, like the point of the closed beta is to run test. Probably sometime next year it's going to be open beta, where because we're getting ready to get into busy season and then into November, December, where people really don't campaign. So we're pretty much booked up. Next year we're going to
What,
open up where people can then submit, and then we'll preview the campaign and let it
Yeah.
go. So
Yeah. So
I
let me
think
answer his questions.
have
So I
we
know I will not be on back. I am been already
no, well,
preemptively
I
banned.
didn't say that. I didn't say that because that's what everybody's going to make it out to be. It's just like we have a bunch of. Let me share my screen. If we're going to
well,
talk about it.
well, Shane, that would
Okay,
be
we'll
about the
go through it.
time. That would be about the time Cecil pulls his shit together, anyways. So the
Yeah.
stars are just lining up.
Yeah. No, it's that would be good for Cecil if Cecil did that, but
Sure, the power.
right now we have a lot of campaigns loaded up already. Some you can see, some you can't. So I don't know
No
what
space for
window I'm
you,
in.
fatty.
Let me well,
Lord
not
Wayner
this.
says, Cecil, give it a rest. Take no for an answer. All right, I will.
Share my screen. So right now on Back Me Bro, see Ethan didn't even do a pre-launch, and he's getting ready to launch this weekend. Billy has 2 campaigns that there are no pre-launches of. So there's a lot of campaigns that people can't see that we already have loaded up for the year. Like, so there's 3 more campaigns on top of everything that's already here that's loaded up. So we have like a calendar and everything. So I would suggest, if Cecil's interested in doing that, try to get in on the calendar sometime early next year, or the end of this year if he wants to do the end of this year. It's up to him. But we are already going into, I think, October right now in the calendar.
Just say I can't do it. It's easier for both of us.
You know. But while you guys are here, Back Me Bro, new website. Go check it out. There is a badge if you back this campaign. The first campaign, you
Holy
do get like a digital
shit.
badge.
Another $200.
The good thing about this website is this is getting around any type of shadow ban stuff that was going on with Indiegogo. And you guys get to pay for shipping up front. None of that stuff. Everybody likes the website. Ethan's launching this weekend. I think we're going on 500 backers on this campaign. Definitely go check it out if you haven't. If you missed Starlight Cats, it's my first book. This has 16 extra pages. You can grab Inquirious Rex in it, all of that stuff. We're in fulfillment now. But ideally, this is going to be a one-stop shop for a lot of people around here because we also have a shop on top of it. So you can go over here like Ethan has now he's moved his eBay stuff over to Back Me Bro, which is great because we take a less percentage than eBay. So he pays 5% here rather than 13% on eBay. So this is yeah.
Like eBay and like Etsy, is there like an ability to like rate the seller and like post photos like for
No,
reviews and
we
stuff?
didn't do that. We didn't do
Okay.
that. We might can do so. Okay, like here's the short answer. Nobody's gonna like. We're in beta testing. That means like anything that's going on right now is subject to change. Like so that doesn't mean for like Yanzi keeps up with this more than me, so that might change. He may actually put a rating system in there. I do know we're not going to do auctions. Like we're not going to do that. But we may actually have some sort of rating system. But right now there isn't one. But that's doesn't even if we can do one, that doesn't mean we will do it.
No,
So
I just like
this
because
is
on
all
Etsy
subject
they
to
can
change.
post photos and like give you feedback, and I like seeing the the feedback from people when they get their product.
Like this is Cursed Heart Creations. She's in the chat, so she does Etsy, and she's a mod in the chat, and she's made a Barnaby. Let me see. Turn my camera on. She made this. I think she's gonna make some cyber frogs. But she I can I turn my camera on? Okay, so here, go full screen. You can see like a little Barnaby
Oh,
she
so
made.
cute.
Friendly Slumlord, 1 star would not recommend.
Yeah. So the shop is great because evidently, people in Comicsgate can put stuff up in the shop even if they don't have campaigns. So it becomes like kind of like our marketplace, right? As long as you have the ownership of the things you're selling or permission, right? So she gets permission from Ethan, she can sell Cyberfrog plushies if she makes some more crochets on them. We got for the Fans Fest pin up there, but that Cecil, I would suggest trying to set something up either the end of this year or the first of next year if you're interested.
So like Neverwary 32nd would be a good date for me.
Yeah, Neverwary. That Neverwary. It's a great month. The sales are really big in Neverwary.
You know what? February 30th sounds great.
All right, book me.
One last thing, Shane, I got Rex 3, and I
Yeah.
just went on Indiegogo this week. Well, actually tonight, and the site is such trash. I think I have one more book on there. I think it's an Ethan book, and I'm not buying anything else from there. So
Yeah.
we need a
You're,
new site.
yeah, that's people think like people don't understand for all the shit I'm getting for Back Me Bro. They don't understand how bad Indiegogo is. Like I have a list of people that cannot pay for shipping for Inglorious Rex. There's no way, like we're having to sidestep Indiegogo to collect shipping just to ship them their book. So did you get the book?
I got the book, and I think it was because I got it on Indiegogo, and I think it was because it was before the new
Yeah.
company bought it, so I paid for shipping
Did
already.
you read it yet? Did you read it yet?
I haven't yet. I gotta.
Okay, I hope
It's
you like it,
it's
man. Let me know what you think. I hope you like it.
yeah.
Thanks for
I
supporting me.
yeah. I got it 2 days ago. I'll probably when I get some time this weekend go over it.
All right, I
Thank you.
appreciate you, man. I appreciate you for supporting us.
All right. Is it
That
Kivo
was
or Kevo?
Yanzi.
It's Kevo.
What was you on?
Kevo. Thank you for calling in, man. Nice talking to you.
Thanks.
Vidal.
By the way,
You want to
Yubnub's
try
card is
again?
being declined now. He overdid it. I'm sending you a link. Try this one and see if it works.
Oh yeah, it's your it's your coffee, isn't it? Vidal, are you here? You spoke earlier.
Fidel?
It just says Cecil is gay. Maybe he fell
He
asleep.
says I'm trying.
In the chat, he says he's trying.
Yeah, he says I'm trying in the chat. That's the last thing he wrote.
Okay,
But
Yeah, I see him. Yeah, it's not
I'll
working.
leave it up. Or you could just click the link from like a different Headset isn't picking up audio. That's annoying. I'll
Anna,
leave it up
Rumble
for a
is
bit.
screwing you. Ubnubs is trying to send more money and it's blocking it.
Oh no. Here, Yubnubs, here is my coffee.
I sent them the link to your coffee. It's fine.
To your coffee or my coffee?
Whatever. Yours, mine. Who cares? You know, who's.
Here, there's the link for my coffee, Yubnubs. But let me read the ones that you sent while we were doing the call-ins. That was fun. That was cool. Okay, so it just is like a little phone, and then they pop up in the side. Now that I know that, I thought they were gonna pop up below. So I apologize, gentlemen. That was frustrating. Yubnubs, thank you for the 5. Get Anna your voice support. Thank you. The next one, $100 from Yubnubs. I love the AC. So great. So much love.
Thank you.
Thank you. For 50, I love the AC. So good.
Wow.
5, I love seeing Peasel getting pounded. Oh.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh, gee.
They're saying he put Cecil's Amazon wish list in the chat.
Yep,
Nubs, thank you for the $200. No fuck, no fuck Shane screens. Well, he got it. He got the screen share. We got it. We got to see the Back Me Bro back end. Nubs, thank you for the 20. Minteers fuck ass. Oh, excuse me. Mutineers fuck asses. I'm dyslexic. I apologize. Thank you for the 20 for that one. Jay Barnes, 5068. Thank you for the 2. Late spring launch cash grab 2. Third chance campaign. Let's go.
Yeah.
Minor Zircon, thank you for the 1. Ethan is a coward and Shane has courage, no balls to marry a man like a real champion.
There you go.
Yubnubs, thank you for the 2. Fuck the fuck, Mary kill. Hey, listen. I'll get an even worse one for you guys next week. Don't you worry. I think I've been on a roll with these F Mary kills the past few times. Yubnubs, thank you for the 5. For the AC, Putrid Fettuccine, thank you for the 1. Anna, your call-in thing didn't work. There's at least 2 people in the chat who said they tried to call in and just froze for them, FYI. Well, we've made more than enough for me to keep it up, so I can post the link again if you guys want to try, or maybe here. I'm gonna end it and I'll reopen it with a new link. So
Right, and we're almost at the 4-hour mark. If you want to do it for the end of the show, go for it.
Okay, here we go. I'll copy. Here's the new link. If one of my mods can pin it for you guys, here it is. Yeah, I'm like an hour behind on super chat, so I'm sorry. I know Chokeout wanted to talk about the psycho woman that murdered her children.
We can't.
But I need to go back and read these, so give me a minute or two. Yubnub, thank you for the 50. Choke, how's Florida?
He read that one. He's not there.
Okay.
Yeah, he read that.
Yubnubs, thank you for the 10. For Anna, so fucking retarded. Thank you. Slosher, thank you for the 5. Someone needs to make an AI movie about this guy, like Catch Me If You Can. It would be a great comedy to see this con artist at work. That would be funny, like where they put together like all the things he did.
Uh-oh. She's gone. All right, that's my chance. You did a whole stream on it last. Credit is for fakers. Anna's gone. There you are.
Gosh dang it. I hate that Rumble does that. I'll put us both on top. Oh, we have a caller. Putrid Fettuccine, thank you for joining. Hello.
That's loud.
Hi.
Now you're very loud.
Oh. Well, we can hear you. Do you got a question for one of us?
Oh, you can hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Extremely loud. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, hello, Cecil's chat. How's it going?
Hello, Putrid Fettuccine.
Hi, Cecil. I've
You
got.
got a question for him?
I'm hearing
Choochard,
double
you're on the
audio.
air. Why am I the big
Because he's
screen?
going to ask you a question. It's for you.
I'm hearing doubled audio everywhere.
Oh, you have to mute the Rumble show.
Gotcha. All right. Do I have a question? Let me see. I sound detarded with. Thank you, OVR19. It's nice of you. What is this paste I have in my fucking text box? Jesus. I can't hear any fucking thing now, except Anna.
We're not talking.
You just said that. I can hear you. I can't hear anything else.
Can you
Diesel
hear
talk.
me?
Is Shane still around?
Yeah, Shane's been talking this whole time. You can't hear him?
No, I can't hear shit. I can hear you though.
Okay.
I'm back. What's up?
There you are. Hello, Shane.
What is it? What I walk into?
He wants you to rate 9/11 on a scale of 1
No,
to 10.
I didn't ask that. I'm not asking that.
All right. What's up?
How's it going?
Good. Caller. Who's the caller?
Putrid Fettuccine.
Yes.
I'm sorry. I walked away. I don't know what's been said. I just walked back.
Nothing.
What I walk in?
So far,
We
he's
got a
asked,
new
how are you
caller.
doing?
I'm doing
Hey,
fine.
look at you, Shane. You're front and center, a huge circle, big old S on
I'm back.
my screen.
I know. I didn't expect to be back on the Jack show. It caught me off guard.
You came on willingly tonight, didn't you? Nobody twisted your arm.
Yeah, but the chat gave me shit. They called me a pussy. Wodenshot said I'm a bitch if I don't click the link.
Well, that's Woden shot. He's always going to say you're a pussy.
Education says Shane loved 9/11, so he gave it a 10. That's disgusting.
I gave it 11 out of 10.
Man.
I gave it 11 out of 10.
An 11
He
out
gave
of
it
9.
9/11.
11 out of 10.
Out of 1 through 11, how would you rate?
Shane
How'd you
gave
rate it?
9/11 9 11s in a row. Unbelievable.
Oh, yeah.
Shane, this entire time, I've been an avid follower of Comicsgate, and I've gotten lots of Ethan's books. I've got She. I've got even some of the old ones from your boy Zach, and fuck was his name? Narwhal. I got some of his books, but I've never gotten any of yours. Why is that?
I don't know. Go check out Inglorious Rex, man. Go sign up for the new campaign. I don't know. Everybody likes it, man. Giant monsters. You know. I don't know why you haven't bought it. I mean, why ask me? What did I not sell it right?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
That's the way to do it. Get angry with the
properly sold it
customers.
to me.
Why didn't you buy it? I don't know. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I'm sorry you missed out on the greatest comic ever.
You know, speaking of the greatest comic ever, I ordered John Malin's stuff too, and I've never seen it. I haven't seen it yet. So I'm wondering, did something happen with this stuff too? I mean, I know you're not him, obviously, but you keep in contact with him.
Shane can answer for him.
Okay.
I don't know. What did you order? You'd have to take it up with John. I don't know. But
fuck, I don't even
obviously, if you don't have my books, it's because you've never ordered them, not because of anything other than you've never ordered them.
That's true.
Are
That
you
is
just
true.
trolling him, man?
I don't know, maybe.
I mean, what don't you want? Like, man, like, look, I got monsters and I got gay cats in space. I don't know what else.
Are they gay?
Out of
Is there like I mean one's
I mean,
little
I like
gay. They're
cats. I
flying.
don't know if I want a comic book about gay cats though. You
Okay,
just call
all
them
right.
gay
See,
cats.
that's the
Are they
thing.
gay cats?
I understand that. So here's the thing, man. Here, share my screen. So there's gay cats in space, little girl, big adventure, gay cats in space, right? And that might not be for you. I get it. And then look, and if you scroll down here, there's giant kaiju monsters that rip each other's heads off. Now, somewhere in the middle, I missed the audience. I get it. I went from giant monsters beating the shit out of one another and gay cats in space, and there's some middle ground there that I left you guys behind. And you're that guy in the middle, right?
Guy in the middle. I'm the perfect.
The guy in the middle.
I don't know what you're looking at. I'm the paperclip.
Yeah. I'm sorry. But
I
you
know.
should go buy Inglorious Rex, though. Go check it out.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll look at it. I'll take a look at it. Monster
There's
martial
10
arts.
free pages on ingloriousrex.com you can read for free.
What about this this new thing, this back me bro? Can I not use that?
Yeah, you
Because
can back that.
you're
You
still
can back
testing it.
Inglorious Rex. Yeah, you can back the Volume 1, and that will ship soon if you get Inglorious Rex on Back Me Bro. We'll ship as soon as we're done with Inglorious Rex 3 fulfillment. So it'll go right out the door probably in the next few weeks.
Call Me Tech says Putrid just wants to help Shane.
That's true. I do.
Yeah. No, I mean, I
How many eyes are you
probably
gonna
fucked
say?
up. I wasn't there for you when I needed to be. When you needed a comic, I wasn't there for you.
Well, I don't think that's what I was. Well, I mean, that wasn't really what I was suggesting. I was trying to tell you something that I had noticed about you years ago. Is that I was in your chat saying, Shane, I'd like to see a sample of your work. Shane, that you've done. I want to get a feel for it, and never got a response.
Really? I said, did I
Yeah,
acknowledge you?
I'm not sure you did. I think there was one time you accused me of being Woden shot. I think that was the most acknowledgement I've got from you.
Was that at a con?
No, no, it was in your chat.
There was a guy at a con that I said, he said something to me, and I was like, yeah, that's something Woden shots would say. And I looked up, and he looked at me, and he's like, yeah, that is something he would say. And I was like, that's fucking Woden shot right
So
there, man.
did you look at him and ask him who?
Yeah. Well, here's the weird thing. We weren't at a con. We were at a con, but was at a bathroom urinal.
A
And it was a
bathroom
guy standing
urinal.
beside me. Yeah, we were talking
Yeah,
side
that's
by
awkward.
side, pissing. Yeah.
Were you
And
talking through a hole?
yeah, and
Was it a hole in the
yeah,
stall? Is that what you're
yeah,
talking about?
and he goes, hey Shane, and I'm like, what? And he goes, you want to see my pecker? And I was like, what? And I was like, that's something Woden shot would say. Get it, pecker?
Yeah, because he has a beak, I guess.
Yeah. All right.
I don't think of an owl
Dad.
as a pecking animal.
A pecking animal is going for seeds and not live creatures.
Here, you can, if you want to sample my work, if you go to ingloriousrex.com, you can actually read 10 free pages of the book.
What a bargain.
What do you mean? You want 20 free?
Oh no, that wasn't sarcasm.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, you get 10 free. I can't, I mean,
He's looking for a fight. What the fuck is that supposed to mean?
what do you want? Why are you trying to, why? Am I supposed to pay you for the free pages?
You never bought into my shit. The hell do you know? No, it's all right.
I appreciate you for believing in me and never buying a book.
Hey, no problem. It's a little 2-inch by 3-inch.
Like, no problem.
I couldn't really see a whole lot, but I mean, I could check that out myself, sure, right?
Shane is never
you want me to read it
on
to
the
you?
Jack Show now.
Oh no.
You want me to read it to you? I drew you the pictures. Now you want me to read it to you?
Who did the lettering? Did you do the lettering too?
Oh my God, Shane is never gonna come back on the Jack Show now. Gordy86, thank you for the super chat. Shane, you gotta lighten up. I think Shane's doing fine.
No, he's all right. He's doing great. He's doing fine.
Yeah, look, you're like, I can't read, Shane. I'm blind, Shane. Yes, I need you to read it to me. I'm blind, Shane.
Well, you were sharing your screen. I'm just talking about what it looked like on my end. It's just itty bitty little postage stamp size thing that you're sending.
It looks good. Just say it looks. It looks
okay.
Beautiful. Just say it looks beautiful.
It was
They're
great.
saying Shane do an audiobook of it.
That'd be funny. That would be a good idea, Shane. Make some money with that audiobook.
Tiki the Mighty
to the graphic novel.
There you go. Thank you for being a member on YouTube for 26 months. Don't forget Extend Level Up, Shane. That's true.
Oh yeah, Get Extend Level Up. Yeah, that was in between. That's a superhero book. So I did that superhero book, the kaiju book, and the gay cat book.
What was the one that was anatomic? That's the one I was teetering on the edge and almost got, and
Man.
then something you said in a stream one night pissed me off, and I was emotional at the
What did
time.
I say that pissed you
I,
off?
I, I have no idea. I have no idea. I don't remember. It's been
Oh,
so long.
I mean, no, man. See, this is why I shouldn't say nothing about nothing. Because then I say something, and then somebody's like, "Nope, my money's in my pocket, Shane."
Shane,
Well,
he
I
was
mean,
about to fucking buy something, and then you opened your big fat mouth, and he said, "Nope."
Anatomic is a spin-off book, but you can read it on its own. It's up on my site too. You can go grab it on Nine Lives Comics.
your site, yeah, right. Your site's Nine Lives Comics. Is that also available on this new thing?
I'm gonna
Back me,
move
bro.
all my campaigns and the stuff in my store eventually on Back Me Bro. So when I do a campaign, it'll be on Back Me Bro and Nine Lives Comics both.
Very cool.
Nine
Very
Lives Comics isn't going anywhere. It's still going to be there. I'm not going to shut it down if that's what you're asking. So you can back me on it, or like you can go buy any of my books on Nine Lives Comics and they ship out tomorrow. Like right here, like Anatomic, you can go buy it. What do I need to sell you on Anatomic? You're like, I
No, no,
almost bought
I
it, but
remember
then
it.
you okay. All right.
No, I
All right.
remember it.
All right.
I was pretty
Well,
really fairly well sold on it. Anyway,
yeah,
I
yeah.
don't remember
Well, I'm
exactly the
sorry.
circumstances. I think it was a toss up between you or
What
maybe
pissed
Sean
you
Bale and
off?
stuff or
Yeah, what pissed you off?
something. I
Yeah.
don't know.
This, I will eventually move this stuff on Back Me Bro in the store, but you can buy it on Nine Lives Comics, same price, and it ships out next day.
Thanks so very much to Steph there in the chat who's pointing out that interactions with me are always like this, so you shouldn't be too worried.
What? All right.
Joseph Thinker the Five, been here since the very beginning, bought into each campaign. Why ignore all my chats? Something I said? I don't know who that's asking, but thank you.
It is really weird on this end of this call because it's total silence and then one person will speak and then total silence and then one person will speak. And
I think
Yeah.
Anna sounds pretty even level audio, but Shane, you are blasting my eardrums. You are super loud. And I don't know if that's you necessarily. I think it might be the interface.
I think it's Rumble. I think it
yeah, Shane
because
came in really loud. I had to manually turn him down for the
I don't know
audience.
why it would be set up like that.
It's wild
I
though.
don't use Rumble, so I don't know.
Well, the way YouTube's looking, you might want to jump that ship.
Yeah.
All right.
How are you guys doing on Rumble these
Great.
days? Good
Good.
or?
She just made $1,500 on Rumble tonight.
Yep.
Mm.
Good stuff.
Rumble's fucking been very good to me. I have no problem with Rumble.
Yeah,
Better than
I mean, I
YouTube.
like Rumble. I like that they have real people I can talk to. I don't know how long that's going to last because, like, once a platform gets bigger and they start selling off stuff, you never know. But right now, it's good. I can just DM the CEO and if anything goes wrong, and then I have other people that you can hit up if there's ever an issue with anything. So yeah, their features are a
Right.
little buggy from time to time, but I like it.
Hmm.
Wodenshot says Shane has been unbearably loud for a week now.
Not true.
Shane,
I
are you
fixed it on YouTube.
Is it your time of the month, man? The week?
What?
Then I'm making weird jokes. I'm tired.
Well, Shane, it was really great to talk to you finally.
You
And
don't have to lie to him.
Yeah, why? Why?
it's
Tell me
good to
what
talk
was
to
so
all of
great
you,
about
actually.
What was so great about it? Got
Oh,
great
Yeah, what was so
questions,
great
Shane.
about
now I've got to specify. All right. Well, I've never talked to you before,
it? Have you always
and I've
wanted
always
to talk
wanted
to
to.
me?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
That
But I
dude,
mean,
that means you can.
I'm not
That
telling
means
you
you
the
can.
things I've always wanted to tell you, though. I mean, those things are quite rude.
Yeah.
I think I'm going to refrain from that. But
Why would you want to talk to me? I'm just curious.
I am too.
Because you have Henry Cavill's email.
What have I missed? What's going on?
is that true? Do you really?
Yeah, I
The
do.
Shane interview we've all wanted to hear is happening. Choked out.
I bet
Have
it's
you, have,
riveting.
have you given that to Anna ever? The email?
Did you read
No.
my books? Did you read my books outside of Comicsgate? Because you said you
I
didn't buy any.
wasn't aware you had any.
Yeah, see, that's weird that you want to talk to me. I just I'm missing the point here of like why you wanted to talk to me. You
Probably
didn't
because he
buy my
likes
book
watching
or
you,
Comicsgate.
Shane.
You're a
Yeah,
comics
but
kid.
see,
He's
you're over
literally
here saying
broke.
I'm boring as fuck. Everybody's throwing
Wait,
money at
That's
me. This
I
guy
said
wants to
that.
talk to me, and then
I
yeah,
never
you
said you
are.
were boring as fuck.
Yeah, in a
I
roundabout
think,
way.
Oh
It's
my
I
like
think you
god.
love me, Shane.
What are you talking about? I
Shane is
said no
never
such
gonna come
thing.
back on the Jack.
I said
I'm
no
curious as
such
to why
thing.
you'd be so sensitive about that.
I'm not sensitive. I'm hard as fuck.
Yeah, man.
Anna, don't laugh. You don't know what I right now.
Wait, this is
Fucking
Shane D'Souza. Shane D'Souza in the house.
Oh my god.
What they call him? Shane the Snoozer?
No, Shane D'Souza.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do you know what? Do you know what I like about that?
Are you
Shane as
drinking
well. By
peace?
the
What
way,
is that noise?
oh, it's my dog drinking water.
Oh, that was you? Okay,
I think.
cool.
I think we did.
You have a sensitive
Yeah,
microphone.
I do.
All right. Here, let me read a couple more super chats because I'm like hours behind. Mr. Stephen Rockwood, thank you for 19 months. Too much Cecil face. I agree. I miss his mask.
What are you
Joseph.
talking about? You're the one who kept blowing my fucking screen up.
No, it's because you're showing too much of your face. If you wore a mask, it would be better, but you're being gay about that.
Shut up, you fat
Joseph, thank
bitch.
you for the 2. Can I send a hello or no ×3 now? I mean, you've sent them. I'm reading them, so you were successful. Thank you. Mitchell, thank you for the 2. Oh no, look at the time. I have to take a shower. Well, congratulations. Just in time for the fuck, marry, kill. Danish Cartoonish, thank you for the 5. Hell yeah, choke out. I'm raw. Oh my god. I don't know if I can read the rest of this, man.
God, read it. The
I'm
middle of the
rock
night.
hard from Vicarious. I recently reconnected with my 16-year-old son after 8 years. He escaped his mother in January.
Oh, he was very happy that he got a hard
basically
on
got
when
out.
Chokeout said he told his ex-wife to fuck herself. That's what
Yep.
Yeah, man.
Joseph, thank you for being a member for 10 months. Cecil is love. Cecil is life.
Correct.
Gordy86, thank you for the 10. Why are you like this, Ethan? I think I read that when Ethan was on. Joseph, thank you for the 5. Anna, what will you do when you have to compete against transgender eye painter? Rely on my skills.
What?
Oh, by the way, I want to give Steph. Steph bought me this for my birthday. Really nice shirt. Begging for a pagan. Good shirt.
Russell, thank you for the 5. A deck or a swastika, Anna? You think Gavin McGinnis is going to call in? Oh dear God, I hope not. Raphael, thank you for the 2. My sweet gay little John will call E and Shane traitors. Russell, thank you for the 2. It's like John is back by proxy. I don't know. I feel like there's way more sexual attention between Putrid and Shane than John
Oh
and
my
Shane.
God.
Abacus, thank you for the 5. I think we now know why Cynic or what Cynic was doing in Southeast Asia. Oh yeah, we need to get Cynic on the show. That would be funny. Russell, thank you for the 2. I like how they changed the gun barrel to an anus.
What's that word?
It's for the midget movie.
Oh,
yeah.
Yes. When are you guys going to watch
Spiraling
that anyway?
I don't know. We got to figure it out. Okay, Putrid, we got to say bye to you. We got new people in the back, but thanks for coming on and talking for a little bit, man, and making Shane uncomfortable.
Glad to talk to you all of you. See you, Shane.
The Sack Show.
All right, Vidal. Hopefully this works. Hello. Oh no.
Ow.
Okay.
Ow. Are you choking?
Vidal, are you? Are you in the chat?
And
Is
you're
it
choking
working?
me.
Do it slow.
Oh, no.
Vidal says, I hate this mic.
Hang on.
Try unplugging your mic, clicking it with like your phone or something. I don't know. Maybe we should have
Yeah.
tested this out better first.
Oh, God. We're over 4 hours now.
I know. I've been trying to read my super chats for the past hour, if you haven't noticed.
Wrap it up.
I'm trying. All right, Vidal, if you can talk, just start talking. We got one more person in the back. How do you say your name? P-Dubs69?
It's Yub Dub.
Hello?
Hello.
What up, what up? Big fan, yo. Love you guys. Quick question. Have y'all seen the new Star Wars Chronicles channel on YouTube?
Is that the AI one?
I think so, but it looks good. They're doing like the EU books. Like they're doing what Disney can't do.
I've seen the guy that's doing all the stuff with Vader. But I don't know. There's a bunch of them that are popping up now, but they keep getting taken down. But I saw the cool one where it showed like Vader on Naboo.
Yeah, that was pretty dope.
Yeah, that one was pretty good.
You seen the
What's
one with
the name of the channel?
Star Wars Chronicles. It's pretty dope. See, so I think you'll like it. They got the old Nintendo 64 game, Shadows of the Empire. They did a video of that. That was fresh. It was crazy. But yo, Cecil, big fan, man. Been seeing you for a long time. Anna, you too, man. Love you guys, man. You guys are great.
Mostly me, right? Not Anna, not so much. Mostly me.
Well, pause, no Diddy, but yeah, y'all great.
Okay. No, that makes
No baby or none of that. But yeah, man, good day. I'm glad to talk to y'all. It was pretty cool.
Awesome. Yeah, good to hear from you, man. Thanks.
I'll keep watching. All right, man. That was just asking a quick question. Appreciate y'all.
No problem.
All right, y'all have a good night.
You too.
All right.
Check it out. Okay, and Vidal left. All right, I'm going to read the rest of these super chats, which again, I apologize for being so behind on them. But as you know, we try to let the conversation flow. Ron, thank you for the 10 over on YouTube. EBS is a pillar of CG. We demand the following. Successful CG comics, creators, channels, campaigns, successful launch and closeout streams, CG Kings in television, and opposing SJWs, Hail CG, and Jack Show.
Hail.
Well, thank you. Ralph Mack, excuse me. Thank you for the 5. Second time here since Kelsey episode. Glad I caught Ethan. Miss gay little John. Hope you had a banging B-day, Cecil. Congrats,
Thank
Anna. Know who the dad is. Of course I do. It's watch. This one's going to come out looking exactly like him, just like the first one. Christian Best, thank you for the 2. How is Cecil going to ask for money in non-Jew voice?
I didn't know I could do a non-Jew voice.
Regular Goody Two Shoes, thank you for the 2. Hi, Anna. Why is Cecil so lame? Because he's fat and old and bald.
All right. All right. Okay. That's not. Yeah,
That's exactly why. He's fat, old, and bald. Okay. Idiocris, thank you for the 5. Send Shame Davis the link. Cecil did. My thing's
He's
not
here.
posting. Yeah, no, Rumble Studio is a little bit weird. If I try to send someone the link after I've already started the stream, sometimes it'll paste, sometimes it won't. It's really fucking annoying, but I don't know.
I don't know if I've ever used Rumble Studio at all. Like this whole background setup, I'm looking at it. Like if I've ever streamed a Rumble, it was through StreamYard. So this is off. Like, is this new or is it just straight off their platform?
You could just do it
from their platform. They have so Rumble gives like creators incentive to use it. So if you meet all of these goals, they give you extra money every month. So that's why a lot of people that stream on Rumble you're gonna stream anyway. You might as well use it and make extra money from it. I actually kind of like it better than StreamYards, but I think that's just because I've gotten so used to using it.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to check it out. I have a Rumble channel and I upload to Rumble, but I don't really stream on Rumble. So I'm gonna.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, one of the things I like about it is so like, you know how on StreamYard you have to pay extra to stream to more than 3 platforms? Rumble you can stream to as many as you want.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at the top here. You got Twitter, Rumble, YouTube, Twitch, and something else. I don't know what this other
Locals.
thing
It's
is.
like their version
Local.
of like Patreon, and it
Okay.
connects and stuff. But I personally like it. You have to pay $10 a month, but I mean, I'd recommend it. I still keep my StreamYards just because when I signed up for StreamYards, it was such a cheap price, and if I cancel it, I'll never get that price again. So I'm like,
Oh, your grandfathered into an old price.
yeah. So I just keep it. I never use it. But no, Rumble Studio is great. It just this new one that they have, which we're using right now, it's been kind of glitchy because they just launched it. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But I would try it. Just give it a try. Rimru, thank you, remember, for 49 months. Anna, have you watched House of the Dragon Season 3 yet? Season 3 is over. No, I'm actually going to be doing that for my members here on Rumble. So if you guys are a member of my Rumble channel or have Rumble Premium, you guys get to watch my premium streams. And I do watch parties. I started off with doing World Cup coverage, and now I'm doing movies and TV shows. We just watched episode 1 of Lantern, so I'll be watching that with you guys every week. And yeah, I have a whole season of House of the Dragon to watch because I live under a rock, and if it's not Bluey or Miss Rachel, I don't know what's playing. So I will watch that with you guys.
Miss Rachel's
So
a commie cuck.
she is, but she teaches my little girl sign language and how to talk, and my baby likes it. So until we can find a supplement for it, that's what's
She's gonna
on.
be a communist, so good luck with that.
They don't talk about any of that shit. It's literally like, this bird is in a tree. This is the color red.
Fair that this bird has less than this bird? That's equity.
Cecil, why don't you watch it? There's nothing in it like that. There is a lesbian in it, but she sings songs, so
Well,
it's
I'm not
whatever.
watching any kind of children's show, so. But hold on, Minor Zircon says, Cecil, hurry up and put a baby in Juju. We need more white people to set off the Jeets and the Muzzies.
Okay. Saw, thank you, remember, for 21 months. Rest in peace, Hayden Panettiere. Now that's 2 people in 1/2 year we lost from Ice Princess. Michelle Thatchenberg, 39, and Hayden 5 days before 37th birthday. Yeah, I know. It sucks. I didn't see that one coming. But you know, shitty
I did.
situation. Push-ups, thank you for the 5. Anna, I finished Thrawn Trilogy and Hand of Thrawn Duology. Thoughts on those? I really like the Thrawn Duology. It's probably like one of my favorite stories in the EU. Now doing Vector Prime, start of the Vong books. Ooh, you're gonna have fun, man. You're gonna have fun. Let's see. Duck Fan, thank you for the 2. Cecil Gayness. So are we talking Velvet Gloves?
We're talking velvet gloves here, man, yeah.
No, in my poll in the chat, I always have something about discussing you being gay. So that was a reference to that.
Hurtful.
Cucumber. Batch pepper? What are you doing,
Everyone, I'm off.
Chokeout?
I've got to go gym.
Oh, bye, Chokeout.
See you
Thanks for
later.
coming
Bye,
on.
everybody.
Nice
Bye,
seeing
bye,
you.
bye, 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 bye.
Are you talking about Cumberbatch Pepper Pot?
Yes.
Did you call him Cucumber?
I did.
Yeah.
I'm tired, man. I
He's
have been
been in
up.
the tank for 10
I know.
years.
Dude, I've been up since 4 in the morning, and I didn't get to take a nap today.
Cucumber, you're on the air.
He's not on the air. I'm reading his super chat.
Well, what has Cucumber got to say?
He says, it's great to see the rainbow band back together. And he left a rainbow emoji. Thank you. Worst Viking ever. Thank you for the 2. Last Starfighter, underrated goat.
Good
Underrated
movie.
what?
Goat.
It is a good movie.
It is. Cumberbatch Pepperpot, thank you for the 199. Hi, pumpkins. Oh, hello. I'm so ready for pumpkin season. Pumpkin spice, everything. Gordy86, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much. Oh my god, thank you for the 199. Green Lantern was good. You all just hate everything. I don't think any of us said that we hated it. I think I'm very bothered by how ugly everyone is. But
Yeah, I enjoyed it.
That's just a me thing. It's just the first episode. If it starts getting really shitty, I'll say it. But as of right now, I'm like,
I think it's
Shane,
an
is your
alright
cat
TV
gonna be
show.
in it? Is the cat gonna be in it?
I don't know. They started pumping out a bunch of Red Lantern stuff.
I know they're making a
McFarlane.
toy of your cat. If this cat,
Yeah, well, it's not just that cat. The heads that pop onto the Red Lanterns are also characters of mine.
I
So
know, but
I don't
Shane,
know.
that they're competing with Baby Yoda. They're got to compete with Crypto. If they don't bring your goddamn cat into it, that's going to be the stupidest thing that James Gunn said no to.
Yeah, I think
Like, why
he's
wouldn't they? They have
admitted he
Crypto.
liked the cat. I think he's on record somewhere saying he likes the character. So I don't know. DC recently did a who's who of DC Comics, like one of those coffee table books, and Dexter was in there. Like it's like I don't know. Like what he's doing, I don't know. They don't tell me. Like I have to chase them down for money like all the time. Like DC, you would think DC Comics knows what these other divisions are doing, but they have no fucking clue. Like they'll find out at the same time I find out, and then I have to say, hey, I need to get paid, and that's how it goes.
Well, I think it would be a stupid missed opportunity to not have the cat in there. Would it bother you though if like you see your cat as like a CGI monstrosity?
So more likely there's a Jessica Cruz Green Lantern cartoon getting ready to come out. More than likely, you'll see that there.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, if theoretically, if they did like Crypto as the weird CGI dog, if you got to see Dexter as a CGI weird cat, how would you feel?
Yeah, I would feel good, but it's true story. Every time I was on panel, Jeff Johns too, there was always everybody going into Blackest Night. Everybody wanted to see a Crypto versus Dexter fight scene. Everybody wanted it. That was every DC panel we were on. Somebody would ask about it. DC Comics never did it, and it's the thing everybody would want to see. Are they going to do it here? Probably not. I don't know. They're going to drag Crypto and everything. Maybe they'll do it. Yeah, it would. To me, it would just be like, where's my money? Like, I mean, for people that know, Dexter is based off of my cat, who's no longer with me. He's dead. So he was a very old cat. I had him in my early 20s, basically at the beginning of my comic career. He lived a very long life, but he's based off of my cat. So, and I get paid every time they use him. He's been in video games, Lego movies, multiple cartoons. It's an easy sell to kids, so they probably will do something for sure.
All right.
But I'm just looking for money.
Yeah, I understand, but I don't know like how I would feel if like my thing that I created and then it's like this CGI thing.
Well,
on the screen.
it's weird to me
surreal,
because it's not what I created. And see, that's what's weird. Like normally I'd have a feeling like, oh, it's just gonna make me remember my cat. That's you know what I mean? Like it was the joke is he was my cat. Early on into my comic career, I had a girlfriend that he didn't like. And I took a little Green Lantern ring and I put it on his tail, and I was like, look, he's going to kick your ass. I put it on his tail. And that was the whole joke, And then I drew him on a spread of Red Lanterns, and I said, in a place where he could be easily erased. And the editor's like, no, we're keeping him. Jeff Johns wants to keep him. I was like, no, that's supposed to be erased. I'll pull it up. You can totally tell he was supposed to be erased.
Did you want him to be a green or a Red Lantern or?
Yeah, it was a joke. It was a joke. I didn't want the fucking company to own my cat.
No, I know, but I'm saying like
it's a fucking joke.
I know, but
and
if
they're
your
like, "Hey, we're keeping him."
once they had him
said,
in, did you want him to be red?
No. Well, okay. So let me tell the story correctly, because everybody's gonna gets jumbled up really quick. So there was only like 5 pages of script. Okay, let me get this image up because it makes more sense with the image. Let me share screen. So it was only 5 pages of script, right? And I drew a spread with all these Red Lanterns. I created all these Red Lanterns except for Atrocitus. Atrocitus, the guy in the middle, Ethan made. All these other Red Lanterns, Bleeze has been in a ton of stuff. This guy, the purple guy in the top right-hand corner there, he's one of the guys in that McFarlane box set. Vice has been in tons of games. All these characters I created, even this goat head guy on the far left, the big guy, he's been in a couple of cartoons, at least 2 cartoons, I think. So, Dagstar, you can see I could easily have erased him and popped something else back there. He's just like behind the shoulder there, right? It was kind of a joke, like when I turned it in, like the JPEG to my editors. And then there was no script for the rest of the book. There were no names of any of these characters. And Jeff was like, no, we got to keep that cat. So there's a scene when he flies up to a Green Lantern later on in the book, and he's like, oh, that's weird. It's a cat. And the cat vomits all in his face, and half his face melts off.
Oh.
But he pops around the corner, like looking super cute. This was a joke. It was never supposed to actually be in print. And my condition was, as it's like, fine, you can have my cat in the book, but he has to be named after my cat, which his name is Dexter. And I said, his name will now be Dexter. So DC Comics, Jelf, I mean, he didn't even name him. I named the damn character. Like, so it's my cat and I named the character. So that, so you're like, how will I feel? I was like, I feel like it reminds me of my cat. So
I just meant, how would you feel seeing something like live
I
action
feel like,
on a screen?
I feel, you know how I feel? I feel like it needs more zeros.
There you go. Okay, good answer. Russell, thank you for the 2. Are you green because of the kryptonite? Oh, thank you, Russell. OG fan when Star Wars was just Star Wars. Thank you for being a member for 22 months. Oh my, the blonde is almost gone natural. Anna rocks. Yeah, I know my blonde's pretty grown out, isn't it? I think I might go back to my dark hair. But the problem is I have so much white hair and it's not pleasant looking because it's all sporadically throughout my head. It just stands out, which is why I have the blonde. But I don't know. I miss my dark hair.
And you're still able to get pregnant with all that gray hair? You're not too old?
I'm like Richard Gere. I started going gray when I was a teenager.
You're like Richard Gere. You got a gerbil up your
I
ass.
don't think a gerbil would fit up my ass. Uh, no, I've had it's like annoying. I get like them like right back here and then like right here, but it's not like I have a streak because I would rock the streak. It's just like little random hairs. So this blonde does a really good job of hiding it. And with my dark hair, they just stand out like a sore thumb. But I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I just keep the blonde or should I go back to dark?
Just go gray. Fuck it.
I don't have enough to go gray. That's the problem.
You'll get there. I believe in you.
Oh, shut up. Danish cartoonist thing with you, Anna. You should get. Oh yeah, I read this one. Okay, I think I'm caught up on YouTube. Yes, I'm caught up on YouTube. Let's get the rumblies. I apologize for the wait, everyone. Minor Zircon, thank you for the one. Happy Jack Show. How's my favorite Jack Show member, Taggy? Taggy's not doing too well. This baby tried to bite it off today. She does not like Taggy. She does not like
Nobody
my
does.
mole.
Get rid of it.
She doesn't like my mole. She doesn't like my belly button ring. She tries to pull everything off me. It's a battle. So Taggy is in duress today. Mustang11, thank you for the rumble rant. Movie looks like it was inspired by Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon.
Oh,
Okay.
the one that Billy was showing.
Mhm.
Remember when Billy was here?
I do. That seems like ages ago, though.
Does.
2 to watch studio. Thank you for the one. Anna, you think Jon Stewart is ugly? Why? Because he's black? No, and I said this yesterday. There are so many good-looking, masculine black guys out there that have deep, sexy voices, and they picked the gayest fag that's British on the goddamn planet. And I'm like, really? Like, they should have gotten the guy from Bird Box. He would have been great. But no, they get the ugly guy. Comic Splatter, thank you for the 2. She used to fuck Nucky Thompson back in the 20s. Who?
The girl.
All right. I don't know who that is. Matt G, thank you for the 1. In 2010, culture didn't completely change over like it had in the past decades. 2000s have music that is their own. Coldplay, Eminem, Linkin Park, Disturbed, country era Swift, and I've probably never heard of those. I love Disturbed, and I know a lot of Linkin Park, and I unfortunately know Coldplay, but yeah, and country. One of the first concerts I ever saw was I was seeing Craig Morgan at a state fair, and Taylor Swift was opening for him with the teardrops on my guitar. That's how I know Taylor Swift. I remember when she first got famous. I remember. I was young, but I remember. 201 Studio, thank you for the 1. In my elementary school, we all started putting dimes on our elbows because Fonzie's pal Spike did it on Happy Days.
And then you would like catch them in your hand when you turn your arm upside down, really fast.
E. Morse, thank you for the 5. I remember when Superman came on TV for the first time, you timed your snack and restroom breaks during the commercials. It was a whole family event. The 80s were great. You missed out, Anna. Sorry. I know. I know. But that's why I hang out with people that are twice my age, because they all like the same stuff that I like. They just got to live through it.
We got to tell you. We got to tell you about the before times.
I know.
Here, Anna, share my screen.
Okay.
Somebody said they hate how I tell stories. So here, somebody else told the story.
In the annals of DC Comics, the enigmatic feeling.
So there he is, cute. All right.
How come everybody has a
This
problem?
scene didn't exist before I drew that cat, like in that page. Jeff had no idea this whole sequence never existed before I drew that cat.
Shane, does it bother you that people give you shit over a gay cat book, but you literally are like...
No, because I've made over $200,000
No,
on
I
a
know
gay
that,
cat
but
book.
it's like people give you shit for doing a cat book when you literally created
Yeah.
Dexstar. It's so stupid.
Yeah, I know.
Emerges as a character conjured into existence by the creative minds of Jeff Johns and Shane Davis.
Look at Jeff Johns looking smug, scratching his elbow.
Jeff's a strange-looking person.
Crimson-hued kitty made its inaugural appearance within the pages of Final Crisis Rage of the Red Lanterns #1, a seminal issue that graced the comic world in the wintry embrace of December 2008. Beyond the confines of comic panels, Dexter has extended his presence to the realms of animated storytelling, making memorable cameos in Justice League Action and DC Superhero Girls, not to mention a memorable appearance in the cinematic realm via Lego DC Comics superheroes Aquaman, Rage of Atlantis. When it comes to the digital realm of games...
That was the weirdest thing. The fucking cat's underwater fighting a dolphin. It makes no fucking sense. That was the weirdest thing. Like, and it's like that I have to dig through DC shit all the time to look for money. Like you would never think I made a space cat. Let me go look in an Aquaman movie to see if he's fighting a fucking dolphin. Yeah.
Dexstar has left his paw prints on titles such as Lego Batman 3, Lego DC Supervillains, Scribblenauts Unmasked, a DC Comics adventure, and Injustice 2. Now, let the narrative unfurl. The Odyssey of Dexter...
Unfurl? See there, a little kitten says Dexter right there.
Can you turn this on
Look
like
at it.
×2 speed or something?
You want me to speed it up?
Yeah, this guy, his speech
Yeah. Anyways, look at the little cat eyes there.
I'm gonna tap out here because it's 3 a.m. We gotta get up.
I know. I've been trying to finish these things.
That's all right.
All
No,
right. Read your
it.
super chats. I'm done. I honestly, I gotta go too. I didn't realize it was this late.
It's okay. Yeah, no, we're keeping up with the conversation, so I was trying to read them. If you guys need to bounce, go ahead. Laserbeam Hawkins, thank you for the 5. Hail the greats, since everyone is here. Cecil, you going to For the Fans? Oh, did everybody leave?
I'm here.
Okay. Cecil, are you going for the Fans Fest? I know Anna won't be able to attend. Second child. Big love, Billy and EVS. CG forever.
I'm gonna be in Florida for my parents' 60th anniversary. So.
Yeah, and I'll be in my 3rd trimester, which I can't fly, so no. Also, if I do anything in October, it's for my birthday. So
you should go ride roller coasters.
you know what, Shane? We have a year pass to Knott's Berry Farm, and I can't ride a single goddamn roller coaster or any of the rides at the water park. It is so depressing.
You should go soak in the hot tub.
Oh yeah, totally, huh? Boil my baby. Christopher, thank you for the one. Anna, does that mean Peaches is related to the dad in 16 Candles too? No, it's on my mom's side. The Klaxon, thank you for the 2. Colonization is never fun when you, when you are the one being colonized. Nobody wants clean water, clean food, toilets, buildings made from something other than elephant shit. Fucking bigots.
Yeah, that was a stupid line. That show.
Christopher, thank you for the one. I really miss hearing Ethan on Jack Show. Thanks for stopping by. I will relay the message. He's probably livid that I did the fuck, marry, kill while he was here.
No,
You know, he gets
had to
uncomfortable.
go.
I know. Minor Zircon, thank you for the 2. Anna, don't show your tummy. Just cross your arms under your boobs to make them pop more.
Correct. Try it now just to see if it works. No, up. You got to go under and up.
There's a belly under them. I have to like physically lift them up.
Yeah, like that.
Like that. There you go.
There you go. There you. Now that's.
I will say, like, I was always like, oh, I don't think I am gonna need a boob job until like they get really saggy. But after like my first pregnancy and how big they got, I was like, oh, this is nice. And then like, you know, after you have done milking yourself, they deflate a bit, and I was like, oh, I kind of missed how big they are.
Yeah,
I don't know. When I'm done having babies, I might get a boob job.
Get them bigger, yeah.
No, seriously. Comic Crazy Lingo, thank you for the 2. Cecil, didn't you fix your mic for Juju? Ain't she making an appearance? Oh, and how was the pad thai?
Pad thai was great.
You know, Juju was gonna come on if we talked about the Lindsay Clancy stuff, but it's fine. The trial's still going on. Maybe we can talk about it next week, and Cecil's hosting, so we can be completely uncensored on Rumble. Bronco was gonna come on, but he just moved into his new house, so he couldn't.
We might have Bronco on next week to talk about it.
Yeah, it's fucking intense. Comic Crazy Lingo, thank you for gifting 4 memberships over on Rumble. Thank you. I hope you guys were able to grab those up. That way you guys can participate in the watch parties here. Yub Nubs, thank you for the 2. No, where aren't Europe? Yub Nubs for the 1. Brad Ruffino died.
He did.
Putrid Fetidini, thank you for the 1. Cecil, in Engelbert Humperdinck's 1892 opera, she is called Rosina Lindermal, the German translation of the name
the witch from Hansel and Gretel.
Okay. Raisin Sweet Tooth. Okay, so that's the answer for
her name.
Yeah, I'm gonna send it to Ethan right now before I forget.
Raisin Sweet Tooth, and her son Raisin Hell. Thank you.
All right, I'm off. Thanks for having me on, guys. Good talking to you, Cecil and Anna.
Take care.
Nice to talk to you, Shane.
Yep. Bye.
Hopefully you don't hate us.
Hopefully you don't hate me. I don't know. Like,
Why would we hate you? No, I was referencing putting you on the spot with a troll, but it's
putting me on the spot with a what?
With a troll. Putrid gave you a little bit of a hard time, so don't hate us for that.
All right, everybody have a good night, and I'll catch you guys later. Bye.
All right, bye, Shane. Let's see. Billy T, thank you for 5. What?
I just gotta. I'm waking up now.
Oh, oh my God. Billy T, thank you for the 5. Check out Shane's latest campaign on his new crowdfunding plus storefront platform, hashtag BackMeBro, backmebro.com/project. 9 late post, so we put the link in there for Shane's book. Karth Onassi, thank you for the 1. How's your pinball game, Shane? I just bought 2 Godzilla and Kong pinball games on my Xbox.
It's whatever.
Oh my god. Christopher, thank you for the 1. I thought it was funny that everyone that called in wanted to talk to Cecil, not Anna. Why are you surprised by that? Cecil is far more entertaining than I am.
I keep telling everybody that. No one believes me.
Yes, they do. Cartho Nazi, thank you for the 1. Why can't you turn Putrid's footprints into one set of footprints with your Shane?
Yeah.
Minor Zircon, thank you for the 1. Hang up Putrid. Be nice. Jay Barnes, thank you for the 2. I'm rock hard now opening my Rex books I got yesterday. You could be too if you buy Shane's book.
Cool. Like Viagra.
You should put that on a t-shirt. Minor Zircon, thank you for the 1. Cecil, hurry up and put a baby in Juju. We need more white people to offset the Jeets and the Muzzies.
Will do. Oh my god, you're going to a 5-hour show, Anna.
I'm almost done.
Next week when I host 15-minute show. Just intros and then I end it.
Okay. Top and down under, thank you for the 1. Good day, Anna, Cecil, Chokeout, Shane, and always awesome Rumble chat. Here is the Star Wars remake worth watching. Enjoy. Okay, we're not gonna watch this tonight, but I'll have it queued up. I'm just gonna send it directly to Cecil so we can play it next week. Okay. Minor Zircon, thank you for the 1. Anna, your cans do look awesome tonight. Well, thank you. They're filling up. Chris Topher, thank you for the 1. Shane, it's too bad you didn't name Dexter Inward. That would have been a great name for a Red Lantern.
Yeah. What's his name? That author. What was his name?
The guy that did the Cthulhu.
Oh my god.
Lovecraft. Minor Zircon, thank you for the 1. Cecil, stop attacking Taggy. It's your coworker. That's true.
That is true, yeah.
DJ Cripple, thank you for the 1. A little Nash and some chamomile tea for Grandpa Cecil. He sounds pooped. He is. We both are. Kate of the Swiss, thank you for 2. Go take your Girthol, Cecil. Wake up, Grandpa.
Geritol.
I don't know what that is.
My Girthol is something else I take.
Okay. A serious man. They remember for 16 months over on YouTube. Anna loves Disturbed. Is Anna Disturbed? JK. No, I'm just down with the sickness, man. Minor Zircon.
Morning sickness.
Thank you for the 1. Anna, I get to tell my girl about the before times. Also, running around, no phones, no internet, actually walking places. I do get to tell my girl about that. Minor Zircon, thank you for the 1. Anna, this was a great Jack. Well, thank you. And that is the last super chat on Rumble and on YouTube. Thank you so much, everyone. Please smash the like button. Leave a comment, whether it's on YouTube or Rumble, and let us know what people you guys would like to invite me or would you like me to invite on as future guests. Good night, everyone. Bye.
with you guys and see what it looks like.
Hopefully it's
I
better than
played this back
Wolverine.
in the day. I played some Call of Duty Modern Warfare. I don't know what it was, but I just got online and killed other players. I didn't play the game. You guys ever play these games?
Nope.
Yeah, the Call of Duty's kind of changed though. Back in the day when you played it and I played it a little bit too, it was more like maps. Okay, so now everything's kind of free to play and it's bigger. I mean, you can do 6 versus 6 squads, I guess, still, but they introduce vehicles and there's more people on the field. I guess you can end up in like 12-man teams. I don't know. The last time I played, I haven't played in a while, and I don't know. The problem with the games now is it's about just selling you skins. So you think you get the game for free, but really you're trying to buy the battle pass and you're trying to get all the cool shit and buying the skins, and before you know it, you end up paying 5 times the amount you would of a video game. I don't know. I'm not used to that. Like, I'm the generation, I remember paying for the game one fucking time, and that was it.
Yeah, you owned it. Yeah, that was one
And
of
that,
those
and you own the physical copy. Yeah. And the games today, they can actually, even years back, they can. I remember Destiny was one of the first games I really caught on to it. Peter Dinklage blew up in Game of Thrones. He was originally a voiceover for this little robot that would follow you around in the game. And they re-voiced the robot and went back in the game. And this is a physical game, and they re-dialogued every sequence with him in it and just took him out of the fucking old game. And I was like, how the fuck can you do that? And that's when I realized that the games today can always just be overwritten.
Yeah, just like the movies, man. Just like the movies in the cloud. I was just talking about Splash and Daryl Hannah, and it's like, people, owning physical things is fucking important if you want to keep the integrity of it.
Let's watch this trailer.
Let's do it.
Oh yeah. Dude, I can see that guy's face when he got shot. He was like, ugh.
Damn.
Nice. I like it.
Throwing equipment.
Got a drone. Of course, the black guy.
Shooting sideways.
You gotta shoot side. You ain't hitting shit, motherfucker. It just looks cool for the fucking movies. Come on. I love the terror of all these drones.
Yeah.
FBI cover. Hold up a second. Wait.
I don't know what the fuck I think about that fucking SWAT shield.
What do you mean?
I think, well, I mean, shit like that in the game, I'm like, I'd just rather it not be in the game. If I have to fight against that, even if I get it, it's like that's just a pain in the ass. Just get rid of it.
Now, is this what we're gonna see, or is this just some kind of cutscene thing?
That's not your perspective. No. That's not your perspective of shooting. They do this with the trailers. They try to move. That is the game
That's
graphics,
what I want to
but
see.
they're picking.
that guy has not checked his backblast area, and he is going to fry his partner. You're supposed to say, backblast area all clear, and then someone said clear, and then you fire up. No, that chick is in the wrong place at the wrong fucking time.
She's texting.
Oh, that's awesome.
Damn.
There you go.
Cool. Look at him.
That's cool.
Is that a juggernaut? Chat, I know you guys are more Call of Duty. Is that a juggernaut guy there? Is that what they call it, a juggernaut?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
is.
guy in the armor.
He's one of those onslaught guys from that fucking movie that's coming out. When is that movie coming out?
All right, no, it's not a juggernaut. It's just body armor. Yeah.
Onslaught movie. Yeah, bitch.
There you go.
Why all the rap?
That took you way too long to react to, John.
Right.
Yeah,
way
I'm
too
distracted by the pictures.
Yeah.
I'm like,
got
there's
you.
a lot of fucking rap going on here.
They got in your head, John. That took you too long.
Is it because the blacks? Is it because the blacks are stealing the the PS5s?
No, they've spent money on soundtracks before for Call of Duty. I mean, they make a shit ton of money. I don't know the song, but there's been other trailers where they've grabbed music.
Urban youth are really into video games about guns? What?
Yeah, man.
Who'd have thought?
Who do you think their target audience? Pun intended. Who do you think the target audience is?
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow.
Damn.
All right. I guess I'll have to get past it.
What the fuck? Parachute in a missile launcher?
Do you think they're doing that with like, I don't know, some RPG shit or grenade launchers to where they can launch out, especially like a grenade launcher, I guess. You know, where you launch a grenade and the motherfucker is like turning, like AI, and it's like steering towards the fucking enemy as they run. That's fucking crazy. Goes live tomorrow, says Captain Chokeout.
All right then.
Yeah. All right.
Is that what they call a bunker buster?
Damn.
Come on, you're gonna lose your finger, dude. Tuck that away.
There you go.
Was that missile that went through the walls? That's called a bunker buster, right?
I have no idea.
I don't know. I missed it, but bunker busters generally, at least from my understanding, when they go into a bunker, like they go through the ground or through the roof, and they explode on the inside. They don't explode on impact or before.
Yeah.
So they're designed to go through something, then explode. So it could be.
Yeah, that's what I think it is. It went through multiple walls. I've been watching this guy talk about the Iran war this whole time, and he's always
you're
talking
one
about,
guy,
yeah,
the vampire guy.
yeah. I got to set up a time and interview him. That guy's like been in ex-military, black ops. He had shit on the runway in Ukraine, vehicle shit in storage that got bombed, like in live. He was on live. He's like, my shit just got bombed. I on this. It's like, it's fucking crazy. That guy, I don't know. I am pretty sure he's legit. Pretty sure. But he's talking about like he's all like one of these like, what are we gonna do with the like Civil War? Where do we all like consolidate for our last stand type shit? Like it's fucking crazy. What?
Tell me
Like
where.
in his head.
Where are we meet at?
No, he's talking about in his country, in the UK. Like he's like, oh, this is where we would go, and it's like, but he evaluates the the Iran stuff a lot, and he talks about like all the problems military wise, putting boots on the ground, and the problem is evacuating any soldiers is the actual problem. But yeah, Anyways,
We'll
I don't.
we'll meet at Shane's house, says Rush.
There you go. That's the meetup.
All right.
He was fucking with you, Shane.
Joe Sontag has a sketchbook out there too, guys.
Yeah, guys, I'm getting ready to fulfill this pretty soon. I'm putting together the files for all this. And here's what is cool about this. This was originally 24 pages for $10, which was already a really good deal, I think. I've been having so much fun grabbing arts and sketches over the last few years that this is blown up to 36 pages now, all still for $10. Get this while it's still pre-ordered, because once I send it out, it's going to be bumped up to $15 on the website. But I just wanted to make that update real quick. Go back, Reaper Destroyer 2. I've got an awesome cover by John Malin up there, who's kicking everybody's ass in the covers right now, guys. It's just that's what the case is. But Ethan Van Sciver also has an awesome cover. Go back that. We want to see how many of those covers can sell by the time this is all said and done. We'll see who reigns
I
supreme.
think we know who's winning and who will win. You know, like.
So go back there. Reaper Destroyer 2 is live on Indiegogo or SuperiorPressComics.com. But I wanted to highlight the sketchbook because this is getting very close to fulfilling. And if you guys want this deal at $10 for 36 pages now, go grab that now, SuperiorPressComics.com. Thank you.
All right, beautiful. All right, Shane, you had a trailer you wanted us all to watch. Let's check it out.
The chat was talking about. I haven't seen this yet. Resident Evil. It says final trailer. Okay, so the last trailer. Well, the first trailer, whatever. The second trailer, I actually like a lot. I like both trailers, but the second trailer, obviously, he's not a character from the video game. It's in the video game world. He's like a messenger or like, I don't know, like a Uber Eats type delivery guy or something like that. A dork. Okay, like he's not like he's never shot a gun before in his life. Yeah, it's the same guy that's in the whale's stomach. Yes, it's the same fucking dude.
Help me!
No. You got time for another run? Rack.
And then he needs to be screaming in that whale's mouth right there.
Fucking guy.
He looks the exact same.
Guy. The same fucking guy.
It's crazy.
You got time for another run? Raccoon City General. Pays double.
No sweat. Signal sucks here. Can you hear me?
I'm gonna stay with Katie for a bit, I think.
Michelle, please do not go stay with freaking
Care
Katie.
enough to come home and have this conversation.
That's the thing, right? When you're a guy that looks like him and this is your girlfriend, I mean, you're thinking, the first thing pops in my head, that fucking poster of the kitten hanging off the tree and it just says hang in there. Like, it's like, dude, you take whatever shit she gives you and you hang in there, buddy, because you're not getting it again. This is like you won. This is it. Anything else here is a downgrade. Hang in there. You're that kitten. Hang in there. You're gonna fall.
And he's like an Uber driver or something, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we
hang in there, guys.
Drivers around here.
That's fucking rough.
Yeah.
I'm gonna stay with Katie for a bit, I think.
Michelle, please do not go stay with
You
freaking
don't care
Katie.
enough to come home and have this conversation.
Seriously, I'm
Katie
working.
must be bad.
This could be some 8-year-old boy's heart or someone's mom's brain. Hello? There's an emergency.
This is a Christmas movie, John, just so you know.
It is.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
There's an emergency here.
Everything that has happened in this town transpired in a matter of hours.
I'm in like a seriously fucked up situation right now.
You think this is fucked up?
No, that is fucked up.
Imagine if you were in a whale.
Oh my.
That's me on the toilet every day. You know, like.
No.
Not that horrified by it anymore. I'm desensitized. Never have a mirror in front of your toilet.
Yeah, no, you shouldn't. You should never watch yourself shit.
Mirror above, a mirror in front, all of it.
Yeah. And never get comfortable enough in your marriage where you shit with the door open. Don't.
No,
I mean,
fucking
when
I
when
do it
love
just because I like to
leaves.
see my wife's reaction.
No.
I start
Not
waving
unless
it,
you're
start
into
fanning it out there.
Don't ever let your loved one see you like that, guys. Nobody needs to see that. Keep that between you and the devil. Here we go. there we go. There we go. There it is. I don't give a fuck. Kiss my ass. This is the movie right here. That liquor looks great. That fucking thing looks great.
Shane, stop. You can't say that liquor looks great after you say kiss my ass, and we know about you wanting the fucking strawberry up your butthole already. You know what I mean? Like, fuck,
liquor
man.
looks great. Look at him.
They
Look
got
at him.
turned on
Look
when
at
he
him.
saw that tongue because he thought of it going up his butthole. Holy shit.
Guys, we're eating good. We're eating good with Resident Evil, man. We're eating good with Resident Evil. They got us covered. I said when this guy took on that, I said, this guy, after seeing Barbarian, I was like, he's the fucking guy to do the movie. And everybody gave me shit on that first teaser. I said, no. He said, this movie is going to be like a new character, and you aren't him. He's not Chris. He's not Leon. He's none of that shit. But you will feel like you're playing the game because he won't know he's finding a shitty handgun, then he gets a shotgun, then he gets obviously a machine gun, and you're upgrading weapons as the threats get bigger. You're running out of ammo, all of that shit.
Oh,
what
baby
the hell was
Do not resist.
This shit, man. But he didn't even know how. Look, he didn't even know how to shoot that gun, and he just wasted a bullet.
Yeah.
And that's the thing in Resident Evil. You're always like losing. You're always running out of ammo.
Yeah.
Like, he's like, I don't know what to fucking do with this. This is gonna be great. This is gonna be great. What? How fucked up is this baby zombie?
Yeah,
we're getting since Dead Alive have we not had a baby zombie?
That's a good point.
Since Night of the Living, Dawn of the Dead, the remake, have we had a baby zombie?
Yep.
We're getting then he's in a maternity ward. That means see all that blood? There's a bunch of baby zombies. John, he may have to take a machine gun to a bunch of baby zombies.
Blow them all down. You might have to. It's a mercy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well, I think
I mean, unless they find the cure the next day, then it'd be.
Then it's like the mist, right? It's like the mist at that point.
Yeah.
But dude, this is the
I
thing
hate
about
that
it. I
ending,
think,
way.
dude, that ending. Although I saw a pretty interesting video on it.
You can't siphon gas before you put a bullet through your son's head. Go try siphoning some gas, Dad. Come on.
If you ever seen that, if you had seen their relationship before the movie started, you'd have understood. He was looking.
I mean, we're at a point, guys, where normal TV and normal father-son relationships is shooting apples off heads. All right, just let's go with it. Here we go.
That's how you bring it back around, everybody.
But them casting this director and leading with it, it's going to do really well. And because everybody's
this movie,
his next movie. So
this guy was the guy. I am hands down. After seeing that trailer, this is the guy. The guy that did Barbarian is the guy that's going to give us a good Resident Evil movie. I believe it 120%. He is the guy that can do it.
Okay.
I just think he's got it down.
Trailer looked good. It's interesting. You get this loser, trying to make it through the zombie, monster apocalypse. Oh, okay, it might be all right. The music sounded good at the end. Made it a little bit more.
Look, he goes to pick up this guy,
funny.
and then he goes to grab this guy, and he just drags away. I mean, he's got the right shots. These are the right shots. This feels like Resident Evil. I don't give a fuck. This out of all the Resident Evil stuff, this feels the most like Resident Evil. Even him going into the sewer feels like a Resident Evil game.
Yeah.
Like all of it.
I'd still love it to take place in the house out in the woods or wherever it's at.
Yeah.
Like that would be cool, but this does look good.
Now, in his interviews, it's in the world. So I don't know if there's references to other characters or it's in the same timeline as the games. Like it coincides with events in the games. I don't know if he's going to go to locations that's in the games. Like he's not from Raccoon City. He's just going into Raccoon City.
Okay.
And the guy says the things that happened in the town happened in a matter of hours. So make of that, I guess this is during the first game. I don't know. Like I don't remember the timeline.
All right, I got to get through some super chats before we end here. Raj Matar for 2. Shane, I was going to start Sons of Anarchy tonight.
Spoilers.
You said everybody died, so, don't get attached to Rashma. Mr. Stephen Rockwood for 26 months. Debbie Does North Pole is a Christmas movie.
It is, yeah. Agreed.
Debbie Does North Pole?
Never seen it. Not seen that one.
No, put it on my list. Nubis for 2. Wait a sec. Is Prometheus a Christmas movie? What?
No.
Because they're looking for God, right?
Oh.
No, because he's actually setting up. No, he actually is setting up the black guy. Idris Elba is actually setting up a Christmas tree, and Charlize Theron comes in and is like, "Why are you doing this?" And he actually says, to keep sane in space, I celebrate and keep human. I'm celebrating human holidays.
Interesting.
It's a Christmas movie. No, it ain't a Christmas movie. Get out of here, guys.
It's a Christmas movie.
Thank you.
Johnny Be Good, member for 2 months. It's like the new team makeup of the X-Men. 4 women and Cyclops. That team would get dog walked by any low-tier villain.
There's, just so people know, there's going to be about 8 members of X-Men in that movie. That's just who they've cast so far. Go ahead.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah.
Main Struck Happy Davis for 2. D-Man and his cow film. Low effort, max profit.
It is, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
A man called Flush for $10. The fact they need us to tell us Sparrow is a side hero when that's been the case before equals bad juju. Jean Grey's nutso and they excused it. This shit is exactly why Coach wrote the Georgie Porgy scene.
There you go.
To punish women. Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, got that one. Rashmataru for 2. Shane, they are zombabies. Learn the lingo.
Wow.
Zombabies.
Yeah, a man called Plus for 5. Resident Evil director sure has had some success since his what is that? His co-star.
Oh, the weapons thing, I think, or his YKYK.
Anybody know what that is in chat?
I have no idea who that is. Oh.
Chat, help us out. Or man called Plus. What is WKYK? Co-star died.
White kids, you know. Is that, or the whitest kids you know?
Whitest kids you know. Oh, is that a director from a comedy? Oh yeah, whitest kids you know. That's what people are saying. Whitest kids you know. Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah.
All right. Huh. He was on that.
Huh.
What's with comedians going into horror? That black guy did the same thing from Keenan Peele.
Or Keenan Peele. Yeah. Black people love horror, man. It's a big demographic for them.
Yeah.
Horror, violence, guns. What is the appeal?
Yeah. I mean, I can tell.
Why are they brought to death so quickly and so easily?
It's a good question.
I got 30 seconds here. This is AI. What if Pokemon looked real?
I f***ed your mom, Ash.
Dang, Ash is fucked up.
Yeah. God know why.
Eat lightning.
Oh. Some of this shit is just so fucked up, man.
Shane, why, man?
So fucked up.
Like, why a gun, right? Like, why a gun? I don't understand. Why a gun? Like,
Probably because it was ultimately created by a black man.
Why does Pikachu look like that?
Oh, Shane. No.
That's like
What does
nightmare fuel.
What does Pikachu do? Electrocute people?
I think so, right?
Yeah, he's got lightning powers. He had a fucking revolver and shot an electric bullet.
He's like, I'm bored.
Eat lightning.
And he pulls out a I've got a lightning bolt.
Looks like a fucking baked potato.
Wow.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Oh, make it
It's like a
stop, Shane.
mixture of like
Make
stop
it stop.
motion and CGI. It is so disturbing. Like there's just some
It's
disturbing elements
fucked
about
up, man.
this. AI is
Oh
crazy.
Oh,
my god.
breaking
Uh-oh.
news over
Breaking
here.
Somebody didn't die, did they?
I hate to. I hope we can
Don't
talk
do it.
about this. You know, without
Wait, who
anybody
else
flipping,
died? Come on.
without anybody flipping out or anything. You know, I don't. Some people are very passionate about this topic. Is all I'm saying.
Oh, okay.
Oh fuck.
But
Oh, here we go.
here we go. Season 2 of
Oh,
Lanterns is already underway. They're
there you
going
go.
ahead with it. They don't. Without the official pickup. Showrunner says
Yeah.
they're
No.
about 6 weeks into laying out a season, so they're rolling.
Yeah.
They're
No.
rolling.
This is old news. This is
Is
old
it?
news. They said that. They
No,
said that like a
DC
month ago.
Films. Oh well, and today or yesterday now. So
Nice.
Yeah.
I
No.
think
No. That's not new. They said that like a month ago that
I
they were
heard you,
already in the
Shane, but
season.
I'm telling you, this is dated just several hours before right now. So DC News is presenting it like it's news. So
I guarantee you this is gonna end in a cliffhanger. The first season.
Yeah.
it's also propaganda. Show stuff. All right, Anyways, there you guys go. See, I told you, man, it was a heated topic. Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
Very, very controversial.
A lot of rage.
Dividing.
I'm not that invested. That's
Oh,
all.
okay. You seem like it.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
Jesus Christ. Okay. All right. Don't get invested, Shane, please. Dear God. John, they probably just split up season 1. I don't
Yeah.
know. I don't
well, I
know.
mean, if you're planning for what 8 episodes, I mean, there's not
Yeah.
really you can't really split that up. You're just doing a 16 episode story if you're doing a cliffhanger.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I would think that with 8 episodes, you can make your story in there. But I don't fucking know. Maybe. Maybe not. But thank you guys for being here, everybody on the panel, everybody out there in the chat, super chatters for hanging out for another episode of Hard Art, where you get, I don't know, you get to hear and see cool shit, bro.
Yeah.
And you can go over
That's what we
there
do
and
here.
back things over there on Back Me, bro. Why not?
Yeah, big
I'll
launch
get
this
it.
weekend. Ethan's big launch this weekend. I think Ethan's still on for Sunday, so get over there. Easy checkout. Be ready for that. Elephant and you Cyberfrog #1 this weekend. That's going to be a huge campaign, and we'll.
Joe, you have a stream you do on Friday? Is it Friday or
Tomorrow
Thursday?
night, or actually tonight. It's Thursday now officially, but Thursday night, 10:30, The Grift is on with me, Sean Aaron, and Kayla Thornton. Talking, having some good time over there. Last show was really good. It's good banter, maybe some boob talk, maybe a lot of boob talk.
Nice.
So tune in, 10:30.
You guys go over there. Mods, be sure you're dropping links for these guys and their channels while we're doing these shows as well. And Sean, you have a stream?
Yeah, I've got a stream of. I'm going to be getting back to now that I'm done with all the craziness. Back to my Sunday streams, and then I'm going to be bringing back. I'm working on it right now with jump scares, few special episodes with added jump scares of Pizza Live horror movie watch along. So that's going to be happening during the spooky season. I'm building those videos
Nice.
out right now.
Beautiful. And I saw this clip of Quentin Tarantino recommending, or talking about some old movie, good old movies from the '70s, and he mentioned this one called Delirium. So I bought it on Prime. Let me save you guys the effort. It's not good. I don't know why the hell he mentioned it whatsoever. Like it's not there. There's nothing that clever. He made it sound like there was like a big twist, and I watched the
He's
whole
in our
damn
heads.
thing, and it's
Yeah.
don't
But let me
watch
tell you.
Delirium. Yes. All right, guys.
Let me
Thank you
tell
all
you. That's
very
pretty.
much. Appreciate you. Have a great weekend.
Thanks.
And Friday Ballers. Go check that out.
Well,
Is that on your channel, Shane?
Mandy's this Friday.
Mandy Summers, guys. All right. Have a great one, and bye.
Put your hands up in the air.
And you get some solid information as well. The midterms will be here before you know it, so just text Trump to 989898. as we are approaching the bottom of the hour, about an hour away from the pre-program to start there in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Let's take a live listen in just to whether it's music, whatever's going on there, and then I could do some commentary maybe as we switch over our cameras and take that live listen to Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. It's sounding just like I remembered it. It's good stuff there at Right Side Broadcasting Network there in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. And of course, it's going to be great when we hear all sorts of chants, everything from USA to, you know what, it'd be great since this isn't more of an older school rally because it's the Make America Great Again rally. Hey, build the wall. We're already seeing the wall be built. Let's see what else. How about Let's Go Brandon? That's always a funny one. Every time I'm out at these rallies and events outside, you know, we start chanting USA, and then I say, let's go, Brandon, and we have a great time doing that, of course. And it's been quite the run of rallies for President Trump since 2015. I recall in the Bronx, of all places, right? You'd think the Bronx, New York, that's a place that's only blue, right? Well, it's not. And there are a ton of people that love our country and love freedom and love President Trump in the Bronx. We saw that rally some time ago. There are so many to bring up, so many great moments in time that we've witnessed together, and some really difficult times as well, as we saw with J13 back in Butler, Pennsylvania. But it was a week later that in Grand Rapids, Michigan, that we had what we saw 7 days later, a packed house. President Trump saying the show must go on a week after getting hit by gunfire at that rally in Michigan. And it was better than a Game 7 in, if you understand Stanley Cup hockey. That is one of the most electric kind of vibes that I've been around. Of course, if you go to a college football game, it's that kind of thing. But it's something of a deep love and loyalty to the United States of America and to the president after going through what he went through in 2024 and then crushing it in the election just like he did in 2016, 2020. We know what happened in 2020. And let's talk about that a little bit, shall we? Because it's something that's interesting when the White House and the president say the following, that the Census Bureau recently released an analysis showing more than 24,000 non-citizens illegally voted in the 2020 election. And that, we're told, is just the beginning. Millions more voters' records will be analyzed in the coming weeks, and these records will likely show tens of thousands of additional illegal voters. The White House saying the American people deserve transparency and secure elections. America's elections are for American citizens only. If someone's for mass migration, if someone's for leftist policies, if someone's for socialism, communism, Sharia law, which is, again, a governance, a law that is trying to push all other types of things, not the United States Constitution, right? If somebody's pushing all of these things, well, we know that that's exactly what's happening. Because on this ballot coming up for the midterm election, it is that, isn't it? Socialism, communism, Marxism, taking on conservatism, freedom. That election is coming up in north of 70 days. And then before you know it, it's the 2028 presidential. So a lot going on right now here as we're monitoring these stories. And coming up, I believe it's a confirmed interview. Now, G. Van Fleet has joined us here on the network before. She escaped communism. So of all people, and now she's a great patriot, American citizen. Of all people, I wanted to hear from her about really what we're facing when it comes to some of this DSA, Democratic Socialists of America and all of that. And I want to make one more point quickly. There are people that are saying, well, the Democrats need to come out and say, hey, we're not part of that extreme left. We're not the Democrat Socialists of America. We're not communists. Those people are just way too far left. Where are the moderate Democrats? To me, there's no difference, because people can say they're a moderate Democrat, but in the depths of their mind, they want the DSA, they want communism, they want all the terrible things. And there may be some Republicans that feel the same way, who knows? Let's go to some of our sponsors here on Right Side. You know, we spend a lot of time preparing for storms, power outages, and all kinds of unexpected situations, but one thing most families never think about is what happens in those first critical minutes after a serious accident. And that's exactly why the first hour trauma kit was created, because really it's packed with, well, also, hold on, it's not just another first aid kit. It's packed with 82 life-saving tools, including a professional emergency tourniquet, chest seals, a splint, trauma bandages. I didn't even know you can get this stuff. And other equipment designed to help you respond before first responders can arrive. So those first few minutes can be incredibly important. Whether it's a car accident, a bad fall, a workplace injury, or an outdoor emergency, having the right equipment available can make all the difference while you're waiting for professional medical help. And because you're watching RSBN right now, whether live or on replay, there's a special opportunity for our audience. Just head on over to firsthour.com or simply scan the QR code on your screen to learn more and get yours today. Don't wait until an emergency happens to wish you were prepared. Join the thousands of Americans who have already added the First Hour Trauma Kit to their home, vehicle, or range bag. All you have to do is visit firsthour.com today. That's the number one, STHOUR.com. So firsthour.com. With First Hour, don't just hope you're prepared, know you are. Great sponsor here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. I wish I knew about this back in the day. Not saying I went through some wild accident or anything, but just having that, you know, being prepared in that way. You know, it hasn't always been a studio setting. You know, I've done the studio thing, but I've also been out there in the field a lot over the past 20 years, including Superstorm Sandy on the beaches of that storm that hit in 2012, and all sorts of different coverage that I've partook in when it comes to weather coverage. It's always good to have something like that. And maybe if you are in an accident or something. First Hour, great sponsor, new sponsor here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. All right, so are we going to see the presidential seal be put up on that podium? I don't know, but if we do, that means President Trump is in the building. That looks like just a photo happening right now. All right, let's get back to something from the White House talking about elections, and then we'll get back into the rally vibe here as we are about an hour, less than an hour from the pre-program to start there in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Again, if you're just joining us, the population of Myrtle Beach, 41,000 residents. South Carolina is the 23rd most populous state with 5.5 million people that live in that state. Of course, home to the Clemson Tigers and the South Carolina Gamecocks as well. Some big sports in South Carolina, and I've never been to Charleston yet. Been to Savannah, it's beautiful, but not to Charleston. Been a lot of places, but not Charleston, so it'd be nice to check it out someday. Anyway, all right, let's go back to what I was talking about earlier. The White House saying, you know, for years, fake news and other bad actors tried to convince you that we had safe and secure elections when that clearly wasn't a reality. America must continue to fight for honest elections and properly functioning voting systems. Our nation depends on it. The White House saying our U.S. election system is broken. And there's a lot of disclosures that the president shared with the American people just a few weeks back. Remember when the news media, the mainstream folks decided, we're not going to really air the speech by President Trump in a primetime address about elections? Of course they wouldn't want to air that. Because there's evidence, receipts, proof, facts, truth that hundreds of millions of American voter files are in the hands of foreign governments. How about voting machines and ballot counting systems exposed to hacking and manipulation? How about China and other adversaries actively trying to meddle in elections? Evidence of fraud being buried, hundreds of thousands of non-citizens and dead people still active on voter rolls. No voter ID, no proof of citizenship required, tens of millions of mail-in ballots floating unsecured. Again, this is why the president's talking about the Save America Act. There are some in conservative circles talking about a national election security, election integrity declaration, similar to when President Trump called a declaration for the southern border. We'll see what happens. We'll monitor it here on Right Side. Also, coming up, of course, speaking of elections, we have that midterm that's in about 70 days, but September 9th and 10th in Dallas, Texas, a huge midterm national convention. Looking forward to seeing that coverage right here on Right Side and within conservative media as we're approaching the 4:37 mark on RSBN. If you'd like to follow us on Right Side Broadcasting Network on Truth Social, all you have to do is go to @RSBN and hit the follow button. It's @RSB Network on X. If you'd like to share this link with your friends and family, please do so as we get ready to see some of the pre-programmed speakers at 5:30. And also, we see the president at 7 o'clock. In the meantime, we have a couple live interviews coming up in just a little bit. Let's take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back here on Right Side.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed, so join us and be part of the right side of history.
MyPillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium MyPillows that adjust to your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got MyPillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98, queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Beer 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Parents, grandparents, and patriots, socialists are winning primaries and gaining real power ahead of the 2026 midterms. If they win more seats, danger, disorder, and decline will shape your kids' future. That's why we're giving away the Kid's Guide to Fighting Socialism for free. It shows children how socialism creeps in, why it fails, and why freedom and hard work matter. You care about their future. Don't let them grow up without the truth. Order your free guide now at kidsfightingsocialism.com. That's kidsfightingsocialism.com.
Welcome back to Right Side Broadcasting Network. Two great visuals there of the people in South Carolina getting ready to hear from the pre-programmed speakers that will start around 5:30. I just want to wrap up some of the election commentary with something that's specific when it comes to the remaining primary election days leading up to the November 3rd election. So on Tuesday, August 25th, Oklahoma has a runoff election. Of course, South Carolina has the special election. Darlene Graham, Ralph Norman, whoever wins that will move on and face Annie Andrews in November, the Democrat. September 1st, Massachusetts has its primary election. September 8th, New Hampshire. September 9th, Rhode Island. September 15th is Delaware. All right, let's talk about another state. Let's talk about Ohio. The Vice President, J.D. Vance, at his hometown in Middletown, Ohio, earlier today. Let's revisit a few highlights there before we get to some more live interviews here on RSBN.
Economists have measured the ways in which the opioid crisis exploded in the very locations where jobs were shipped overseas. The open borders demanded by those same people brought some innocent people, of course it did. But we also know that it brought a lot of cartels, it brought the fentanyl trade, and it left us with millions of orphan children being raised by aggrieved grandparents. That was the story, of course, of my mama and papa. Now, the blood of these men and women, these so-called deaths of despair, I'm sure you've heard that phrase, but it's almost too abstract for me, because the blood of those people, in my view, it pools at the feet of those who would sell out their country for a cheap bottom line. Our politicians, and frankly the cronies in the private sector, people who didn't want to build in America like Cleveland Cliffs, but people who were happy to build overseas, they got rich, and communities like this one got poor. The politicians, think about this, who came to Washington with a few $1,000s in their bank account, left after decades of public service with millions in stock portfolios. And what did all of you get? What did we get? If you were lucky, your neighbor's job got shipped to a foreign country while your tax dollars got shipped to fraudsters. And if you were unlucky, as I know many people in this room were, you were left raising a grandchild while you were mourning the child killed by the very poison brought across that wide open border. But just as it was a policy choice to let that happen, my friends, it was a policy choice to reverse that decline. And in November of 2024, you made a choice to reverse 40 years of American decline and make Donald Trump the President of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, this is what we're up against in November. Whether it's child predators, Somali fraudsters, foreign gang members, or even visa fraudsters who are working to undercut American wages and steal from American taxpayers, the Democrats know who they stand for. It's anyone but you. Think about it. Every single Democrat, every one, voted against no taxes on tips, voted against no taxes on Social Security, voted against no taxes on overtime, and voted against no taxes on car loans so long as those cars were made right here in America. Now, we got to ask ourselves, imagine if they get back in power, what are they going to vote for? If these radicals take control of Congress, they're going to pass the craziest agenda America has ever seen. You're not going to have to take my word for it. You just got to hear these guys actually talk about it themselves. One incoming Democrat congresswoman wants to abolish prisons, she wants to abolish police, and she wants to abolish the borders. And let me just say, that's the only real question on the ballot in November. Do we believe in America, or do we believe in nothing? We in this room believe in America, and we're going to fight for it, my friends. We're not just here to talk about the celebration and the good news and the numbers. We're here to announce that Cleveland Cliffs is making today, right here in Middletown, Ohio, a $1 billion investment in transformational manufacturing right here in our home. Now that's going to protect and create tons of new jobs. We're going to upgrade the iron making furnace. We're going to implement cutting edge new technology to optimize furnace operation and improve Middletown's air qualities, because as much as the far left says that you can't have industry, but also clean air and water, we're going to show in this facility that's exactly what you can have. You can have both of it, and you can have it in spades with smart leadership.
All right, so the Vice President, J.D. Vance, speaking in Middletown, Ohio, his hometown. Of course, President Trump to speak at 7 o'clock Eastern Time in South Carolina. And let's get to a few of our sponsors here before we get to our next live interview on Right Side Broadcasting Network, including MyPillow.com/RSBN. Of course, MyPillow.com/RSBN. So many great products, from the My Coffee to the premium pillows to the Giza Dream Sheets, the mattress topper, the dog bed. The list goes on. MyPillow.com/RSBN. Go ahead and give it a try. If you have no MyPillow products, you got to at least get one. And if you have 20 MyPillow products, maybe get 21 of them. You know what I mean? One more. Anyway, great sponsor here on Right Side. If you'd like to donate to Right Side, all you have to do is go to rsbnetwork.com/donate, rsbnetwork.com/donate. All right, so as we await the pre-program to start, we have a few live guests that will be joining us, including David D'Arcangelo. He's the CEO for Angel Buttons. So you might be wondering, wait, where did this button come from? Well, this came from Angel Buttons. It says, tell Congress to do what, David?
Pass the SAVE Act. You know how I feel about that, Matt.
Yeah, definitely. Tell Congress to pass the Save America Act. So I've got the button
Got
here.
to.
Last time David was on, he sent us over a bunch of buttons. So thanks again for doing that. Good stuff for even back in the day. Like you said, the midterm convention. Oh.
And anybody who wants some RSBN swag, we got that too.
Oh, man. Really? Okay, you're going to do that to me and not send
we got that too. So we got it multiple ways.
Oh, man, that's cool stuff. The CEO for Angel Buttons, thanks again for joining us here. You know, President Trump keeps on keeping on like the Energizer Bunny, doesn't he? He just keeps going to these rallies.
He's amazing. The stamina that this guy has is just, it really is. I don't know if there's another example in America. I mean, other than, JFK was very youthful. He kind of got, all the media attention for that. So, but really next to that, I don't know if we've seen anybody with quite the charisma or energy that President Trump has. It's really remarkable. Whether you like him or not, you've got to give him really tremendous credit. I mean, for what happened in Butler, how terrible that was, and to bounce back. I think was it a week or two later, he's up there doing rallies again. I mean, that's really, it's amazing.
It is amazing. Yeah, it was 7 days later, Grand Rapids, Michigan. The show must go on. I was there for that. He had the patch on his ear and everything. And man, when he came out, J.D. Vance, actually the vice president or the candidate at that time, came out and introduced the president, and the place went wild. It was epic. Now, have you been to any rallies out there, and what states and any experiences you've had?
Yeah, so the one rally I tried to get into in New Hampshire, I got shut out of because I only got there 3 hours in advance, and the line stopped. So we went to a local place actually to watch it because there was still a line. There was still, a quarter-mile line ahead of us when they said there's no more room inside. So yeah, I mean, these rallies are intense, and I was watching Butler live when that happened, and it's just, again, it's a phenomenon that we've never seen previously, and quite frankly, I don't think we'll ever see again.
Yeah, this is something that is a different level that we've been covering here at RSBN. We've been front row, really. It should be called front row RSBNs instead of only just front row Joes. I mean, because we've been there since 2015, and David, can you share with us a little bit of how the last time you were on here, a disability-owned business, pretty awesome stuff in the sense of how successful you guys are. Don't you have your buttons in Walmart and other places too?
We've had our buttons on commercials. We've had them we're still on Walmart.com. You can buy them there. You can buy them on angelbuttons.com, Walmart.com. We have a shop set up there. So yeah, I mean, there's not many brands, if any, that have a trademark that are, verified official, made in the USA, 100% made in the USA, disability-owned business enterprises. So we might be the only one, as far as I know.
Yeah, no, that's awesome stuff. And the buttons are great. You sent us over a bunch of them. The RSBN one looks really sharp, though, by the way, and that one's cool, too.
I did both of those up for you. So we've got both a white and a blue with the reverse there. So either one, I'll send them over to you as well. And, of course, we've got all the patriotic buttons that we and different sizes, too. This one's a small lapel pin that you could just tack on, love the USA. And we've got 9/11 coming up, so we've got those never forget buttons. So, yeah, I mean, we love America, and change is coming. And I really think that we're actually now, I was looking at the polls, one of my last episodes of my podcast, I had pollster David Paleologos on, and going over some of the data, both with him, the Cook Political Report, I've been looking at some other polling. I actually think the Republicans are going to keep the House and the Senate by narrow margins, which is going to be good. So it's going to be a continuation of what we've been going through recently, I think.
Yeah, no, it's very interesting because we are about 70 plus days until that midterm national election. Let's talk about the midterm national convention. a place that a number of people may be wearing these buttons that are there. So let's talk about that. That's something that has not happened in the RNC's history.
Yeah, having a mid-year, I think, is great. And it's done at the state level in various states, and I think it's proven to be effective because you don't have to have the burden of all of the pressure of who's getting nominated and all the things that you can really kind of talk about issues, get everybody together, keep everybody on the same page. I think it's a great opportunity. I think we should probably make it a practice, particularly because I think it's going to pay dividends. And again, I think we're going to keep Congress.
Yeah, no, I mean, exactly right when it comes to the momentum there. Midterm national convention. These are the kind of things that, with President Trump at the helm, there are things that happen. We have the Freedom 250 Grand Prix. You have the UFC cage fight. You have all these different things going on. But this is something that goes right into rally kind of vibes and also the midterm convention feel. This is marrying the two going into November. What are your just final words when it comes to the Save America Act, just getting it passed, to my point and to your point of making this button?
Yeah, so, as somebody who was a very early supporter of President Trump and saw this phenomenon coming back in 2016, when you could see these rallies and people were saying, oh, well, he's a celebrity, he's not going to win, that's why he's doing well. I was like, I don't think you understand. You can't, it was a groundswell as a grassroots campaigner. I could feel it. And so to continue it all the way through, I mean, in 1845 was really when Congress acted on the first nationwide elections and kind of normalized that. We went the next 150 years without really much reform. So we do need the Save America Act now to modernize an election process that has been so diffused. I really believe in local control, but you got to set some national standards. And we've gotten so far away from that. It's time now to develop these national standards because the safety of our system is the fact that we have 50 states. But with I think it's 178,000 something precincts, almost 100,000 polling locations across the country. We should have election day. It should be a one-day thing. It should be a national holiday. And we should be able to get the results that night and give Americans the confidence back in our elections. No more of this hanging chads. It started back in even before 2000 election when it was controversial, even before then. So, we've had this past 20-something years of really election day doubts. And what happened in 2020 is completely unacceptable. Mail-in voting needs to be eliminated or very significantly reined in and reformed because there's just too much fraud there. And don't believe me, that's not even a partisan thing. Just read the reports that have been put out on it by all sides of the political spectrum, by the way. So, yeah, I mean, we need that reform. I'm not sure what they're waiting for, but we've got to do it. You got to call your Congress people and let them know that your vote, the vote for them is depending upon that bill.
It's so true. It's a common sense piece of legislation. I don't want to use the word act anymore. I want to say, well, the Save America law is, I'd much rather hear that. David D'Arcangelo, the CEO for Angel Buttons, great insight and analysis, and I believe the mass majority of the country agrees exactly with what you just said.
80% agrees with us, Matt. We got to get it done.
Get it done. David D'Arcangelo, thanks again for joining us on RSBN.
Have a
thanks
great day.
For the buttons as well.
Sure, let me know.
Thank you. Good stuff there with David with Angel Buttons. All right, so we are live right now, and you see that the podium does not have the presidential seal yet, so that means President Trump's still en route to that great event that'll be taking place here in just a little bit. So we're about 36 minutes from the pre-program that is set to start at 5:30, and then President Trump to speak at 7 o'clock. All right, let's go to a few of our sponsors here on Right Side Broadcasting Network, including the following. Right there you see Kalshi.com/RSBN. So if you're looking to bet or trade or maybe just check out some polls, this is the spot to do it. Right away when you open up the app, it goes right to political trending stories or trending bets. And one of them is, who will the next White House press secretary be? And there's a bunch of names there and people are, putting money on the line. A lot of people are just checking out the polls as well, so you can do whatever you'd like when it comes to Kalshi.com/RSBN. when it comes to specifically the topics that they have there: politics, faith, weather, sports, commodities, crypto, all sorts of stuff. Great sponsor, great site. 3 ways to get to them. QR code right there, Kalshi app, or go to kalshi.com/RSBN. Let's go to our next sponsor here on right side. You see right there the Kids Guide, really specifically kidsfightingsocialism.com. Now, Democratic Socialists, unfortunately, they're winning a few primaries out there, gaining some political influence heading into the 2026 midterms. And their ideas in favor of higher taxes, welfare programs, and bigger government are not only threatening our way of life today, but they can destroy your children's future. Our kids are bound to hear more about socialism as we approach the midterms. They could be hearing that socialism is better than capitalism and that socialism is the answer to all of our problems. Of course, parents, we want to be in control of this conversation so your kids don't risk being brainwashed into believing these lies. And that's why I want to tell you about the Kids Guide to Fighting Socialism. This important guide explains the differences between capitalism and socialism's big brother, communism, in a way kids can understand. It explains crucial concepts such as free markets, individual freedom, government overreach. And really, as we know that the midterms are coming up, it's especially important for kids to learn about this right now. And that's why the Kids Guide is giving you the Kids Guide to Fighting Socialism for free today. It's part of a free gift bundle that also includes the Kids Guide to Free and Fair Elections. So the guides are free and yours to keep. You just need to pay $2 for that shipping and handling for this special offer. So to learn more and order your free copy of the Kids Guide to Fighting Socialism and your free bonus guide, just visit that website, kidsfightingsocialism.com. That's kidsfightingsocialism.com. And maybe the most important thing you do for your children or grandchildren this year. Great sponsor as we're approaching the top of the hour here on Right Side Broadcasting Network. My name is Matthew Alvarez. Thanks so much for watching. We started our program at about 2 o'clock Eastern Time, and joining us now is conservative journalist and RSBN writer Summer Lane, joining us live from California. Hi, Summer.
Hi, it's good to be back.
It's great to have you back here on the network. You know, every time I see the name Summer Lane, I go, man, she's gotten reposted by the leader of the free world, President Trump, probably 15, 20 times. Awesome writing, awesome skill. How do you see the midterms coming up? Because there's a lot at stake, isn't there?
Yes, I see them coming up faster than I would like them to. I feel like the year went by in a blur. It's been a lot going on. I'm excited about the midterm convention coming up. I heard you talking about it just a few minutes ago with the previous guest, and I was like, oh, I'm really excited about that. It's going to be the first of its kind. I do think that the Republicans have a lot of momentum that they can lean into for this if they just hammer in on the economic stuff and all of the accomplishments of President Trump. The working families, tax cuts, the one big beautiful bill, the no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, and just domestic manufacturing, which he's really focused on and brought back into America. So I think there's a lot of really positive things that he can focus on, the whole party can focus on, to get us over the finish line in November.
And when we're looking at law and order, we're looking at the National Guard there in D.C., making it safe and beautiful again, the southern border. I mean, the list goes on. And of course, we want to always see more and more and more, because why not? But looking forward to also the midterm national convention. Your thoughts about that with the momentum, as I mentioned with the last guest?
Yeah, I'm excited about it. I love watching political events. When I was a little girl, my family and I, we used to get like pizza and we would watch the RNC every year.
That's
it was like
awesome.
it was like a big event at our house. So I've always been interested in politics. So I'm really excited to see how this plays out. I think I saw an interview with Joe Gruters, the chairman of the RNC, very recently, and he was talking about how it's going to be like a RNC traditional convention, big names, big speakers, except it's going to be in the midterms. So I don't think they've finalized any speakers yet. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I would expect to see, other than President Trump, just a lot of prominent Republicans, probably people like Speaker Johnson, maybe just people like that are leaders in the party. And I'm excited just to see who they pull in for this. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm thinking, because of some of the interviews we've done here with Joe Gruters and others with the RNC, that there'll be also everyday Americans, which, whenever I say everyday Americans, it doesn't mean that's, just an everyday American. You, me, we are everyday Americans. We want the best for our country. We love God, family, country. We want freedom to continue And, we want the Save America Act to pass and all of those things. Let's shift over now. It's Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. This is yet another Trump rally, but this time the Make America Great Again banner is behind the president. This is looking old school, but still, tell us your thoughts about some of maybe the rallies you've been to, some of the experiences that you've had there.
Well, I feel like the Trump rally experience is kind of like going to, I don't know, like a David Bowie concert or just something really unique, like you'll never experience it again. It's a once in a lifetime thing. The most recent rally I went to was here in California, actually, when President Trump came to Coachella. And that was like right before the election. It was over 100 degrees, but people like didn't care. They were so excited to see him. And it's like going to a concert. People are like screaming and they're like so excited. And I always encourage people, like, if you have a Trump rally near you, like, you should go, because it is so fun to be on the ground and to feel the energy, and you will never regret it.
Yeah, exactly. And even if it's hot, if it's cold, if it's rainy, if it's muddy, and then usually it's always good if it's an indoor event, especially if it's really cold outside. I know I've seen that before. My fiance at the time, now my wife, we were up in New Hampshire. We were up in, it was New Hampshire for about a week of coverage here with Right Side a couple years back. And it was just icy and cold. But man, when you get inside and you hear those USA chants and you're like, all is good in the world, right? It just definitely gives you that kind of that good feeling. We want more of that when it comes to the freedom for our nation, don't we?
Yes, definitely. And I think the midterms are going to decide just kind of which direction we're going to go. I certainly am hoping and praying that we're going to hold our majorities in both chambers. And I think we have a very good chance of doing that as long as we stay on message. President Trump does have a very good agenda that he can run on, and all of these Republican candidates can drill down on. And I think that we can win. We just have to stay focused. And I'm excited to see what happens in November. And it's exciting to see him rallying even today in South Carolina with Darlene.
Exactly. And we'll see if there are any more rallies from now until Election Day, November 3rd of this year. Conservative journalist and RSBN writer Summer Lane, thanks again for joining us here on Right Side.
Thank you.
Definitely. Awesome stuff all the way out in California. Let's go from California all the way to the other side of the country, right there to South Carolina, specifically, again, Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. Now, this convention center is literally 2 blocks from the beach. I have not been to the beach yet this summer. And time's a ticking because August is winding down slowly. It's August 21st. But anyway, so we're going to see the president at 7 o'clock Eastern. Now, the president is not there yet because that presidential seal is not on the podium. So that's kind of a couple signs that we kind of look out for. And also, when you see the Secret Service start to kind of move around in certain areas, then you start knowing, okay, the 47th Commander-in-Chief is in the building. Look at the crowd, packed house there in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. This is RSBN Live. We have much more to come. I'm Matthew Alvarez. We'll be right back.
Hey y'all, it's Silk from Diamond and Silk Chit Chat Live. Look, don't forget to watch my show right here at Right Side Broadcasting Network, and I want you to support Right Side Broadcasting Network. It's imperative that you do so, okay? Bye-bye.
Welcome to Right Side Broadcasting Network, your trusted conservative news outlet. At RSBN, we deliver the truth when the mainstream media falls short. Since 2015, we've proudly broadcasted every single one of President Trump's iconic MAGA rallies, bringing you the excitement and energy live before anyone else. By watching RSBN, you get an unfiltered front row view of the action on the ground. We interview the crowds to give a voice to millions of Americans just like you. We show you President Trump's speeches in their entirety, free from interruptions and censorship. We cover the stories that matter to you with the integrity and passion you deserve. Thank you for choosing RSBN as your home for America First News. Together, we stand strong, united, and informed. So join us and be part of the right side of history.
My Pillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium My Pillows that adjust to your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got my pillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well rested in the morning.
I guarantee they're going to be the most comfortable pillows you'll ever own. King size only $24.98, queen size only $19.98. Giza Dream bed sheets, the best sheets in history, as low as $29.98. Lux Pierce 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. Plus, free shipping options available when you order today. So don't delay, order now.
Parents, grandparents, and patriots, socialists are winning primaries and gaining real power ahead of the 2026 midterms. If they win more seats, danger, disorder, and decline will shape your kids' future. That's why we're giving away the Kid's Guide to Fighting Socialism for free. It shows children how socialism creeps in, why it fails, and why freedom and hard work matter. You care about their future. Don't let them grow up without the truth. Order your free guide now at Kids Fighting Socialism.
In the UK studying, having parties, University of Manchester, he's graduating. And you have to understand, to send your child overseas to study is very expensive.
Oh, it's top 0.1% of Chinese.
And that's why I think it's quite unfair, because the most people that run into Chinese people abroad usually are running into people that are rich, because they've been sent over. You're not meeting
the salt of the earth people.
You're not meeting the lower class. You're not meeting the middle class. Even you're meeting the upper middle class.
You're never meeting the middle class.
Yeah,
the middle class can't leave.
Only the very upper middle class.
The top.
Or you're meeting all the sons of politicians, the daughters of factory owners, people that are entwined with the CCP. So you're basically meeting the CCP princelings and princesses that are coming out of China.
That's right.
Yeah. So anyway, this is him having the time of his life, buying stupid $2,000 shoes because he can,
He can.
And then after all of that, all that malarkey, he ends up as a delivery driver.
It's pretty sad because you don't understand how little these guys make.
Yeah, and it also shows you how desperate the situation in China is.
Yeah, I mean, if people are putting out these kind of personal montages and stuff without fear of retribution, that's a bad situation.
Yeah, because this guy is obviously way overqualified, because if you study abroad and you come back,
you're king shit in China if you have a broad degree.
They actually have a special name for it. They call it a haigui, which means a sea turtle. And I actually went to a sea turtle celebration. I filmed it. Remember, undercover filmed it? Yeah. And it's fancy. And it's these big organizations they have in China because they want these guys to come back and bring all of the intellectual property, all of the stuff they've learned.
They almost force you.
Yeah, exactly. And then the guys that come back, they all kind of cling together and they start businesses together and they help each other out, and it's like a big sort of, I don't know what you would call it.
Tactics ogre.
No, it's, what do you call those stone cutters? What do you call those guys? Freemasons. It's kind of like that, really.
Yeah.
In China, right? And so it's a very valuable thing to have as an overseas degree and all of that kind of stuff. But now in China, it's so hard to find jobs and the economy's going down that these guys, even that should have been set up for life, come back and now he has to be a delivery driver.
Yeah.
Which is pretty sad. But it shows you. By the way, when you're ordering from these delivery drivers, this is probably what you're going to get. Everything nowadays is just boiled in plastic.
It's instant food.
Yeah, and thrown
out.
It looks fancy.
Yeah, well, I mean, it looks like your average noodle or whatever in China, but it's the kind of stuff that end up on Instagram. It's like, wow, I wish we had noodles like this in England or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
And what you don't realize is they've really kind of cornered the market of making the most cost-effective crap food now, but it looks interesting. It looks good.
It's like, basically, it's worse than a microwave dinner because it's boiled in plastic.
It's a boiled plastic bag, and when you said it's everything these days. Exactly. So that's one thing to keep in mind when you see these street food sellers or this kind of stuff. Things have changed since we've left now.
Yeah, exactly.
For the worst.
100%. Speaking of things changing for the worst, if you're going to use an Olympic-style torch for an opening event...
Don't get a Temu one?
Yeah, don't get a Temu, made in China, because this might happen. It actually fell apart and burned the person who was running. The part broke off. The flaming part broke off. I'm not making that up. Yep.
Oh well.
Yep.
Oh no. North American bioterrorism.
You know, this is fascinating because this is a real butterfly. Where are they from again?
Peru and Brazil.
I mean, it's fascinating.
It is.
And it says 89, which of course,
Tiananmen Square.
Is 1989.
Apparently, they're popping up in China. It could be some sort of invasive thing because they do a lot of trade with Brazil for crops and stuff. And I'm wondering now.
Do you know how China tries to
They're gonna ban butterflies.
They're probably gonna have a campaign to eradicate them.
Yes, like the sparrows.
It's insane how sensitive they are about that date.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you're born on that day, you probably can't even tell people your birthday. I'm not even joking. Like in a chat group.
Yeah.
Because if they're like,
if you're born on that date, 6/4/89.
Because if you try to put those numbers in any kind of sequence, they just disappear your message. You can't, and you can't post it.
Dude, imagine trying to be like, we need to confirm your birthday, like on the phone when they you're doing like a hospital thing or something.
Yes,
and you're like,
yeah, it's on a day before this date.
Yes.
Let's
do some math.
What's absolutely tragic is right now they're trying to push in Hong Kong a law for it to be a criminal offense to remember the victims of the Tiananmen Square massacre. They're actually trying to push a law. Yeah. Imagine.
You must not remember. That is 1984 stuff.
Yes, and that is in Hong Kong, obviously. In China, that's already the case. You're not allowed to remember them. You can't hold up a candle on that date. You'll get arrested.
You will. Go moth.
Yep.
Spreading awareness.
Yes. Fantastic.
It's crazy that it's made like some of them have 8/8.
That's right. Okay.
And now, a PSA from the China Show's Helpful Advice Department. You can be the change that the world needs.
All right, let's take a look.
I've been seeing a problem. You can turn it down a little bit.
Yeah.
Just let it run. It's okay.
All right.
I've been seeing this.
I've been seeing this here in the States from
I've been
Chinese
seeing
immigrants
it here in America.
Yeah.
And I just want to give a helpful piece of advice. I'm not going to be snarky about it. Okay?
Yeah.
Don't wear this.
Yes.
You in China ban Muslims. You enslave them. You literally make slave labor out of Uyghurs, right?
Sure.
You throw them in internment
I mean, they've
camps.
banned. You're not allowed to wear
They don't even wear that anyway.
Yeah,
but
you're
I'm
not
saying
allowed
if
to.
they're going to persecute to that level and ban like any sort of like religious wear, you can't wear this. Okay.
Yes.
Now you're allowed to wear this. I
Yes.
understand, but my nice advice to you is you look insane. Okay.
Yeah.
You want to integrate. You want to fit in. You want to. This isn't a fashion statement.
No.
It's not like I'm representing who I am, right?
No.
This is a piece of protective gear that looks outlandish.
So
you look like a proboscis monkey.
Yeah, you look like one of those stormtroopers in the snow or whatever.
Yes, you look like a snow trooper.
By the way, if you're wondering what the hell this is for, it's to stop getting a suntan.
Yes.
Chinese women specifically are deadly afraid of ever getting any color in their skin because it's built into Chinese society that the lighter your skin is, the more upper class you are. And this goes back to emperor times. If you were indoors the whole time, meant you were important because everyone else was slaving in the fields and they got dark and brown and black.
Yeah.
So, the darker your skin, the lower class you are in China as part of society. So it's not uncommon to see women on the streets having parasols, like an umbrella in the sun. They'll have these weird coverings they put over their arms. And, of course, this face kind of stuff, specifically when driving.
Yes, which is dumb.
Yes.
And they'll wear these full sleeves. They'll put on like an outfit to stay out of the sun. And I got to tell you, if you're walking around like this, you're going to be judged.
Yes.
America is a very open system. People are very friendly, right? People are very, very hospitable, right? People will offer you things.
Yes.
Right? You know what I'm talking about. Remember
Sure.
we were talking about that the other day.
Yeah.
If people think that you need something, they'll give you something.
Yeah, exactly.
You can't wear this. It's too outlandish. It looks bad.
It looks dumb.
Stop.
You look dumb. Don't do it.
You look regarded.
Yeah, you look silly. What are you, a squid? I don't even know. What even is that?
It's squid cosplay. Dude.
Yeah.
What are you, an octopus woman? What are you?
Yeah, it's like a street
like a
ninja.
It's like a burqa. What is it? A burqa? What is the thing they tie?
Hijab.
It's like a hijab is for the hair. It's like a burqa. It's
you
like
mean a turban.
It's like it's like a burqa without the hijab.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like you can show your hair.
You can only show your hair.
Only show your hair.
Whatever it is, it's rubbish and it should never become fashion, but it has.
It's
in
offensive.
China. Yeah. Yeah. Remember face kinis? That's where it kind of started.
I know. It's just not okay.
Just wear sunscreen.
I have a theory. I just want to end it with this.
Sure.
I have a theory. Can you pause it on one just so it's
Yeah,
relevant?
sure. I'll go back a little bit.
Just a tiny.
Yeah.
if you are wearing this,
Yeah.
then in a foreign country,
Yes.
more power to you, whatever you want. But it means you don't care about what people think, and I find that very strange. Because the first thing that Chinese people tell you is that it's a face-based society. First of all, you're covering your face. But face meaning that your reputation is how you're portrayed, your pride in society.
Yeah.
The whole point of China is that you never want to stand out. You don't want to be different than everyone else, right? It's a face-based society. If you look crazy or bad or weird or something, people will judge you very harshly.
Yes.
So why in this face-based society, a country that cares so much about face, why do they not care about it at all with this?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Well, it's because they're keeping their face nice and white.
Yes, true, but everyone around them is going to judge them. And that's Chinese people's nightmare. So it's very strange.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Sometimes you lived in China long enough, people do whatever and they don't care.
That's the final point of my point. I don't think China is a face-based society.
No.
I genuinely don't. It's not like Japan or something.
I think they just use that as like political stuff, like you've hurt the feelings of the Chinese people type thing.
Yeah. I don't think they care.
I don't think Chinese people's feelings can be hurt
They're
in general. They're very tough,
people,
very hardy, yes. Yeah.
Anyway, don't wear this. This is outlandish. Stop it. I know they're not. That people wearing this probably don't watch our show.
Yeah.
But you could be a friend that you could be like, hey, that looks kind of weird, you know? Hey, that looks a little weird. Maybe you shouldn't wear that. Be nice about it.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, we tell you about this all the time, but we finally tracked down an actual sign that we used to see all over the place.
We love this.
Yeah. So the reason why you get these spit fights in China, as you can see here, is an argument. But instead of, punching each other, they spit on each other. See?
Call it spit foo.
Yeah, it is spit foo. And the reason is, you can see the police put up these reminders everywhere. And this one is interesting because it's actually got English on it. Usually it doesn't. Yeah. So it says, fight is prohibited. If you lose, you will be hospitalized. If you win, you will go to jail.
It's pretty funny.
So it basically means you can't fight.
Don't fight.
But spitting on someone is not considered assault.
No.
So you can spit on people all day and all night if you want, and nothing will happen to you legally. You won't get into trouble with the police.
I think
if you're a foreigner, though, a mob will they'll beat you into a pulp.
Yeah, you're dead. What's funny about this is they're using water.
Because they've run out of actual spit.
Yeah, they're diluting the potency, though.
Yeah.
If you want to be offensive, you're just getting a nice mist.
I'm still curious about, what's going on with this spit fight here.
Let's watch this one. So these guys are getting real close in this spit food. This is a new one.
It's like...
It's so...
Bro. I don't know. That's making me feel very uncomfortable.
They're just making out.
Pretty much. I mean, they're
mostly
very,
the angle, I guess.
I think they're just slowly spitting into each other's mouths.
Ew! What the?
That's all it looks like.
It's so romantic.
It's terrible.
Oh my
Anyway, just so that we
God.
can explain away that phenomenon. If you didn't know, now you know.
Just kiss.
A little update on Niolai.
Niolai. So yeah, Niolai is the worst animated film ever made. If you guys weren't here last week, we broke it, actually.
Yes.
We were one of the first people to talk about it. Niolai was made by a mother-son duo. It took them 5 years. They apparently used some very archaic 3D generation software.
Yes.
And they spent 5 years making this movie about a calf that is very, very weak, right?
Yeah.
And he has to grow up. And when it hit theaters in China, it hit major theaters,
Yes.
people went to go see it, and they go, what the hell is this? If you see the screenshot on the right here,
Yeah.
that's what it looks like, right? So it made 7,000 RMB. It made about like $1,000 in the
10
box
days.
office.
Yeah.
It's unbelievably. It's like the worst ever grossing movie ever, right?
But then it went viral.
Then it went viral, and people started going, actually, you know what? I'm gonna watch it for two reasons. Number one, it's too ridiculous and funny.
Yeah.
And number two, it's not AI slop.
Yeah.
Right. I'm gonna support handmade stuff, right? So now I guess it's grossed $4 million, and it's actually overtaken Spider-Man in China.
Apparently, it's looking to be the most profitable movie of all time.
Yeah, if you
because it
factor
only
in
costs
budget.
like $200 to make.
Like percentage-wise.
Yes, yeah. It's not like the most amount of money,
Sure.
just the most profitable.
Yeah.
So, anyway, it's kind of interesting how this all unfolded. But when we told you guys about it last week on Friday, was before it had gone viral. It's before people had started to go into the cinemas. Right before.
Yeah.
It was while people were still starting to notice
Yes.
this thing. And it still had low earnings. And during the weekend, it just blew up, and it's insane. And in one day, it got 800,000 RMB, which is it only had 7,000 before.
Yeah.
So it's just really it's crazy.
People started making their own hand-drawn movie poster because there wasn't one.
Yes.
Isn't that weird?
So
yeah,
because it went viral on the weekend, we had a special show on Monday to kind of discuss the whole thing.
On our Patreon.
So this is what you missed out on Monday.
For those of you that don't know, Neolai is a very low budget. I think it was between $40 and $200 to make, with the worst graphics you've ever seen in your life.
Yeah.
Got a bit of a Neolai here.
Yeah.
So this is basically about a calf that is just born. Okay. And he's weak. Does that not look like a 1980s KTV video?
He's flying here. He's like flying. It's slowly moving a little bit. Yes, everyone.
You know how obsessed people are with money and investments and stocks and
It's
stuff.
only money. If you say something is cow vagina or someone is cow vagina, it means they're awesome or cool.
How can we make these posters so fast?
Yeah, exactly. So they just drew them with Sharpies. It's this, it's gross. And then it's like, that's Dad's specialty milk. I mean, it can only really mean one thing, right? Yeah. So, that was the Shaban on Monday. So if you wanted a deeper dive into the whole Neolai thing.
We got the whole movie.
Yeah, we did.
We didn't watch the whole movie, but we were able to watch it ahead of time and get clips out of it to actually tell you what it's all about. We translated it too.
Yeah, exactly. So it's
Interesting.
pretty funny. So go check it out if you have the means. We'd love to see you in Shaban Ho on Monday, our VIP show. But
if you go to patreon.com/ADV podcast, you'll get access to this episode, and you'll also get all the 200-something episodes prior.
Yes.
And all the ones going forward. It's the best way to support us too.
Yeah, we'd love to see you there. Now, back to current China, what's going on. And tell you what, this is kind of funny. So there's this old dude on a bus, and he wants to get off. Xiache means, I want to get off the bus, basically. So let's take a look.
You could say it for any vehicle, though.
Yeah.
到站嘞，到站嘞，我要下车，我要下车，我要下车。到站嘞，到站嘞，我要下车。
This guy rules.
我要下车，我要下车，我要下
Got good
车。
flow.
I want to get off the bus. I want to get off the bus. I want to get off the bus.
Good English cover.
Yeah.
我要下车。到站嘞，到站嘞，我要下车，我要下车，我要下车。 到站嘞，到站嘞，我要下车，我要下车，我要下车，我要下车，下车下车嘞，我要下车，下车下车，我要下车，下车下车，下车下车，我要下车。
That could be a real
It's pretty
song.
funny. This scary
Do you
woman
remember
is back.
her?
Yeah.
This is the story of a girl. No, this is literally one of the worst clips I've ever seen because I kept thinking about her face. It's terrifying.
She looks like the undead.
Yes, but she's still using face filters and stuff. In the last one, she had these very watery eyes. Remember that?
She still does.
No, but they were like really,
yes,
she was like crying or whatever. So what this is, let me set this up for you before we look at this. There is a competition amongst Ais, so older women, to be as patriotic as possible, but it's gotten out of control. Like it's just outlandish. Like they just scream and cry and try to sing these very nationalist songs about how much they love Mao Zedong or China or the Communist Party. Most of them are about this.
Yeah.
And this woman always takes a cake because she just looks so crazy. Right?
Yes, yeah.
But I reckon the audio is actually wrong. This is what people keep playing. I was skeptical. I said, you know what? I don't think that's her. You can play it. I don't think that's her really singing.
Okay, so you've fixed the audio?
Well, I didn't fix it. I found the restored.
Oh, you found the restored audio. Okay, I'm glad. Looking forward to seeing it.
Does she look better in this version? No.
Dude. That's awesome.
More on that later. Check the pin. Yeah,
that was hilarious, dude. I love the doom
audio.
sounds. The doom sounds are the best.
It's weird that she sounds like
that.
that.
She does. She sounds like those cacodemons or whatever they are, the imps or something.
Yeah, there's imps and then there's the zombies.
Yeah, excellent.
I mean, no, it was just her voice.
It's just her voice, yeah. Okay.
This is funny.
This is like the most China thing ever.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to tell everybody about that temple?
So this is in Lhasa, so in Tibet, capital of Tibet. China took over Tibet. Right now they're trying to like whitewash everything, by the way. But they, colonized Tibet. They took it over militarily and killed everyone.
Yeah.
And so this area, the Tibetans have built beautiful temples, like Buddhist temples and stuff. And this is like the key.
This is
temple.
one of the biggest tourist attractions.
In China.
In China, you go there and you see this beautiful temple. So
they want to earn from it.
Yes.
They want to earn money from it.
So this is a very nice vantage point. It's well known by landscape photographers. Okay, because you don't have to pay to go into the temple grounds and stuff because they charge exorbitant amounts of money. So the Chinese government's like, no, I'm sorry, but if you're gonna want to take a photo of this, you gotta pay. So they're erecting barriers so that you cannot get a photo.
Dude, what if it just becomes like popular to take that photo with the barrier?
A photo of the metal barrier?
Yeah.
Isn't that the most disgusting thing ever?
Yes.
It's like you've got this beautiful landscape, this beautiful temple, but they're like, no, people are taking photos for free from this road, so no, we're just going to put up a metal barrier.
That's so China.
That's very China. So now you can't get that same landscape, you can't get that beautiful shot. Now you have to pay to go into the park and get a crappier shot.
Yeah.
Typical.
Very funny, though.
Yeah.
This is hilarious. Oh, ballers. So this guy comes over, right?
Yeah.
So this clip's going around crazy in China. He goes and grabs some drinks out of these fridges, okay?
Yes, because it's hot.
He's pulled over, yeah.
But he just stole them.
But he steals them.
Because,
Which is common.
Usually those are outside of a shop, okay? And you take the drink and then you go pay for it. Yeah. That's kind of normal. It's like advertising. We got drinks here, okay? You're not supposed to just take them. Everybody knows. That's just theft.
People do.
Yeah, they do.
And the shop owner goes, no, I'm takes them away. Right?
Yeah.
He's like, what the hell? You can't steal from me, right? He just bumbles around.
Yeah, it turns out he had like more.
He had already done.
Yeah, see, he's kicking one around there. He's like, no, you can't take it. I stole it. It's mine.
I stole this fair and
Yes,
square.
exactly. So they have a little bit of an argument.
Yeah.
You can see there's some of them rolling around. He's like kicking them because he's obviously taken more.
He's pilfered them.
Yeah. So, where are they? They've disappeared. Oh, look, she's trying to pick up all the ones that he's been kicking under the cars and stuff, right? So, the shop attendant or whatever she is, she finally gets some of his stolen goods back.
But he's not done.
No.
He is not done.
No, he was like, how dare you take my stolen drinks?
How dare you?
Yeah. So he's like,
back.
Here he comes.
Bumbling back to his favorite song.
Like, you took my stolen drinks.
Must be nice to live in a real country.
What a spoiled little brat.
Yeah, what a piece of crap.
Brat.
No, if you don't not gonna let me steal, I'll just destroy all your stuff.
You should have let me stolen a few.
Yes,
now
exactly.
You lost everything.
Uh-huh. And you can see that happen like 3 days ago on the 18th. So,
The new phenomenon.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Let you guys guess what's going on here.
第一名请站起来，但是要到裁判证明。
All right.
Okay, I'll go back to it.
So what do you guys think in the chat? What do you think is happening here?
Yeah, what do you think's going on with this?
This is there's a new sport. I'll give you a hint. There's a new sport.
Yeah, it's a sport.
What is going on? It looks like people have no clue what is going on. It's great. This is called a 偷吃大赛.
Yeah, 偷 means to steal.
Yes.
Okay, and so if you 偷 do something, means you sneakily do something like in a bad way,
Yeah. So 偷吃 means to sneakily eat, and you're not allowed to eat in Chinese classrooms, like in the commie public schools or whatever, right? So there is a competition set up in Ningbo over in eastern China, kind of near Shanghai.
Yeah.
Where they set up desks, kind of like a classroom, and then there's like monitors that walk around, and you have to eat all of the food. And there's different foods. There's like boiled peanuts, which are tricky. You saw him open those. There's noodles. You have to make sure all the dishes are clean.
Yes.
And you have to do it without getting caught.
Yeah. So you have to basically sit there and try to eat whenever the monitor's not looking at you.
Yes.
And then whoever finishes first wins, obviously.
It's pretty funny.
It's kind of a funny thing, I guess. Now that you know, now you understand.
Yeah.
That's why they keep hiding stuff under their desk.
The dragon fruit's wild. Like they're just completely covered in blood.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, someone got caught. Someone got caught.
Yeah.
This dude, there's no way he didn't get caught. Look
Yeah.
at it. Eels on a train instead of snakes on a plane. It's a sequel.
Yeah, yellow eels, and they escaped. You know, you're not supposed to bring live animals on the subway.
Oh, really? Oh, really?
I'm just saying, it just points out again that rules don't mean anything in China.
No.
You go through security checkpoints. Every single subway, you have to x-ray your stuff. You can't just walk in. Everything's x-rayed. You've got security guards standing there. They let this through.
Eels on a train.
Mm-hmm.
Bucket of eels.
Yeah.
And they got out.
Mm-hmm.
How did they? I guess you probably dropped it.
Yeah, it probably spilled over, you know.
You know people are trying to pick some of those up and put them in their pocket.
Oh, for sure, dude.
Free eels,
People
dude.
love to eat eels.
Well,
let me give you a... Oh, yeah,
Ooh,
what's this?
Jump scare.
Yeah, all right, I'll get out of here so people can see this. Piece of advice. I was on a road trip, and I'm a tourist in these parts. And you know what? I looked up online for...
No more. They once had 16 million members, but streaming killed the mail order star. Last day for orders, September 15th.
Darkest day of my life. Darkest day of my life. I stole so many albums from them. I will be going to show business hell. Also, the RCA Record and Tape Club, which was their competitor, we used to mail them next door to our neighbors and then pick them up when the box showed up, so we weren't linked to the crime. And then when I did MTV Magazine, Bertelsmann Music Group had their own record and tape club, the same size as Columbia. And that was sold within the magazine. It's a negative option, obviously, is if you don't return the card, you get the CDs that they pick, or album of the month or whatever. But that's how my whole record collection got started.
I had a friend when I was growing up. He was a little more sophisticated about it. He got his mom to sign off, and he got a PO box.
Oh my God!
At the post office.
Right.
And then he was literally filling out using character names from television, like Remington Steele at box 123, Oracle Road. And
hey, you had to do what you had to do when you're 14. You know, your scams are limited.
Yeah, and he was kind of like, well, there's nothing they could do about it. I'm a minor anyway.
Right. I said the same thing. Yeah. What are you going to do? Put me in minor prison? So stealing records and tapes? They didn't even care. They looked at it like a lost leader. They didn't care. They were making money hand over fist. They were printing, they had the albums because it was Columbia Records.
Well, when I had a band back in the 90s, I don't want to go into that. I learned how cheap CDs actually are to produce. A compact disc costs far less money than a cassette, for example.
And both far less than vinyl.
Oh yeah. I mean, it was like, I think a CD cost them like a penny to 5 cents to make. It was just ridiculously low, and ironically so expensive to sell. It was almost the polar opposite.
Right.
They were printing money then. But
well,
anyway,
they're gone now.
And well, it's streaming because it's kind of like everybody's got a stupid subscription, so it's like, well, nobody's buying the CDs anymore.
Let me tell you something. Amazon Music will not stop soliciting me. I am never buying or signing up for Amazon Music, and they are non-stop, Eric, in their solicitations.
Yeah, I believe it. I believe it. That they're non-stop and just trying to get me to use their. They're like, you have Prime Video. You know you could listen to music here. I'm like,
right.
No, I'm not going to listen to. No.
Sorry.
Leave me alone. Stop. Just make your movies work. Stop doing stupid things. But,
I'm sure they listen to you.
Oh, of course. They're waiting for my call. I have a special phone number. You didn't know that? The
1-800
Amazon.
1-800-blow-me.
That's right.
They're coming. The Spectrum people were coming after me because they heard me sipping coffee. So I now that that's gone, they're coming after me for simply drinking without sound. This is driving them insane, that they're seeing and just yelling at the top of their lungs, no YouTubers do this, stop it. And I'm just going, wow, how crazy do you have? And it's all men. It's all men, by the way. I don't know why. It's all men, and they can't watch anyone drinking a beverage during the show.
Well, In order to bring the tradition back, because I do really miss the old days, can we get a little more ice in your cup, Mark?
It started with the ice in the cup. That's where the whole thing began. Then it went to slurping the coffee. Then it went to simply drinking out of this thing here. And then just going, what is wrong with you? Why do you have to keep drinking during the show? Why?
I'm so paranoid that I literally will pull the lid off before the show.
Yeah.
Because this squeaking sound,
Fuck
I
that.
know will
Fuck these
trigger people.
douchebags. Fuck these triggered douchebags. I do it even louder now on my show. I start the show by slurping fucking coffee. And I know there's somewhere they're going berserk.
We're hoping for that clip. Okay.
Yeah.
Speaking of going berserk, Fauci's got to be going a little bit berserk right now.
I don't know. What do you think?
The net is kind of closing. This has to help the attorney generals who are going after him. If now his aide is saying, pleading guilty, literally to hiding the ball for contracts and things of that sort, I can see that as being part of the arrangement. You're pleading out.
Well, I if they can flip the guy, you're assuming that they're flipping him, and that's when he becomes valuable. He's not valuable now unless they know already that he's flipping.
Well, he is.
Otherwise, he's
guilty.
just a guy. Yeah, no, okay. Well, he may just be pleading guilty.
He could be. He could be.
The question is, can they flip the guy?
But as soon as he's pleading guilty, again, I want that allocution I was talking about. I want all of his records. And if Fauci's on the other end of his records,
right? I mean, this might be a misdemeanor. Why you're treating it like it's a kidnapping or something? He may be pleading guilty to misdemeanors and have no incentive to flip.
Well, okay. I mean,
unless he's facing 20 years in prison, I don't know. I don't know the story.
Well, it says right here, it's a felony punishable by 5 years.
Right. And he's never going to get 5 years. So, I mean, they could
reduce he's 78. It's a death sentence.
Right. I mean, they could say, we'll give you a year, I guess. But, I mean, that's up to them. That's their tools. I encourage them to use them.
Well, I don't know. I'm happy to see people actually being convicted one way or the other for some of this. And that actually leads into the fact that we even have a sponsor, and this is directly on point because it's
Pfizer?
All about Fauci and fighting the results of what happened under his guidance, and the sponsor is Black Forest. When the vaccine mandates came down, thousands of people lost their careers. Just this past month, when Anthony Fauci sat in front of the Senate and was asked to apologize to our troops, he took the fifth 106 times.
So you won't apologize to the military members who Joe Biden summarily dismissed from the military for not taking the vaccine? Will you apologize to the family members of the people who died because they took your advice and not only got the first vaccine, but the 5-6 other boosters that they did not need?
Look, politics aside, in a study, researchers found the vaccine spike protein still circulating in half of vaccinated groups 6 months later. This is compared to the 0 in the unvaccinated. That spike protein damages artery walls and creates persistent microclots built from fibrin that standard blood thinners don't dissolve. Even Joe Rogan took a look at the research recently.
Yeah, that's it. Nanokinase supplementation can significantly reduce the size of existing arterial plaques and slow the progression of atherosclerosis, particularly at higher doses. Nattokinase and arterial plaque reduction. Multiple clinical trials provide evidence that nattokinase, an enzyme derived from fermented Japanese food natto, has a positive effect on arteriosclerosis, hardening and narrowing of the arteries due to plaque buildup. Yeah, so folks, go take that stuff. High dose supplement shrinks arterial plaque by 36%. Very interesting stuff.
In lab testing, it broke down 84% of microclots in under 2 hours. But getting that clinical 10,800 FU dose matters. And that's why, folks, look at Black Forest's 4-in-1 nattokinase. It pairs that exact dose with serrapeptase, brocanase, and vitamin K2 with no prescription needed. For the next 48 hours only, Black Forest brought back their biggest offer through our link. Buy 2, get 1 free store-wide. Plus, get a free bottle of cocoa flavanols. You won't find this deal on the regular site, so head over to blackforestsupplements.com/untold before the 48 hours run out. That thing killed me to record.
Damn, I got to get on this. I'm getting this stuff. I thought "fu" was "fuck you" in the copy. It's on the label apparently. "Fuck you."
It is on the label, but I kind of felt like that in having to get the ad copy because I couldn't say half the damn words. And I'm so glad that Joe Rogan is going because I mean NATO kinase or something like that. I'm sitting there. I have a list of phonetic spellings trying to figure
I mean,
this
I'm
out.
having a bowl of NATO right after the show. Japanese NATO, delicious fruit. Put it in a bowl. Just gobble it up. Never heard of it in my life, but apparently it works.
Oh, apparently that's part of it. Yeah. I mean, it's fermentation. Well, we know that fermentation's got to be good because I guess Bobby Kennedy walks around with like buckets of sauerkraut wherever he goes. He loves his fermented food.
Yeah.
So,
Sauerkraut's good.
I don't know. It could be there. But anyway, super glad to have them back as a sponsor again. And I thought, it's directly on point. This is literally combating the stupid thing that we cannot say out loud on platform.
What's that? What?
That stuff.
The injection you're talking about? Or?
Yeah, certain injections. Yeah.
Still, I thought that was.
I don't mess with it, and I believe me, I'm going to be re-releasing some of our shows that have been, I discovered, demonetized, like Sidney Gottlieb.
Yeah, it had to be.
You're making fun of certain things. So.
Oh, making fun. Oh my lord.
Yeah, there's so many.
I like when they go back in history, like they have nothing else to fucking do, these pieces of shit, but go through some channel's library and see what else they can come up with.
Yeah.
History is not going to judge them well. Eventually they're going to be overturned, and history is not going to judge them well.
One can hope.
There was some guy who's a conservative school teacher. He was commenting in the comment section, and he is a conservative. And they continually demonetize his history lessons on YouTube for his actual students. And because he was commiserating with us, and he said that he's got his own channel, and it's very small, but they do it to him anyway.
He probably gets it worse. Because, I mean, it's like the smaller the channel, the more easily it's, just buried. And it's a challenge. But somebody else who's facing a challenge, but it's of their own making, is Eric Swalwell.
Dude, looks like your dream is coming true. There may be a perp walk here.
Yeah.
Maybe not for this. I mean, I was listening to Jonathan Turley this morning, and he was saying that the grape and exual charges are state charges. He doesn't know where the FBI fits in to that particular part of the narrative, unless they're going full bore, spying and treason, or something with Fang Fang. But the other charges are like Me Too state kind of charges.
It really is.
In other words, the sexual things are not federal, Eric.
Right. And by the way, notice that you're speaking, and we're so trained to use the code that
I'm doing it for you.
Fruits and vegetables, and
I'm only doing it for you.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate that, and
the point stands. I mean, these charges are state level charges, and I'm appreciating that they're going after him, but I just don't know where it goes.
I don't either, and I don't even know why. I mean, you're out of office. You're no longer going to go for governor. Just shut your mouth. Why are you going, oh, yeah, I screwed her?
Oh, that I don't know. But they seized his phones coming off the plane, which where my mind went. They took his phones and computers. Here's where my mind went. You ready?
What?
How do I get an Uber to get out of here? That was the first thing I was thinking. Like, it's the first thing you do when you get off a plane is get an Uber. He doesn't have a cell phone, Eric. What is he going to do? Go up to someone saying, I'm Eric Swalwell. Can I borrow your cell phone? I could have been your governor.
That's a good point.
I know. That's the only thing I was thinking of, because you could get another cell phone when you get home.
This is true. This is true. And it's not like he has staff with him anymore. We can just say, hey, order me an Uber.
It's just him hitting on chicks on the the plane and coach.
Wow.
Usually fat chicks. Apparently that's his predilection.
Oof. But by the way, speaking of being able to use your phone and what you can do with it, a giant has finally fallen. I don't know. Do you use Apple Pay? To put stuff at stores?
For Uber, yeah. For Uber.
Okay, for Uber. Well, I use the grocery stores, things like that. Well, Walmart has finally caved. The retailer is rolling out an Apple Pay and I believe also Android Pay and the other click-to-pay services.
Knock yourselves out.
Finally going to be available after 12 years.
What difference?
Fighting.
To quote Hillary Clinton, what difference does it make? You got to pay the piper when you leave anyway.
Well, it makes a big difference when you forget your damn wallet and you're like, oh, I'll just
that happens to me
pay
all the
for
time. That happens to
Right.
me all the time because I'll go out for a hike, not take my wallet, and then go to a store and find out the hard way what they take and what they don't take.
Right. Well, guess what? This is one giant retailer now. It also includes Sam's Club, who is going to accept Apple Pay. It's rolling out over the next year. So everybody definitely check it out. I think you may find it super useful. Even more useful than Mark's internet bill, possibly. I mean, I don't know. Maybe Mark needs Apple Pay to pay his internet bill. Oh, there he is. So anyway, we've been talking about flock cameras, and I had to pull this story just because it's funny. Let me put it that way. This is a meeting, a public safety meeting in San Diego, and guess who is attending?
The Emperor is a fan of flock, and we must continue utilizing
Look
flock
at the woman back
technologies
here in the
so
third
that we
row.
can follow and
She's
surveil
not even
the
fazed
rebel
by it.
scum as they move from playground to playground, from
That came
playground
from
to pool,
Comic-Con.
from pool to gymnasium, because we all know that the flock cameras are not only following the license plate readers, they are following children. They are following children in parks and gymnasiums, and we need this. I need this so I can stalk my ex-girlfriend. Also, it should be known that the people of this town, the pools that want their storm drains cleared, they should not have their storm drains cleared. Because in order to do that, we will have to raise taxes. And how will the people...
Anyway, this is a new one, having Darth Vader crashing the hearing to talk about flock. And yes, of course, the Empire would like flock.
Across the street from this, by the way, is Comic-Con. So I'm not even kidding. He may have just literally rolled out a Comic-Con. If you know San Diego, that's kind of where it came from, I think.
It could be. It could be. And your microphone flipped again. I don't know what's going on.
What else do you have that's newsworthy?
Okay. Well, continuing on the flock bent, we had a Tennessee commissioner talking to the flock rep saying, quite frankly, sir, I don't think we can make America great again without, and I think he's saying an effigy, just to clarify, without hanging your CEO publicly for treason. So,
whoa,
that's not going super well. But I noticed that NPR even has jumped on board and is noticing that there's a pushback hard against flock right now. So this story is growing and growing and growing, and I don't think it's partisan. I think this one is, both sides, quote unquote, are agreeing with this. So anyway, well, I will keep following it. If Luke or somebody else were to testify, I'll definitely be all over that.
Luke Skywalker?
Yes. All right, and now this is kind of a obviously a more serious story here, but have you been following this? ISIS linked New York are caught plotting to blow up the state capitol, wanting to attack the White House, Times Square, and a New Year's Eve bash.
I always take away the same story: fat, stupid chick entrapped by the FBI. Okay. It's always been my takeaway on all these.
All right. Well, she does. I don't know if she. I was gonna say she kind of resembles that one who mailed. Was it anthrax? The woman who mailed that in anthrax or whatever.
That
I
don't know, but most of these are FBI entrapments, and they're legal if you take the bait. So, but it's not like they busted up some spy ring. This is good for public discourse and to show that they're on the job. But I have my doubts that this was not a very sophisticated plot.
Well, obviously they're going to capture the easier ones for sure.
No, I'm alleging that they created this.
Okay.
I'm only going by what they've done in the past.
I understand. I'm going to push back a little bit. And
Go
say,
ahead,
so,
knock yourself out.
Every person that's
this
arrested
fat
is
chick in
obviously a
burqa.
setup or a stage. Is that the
Excuse me?
thought?
You will see that they have people inside who are working with the FBI on this story.
Okay. Well, that could be.
Again, it's legal, so I it's just not an exciting kind of thing. The kidnap of Governor Whitmer in Michigan was the same thing. You go all the way down the line. It goes back to the 70s. It goes back all the way. But it gets headlines, which is why they do it. Which is also okay. I'm just saying, if she did get a good lawyer, which I doubt she will, they would say entrapment.
Okay. So, I'm just saying. I understand that, and obviously Whitmer, that was a case of that. There's a huge problem with January 6th. There's ties with Oklahoma City. There's a long, a long
history. It's a long history of it. I read
there are actual cases
that
too. So.
There were assets in her group. I already read that she had they had FBI assets inside next to her.
Okay. All right. Well,
I'll still, it's still legal, so I don't mind them entrapping someone like that. But
I do mind entrapment. I mean, that's
it depends what side of the street you're on. And one is a plot, and the other side says it's entrapment. You can both sides say the opposite. So
well, entrapment is a legal definition.
No, I agree.
There is actual laws.
Her lawyer will scream entrapment. The prosecution will say no. She had this plot. A, B, C, and D, and then blah, 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 and then they'll fight it out.
All right. Now, Scott said, did Walmart set her up to buy that stuff? Well, that was Home Depot.
Dude, let me tell you something. That was Home Depot, by the way. But shopping in that burqa can't be easy in many states in the summer with the heat wave.
I don't know. If you wanted to go vote, they'll come
help. Oh, by the way,
that
around. Guy, what's his name? We were talking about who wore the burqa to...
Cam Higbee.
Higbee has been banned. His accounts have been removed from Instagram and TikTok. Yeah.
I knew he got banned from TikTok. I didn't know about Instagram.
Yeah, because he did that, he has to be banned.
I'm not surprised.
Somebody's getting banned up in Alaska because they went after Murkowski up there now, James O'Keefe, this week.
Yes. And she is not a happy camper. Who was it? Somebody else was nailed too, but you know what? I'm going to pause here and have a little bit of comic relief.
Oh, that's good.
Because I think it's time. And while we're talking about entrapment and the police, I want to show you some law enforcement in action from England.
Things from England with Scott Muni Friday, WNEW-FM. Oh, one of these. Boy, oh boy, these never stop ending. They just keep doing them, Eric.
Oh yeah, well this is the English. They're going to be busting in this house. Okay, they're on the case.
So she have a rod. She's breaking down the door there.
Yeah. It's a major bust going on here.
Okay.
When you pull out a battering ram, something's going down, right?
Yeah.
Well, here we go.
What's this guy doing in the foreground there?
I don't know.
He's just smashing their fence. He's just smashing their fence to pieces there.
What he's not doing is getting the door open. Neither is she.
That's just bloody tricky. I wish Eric Idle was in this video.
Meanwhile, they're walking out the back door.
Yeah. Let me do this. Let me help. A crowd is starting to form now.
Yes.
This is not good. Yeah. Looks like a heavy door.
Okay. But the sense of urgency is just overwhelming, isn't it?
Yeah, this is over a post she put on TikTok.
Oh, I'm sure.
They brought the SWAT team in because she posted something about cats on TikTok. They don't get it. This ain't coming. This door ain't coming apart. Better get the bloody grenades. Get the grenades. Let's go. Come on out. We're trying to break your door down. Surrender.
Call a locksmith. Billy Flash says in the chat.
What does he have? A saw now? A sawzall?
I don't know.
Oh, he's just.
Oh no, he's.
Yeah.
I'll show you.
What does he keep waiting? Like the store is going to blow open or something?
He's tired.
Oh, okay. He's taking a break
you know?
on the reps. Anybody want to have a shake at this? Oh.
Hey! All right.
Hey, everybody in. Let's go. Everybody's in. 3 girls. Come on, girls. Let's get in there. We know you're in there. Let's get these girls in for tea. Boy, these people should just be ashamed of themselves. These stupid fucking British police. What the fuck? What happened to Scotland Yard? Remember we were growing up? Scotland Yard was the epitome of FBI style stuff. The Interpol, Scotland Yard, and the FBI were the 3 big things.
Yeah.
I haven't heard the phrase Scotland Yard, I think, in 10 years. When was the last time you heard anything about Scotland Yard?
It's been a minute. It's been a minute.
Right, exactly. Yeah. Because they probably have been neutered by the Marxists who run the UK.
Well, I mean, they're busy investigating those tweets.
Yeah.
I don't even know. Actually, that's a good sign. Maybe they're actually doing their job quietly and just keeping their head down and not.
Well, I mean, they used to have these high-profile cases and arrests with jewelry thieves and art thieves, and I have not heard about one of them in a decade.
No. I
that used to be their bailiwick with these high-profile heists, you know. But now I think I haven't heard anything in years.
Right, and not only
the
not
heist.
only
I've heard about the heists. I've heard about people robbing jewelry stores in London and bringing a crane and leaving it there, you know. But
that was Paris, I think.
Oh, right, but I'm saying I haven't heard anything about Scotland Yard dealing with this.
I haven't either, and yes, you are right. There was a time they were legendary
yeah.
For murders, you know, other crimes as
everything,
well. And even with assault here, like they had cutting edge forensic tactics.
We had an FBI sub office in their office. I don't know if we still have it, but we had an office and a couple of agents assigned to London.
Yes, we at a minimum have an FBI presence in our embassy because I've interviewed a lot of them. So while we have CIA overseas, we also have FBI because CIA is technically not law enforcement and are not supposed to be arresting citizens or whatever. So there has to be an FBI person in residence at the embassy. And when they pick somebody up local, the local authorities of the country will pick them up and then hand it over to the FBI person who will, you know, take them out. So I don't know. It's interesting procedure. I think you sent me this one. HHS cites a $50 million potential insurance fraud for sex rejecting procedures for minor.
I don't remember this, but okay, let's roll with this. 50 million.
Well, this is they have discovered, the HHS has discovered that they're using a particular code.
Oh, weird.
In order to get insurance to pay
to get reimbursed, you mean? Yeah.
Exactly, and I think it's like endocrinal care or so, you know, like some vague other term that they're using, and they've been, you know, sneaking out all kinds of gender affirming.
Well, my favorite thing is these anti-trans people who are protesting outside the WNBA games around the country now, fighting with trannies It's just the greatest battle of all time. They just regular Americans and parents are there with T-shirts on and professionally made signs saying "Keep men out of women's sports," and they're protesting outside the WNBA games, and they're counter protests by trans people or trans activists, and it's been leading to some physical confrontations. I couldn't support this more than I already am.
Oh yeah, and it is funny too. Like we have NBA players. I think I had a clip, but I don't. It's buried. Showing up at the games with the wigs on, everything. Like I'm here to declare, and there's this one where like the security guard's just looking at him and trying to hold a straight face, and just finally just starts busting up laughing.
Well, they're going to get sued because they're banning people with X chromosomes on their T-shirt, the double X, and they've already lawyered up the people who have been thrown out for simply wearing a T-shirt with two X's on it. This is not going to go well for the WNBA. They have the first thing they got to do is stop digging. So they got to stop digging because they're in a hole so fucking deep that they don't know when to get out. These statements by these coaches, these of these teams, are so insane as to be. In other words, they're not basically political people. So they're issuing press conference statements during a press conference after a game that we all have to follow love and not hate, and these flowery, insane prose that they're speaking make them sound even crazier, Eric.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. They are completely.
I mean, what part of women's sports for women only can they not get their minds around? Like, all they have to say is this is a women's sport. It's a women's basketball league. We support women, Title IX, in all sports. End of story. They are twisting themselves into incredible pretzel knots because they can't do it. The WNBA, and I'll say this right now, is the number one wokest sports league in American history. The NBA is second, but the WNBA, which was spawned out of the NBA, is the wokest sports organization in the world. There is no issue that they don't feel uncomfortable discussing in the woke universe instead of sticking to basketball is what I mean. And race and DEI and intersectionality and everything else that goes with it, Eric. I've never heard a league uh, so fucking woke where they just don't shut the fuck up and say, it's a basketball league for women. Have a nice day.
I agree. I totally agree. But some people are pointing out, and hopefully this clip will show it as well, um, that perhaps it's too late. Maybe there already are trans athletes in the WNBA. Not saying it for sure. This is obviously a woman, obviously, but
I'm never going overseas to play again unless I'm representing my country at the Olympics. If I make that team, that would be the only time I would leave the U.S. soil, and that's just to represent the USA. I'll say this,
this is
the whole
Brittany Griner.
reason a lot of us go over, is the pay gap. A lot of
I just want to add that I think her voice has been altered because I've heard her speak before, and it's a higher voice.
Okay, well, I've got multiple clips of.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
of her.
Of course, she's not a man at all. I mean, she has a long history that's been traceable, just like I know this is difficult for people to understand. Michelle Obama is a woman. I know it's hard to accept, but I have to tell you, Michelle Obama is a woman, and is Griner also.
Okay, well,
I'm just surprised there's not trans players in the league. That was my surprise. But when this whole thing got started, because there are, I'm sure there's trans people who play basketball somewhere.
I'm sure there are, and there are, by the way, topless shots of Reiner out there and things like that too. So, and while you're defending who is a woman, I'm going to say that the French first lady is probably a woman.
Really? That's a stretch. Really?
I don't know. Candace says it's not true.
They're all women. Stop it already.
Anyway, I honestly, the Briner one I think is the most eye-opening, and it may not even be, it couldn't even be that. It could be an effect of substances that are taken to increase strength
Could be,
and things
yeah.
like that.
Could be
that
testosterone.
sometimes
She could be a really butch lesbian with a deep voice, which is probably likely.
it could be. It absolutely could be. All right.
I'll tell you, Sophie Cunningham is a woman, though. I'll tell you that right now. I like watching her.
Okay. Now, I saw this headline and story, and this is remarkable because you know that the New York Times has been sued many times for defamation, and it's like a lost cause. Nobody beats the New York Times.
Well, it's not the New York Times. It's the Sullivan Act where they won that case, the New York Times versus Sullivan, the origin of it legally. But you're correct. You're correct.
They have not lost in 50 years.
Because of the Sullivan case, yeah, which should be overturned.
Until now.
Yeah.
They just lost. They lost a defamation suit, and they're ordered to pay $9.25 million to a former Alabama basketball player. Apparently,
I hope this keeps going up the ladder so they can overturn the Sullivan Act officially. You know what I mean, Eric?
I hope so too. And it sounds like because the case was tried in Alabama, that caused them issues.
Yeah.
But they kind of deserve it in this because they associated this freshman player with a shooting, a fatal shooting. And they're like, oh, he was in the car and in that shooting. And they never bothered to actually straighten it out. They did put like an editorial thing on the end when they got pushed back, like further, but they didn't adjust the story itself to reflect it or anything. And ultimately, they've now lost $9.5 million.
At that level. At that level.
Well, I mean, yes, there is obviously going to be, I'm sure, an appeal, but it is good to see. I mean, that they're not impervious. And while we're talking about lawsuits, you might be happy to see this one. This is an appeal. The court has slashed the $50 million judgment against Alex Jones about Sandy Hook from $50 million to $1.5 million, which is a significant drop. So here's a clip.
A Texas appeals court has significantly slashed the damages families can collect against Alex Jones for his false claims about the Sandy Hook school shooting. The judgment dropped the amount from $50 million down to $1.5 million. Parents Neil Heslin and Scarlett Lewis, whose 6-year-old son Jesse was killed in the 2012 Newtown massacre, had sued Jones. Jones had been found liable for damages for claiming the mass shooting didn't happen. The court ruled they didn't present enough evidence of harassment to exceed Texas's $750,000 damages cap. The decision does not change the separate $1.4 billion judgment against Jones in Connecticut.
Right. Yeah, I mean, he's got a better standing in Texas with his own people there, but the other thing is really the killer.
It might be, but I mean, every one of them do help, and now there's precedent on the one, and the others may go down line. But anyway, I have this story. I don't know if it's in your state.
Wait a minute. What are you trying to say?
It's your state. So that's all I have to say is it's your state, and we already know it's going to be something ridiculous. But California regulators approved new rules limiting what replacement tires you can buy for your car.
Yeah, it's a weird story. Everybody's going crazy about this story here. It's really that the EVs, this is really, it's a complicated story because the EVs that they forced upon the California drivers chew up their tires faster than a regular car. And in addition to that, they have seen a significant drop in their cocaine gas tax that they live off of because the vehicles are now electric. So there's been a drop in their bucket of money, Eric, and this is the way that they have come to a conclusion to make up for the loss in gas revenue taxes.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And by the way, you brought up a tax thing, and that's something that I'm facing now. And then I was talking to Nate, who has a Tesla, and that he's facing. I have to pay a property tax penalty for my car because it's a hybrid. It's not even an EV. It's just a hybrid.
Yeah.
And apparently, I have to pay more of a property tax because I'm not paying as much in gasoline taxes.
Yeah, it's a similar theory. Yeah.
Now, Nate explained to me that in Texas, they're calling it the fair share tax. And their justification is that they use the gas taxes to do road repairs and road construction. And if you're not paying on that, then you've got to pay for it one way or another.
That's their bullshit story. The reality of it is the electric vehicles have led to a decrease in gasoline, which leads to a decrease in the gas tax, and they're trying to make it up. So they're coming up with mumbo jumbo. The bullshit story that is that their explanation. The real truth is the loss of gas tax revenue.
Sure.
As the motivation, which they could simply come out and say it.
I like Texas. At least Texas put a good little spin on that, saying, "Hey, we're losing the tax revenue, which we do use for fixing the roads. You drive on the roads, you should have to pay."
Yeah, that's their logic of selling it. Is all I'm saying. That's like a sales technique. But there's the people with the tires in the tire business are flipping out because they are going to tax the shit out of tires now.
Oh, I believe it. And then they say that only certain ones can sell. And let me guess, those are probably tires that'll wear out in 20,000 miles versus 40,000 miles or whatever. They're probably weaker tires.
Look, it's a multifaceted war on cars. They have raised the registration fee from $180 to $800 to register your car in Sacramento every year. It is a multiple assault, and this is just part of the new weaponry they're using, the tires now.
All right, Scott H is saying, drive to Arizona for new tires. I'm sure that many people will. And how many things do you drive to Arizona for now, across the state line?
Eventually, you have to move there, I guess.
Yeah. Or move somewhere closer to the border. So Nevada and Arizona, thank you, California. Because they're getting business.
Where's he going? To Needles, I think, Adam Carolla. He's building a house in Needles, which is pretty close to the border, or he's on the other side of Needles.
I don't know. I haven't.
He's built a home an inch over the California border in Nevada.
Okay, that's fine. Now, isn't Reno just right across the border, or am I completely mixed up?
It's further in, but he's literally an inch over the border from what the map showed. I think he's building the home from scratch.
Oh, I'm sure he is. He is. I lived in Barstow for a bit because I was stationed at Fort Irwin, and I know right across the border there was a place there in Nevada where they had Bonnie and Clyde's car and all kinds of
weird.
Is it Harumph or
Harumph?
I don't know.
It's Harumph.
Okay, maybe that's it. Is he near that?
No, I'm sorry, I can't disclose where he is.
Okay,
he told me not to say anything.
I depend on you for geography.
I'm sorry, he told me not to say anything, so I have to abide by the code of silence.
I see. Well, he's not going to be doing a lot of in-person work unless they're supposed to be driving to the studio. And
well, he could go to, like you said, he can go to Tahoe, and they have nightclubs there, Vegas. I think that's what he's thinking.
Yeah, whatever. Good luck. He's got plenty of money. He can do what he wants. Now this one I believe you did send me, but good news, I guess. Trump's handpicked DeSantis successor wins crowded GOP primary for Florida governor. That's Byron Daniels.
Yeah, no, I like Byron Daniels. Everybody likes Byron Daniels except for one guy, and that's Ron DeSantis. And he refused to endorse Byron Daniels. He refused to find a successor for himself. which is really odd for such a high-profile governor of the state of Florida. So Byron Daniels, who will win, he's running against a guy who switched parties from Republican to Democrat recently. So I predicted a victory by Byron Donalds, and he's a good guy. He's a good guy. He's a smart guy. He's a good congressman, and he's running against David Jolly. That's the cat. Kind of like Chris, who switched parties to try to, after losing the primary, switch to the other side. But it's just odd that DeSantis did not have a successor, Eric. A hand-picked successor is usually the case.
Yeah, I don't.
He didn't have a hand-picked successor, and he didn't endorse either candidate.
I mean, well, maybe
it's a little weird.
Well, it could. It's probably something personal. He probably hates the guy's guts, or there's something between them.
Oh no, yes, absolutely.
Well,
absolutely.
no, but he didn't actually pick anybody either, so he just stayed the hell out of it. And I'm sure Trump gave him a phone call and said, "Okay, I know you don't like him, but just shut up." And so DeSantis just didn't do anything and stayed on the side because he could have.
But I'm saying he normally they build up their successor, whether it's lieutenant governor or whoever has similar policies. He is just getting out, lock, stock, and two smoking barrels. I mean, Donald has no connection to him, and I don't know what influence he'll ever have in the state again, Eric.
I'm not sure, and Donald's also was not a state guy. He was a congressman, so he's more of a national presence than a state presence. So they didn't cross paths.
Well, he's a state president. He's state presence now.
Well, yeah, assuming he wins the election for governor too. I don't know who the Democrat is.
He's definitely going to win. It's this guy, David Jolly. That's what I was trying to tell you. Who just became a Democrat 5 minutes ago. He was a Republican.
All right, well, we'll find out. All right, this is a follow-up on the teacher, who went viral on, social media. I don't know if it was Instagram or what it was, about the students who couldn't read. A UC Berkeley math professor says she has to teach fractions to calculus students because standards have fallen so far.
Right, I saw that. Yeah.
Now, apparently, one of the worst schools in the nation is like one of the top feeder schools into Berkeley in California. So they recruit from certain schools that are not performing very well either, and it fits right on track. But I thought you might find that interesting that others are starting to come forward and say, "Hey, this definitely is a big issue."
Well, we'll see what happens to her. I mean, she's in a much more vulnerable place. He was in Houston. She's in the belly of the beast at Berkeley.
Well, if she has tenure, they may not be able to do shit about it.
So they could send her emails 24/7 that they're going to grape and do things to her. So tenure is not the protecting umbrella that she will save her.
Okay, well,
they're quite vicious up there. I mean, the tenure is not going to.
Today.
No, I'm just telling you the truth. I'm just telling you the truth.
All right, all right.
She will be inundated and on social media and physically. It's UC Berkeley, Eric.
I know.
Oh, yeah,
but I do know that.
But
okay. Well, UC Berkeley is where Ben Shapiro, couldn't go on. I know about their politics, but I know that at least legally speaking, the tenure is quite a bit of protection. Now, if they do, harass her or something, then that's another question. I don't know, or they'd have to pay her off, but I don't know. Anyway, okay, well, let's just jump to this story. California bill seeks to ban sale of unicorns, glowing pets, and other gene-edited pets.
Weird.
So,
is that an escaped unicorn from the zoo?
Yeah, right. Yes, it's from the zoo, a unicorn. Assembly Bill 1382, known as the Ethics Over Aesthetics Act, stalled in the Senate Appropriations Committee last week and was held under submission, halting it from advancing further during the legislative session. So anyway, I guess it's a gene editing bill.
What they're working on animals to mate them into the island of Dr. Moreau, or
well, I think somebody took it to the ludicrous level, but they're obviously doing genetic modification for, as they put it, hypoallergenic cats and dogs. I know for sure that's a big one. Glow in the dark rabbits, hadn't heard of that.
Hadn't heard of that one.
That's an unusual one. And then, real life unicorns. Well,
what do they extend the dog's tongue on this one? What happened to him?
I think that's called you see, that's a stock photo, Mark.
Oh. No, these aren't the real animals, you're saying.
No, this is Sasa stock.adobe.com.
I can't see that small.
And
this cat has his head on backwards, you tell me.
Right, this is a stock photo from
do they have any real photos of their work? Are these the glow in the dark bunny?
No, they are not. These are stock photos, Mark. I'm sorry to disappoint. Now this is a real unicorn. No, I'm kidding. Right. That's a stock photo too.
of a real unicorn. It's just
it looks like a stock photo of a horse that somebody painted in a freaking horn.
I got a lovely story for you. Apparently, the Luigi Mangione is having a stylist do a complete makeover on him when he goes to trial at the state level, and it's Marc Jacobs, who is a major designer who has a tattoo on his left arm. That he got after he went to Passages. Let me correct that. Chris Prentice's place as a drug addict, and he tattooed himself with the tattoo, which was their motto there. And Marc Jacobs he may have lost his company. He's had multiple relapses. Huge designer, and now will be designing a makeover for a convicted murderer.
Well, good news. I mean, Luigi actually, unlike the Reiner kid who's struggling getting his money, Nick Reiner, Luigi is going to have the money to do it because he's able to rack in his Gibson Go money.
Yeah.
They're not shutting it down.
Wow, and that's nice of Gibson Go to actually do that to a killer.
In fairness, I don't know if you remember the whole Rittenhouse situation where Rittenhouse raised a giant GoFundMe and GoFundMe shut it down. And then they tried to re-divert the money to supposed charities, which eventually, lawyers and everybody got involved and said, oh, you can't be doing that. You're taking people's money and redirecting it. So they instead refunded it. That's what created Gibson Go or it brought them into prominence. I don't know if they already existed.
Yeah.
Was during Rittenhouse, and they're much more like it's their money. They raised it. There you go. So I have
but
mixed
apparently
feelings.
They have no rules about serial killers or murderers or assassins in their bylaws.
I don't.
They just say anybody can raise money based on anything.
I don't know. I haven't read their bylaws, but I'm just telling you the history of it. So there is another side to it. The fact he's been convicted, I think, is the problem. Because he's been convicted of it, then they should probably refund it or not allow that.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Versus while he was accused.
Right.
But
exactly.
I am.
This is post-conviction. I'm assuming this article.
Yes.
Yeah, that's really bizarre.
Yes. Their claim is that it was created to cover his legal defense costs. So,
okay. Right.
And I guess technically speaking, if that money went immediately to the lawyers or whatever, even though he's been convicted, it would probably still be fair if it was raised in that time period. But I don't know. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just pointing out the story. Now, unfortunately, in my state, I don't know if you saw this story. There was an individual who was acquitted by insanity. Okay, so
that's crazy.
He was found insane for murdering his landlord. And because he was found insane, he needed to get some sort of help. And I guess they're a nice liberal system now. Virginia man acquitted by insanity in killing flees U.S. during 48-hour mental hospital pass.
Gee, what a plot twist that was.
Yeah, so he
how did he flee? Did he have a passport?
He jumped right onto a one-way flight to Tajikistan.
Right, because that's where I like to go with no extradition treaty. Don't you have to show some ID to get on jumping on it to a one-way flight? I mean, I don't get it. I mean, how do you jump onto a? First of all, how do you pronounce the guy's name? Look at that thing, Eric.
Well, I had trouble with the country too,
yeah,
Tajikistan too, but Tashpoladzoda. There we go. I guess. Anyway, I'm blown away. I mean, this is just showing so many problems in the system. Like, I understand he is found not guilty by reason of insanity, which would mean he is going to get medical treatment. He is in a secure facility where they give treatment. If he has to seek other treatment, you're giving him a pass? Oh, okay. Well, now, Bill, just go ahead. We'll see you back in 48 hours. You're asking for him to flee the country.
Again, I don't know how he physically fled the country, is my point. Well, he just showed up with his active passport and said, I'm going to Turkmenistan. Have a nice day. Where did he get the money to even buy the ticket? It must be a fortune for that ticket. One way.
I'm sure it is. And I'm sure something had to be greased. But my question is that I don't know that I showed my passport when I left the country. I know I had to show it when I arrived in like Iceland and England, but I don't recall. And you know,
right, but normally they take away your passport in cases of an international criminal. Even domestic criminals will take away your passport so you don't flee.
Well, one would hope, yeah. I guess Tajikistan might just say, "Hey, no passport needed. How you doing?" Oh, yeah. So
right.
I don't know. I have no idea what their rules are on that, but it is bonkers. I saw this story earlier, and this one's kind of this might as well be a Hallmark movie or a movie of the week or something. Car salesman becomes Belgian prince at 26 after being recognized as secret son of king's brother.
Telephone for Eddie Murphy. Eddie Murphy, telephone.
It literally is a movie, dude. This guy is a Belgian prince now. The kid on the guy.
What do you get
right.
with that? You get waffles with that? I mean, what's your, you get
apparently
land?
He is not in line for the throne at the moment, but I guess he is getting potentially a piece of the inheritance.
Wow.
And Belgian's Prince Laurent legally recognized him and said, yeah, that's my kid. So now all of a sudden he goes from a car salesman to a prince.
Is that his mother, the Queen of Belgium?
That's his mother. She's a Belgian singer and socialite, Wendy van Wanten, whom he dated in the 90s. So bonkers. And that's his dad with her. And the DNA, 99.5% match, seems close enough. And that's Princess Claire and Prince Laurent at their wedding. So anyway, that's kind of an oddball, happy ending story, but I'm all for it. Now, back to your state again. And unfortunately, my state, I can pass the headline right now. I don't have the story pulled up.
Right.
My idiot governor just signed in a bill.
That's the name of your documentary, My Idiot Governor.
Well, I'm not going to call her what my wife does, or the video will be taken down. But anyway, we're not fans, but she did sign in the bill that is tying Virginia over to the popular vote in the next election. So now Virginia is one of the 18 states, and they have 220, I believe, or 222 electoral votes. They've got to get to over the 270 for it to potentially take hold, but I think it's still going to be a problem because it's in the Constitution having the Electoral College, and they're literally trying to, go around the Constitution.
I think
And nobody points out
she'll be
the irony
overturned on that one.
that if that law was in place, then Donald Trump would have won Virginia.
They don't care about irony, bro. They'll flip it back when they're done with it in the next election.
I know.
Dude, all these things that like trying to get rid of the filibuster rule or packing the Supreme Court or whatever, it goes away the second they get back in power. All of a sudden, everything's groovy.
Oh, you mean like election integrity? It's perfect.
Yeah, like a most perfect election of all time.
Exactly. When the correct side wins, then
it's funny.
it's a
I was
great
just
election.
saying this morning to someone that these 80-20 issues, like men and women's sports and voter ID, as you said, like bipartisan issues that have 80-20, sometimes 85-15 polling numbers, in the media, it's the reverse. They decide that they are 85% in favor of the opposite of the American public. That is a little weird. That is a little weird.
I agree, and I don't even
know. And that's
know.
our ruling class. They decide. Apparently, they're impervious to actual numbers of the American people. I mean, how many people have said that this number, the 80-20 or 85-15 for voter ID, they don't give a shit. No. They just call it voter suppression and racist and move on.
Yeah. By the way, not only the mainstream media, but also the entire university structure. So who kind of feed into the media because all the media people have degrees from.
Well, they also intern there when they get out and work their way up the ladder, but it is startling that in issues that are so bipartisan, they still won't budge an inch on these major issues.
No. But then again, what do you think they really feel about normal citizens?
They hate their
think
guts.
that the 80% are morons.
Right.
They think that they all live in flyover country.
The elites, and this is how they rule the country. A stake has to be driven into their hearts. There has to be things where they're sued, and then in discovery, these things come out. And Trump has done a good job of it, going after the BBC, going after the New York Times, and and ABC. He's done a lot of damage to them, but he's not finished.
No, and I think that it needs to go further because, to me, the most important thing would be humiliation.
Yeah.
That, I think, really, don't just say, okay, and then they just hold back and wait for another day to come back. It needs to be humiliating.
Well, I've advocated license revocation here for years. So, I mean, if you did it, you don't have to do it all the time. If you did it one fucking time, the rest of them would be such cowards that they would choke on their words quickly.
Yeah.
You just got to set an example for someone, and they really apparently do not have the balls to do it.
No, well, they are cowards.
They are cowards. They are absolute cowards. I mean, they keep threatening, and Jimmy Kimmel just keeps mocking people to their face. I mean, do something. Do something.
Yeah, I agree. All right. Here's somebody who's doing something. Your city council just voted to hand more parks to the homeless, apparently.
This is a great idea. For 5 years or 4 years, they put up in homeless encampments no camping signs and enforced it, Eric, and did away with these encampments. They voted 10-3 to restore homeless encampments in the district of Nithya Raman. She voted for it as well. She's running for mayor on a I Cleaned Up Homelessness platform, and the removal of the homeless encampment ban is just shattering people's minds out here because of the non-stop war that everyone's been involved in, spending money and trying to deal with homelessness. The city council, who actually runs LA, voted 10-3 to restore homelessness.
Right.
And it was mostly the DSA that was leading this. Because, as I said to Spencer Pratt, tweeting yesterday, they have to be visible, the homeless, for it to have an effect that the DSA can use. If you don't see them, their power is diminished. You must see them to show the decay of the society, to justify the DSA's moves. They tear down the rest of society. Having them not visible, Eric, is not good for the socialists.
Okay.
Politically not good. They need them to be visibly there.
Which is just so weird, because to me, I would think that the reverse, or maybe I'm mishearing everything, but I'm wired differently. So I think we're in an upside down world. I think if I see giant problems like that, I'm like, well, see, that's what you get when you have this policy. And
let me give you a simple answer. Homelessness is caused by capitalism.
Mm-hmm. And I would argue that homelessness is caused by socialism.
You could argue all you want, but you're not in power in this one-party state. They believe, and have said repeatedly, that homelessness is a byproduct of capitalism. Hence, you need socialists to take over the country. If you don't see the homeless, that becomes a tough issue to sell, is all I'm saying.
Which again strains credulity in the sense that which capitalist in this area is doing. It's kind of like saying that all the Baltimore problems are racism when the entire police department is black,
you can
the
make
city
the
council
argument,
is black, the mayor is black.
You can make the argument that there's no housing and no apartments, and the rents are on average now $6,000 a month. It's not a bulletproof argument on the other side because of housing shortages and the insane price of rent. There is no place for even kids to go out of their parents' basements. You know, I mean, the average rent in New York is nearly $7,000 a month now. I mean, nobody's got that kind of money.
Okay, and why is it that? Because of the policies that are being, rent control and everything else.
You could argue why it is, but the reality of it is that very few people can afford a place, and especially the homeless. Anyway, they were taking them away, and people thought this problem was being resolved, and the socialists said, not so quick. We need them back out there.
All right, well, enjoy. I hope you enjoy your scenery, and congratulations.
By the way, they had a crazy debate, the two candidates, and it was so nobody could see it. It was on a webinar Zoom event, and it quickly got overloaded, the webinar, and nobody could see it because it crashed. The two of them conspired to do this, and it was at a Sherman Oaks Homeowners Association gathering of homeowners who asked them how they feel about being opposed to single-family homes. This is a homeowners association. So Rahman and Bass both said they're in favor of high-rise apartment buildings, and the homeowners are just glaring at them, hissing. I mean, it was a fabulous event. It was absolutely fabulous this week.
All right. Were you able to watch the whole debate?
No, I just saw clips.
Okay. I was going to say, that's impressive dedication. I'm glad that you're out there.
Well, it would have been nice if it was on an actual channel. You know, local news. I don't know if that's just too much. That's a bridge too far.
Yeah, and I'm surprised that somebody didn't just stream it on YouTube. But that would be another way around when they try to box it off.
They found out recently, these Spencer Pratt fans, that it's illegal to write in a candidate in the November mayoral election because they were putting together a write-in campaign. And, maybe it obviously wouldn't win, but at least you make a statement.
Mm-hmm.
Not here anymore. They did away with it.
I would hope that somebody sue over that, because I have a feeling that one is probably suable.
Well,
because I mean, ultimately, it's the ultimate, end point. It's like, you can't get a party registered, you can't do this, and the ultimate thing is, well, you could write in.
Well, there's no place to write it in. You have to physically think about it. Where there's nothing there. There's no. Right. And I looked at it at the primary, and it said on the bottom, only approved candidates can be written in, and it doesn't even say who they are. So you're just in the booth going, who? I don't know.
Wow. Well, you're one party state. Enjoy.
That's a good answer.
Well, I mean, what do you want me to say?
Have a little empathy, for Christ's sakes.
Oh, well, you're so empathetic tonight that it's running out of my pores for you. But anyway, moving on, we've got, while we're talking about education, I thought this is pretty funny. Harvard professor slammed for using AI to
Great
write
story.
anti-Trump op-ed. Worst
Brilliant.
slop I've seen.
Wow.
So this professor,
Why
Harvard
couldn't he
professor,
write it? Of course, Harvard, yeah.
He's the former Venezuelan government minister Ricardo Hausman.
He ends up being a Harvard professor?
Yes. And he wrote in the Financial Times using AI, and it was so obviously AI that Financial Times actually has put a blurb on it saying, "It has come to our attention that AI was used to condense a larger draft of this column prior to submission to the FT and our own editorial involvement."
Oh my God.
So, and they continue. The FT editorial code of conduct specifically prohibits the use of AI in the writing process, but it's still there.
Okay. We're make an exception.
Anyway, so that I think is what a perfect statement for this type of thing.
I'd like to know how the guy got a job at Harvard after working in the Venezuelan government.
Yeah. Maybe that was his qualification.
Yeah, to get in.
All right. Well, we've been trying to figure out the mystery of, what's going on with Tucker, Megyn Kelly, this and that, everybody else. And consider the source. The New York Times obviously is not the best source in the world for it, but it is out there and is well read. The MAGA media machine is fractured. Now,
well, that's true.
They at least have backed it up with numbers, and some charts to look at this.
Fascinating.
And it is showing how, once united in the support of Trump, and it was, through 2024, big party, everything, yay. Everything is plummeting and fracturing. And they show the YouTube views and the, X views, etc., of how it's cratering for the support. And then if you look at this list here, weekly YouTube views, like Benny Johnson actually has come out pretty good. He's still on top here, and has held on, but you could see that, it's 18.4 here versus his peak of 31.2. So that's a loss of like 40% of his audience over this time period from early 2025. You can see Tucker Carlson has been sneaking along, and he's been kind of going up and down, up and down, up and down. This is a very tricky chart to show. I'm trying to.
Well, the Megyn Kelly thing is down there now, right?
Megyn Kelly is.
And so is they're all come from a giant
Megyn
mountain.
is here, 8.8. But you see, look at that.
What was her peak up there on the top, Eric? What was her peak?
Oh, her peak is way up there, 32.4.
And what's it now?
Now it's 8.8. So
wow.
25, almost 75% loss.
Wow.
Let's look down here. Candace Owens, 4.1 million.
What was her peak?
Her peak was 25.7.
Well, it couldn't happen to more despicable people. Yeah.
And Tim Pool has been pretty consistent. Let me see how he's. Yeah, Matt Walsh is fairly. You could see the line is kind of more of a straight line. With some of these people, I think Ben Shapiro is being used as an example. Like Ben Shapiro,
that's straight too.
Yeah, but he hasn't changed that much. I mean,
right? Yeah.
If you didn't put a date on it and Ben Shapiro was talking, could you tell me if it was 5 years ago or last week?
No, it's a good point.
Similar.
Good point. No, these are the people who are fucking MAGA, and MAGA is fucking back. And you want to know the real headline is podcasters fucked by MAGA, because they have been destroyed by MAGA with the complete collapse of their civilizations. And when you have a 75% drop in your viewership, I think MAGA has spoken.
Yeah, I think so, but it also shows how they're trying to pull in every disaffected audience and everything else. So like here's Candace's audience across the platforms, and it's showing how Charlie Kirk, look at that spike in the middle there. So she gained that 32 million writing his death, and then now that's finally fading out.
Yeah.
Ben Shapiro, down, up, down. He's starting to come back out of it. He kind of guttered a bit, and he came out of it. And then you've got the weekly views by creator. Look at Bannon.
What happened to him?
Bannon was 16.6, and he's now down on Rumble at, I can't even find him. He's like in the.
Oh, you just did it. Well, there it is. Oh.
Hang on. There's too many lines.
I know. I saw it for a second.
122.
Oh, there it is. 122,000 from where?
From 16 million, dude.
Oh,
16.6 million.
The biggest collapse in American podcast history.
Hell yeah. I mean, at least Bongino left for the FBI.
Yeah.
And then
he'll rebuild. He'll rebuild.
Well, he's not doing terrible. He came back. He's still down. So he's under half, but give him time. But yeah, so they have with Bannon. Look at the Bannon, 13.3, and then boom, next month 2.6.
Well, it's because of his positions.
Yeah. So anyway, it's
it's position driven.
I agree, and I'm saying it's grifting. And they're just going and chasing whatever audience because their numbers are collapsing. I don't know which happened first.
Yeah, it's chicken or the egg. It's a chicken or the egg situation. You don't really know.
It could be. I have no knowledge of it, but one of the people who needs to pay attention and watch out for this is our current vice president.
Oh boy. What's he into? He's in Ohio today at his grandfather's workplace or something.
Yeah, he said some crap about this isn't my grandfather's Democrat Party. I'm like, okay. And anyway, so yeah, alarm bells for J.D. Vance says devastating new poll has Democrat who swears he's not running, crushing him. So who is the Democrat? Ossoff apparently would kick his ass, which is a very weird situation. I don't know what happened to Mark. I guess he lost his signal. But we have.
Okay, sorry about that.
Yeah, your mic.
This guy Ossoff is unbelievable, Eric.
Yeah, tell me about Ossoff because I keep hearing his name, but I haven't really,
He's the future, apparently.
Really?
He's the future of the Democratic Party, Eric.
Why? Because I mean, is he more moderate, or I just don't know much about his policies.
He is going nowhere. He is stuck with this Pritzker, Shapiro, and Ossoff. These three Democratic could be used for fundraisers. Obviously, the three of them are all Jews, and they cannot be elected to any national ticket.
I see.
Yeah, and Ossoff comes from a lot of money, just like Pritzker, trust fund kid, and just like Pritzker, he's in Georgia, and they seem to like him now. But
he was one of those two people that there are questions about from 2020, right?
Yeah.
So, but it's sounding like he's a legit candidate potentially, or
yeah, I think so. At least people like what's his name on Two Way think so. Both Mark and him, the Democratic guy. They both.
Kevin like him.
Kevin, yeah, they love Ossoff.
All right, what does Larry say about him?
I don't know what Larry's opinion is on Ossoff, but he is a rising star. Let me just leave it at that in the Democratic Party.
Well, I mean, I have to pay because Mark Halperin was going on about how Pete really can do it. Pete can change blacks' minds. He can make them love gay people.
Well, interestingly enough, he has a massive lead, Pete Buttigieg in New Hampshire, over everyone. It's astounding how big the lead is. I mean, Harris is at 7%, in New Hampshire, this recent poll that just came out this morning, and that's why they switched the primary to South Carolina so she can win. Again, they're doing it to themselves, but this is really interesting.
Buttigieg win New Hampshire in 2020?
Yeah, he's going to win it again.
Yeah, I mean, so
yeah, he's going to win it again. That's why they moved the first primary out of New Hampshire so she can win in South Carolina. It's just astounding, the in public machinations of the DNC are astounding.
Yeah, and they're unapologetic.
I mean, unapologetic, putting their thumb on the scale in a non-democratic move after another.
Yeah, it's a long story tradition, Mark.
Yeah.
And I think it's really come to show itself since 2008.
Right. Obviously, Bernie getting burned by them, and then the crazy Biden thing in South Carolina. The next day, everybody withdrawing. I mean, it's just
including Buttigieg,
a complete Soviet Politburo.
Yeah, it's bonkers. All right. Well, you know what? We do need to keep track of our has-been. I hate to say has-been dingbats, but I kind of think of Nancy Mace as sort of a dingbat. Rep Nancy Mace reveals her new tattoos as she launches a YouTube show after losing her political career.
What else is she going to do? I don't even begrudge her. You know, she has a lot of people who could come on as guests, maybe. You know, what else is she going to do?
Well, yeah, her and Matt Gaetz are
right.
Are going to be competing. Well, she's on YouTube. Well, my favorite though is I met to share it, but Marjorie Taylor Greene is on Cameo.
Okay.
With people paying her to say, you know, whatever. I mean, how far
they're shameless people. They're shameless people. I mean, you seem to be shocked how shameless they are.
Oh,
I mean, I don't know what the rates are on Cameo, but it's such a easy moneymaker for somebody who's famous for any area of entertainment or show business or politics or anything. That it's almost like, give me the money for, you know, just sending you a message. It's crazy.
I mean, it is a step above OnlyFans, and
right.
You're going to defend OnlyFans.
No, I mean, Gilbert Gottfried was doing Cameo. A lot of people did Cameo simply because it was so freaking easy.
I understand that. I mean, but I'm just saying, Gilbert Gottfried wasn't a congressperson. You know, like going from
right, but she's not any longer.
You know, in there to having to resign to going to Cameo. It's not the most dignified fall ever.
Again, you think dignified has something to do with this? I'm saying
I think dignity is a good thing.
What's that?
I think dignity is a good thing.
Oh no, I agree, but these are not dignified people. That's your misnomer.
Oh, obviously.
These are scumbags, and you're like, oh, this is undignified. Not for a douchebag, it's not.
Well, the funny thing is that I said that she was going to go on The View. Turns out I was wrong. They didn't want her.
She was too low.
Yeah. I don't think she got enough ratings.
She was beneath that. Yeah.
While we're talking about dingbats, though, ex-Senator Kristen Sinema details repeated sex with her bodyguard in the homewrecker case where the ex-wife wants $75,000.
The ex-wife of the bodyguard?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, she had to testify. So apparently, in court, Kristen Sinema was
you want to talk about someone who looks trans? I mean, take a look at this chick. I always think I can't understand her body. It's like she's got the upper body of a man with tits attached to it, and then a woman's face.
Maybe. Anyway, she confessed that she first had sex with Amel, her then bodyguard, around Memorial Day of 2024, 2 years after he began working on her security team.
Mm-hmm. They always go to an Airbnb in Napa Valley. Or wherever they go. It's always some Airbnb they retreat to.
Yeah, and this is her guy.
She loved him. Look at her. She's looking at him. What a great guy.
Oh yeah. Scott's agreeing with you, by the way. He said, "Look at those shoulders."
I know. It's crazy. She's always looked like that. And
no
I think
shoulder pads needed.
I think she's bisexual or omnisexual
yes,
or something.
She is bisexual and has come out saying that. She kind of
Where's the dignity in her? Her you don't mind.
She's a Democrat. They're already undignified. I mean, she's not going around pretending that she's MAGA. She's not going around saying, "Oh, blah 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 blah."
Well, she's pretending she's a United States senator. That's.
Well, no, she actually was.
I know.
She fit that role perfectly, apparently. So I'm stand by that. Let's see. PBS is having some issues here. Saw this story. PBS station loses 50 terabytes with 70 years of archival footage.
Wow.
After a data storage company shuts down.
That can't be good.
No. And what a horrible, situation here. They've got all the archival footage. They've got it. Everybody pay attention. When you store stuff on the cloud, make sure it's a cloud that's going to be in business tomorrow, or whatever it is, because this is, I think, the kind of scenario you will run into.
Get hard copies, folks.
Well, definitely get hard copies, and I don't know if anybody's interested in this, but SSDs, which are more popular now for external storage, make sure you actually use the disk every couple months, at least every year, or they degrade and you will lose your data. The spinning hard drives hold better over time. I didn't realize that, but if SSDs don't have a charge going through them every once in a while, your data could be lost. So just a public service message. Go ahead, Mark.
About what?
Well, you were starting to say something. I thought it was.
No, I didn't say anything
about physical media or whatever else, but yeah.
No, I just said have hard copies.
Anyway, and have hard copies. And then as far as spinning disks or hard drive, I mean, I believe in the principle of one is none and two is one, if you will. So 2 copies is equal to 1 copy. 1 copy is equal to no copies. You could lose it any time. So that I definitely want to do. And this is specifically SSDs that you've got to really watch out for. They're much faster to write to and things like that, but you do have to keep plugging them in every once in a while. Moving on to some super chats from the crowd. Everybody, thank you so much. Richard Kristen gave us a $10 super sticker. Thank you. And in the theme, because we did open talking about beverages and ice and things like that, Dr. Evil is saying, remember the purple cup. That was Mark's famous cup. There's even some t-shirts out there that people have of the cup. Greg, still collect DVDs, CDs, and vinyl. Streamed albums vanish and or certain songs get deleted. Tom Petty's Friendly to Confederates, Rebel song removed from it.
No, I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
The Cure, their first album, has the song Killing an Arab scrapped from it. I don't know if a lot of people know that. I had, I have the compact disc because of it. K-Dog 4703, I believe the Commucrates? I don't know what that is. Told the DOJ they wouldn't put up resistance if they charged Swalwell. That's what they do with useful idiots when they no longer have any use for them.
Interesting. Wow.
Okay.
Wow.
Big
they had
Bill.
To clear it. Big Bill.
767S. Great show. The woman that the FBI arrested for attempted bombing bought her bomb-making material at Home Depot. I love the
It might not have been the top of the line.
Right. I love the store, but somehow missed the bomb-making aisle in the store. It's not on my Home Depot app either. Well,
thanks, Bill.
That's, funny and cute, except that they sell nails and pipes, and people make pipe bombs with nails and pipes and things like that. So it is, it can be done. Charlie FLA, Dim's big tent has become the People's Temple of Jonestown, aka People's Temple DC. At least the Kool-Aid will be sort of free. Leave Kool-Aid alone as Flavor Aid.
Big Ten has become the People's Temple, aka People's Temple of D.C. At least the Kool-Aid is sort of free. Okay, that's weird. You saying there's Jim Jones level people in there?
I mean, there was the cult, obviously, quality of them. But John McGill said, Mark is crushing it with all the great podcasts. Impressed with how much inside knowledge you reveal, but I'm often left feeling like a gullible fool.
You're a gullible fool,
I'm not
McGill.
a Hollywood celeb.
You're lucky you're not a Hollywood celeb, McGill.
I feel I'm sure he is. I feel lucky I'm not a Hollywood celeb, and I'm doubly lucky that I'm not living in Hollywood. But my governor's doing her best to have us catch up as soon as possible.
On the Save America law, which would bring, as you all know, most of you, right, voter ID, proof of citizenship, cutting down on all those extra mail-in ballots that are floating all around, that kind of thing. Remember 2020, how awful that was. Also, Part 4 out of 5 for the Save America Act is no men and women's sports and stopping children, the mutilization of children, transgender surgery. So that's the 5 points of the Save America Act. So we know we'll hear from the president about that. I'm sure the president will talk about the border, he'll talk about the economy, he'll talk about law and order. We know that in Washington, D.C. I haven't been since the National Guard has been installed there, but I think it's a great idea to have the National Guard in D.C. and Memphis and many other cities across the Union. That increases safety for the region. Crime going down is a good thing. But if you ask that to maybe the mayor of Chicago or LA or San Francisco or New York, do you want the National Guard there? No, of course they don't. So we're hoping to get the right people in the offices as we continue to fight for freedom legally, lawfully, and spiritually in this country. It would be great to kick it off with the Save America Act passing. So we'll see how that all transpires. Now, talking about elections here, I'm thinking about the fact that in Dallas, Texas, on September 9th and 10th, there will be a huge RNC.
When clutching our crystals and nervously consulting our horoscopes, our critical faculties in decline, unable to distinguish between what feels good and what's true, we slide almost without noticing back into superstition and darkness. The dumbing down of America is most evident in the slow decay of substantive content in the enormously influential media. The 30-second sound bites now down to 10 seconds or less. Lowest common denominator programming, credulous presentations on pseudoscience and superstition, but especially a kind of celebration of ignorance. Roll that around for a while.
Ashton Forbes, that super jacked guy.
Malaysian 370, contact Ho Chi Minh 120.9. Good night. Good night, Malaysian 370.
Breaking news tonight, a Malaysia Airlines flight with 239 people on board, including 4 Americans, has gone missing.
Even as these grainy satellite images released today by the Chinese government.
Again, the Malaysian flight too was one shot at China saying knock it off.
Why shoot it down though if it's not hostile? Our technologies permit us to manipulate time and space.
Why the Americans would?
They leave distance annihilated.
This country is very powerful. Far more powerful than people understand. We have weaponry that nobody has any idea what it is, and it is the most powerful weapons in the world. Not even close.
I remembered the line from the Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita. Vishnu is trying to persuade the prince that he should be his duty, and to impress him takes on his multi-armed form and says, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." I suppose we all thought that, one way or another.
Woo-wee! Welcome. Free Energy Friday live stream chat. I can feel the energy. I can feel the energy in the chat. Welcome, Gabriel Diaz, to the chat. Guys, I know you want to talk about free energy, unlimited abundance. That's why you guys are here tonight. But before that, chat, check out my dog. Lulu got onto the couch all by herself, chat. Her butt infection is healing. Things are going well. Lulu is proof of life, chat. Proof of life. Okay, guys, let's get down to it. What are we talking about tonight? Well, obviously, we're going to be doing a live stream, live watch party of the Tim Ventura Charles Chase interview. If you do not know who Charles Chase is, Charles Chase was the former the leader of the Revolutionary Technologies Division of the Lockheed Martin Skunk Works, top 0.0001% of the Lockheed Martin engineers. Basically, he's in the mafia. He's in the club, chat. And he knows all the free energy engineers and microchips and everything. So, exciting stuff. Before we get to that, we got a few other things that we got to address. We got some politics we got to talk about. Your favorite part of the live stream. I know you guys tell me all the time in the comments. You say, Ashton, you say, please talk more about politics. You're so good at it. We love it. Of course I will. Of course I will. Chat, the other day, I woke up. I was getting ready for work. And I opened up and I saw this. I said, wow, this is a cool rave. Look at these women. These women at this rave, and they're shooting hearts out to the DJ. And they're going, we love you, DJ. We love you. And I was like, wow, that's so heartwarming. And then I realized that's not what they're doing. They're actually out here supporting a triple murderer. What?
You'll ever have this many women in one place at one time who may understand all of us on a level that others don't.
Chat. We're not gonna make it. We're not gonna make it, chat. I'm looking at this. First of all, I'm wondering, honestly, the very first thought that came to my mind when I watched all these women out here supporting a woman who strangled her children to death was, are these Candace Owens followers? That was my absolute first thought, was that these women are definitely the wine moms waiting to watch Candace Owens, waiting to find out the new twist in the TPUSA true crime documentary that Candace Owens is running. That was my first thought. My second thought was, why are they all wearing like pink? This is actually reminds me, this is actually alarming me. No joke, this is mass formation psychosis. The only time I've seen this is Black Lives Matter, COVID, and then recently with the weird Israel killed Charlie Kirk thing. Because these people are just basing their whole world view entirely on feelings. That this woman is not responsible for the actions that she did because, like, the doctors in the world let her down, or that like they gave her, drugs that made her go crazy. No agency whatsoever in their decisions. And I look at this and I say, from the free energy perspective, how could we ever give somebody like this free energy? Somebody irrational like this is going to destroy us all. In fact, chat, I love women. I am not a bigot. I believe that people can be whatever they want to be and just do whatever they want to do. But I will say, the Salem witch trials did nothing wrong. I will say the Salem witch trials did nothing wrong. I will die on that hill. Because clearly they were ill-equipped to deal with whatever this is back in the 1600s. The only thing they could do to deal with this is they had to burn people at the stake. That was the logical course of action. And it didn't make sense to me before. I'll always admit when I'm wrong. I thought the Salem witch trials were cruel and unusual, made no sense. Now I go, maybe they do make a little sense. Maybe there was some rationality behind it. Now, chat, you are going to believe this. The first thing that people did when this started making the rounds was they looked at Candace's old clips. Can you imagine what I'm about to play right now?
I made my thoughts clear on this the moment that she was arrested, the moment that it made the news. Lindsay Clancy is obviously not guilty. There are a fleet of doctors who should be imprisoned for what they put her on. I regularly speak out against Big Pharma. They get away with murder all the time. And in this case, they are getting away with the murder of really her 3 children, but also completely destroyed her life.
Obviously not guilty? Quote unquote, obviously not guilty. By the way, the real amazing part of this clip that people don't know, this is from 2 weeks ago. So this brain rot actually could have contributed to the psychosis we are seeing right now with these women. Because Candace is out here just going, she's obviously not guilty to her 8 million followers. And everyone's going, yeah, it's the drugs that did it. The drugs made her do it. She doesn't have any agency. Holy crap, Chad. Thank you for the raid. Woke Society is my man. Okay. We're not going to harp on this too much, guys. But I will say the black pills that we've been doling out the last couple weeks, I have to say, CIA, I get you now. I didn't understand why they were hiding free energy. I said, we could have free energy. We could be solving all the world's problems with free energy right now. But no, of course they can't give it to us. I mean, look at the mass formation psychosis that is regularly going on in our society now. And then, if you want to get political, you could even add people just choosing to change their gender to that list too. We have so many mental problems in our society. There's no way we can exist with free energy. Sucks. We're going to have to make our own breakaway civilization and leave these people behind. That's the only path forward. Now, I could harp more on Candace and her fake evidence and all that, but we'll leave that for Twitter. Let's focus on some fun stuff. Let's bring this up. I like to look around the internet and I like to see the pseudo celebrities and I like to engage with everybody. You guys know that about me. I'm not shy, and that's why I get my troll reputation, which it's earned. I'm a good ass troll, chat. I was born in the darkness. I was raised by it, molded by it. Most of you simply adopted the internet. I'm somebody that was there at the beginning. I know what people are like. This shocked me. This is Coral Feynman, chat. Coral! Where's your mom, Coral? And you'll see why that applies actually here in a second. let's go ahead and read this. Richard Feynman, my father. First of all, never live in your parents' shadow. Never live in your parents' shadow. Always be your own person. And that sometimes that can be that you do the thing that your parents did, that your dad did, that your mom did. And sometimes it's not. The point is that it's something that you want to do and you want to be and that you're interested in, not the things that your parents were interested in. Anyway, my father divided perpetual motion machines into perpetual motion machines of the first kind, which violated the first law of thermodynamics, the second kind, which violated the second law of thermodynamics, and other perpetual motion machines, which somehow get their energy from other laws of physics. I didn't really know exactly where this was going, this whole whatever this is going to be, but I could tell at the beginning here, this was starting to feel a little NPC-ish. Now I'll explain why. When it comes to free energy, if you can get around the first law, you've gotten around all of them. First law of thermodynamics is that energy is not created or destroyed, so you can't get energy from nothing. But I'm going to go ahead and say that we can. We can get around this law. I mean, it's still true, but the quantum fluctuations, the 0-point energy, is another energy source. It's a whole nother energy source. So therefore, it gets around the first law because we are creating energy from something that you think is nothing, the vacuum. This gets around the second law automatically. So it doesn't even make sense to be dividing free energy devices into these categories like this. It shows that whoever was dividing them into these categories doesn't even really understand the concept of 0-point energy or free energy. And that's why you don't see me dividing them into arbitrary categories like this that violate the certain laws of thermodynamics. And something you're going to hear Charles Chase say today is that he says the laws of physics are not some immutable thing that can't be violated. They're just what we came up with to describe the effects that we see. If there's an effect out there that's rare, that requires certain conditions, then that could be something that we just simply haven't discovered. Okay, I'll go on. The second kind is rarer. The only example I'm familiar with is one that my dad showed me plans for. Once in a while, someone would come to him with a perpetual motion machine prospectus and ask if I was a good investment. So the second law of thermodynamics essentially says that no closed system can be perfectly efficient. And this is why you, with your physics, can an atom be stable? Anyway, so if no system can be perfectly efficient, then there should be no way to have over unity. There should be no way to produce free energy based on the second law. One of these machines that claim to extract heat energy from the air and run a generator with it. Now, this is interesting, right? Because this is actually a free energy device that uses Brownian motion. It's extracting heat energy, right? If you're extracting heat energy, you're using Brownian motion, just like Paul Thibodeau's microchip. Paul Thibodeau made a free energy microchip that works like an endless battery that changes the equilibrium point from 0 to something above 0 using the electron drift velocity of graphene. They had built half the machine, which worked as far as they could test it, and were looking for gullible investors to pay for finishing it. When you start throwing charged language like that around, now I'm starting to realize, okay, you really don't know what you're talking about here. By carefully going over the immensely complex plans, my father and I found a heat exchanger. Ooh, I might crack my voice. Was supposed to take warm freon and cool air and produce hot freon and cold air. Naturally, this heat exchanger was a as yet unbuilt portion. So what he's saying here is that there was some portion of this machine that was impossible, that wasn't going to be able to be possible, and that was never built or something like that. Okay, whatever, who cares? Those other perpetual motion machines get their energy from here toward fake physics like cold fusion, vacuum fluctuations, or new secret physical laws that will be disclosed only on the payment of $1 million. So now he's taking shots. Oh, Lulu just hit the camera, guys. 1 sec. Come on, girl. Out. Okay. Crap. 1 sec, guys. Okay, we're back. So, this part I find wild because vacuum fluctuations, his father won the Nobel Prize for quantum electrodynamics, QED. So his father, what Charles Chase I think is going to say in this interview we're going to watch in a few minutes, is that the Casimir effect and the Lamb shift actually don't even prove the vacuum fluctuations are real. But that if you believe in quantum mechanics, then you must have vacuum fluctuations. I think he says that. Don't quote me. We're going to find out if I'm right about that. But if true, that makes this the most ironic statement ever. Your dad won the Nobel Prize for quantum electrodynamics, and you're claiming that vacuum fluctuations aren't real? You can't extract energy from them? Okay. Well, then explain why the Casimir effect shows a force. Or explain why helium-3 doesn't freeze at 0 degrees. Because we're saying we've pulled all the energy out, but work is happening. Work is occurring. Okay. Now, this is probably the most egregious part here. Back in 1970, my father went to a public demonstration of one of those other perpetual motion machines. So he's saying he went to one that was extracting vacuum fluctuations. He discovered an electric cord was running out of the back of the machine plugged into the wall. When he unplugged the machine and pointed out to the inventor that the perpetual motion machine had been plugged in, wasn't really perpetual, the inventor pushed a button on a control panel and the machine exploded. Several spectators were severely injured. I believe one man lost an arm. The inventor sued my father on the grounds that he had caused the explosion. My father suspected that the explosion was deliberate. The trial ended up with my father not having to pay. Now, you know what I found interesting about this? Go back to the Tom Vallone interview. He mentioned the HAP engine. He didn't say HAP, he said PAP. Tom Vallone mentioned this to me. This was the PAP energy device. Somebody died from this. And do you know whose fault it was? Richard Feynman's. This story, this representation right here is all fake. It's all wrong and it's all fake. His father caused that. Richard Feynman, the guy that we idolize, caused the guy's death. He pulled a cord out of a machine that was in progress, and it exploded and killed a man. That's the facts of the case. And Caltech did settle. They lost. They settled with the guy, and they paid PAP. So if he caused his own explosion, if there was even any evidence of that, they wouldn't have settled with him. So that's the true story of it. When you actually go, you can go fact check it right now if you want. Now, maybe I'm wrong because, these are stories where we don't really have a lot of actual physical evidence in front of us and I haven't dig deep into it. But look, I get trying to defend your father and you were a kid and you remember things differently or whatever. But whatever this is cringe. It's wrong. It shows that he doesn't understand physics at all. And then when you make up a fake story about where your dad was actually liable for a man's death and you try to blame it on the other guy and you try to use that as evidence for why free energy devices are fake, that's just really messed up, man. That's not how your father would have acted. Your father was an intelligent man that taught himself, that understood that the standard perception and view that the public has is not necessarily how things really work. And he would have never made a post like this, not in a million years. One more comment I want to point out on the Lindsay Clancy thing. I got one more thing to say about the Coral Feynman thing. These women are saying that the husband's guilty because he's a Gemini. They're like, you can't trust a Gemini, dude. She's a Leo. She would never do this. She's a lion. She's the Gemini did. She lured the husband out of the house and then took her time with 3 children. Anyway, it's dark stuff, man. We live in dark times. So let's talk about free energy then. Let's not just troll people and put people down. Let's talk about actual free energy. How do we prove free energy? How do we show free energy is possible? You guys know the answer. The ground state of the hydrogen atom. So that question that I just posed on Twitter, which was, okay, if free energy is not possible, if it's not true, then let's take it down to the smallest scale, the smallest macroscopic scale, the atom. We can see atoms. So we take it down to the smallest possible scale. How do atoms work? Are atoms little perpetual motion machines? Or are atoms, is something else going on? How are atoms stable? Because atoms have an electron cloud around them. If you believe, let's start with our view, the right view, 0-point energy view. The 0-point energy view would say that the ground state of the hydrogen atom, Hal Puthoff's 1987 paper, the GOAT, Hal Puthoff, would say that every atom is sitting in a bath of energy, 0-point energy, space juice. And it's radiating energy, and it's also absorbing energy so that it stays in a perfect equilibrium state. This equilibrium state we call the ground state. We currently think it's the lowest possible energy state. But in theory, that could be lower if we're right. So this is huge. This perspective is huge because it answers the question. It then says spin, quantum spin, is physical. It can now actually be real spin. It doesn't have to be make-believe spin anymore. We can now say that yes, on the small scales, things work the same as on the big scales. Why is this important? Scale invariance. What is it that I preach, that we preach? That the things that are very big can be made very small, and the things that are very small can be made very big. Scale invariance. So let's read through some of the criticisms and some of the arguments that people make on Twitter. I thought some people made some good ones that were out there. Let me go through some of the replies. Tom Montauk. Shout out to Tom Montauk, guys. I've been trying to get him on the stream again, or on the show again. He says, in case a skeptic invokes quantum mechanics saying that electrons are in orbitals that are stationary states, meaning the expectation value of their positron doesn't change with time, hence they're not really moving, therefore not radiating, then just bring up that electrons truly circulate perpetually in a superconducting ring. Thank you, Tom Montauk. Now you see, chat, this is why we pose the questions on Twitter. Because there was actually good back and forth in the replies here that you guys should read over so that you can understand the classical view and why it makes no sense. And Tom Montauk says they're going to come and they're going to say that the electron's not even really moving. That it's just like in some quantum frozen state. And that because it's in a quantum frozen state, it's not doesn't need to radiate any energy. And therefore, we don't have to worry about where it's getting its energy from. Okay, well, number one, if that's the case, that's a perpetual motion machine. You're basically saying, okay, it's a perpetual motion machine, and it's just going forever, and it's in a perfect state, never to be disturbed. Which, that's possible. That's a viewpoint that you can have. But that viewpoint, the perception that the atom is in this perpetual motion that is perfectly stable, that only works if you're in an empty vacuum, a voidless vacuum. Because otherwise, you're going to be bumping into things all the time. You're going to be having interactions all the time. And your little perfect stability is not going to be very stable anymore. So this perception of this perfect quantum stability state falls apart if the vacuum is a roiling ocean of energy. And spoiler alert, we know that it is. So let's see what people say here. And then here's a good follow-up. These people say that, okay, sure, it's a perpetual motion machine. This is actually a fun conversation because people come back and they say, okay, fine. It's a perpetual motion machine and it's spinning around perfectly and it never stops, but you can't extract work off of it. It's not a free energy device because you can't pull energy out of it. You can't squeeze the electron orbital and get energy out of it. That's what they're saying. First of all, we're saying yes, you can. First of all, we're saying yes, you can. That's actually exactly what Randall Mills is saying. Randall Mills of Brilliant Light Power is saying there are fractionalized quantum states that are stable states where you can shrink the electron orbital. That's what Randall Mills is saying. And he actually claims to have the spectrometry and calorimetry data that supports it. So I'm just going to say that. I'm not saying that, but people are saying that. Second of all, hey, alien girl, nice to see you. As Tom Montauk says, that's a separate argument. The first argument that we're making is that what is your perception of an atom? You think it's this frozen thing that's just perfectly stable, that anybody touches it, it's going to crack, but it's fine because it's in an empty void? And I'm saying no. An atom is a spinning, swirling sea of energy. And it's actually spinning, just like on the large scales. And it's radiating energy and it's absorbing energy from the 0-point energy background. The perpetual motion argument, that's a separate one. Can we pull energy from it? Can we get net excess energy? Well, if I were you all, I would not bank on no. Why would I not bank on no? Because we're about to do it with fusion. The question is simply, where do you draw the boundaries on your system? And what you're going to find is that the moment you include 0-point energy into the equations, your system is now an open system that includes an infinite reservoir, potentially infinite reservoir of energy. That's why free energy is real. That's why it's not a myth. Is it easy to pull off? No, clearly no. Or many people would have done it already publicly and not be killed. But some have pulled it off. I guarantee you some have pulled it off. Let's see any other arguments in here. The ether. People seem to forget, especially the ones that are condescending about free energy not being possible, that essentially all the fathers of electromagnetism, and honestly even Einstein himself for a while, depending on the time frame, also believed in a medium. In fact, I'll pull this up. This is a quote. I'll just read it, actually. Too much work. A quote from Nikola Tesla. I saw this on Ken Wheeler's Substack. He makes really good arguments about light. That light is actually a disturbance in the medium. We've been looking at light all wrong this whole time. We've been thinking of it as particles, but it's actually just waves, disturbances in the medium. Tesla said, think about this. Why can't I? There we go. Light propagates with the same velocity, irrespective of the source. Such constancy can only be explained by that it is solely dependent upon the properties of the medium, especially its density and elasticity. Tesla was saying the reason why the speed of light is the same everywhere is because it's a property of the medium, not a property of the source. We keep thinking that light is a property of the source, but it's a property of the medium. That's the answer. How simple. Now, I think I want to pivot to the conditioned electromagnetic beam before we go into our final, before we go into the live stream on here. Is there any other questions, though? And the superconductivity analogy is so good because in superconductivity, the electrons are moving around. So if they try to say that there's this frozen quantum state, well, you say, then how come I see it on the macroscopic level in superconductivity and you admit the electrons are moving in superconductivity? Right? So there's no way they can argue against that there is a perpetual motion, an aspect of perpetual motion to atoms, to electromagnetism, because we see it. Now, can you pull infinite energy out of it? I'm going to argue yes. And Charles Chase is going to argue yes. Why? Because the vacuum fluctuations exist. That's a source of energy. And all we have to do is make a waterfall, an asymmetry. That just means that it's not the same on both sides, an asymmetry. And if we can make an asymmetry at the quantum level, we can make an infinite battery. Now, last thought on the Coral Feynman. Coral, why'd you blow up the machine, Coral? Maybe Coral blew up the machine, chat. Maybe he just pinned it on his father. One of the reasons why the device could have exploded, I don't know all the details of the PAP device and the situation and what happened, but one of the ways the device could have exploded is if he cut off the connection to the capacitor that was offloading the energy. Do you guys understand? If you are producing free energy, what you're doing is you're pulling energy out of the quantum vacuum. In essence, you are creating energy, but not really. You're just pulling it out of the vacuum. That energy has to go somewhere. So this is why these devices are connected to batteries. It's not because they need to run off the battery. It's because they need to drain the excess energy that they're pulling. If you're not using it, it's got to go somewhere. So you either use it right now or you put it to the capacitor. That's why they're connected to batteries. They have to be. Unless you have perfectly figured out the amount of input energy versus output energy, you need to have it connected to some kind of capacitor to offload the excess energy. This is why I say, and you guys can go back to when I was talking about the EtherTech device, the magnetic motor. This is why you have to figure out, are you connecting it to the grid so that you can off-put the excess energy? Or how are you going to off-put that excess energy? Otherwise, you're going to have an explosion on your hands. Chat. I worry about humans. I really do. Now, who wants to know how to make a gravity beam? Chat. If I don't get at least 5 thumbs up in the chat emojis, I'm not teaching you how to make gravity beams. I was going to ask for $100, but I don't even want your money. I don't even want your money, chat. I just want your praise. I just want your accolades. I just want you to tell me you love me, chat. Tell me it's all worthwhile. Thank you. Thank you for the 5 thumbs up. Appreciate it, guys. I'm about right now. I'm ready This is where I'm at right now with society. I'm so black-pilled. I'm ready to go take some ice out of the freezer and go make a video, a TikTok video of myself throwing it in the tub to let off all my violent urges, chat. Dark Ashton wants to come out. Thank you, guys. Thank you for the support and the love. I know I'm stunning and brave. I know, chat. I'll get that TikTok video out there for you guys. You guys can all emoji on it and tell me how stunning and brave I am. Thank you. Okay. I will give you the secrets now to conditioned electromagnetic fields. It's actually super, super simple. The answer is simply an undulator. Remember that undulator? That counter-propagating positive and negative magnetic fields? I'm just saying positive, negative. You get the idea? The polarity? That's the secret. Why? Because you can twist the phase of the electromagnetic beam. The secret is very similar to what Tom Bearden was saying when it comes to scalar physics. He's saying electromagnetic beams are just waves. Well, what if we like cancel two waves out? Is there still nothing there? That was close. But you take it a step further and you say, what if we twist the phase of our electromagnetic beam? Well, how do you do that? How do you twist the phase of the electromagnetic beam? Well, when it comes to fusion and a particle accelerator, a fusion reactor, you force the particles down the path you want them to go. And that's what you use the undulator for. The undulator forces them into a sinusoidal path that you want them to follow. That ion pumpy thing for Ashton, that was the general, chat. That was the general, or that was somebody that's chilling with the general right now. Because, I mean, it's too on the nose. So where's my post? Let me just read my post because I don't want to spell it all out. Oh yeah, here we go. Secret to anti-gravity. The secret to anti-gravity is scalar longitudinal waves as discovered by Ampere and ignored as a mathematical convenience. All true. All true. This is the craziest crap. Ampere figured this out like what, 150 years ago or something? Long time ago. And we've just been ignoring it because we're like, nah, it's just the A vector potential is just a mathematical convenience. It doesn't do anything. Is there a lot of stuff in physics that doesn't do anything? The A vector potential. The A vector potential twists space-time the same way magnetic fields twist charged particles. So therefore, a conditioned electromagnetic beam can create a gravitational effect by structuring the phase gradient so that it mimics the frame dragging of a rotating mass. And so I asked AI, like, what kind of shape would you use to mimic the frame dragging of rotating mass? An undulator or a helix can twist the phase, forcing the electrons onto that sinusoidal path so that it carries the coherent A vector potential that you need, that you want. Notice the helix shape comes into play here. Now do you understand? Do you understand why all these gravity beam devices in free energy devices are using helix shapes, counter-propagating spin, and undulators? Because they're all, if they don't know, they're creating conditioned electromagnetic beams. They found the way to manipulate space-time. Maybe some of them know it, maybe some of them don't. But they're coupling electromagnetism to gravity. That's what that means. Change the phase of the beam, turn the electromagnetic beam into a gravity beam, and you've coupled electromagnetism to gravity. And once you've done that, now it does go simply back to Tom Montauk's question. It's not a question of can a perpetual motion machine exist? We know we can make a machine that moves forever. The question is, can we get over unity out of it? Can we get over unity out of it? Can we get an infinite energy machine that can do work and run forever on top of that? Not a simple thing to do. And so people would say, here's a good question. I get the question about 1,000 times a day. Why have you not built something? First thing I tell you is I would love to build something simple and cheap that could convince everybody. But that's not in the cards. The simple and cheap stuff, relatively simple, relatively cheap magnetic motor type stuff, doesn't convince anybody. There's about 100 videos of magnetic motors, and unfortunately about 95% of them are fake, but the 5% of them that are real, you're not going to convince anybody. You can do a 50-state tour and you'll convince no one. There is no demonstration you can do to convince Coral Feynman that free energy is real. Listen to what he said in that post. There's no demonstration you could ever possibly do. And if you want real, free, undeniable free energy that's applicable and commercial, like something you can sell to people in today's day and age, it should be obvious what it is. A free energy microchip that goes in your phone. That's the commercial product. A free energy microchip that goes in your phone and your phone runs forever. It's undeniable. You don't need to demonstrate anything to anybody. The moment that I have a phone that doesn't have to be charged anymore, I don't even have to ask the question on how. I don't give a shit. Now I can jerk off on the internet 24/7 and never have to plug in my phone anymore. Every single Redditor is going to love that. That's the answer forward. And the downside to that, if you haven't been paying attention, is that getting microchips built is a pretty limited thing. Number one, extremely expensive. Hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions. Number two, there's not a lot of facilities that can do it. The reason why Gary Stevenson can do it is because he's got all the connections. Because he's probably a black project engineer himself. You think you're just going to roll up and get some microchips made? Good luck. Are you good with fabrication labs? Do you have the connections? No. So the reason why I don't build anything is because I'm doing exactly what I was put on this earth for. I'm in my comfort zone right here, chat. I'm talking to my people. I'm explaining free energy. I'm getting information out to hundreds, if not thousands of people much faster and more efficiently than if I built anything. That's what I realized like 2 years ago. And I said, why am I trying to start a company doing free energy magnetic motors? Nah. Waste of time. Let's get to the main event. What you all have been waiting for. Let me just see if I missed anything else. One last thing that's on my mind. Where is it? Crap. What's his name, guys? Tom DeLonge. Tom DeLonge spoke up. UAP James, I was close. I can't believe this, chat. I thought this was from years ago. I thought there's no way somebody got Tom DeLonge answering a UFO question. Guy's like been in hiding. He's hanging out at Comic-Con. This is right now. He's at Comic-Con.
I'd love to get your opinion on the declassified UAP files we've gotten in the last few years, just because I think you're an interesting person to talk about that.
It's a big deal. I'm an active consultant on all of that stuff right now with the U.S. government, and there's a lot more coming. This is just beginning.
I'd love to get your opinion on the declassified UAP files we've gotten in the last few years, just because I think you're...
Bro. The general is missing The general that got you connected to the whole UFO topic vanished and no one knows where he is, and there's no footage of him even leaving his house. And you're at Comic-Con and you're like, I'm a consultant right now on the UFO files that are being released. Chat, where's the Lindsay Clancy fan club? Sign me up. You know what? I don't even want to fight this psychosis at this point. Yep, yeah, the aliens are coming. Aliens are coming. Government's gonna tell us anytime now. Tom DeLonge is our savior. Don't ask any questions. Generals just disappear. I'm sure he just went on a hike and said, you know what? I don't want to be on this earth anymore. Didn't want to tell his wife. Makes perfect sense. Oh my goodness. Okay. Charles Chase, please rescue me, sir. Please rescue me from this. Also, last thought before we go to this is maybe Travis Taylor is a good liar. Maybe Travis Taylor is a good liar. Maybe he really is on the inside. I can't get a beat on Travis Taylor. I think it's just impossible for him not to know. It's impossible for him not to know, and he's a smart enough guy that he could be a good liar. He could be a smart enough guy that he could be a good liar. Beware of the guy at the poker table, guys, that comes in and looks like he doesn't know what he's doing. Beware of that guy the most. My favorite character to play when I would go to the poker table would be the guy that's like, oh, this is my first time at the table. How's it going, everybody? You know, that's careful chat. Time for the GOAT. Here we go. Charles Chase, the absolute GOAT. I ask every day, why is this not my father? No disrespect to my dad. I like my dad, love him even. But I would basically do a fight club, hang outside Charles Chase's doorstep, just sleep on the sleeping bag just until he opens the door and says, you've waited long enough, young Padawan, young Four Orbs. Come in and be my disciple. Basically, I want to know everything this guy's ever known. I want to know all the secrets. And I'm, just between us, this is just between us, guys. I'm 100% convinced this dude's on some alien shit. He's into some alien type shit, as the kids would say. No doubt in my mind. No doubt in my mind whatsoever. Okay, and we're going to get into it. Here we go.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Tim. Yeah, it's great to be
this up.
here. Always a pleasure to talk with you.
You are one of the few people who is out there doing truly cutting-edge work that blurs the boundaries between breakthrough science and breakthrough engineering, right? A lot of folks are kind of...
Chat, I wish I could just touch him right here. Just be close to him. Just feel his presence. Okay, too weird.
Firmly planted in one area or the other, but I love the work that you're doing because you're crossing those lines. You're saying, okay, here is the latest science, and we're going to put this into a workable form, and that's really an extension of your career work at Skunkworks. So,
yeah, thanks. So, yeah, I've always had a desire or been driven to work at the edge, but at the edge that had a scientific basis and grounding, and then turn that into.
Bro, by the way, chat, you may say you're being weird as hell. He's a secret Four Orbsy, chat. Charles Chase is a secret Four Orbsy. No one can convince me otherwise. He tried to hide it in this interview, but it came out. And I am so excited right now. So excited. We just want to learn from you, sir. We just want to learn the secrets. We want to learn the ways. Let us into the club. We will smite all the Lindsay Chansley supporters that you require us to smite. Just tell us what we have to do. We're ready to get our hands dirty.
To real engineering and do the work you need to see if something is real or not.
Yeah.
So I have I keep a very open mind about things, and but also.
By the way, real talk. I will fight Professor Dave in one of those boxing matches they do on the streaming things. This is true, 100% true. You can hold me to this. I will literally fight him, chat. just for the honor of Charles Chase. And anybody else who dares disrespect this man, also fight them too. Fight any and all of them in those brand risk? I'm a brand risk, chat. That's my name.
Want to make sure it's proven and real at the same time. And so, like my group at the Skunk Works, we were happy if 10% of what we were working on came to fruition. That was success.
Okay. Yeah, so not everything that gets attempted materializes as an end product, but like you said, that 10% that does, that's the breakthrough. That's transformative.
Right. Something that can, really help people and change the world. So even when I was at the Skunk Works, which of course is a defense company, I was always trying to do things that could also help humanity in addition to, supporting the Lockheed. But,
we have to listen to this. We have to get into his mind, chat. We have to understand what makes Charles Chase tick. And in this particular case, we're learning that he was in the defense contract, but he had a bleeding heart lib on the inside, chat. And he always wanted to do good things.
Things that could help people, and like we've taken on at the Unlab, the people, the planet, and the biome. Really.
Does he make weapons of death that destroy and kill people? Yes. But he also saves. He kills and he saves, chat. Balance in all things.
Trying to help things and do good things.
Well, what is it that you are currently engaged in? I have a big list of projects, some of those, past, present, and historical. And again, I have a massive slide deck. I'm really excited to be able to put that up for the audience. But
I pretty much guarantee that he helped make that discombobulator thing that we made those people bleed out of their eyes and stuff, by the way. That seems like a Charles Chase kind of thing.
What is it that you are working on right now, and what are you most excited about going into the second half of this year?
So there's a few things. I know we're going to discuss the vacuum fluctuation propulsion work that I've been working for quite a while. Still very excited about that, of course, and we're making some good progress in doing the experiments. Also the idea that had with my colleague Mo Arman about a coherent matter beam and how to put matter into coherence, kind of like you do with a laser, is very exciting. And I've always been drawn to that. But, I must say that the thing I'm excited the most about is a sort of a new project, and it's this idea of household resilience. So what are technologies that we can develop, that are fairly simple and straightforward that can help people in disasters or, with climate disruption, and so that households like mine, people that we're lucky enough to have a decent house, but, how are we going to survive when there's a hurricane or this or that? And so there's some technologies we're working that can really help with that. And so I'm pretty excited about that sort of push into.
Oh, I should have said, guys, shout out to Tim Ventura. I'll put a link in the chat here for you guys. Make sure you guys watch the live stream. We're watching it on fast speed, and I will kind of give you any summaries of the key points here. But go ahead and check it out. Follow, which channel is this on? Oh, it's on his Tim Ventura channel. Follow Tim Ventura on his channel. Watch the APAC conferences. I mean, he gets the best interviews. So there you go.
This household resiliency through simple technologies.
Yeah, that is really exciting. And that's off my list. I just have to go from kind of memory and other things that I've read about that. But one of the things that my research has been showing me lately is, and not a surprise to anyone, global climate change does seem to be happening. Who caused that? I don't know. And that's a topic for.
Oh, chat. Why are they all obsessed with climate change, chat? I'm going to have to debate Tom Vallone on this climate change thing. We got to put this thing to bed, chat. We got to come out. We got to let them know. If free energy is real, climate change is honestly just the dumbest thing ever. I mean, it's not that you know what? Sure, we're changing the climate. You know what? Well, I'll even give you that point. But it's just like we can fix it so easily. It seems like such a silly thing to be worried about.
For another time.
Okay,
but
let's get ahead here.
Like myself, I tend to.
People maybe do a disservice to everybody if, assuming that you have to simplify things very, all the way. But I think people can really, when you get into the meat of it, it's very understandable. I am not a
coherent.
I don't have a PhD. I'm kind of self-taught. So if I can understand it, I feel like, and explain it, I feel like pretty much anyone can. But I want to say, we don't pay much attention to our website, unfortunately, so we haven't updated that in a long time. The YouTube channel with all the talks are really.
So I would like to put up my screen share now. I am really excited about this. What I tried to do was create some visualizations for the audience so that they would just intuitively understand some of the ideas that you're working on. One of these, the first one up here on the screen, is the coherent matter wave beam. For people who are hearing about this for the first time, what are you trying to create?
Yeah, so we're trying to put particles like electrons or atoms in phase together like a laser. So a laser works, with photons, which is light, by having them all be the same phase. In other words, all marching together at the same time and, all coherent, all at the same, instead of it, multiple different phases or just not lined up. So we're trying to line that all up. But instead of doing that with photons, to do that with particles, which are called fermions versus bosons, and fermions are not known, they cannot occupy the same state like a photon can. But we think we've figured out a way, and it's really thanks to my colleague I mentioned before, Dr. Mo Arman, who I worked with at Lockheed, who originally came up with this idea and then we refined it. But it's a novel way of putting particles into coherence, which no one has ever been able to do before. People.
Chat. I feel like this is what I just said. How different is this than what I just said is how you change an electromagnetic beam? He's saying here, we want to take particles, we want to put them into phase, get them all lined up. And he's about to basically say that what we think of as matter is actually waves. Even though it doesn't seem that way, it really is. So this should be possible.
I must say, people do make what's called a Bose-Einstein condensate, which is at super low temperatures, like almost absolute zero. You can make a single quantum state of particles. And so, why would we want that? Why do we want to do this? Is that, think of a beam that is 1,000,000 times more powerful than a laser, which would have obvious applications. But I think.
So, why is what he just said there so important? If I want to make a gravitational beam, like I just told you guys, getting something that's 1,000,000 times more powerful than a laser, it doesn't get us there, but it gets us a lot further. It's going to be a lot easier if we can do it with matter than if we actually have to do it with lasers. Might be possible with lasers still, but point is, we're trying to get every little inch of energy density that we can get so that we can manipulate space-time. And this is another mechanism that pushes us up a lot. According to Charles Chase, 1,000,000 times. That's 6 layers. So yes, this is basically a Goy beam. This is a Goy beam. When they talk about directed energy weapons and all that crazy stuff, this is what they're talking about.
Even more exciting to me, and I think since the last time we talked, we've been focusing more on this area, which is enabling new chemistry. So by controlling the phase of atoms, we can make them combine in different ways. And so, all molecules are waves. We think of them as particles, but they're actually.
Wait. Stop there. Pause, chat. Wait, if we can control the phase of particles, we can do chemistry. We can get them to combine in different ways. How is this different than fusion? How is this different than fusion, chat? Feels very, very similar. In fact, I'm trying to figure out if you can do that, why can't you just do it with fusion too? Why can't you reduce the Coulomb barrier? If you have some kind of magical way where you can do chemistry super easily, just logically in my mind, I feel like it should make fusion easier because it's basically the same thing. Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay, I'm not the only one saying that, right? I just want to make sure I'm not crazy here. Because I hear that, and I'm just thinking, this also seems like this can make fusion super, super easy. Also, this is alchemy we're talking about now. We're talking about alchemy now. Now it's like, why can't I just do Star Trek Replicator if I can do this? You can. 3D printing.
Waves. People have measured waves of things like vitamins, of all things, right? So even very large atoms or molecules are waves. But by controlling the phase of those waves, we can make them combine in different ways that we currently can't do. So therefore, combining atoms, molecules together, that's chemistry. So we can make new things and also enable deposition on a very fine, really small scale. Our calculations show down to 0.2 nanometers of resolution. So you can make new sort of structures and do like atomic assembly or atomic direct manufacturing. And so that's
Yeah, so like he's already listed about 3 things that can get your patent classified or get you killed. We can make Star Trek replicators. We can make Goy beams that are maybe manipulate gravity with this thing. We can do microchip lithography. That's at a super, super tiny scale, potentially down to the atomic scale lithography. Yeah, all these things this is alien technology, chat. You're looking for the alien technologies. Here you go. Here it is.
actually doing that is easier than making a beam that maintains coherence over a long distance, because your working area for the new chemistry or for the deposition is a very small
Exactly.
area. So we can
Gravity
maintain
laser.
that coherence over that smaller area. And so I think that's it's a shorter putt than making an actual beam.
Okay. So I want to jump now, and again, we have a lot of slides to go through. So I'm going to go over to Casimir effect energy. Again, you are.
This is like Charles Chase recapping the last 2 years of the Science Felony Physics live streams. Casimir cavity. Now we're just gonna talk about Garrett Modell. We're just gonna go through every single one of the engineers and their free energy microchips. Yes, we are. Here we go. Sweet. Okay, awesome. This is like chat. This episode of the Ashton Forbes Hard Truths podcast live stream, whatever we call this, I forget. This is basically those midway episodes in the animes, like episode 13.5, where it's like a rehash stream. Except for it's even better because there's all original content. Okay, here we go.
Working on the cutting edge. This is amazing stuff. This is Dr. Harold Sonny White has just recently made headlines about this. Dr. Garrett Modell has been doing work, and you have been collaborating with both of them. So you are right at the heart of this, but you are looking at this a little bit differently than they are, right?
Yes. So, what you're showing there is illustrating the Casimir effect, which is, the way people talk about the Casimir effect is that in between a couple of plates, you don't have as many vacuum modes as you do outside. And since there are fewer modes inside the plate than outside, you generate a pressure that pushes the plates together, and that's called the Casimir effect. But, I really wanted to point out that the Casimir effect does not prove the existence of the vacuum fluctuations. Despite people commonly say that. You ask ChatGPT, that's what it'll tell you. But you can come up with the Casimir effect or predict the Casimir effect using something called radiation reaction that you never use vacuum fluctuations at all. Same with other phenomena that people attribute to vacuum fluctuations, like what's called the Lamb shift, which is a frequency shift. You can
chat. It might be over, chat. Charles Chase just debunked us, chat. I can't take all the black pills, chat. There's too many black pills. Lindsay Chancey didn't kill her children. Chat, starting to get to me. He just told us. He just destroyed us, chat. He said the Lamb shift and the Casimir effect are not proof of 0-point energy. He said radiation reaction, whatever that means. We'll Google it later. He says that can explain it. Chat, we might be cooked. We might be cooked, chat.
Also calculate that with radiation reaction, not invoking the vacuum at all. Now, you cannot have the quantum electrodynamics theory that we use for predicting all this stuff. You need a bottom amount for that math to work. So for quantum electrodynamics to work, you need a fundamental fluctuation in that for the calculations to work. And they work to what 17.
We got rescued, chat. Quantum electrodynamics requires the fluctuations to exist. Woo! Chat, I was about to melt down. But wait a minute. Who invented quantum electrodynamics or whatever he just said? Hold on. Let's go find out, chat. This is very serious. We have to figure this out. Let me Google this for you. Quantum. Oh, wait. You guys don't see this. Hold on. Okay, let's Google this, chat. Who quantum electrodynamics? Who figured this out? Let's see. Who's okay? Google. Let's see. Richard Feynman. Wow, chat. Richard Feynman is the one that figured out quantum electrodynamics, which requires the vacuum fluctuations to exist. So why the hell am I listening to his son, Richard Feynman's son, trying to tell me that vacuum fluctuations aren't real? Your dad is the one that proved they're real. Damn, turns out we didn't get dunked on. Turns out Charles Chase just came off the top row with the people's elbow for Coral Feynman. Damn, chat. I'm glad Charles Chase dropped this. This is why, like, the Eric Weinsteins and the Sabine Hassenfelders, they should have debated me like a month ago or a year ago. I'm getting all the answers to their little gotcha questions they're going to ask me when we eventually do debate. They're going to go, well, it turns out the radiation reaction can explain the Lamb shift and the Casimir effect. How do you answer that, Ashton? And I'm going to go, well, I don't give a shit, because quantum electrodynamics requires the vacuum fluctuations to exist. You believe in quantum electrodynamics, right? Have you been on a plane? That's how I'm going to respond, chat. 100% just like that. Okay, here we go.
Decimal point of precision, quantum electrodynamics, well proven, but you need vacuum fluctuations for that theory to work. Does that say that vacuum fluctuations are real, or is it that's just the way our theory works? So, and people have measured like the interaction or between vacuum fluctuations and like electric fields, and they back out what the vacuum fluctuation is. Has anyone actually seen a vacuum fluctuation? I don't think so. But I think it's important to know that, that the fundamental aspect of that. And yet, like you said, I believe that vacuum fluctuations are real, and that we can use them. And and that's what I've been pursuing with my resonant tunneling diode work, where we can generate a force by creating an asymmetric situation where the vacuum fluctuations couple to the tunneling current in the diode, and that generates a force.
So let me jump.
So what was important? Charles Chase believes vacuum fluctuations are real and we can tap into them. And Charles Chase knew Ben Rich. That's all I need to hear. Ben Rich said we can take ET home. That's good enough for me. Charles Chase is 0.001% Lockheed Martin fellow engineer in the Revolutionary Technologies Division of the Lockheed Martin Skunk Works. That's plenty enough for me to know that this dude's on some alien type shit. 100%. I don't know if it comes with little green men or AI super intelligent